Hypo.
I hate solitary. That's
Solitary confinement.
yeah, it's 2 nights in a row.
Pacing in the room.
I'm trying to say I'm going so much more.
It's that is I feel for you guys stressful when you feel it scratching. You're just like you can't stop thinking about it.
I got a big ass jar of Mitch Mom squirt.
Dollop.
Hunger starts in 12 minutes. You ready?
No, I don't want to.
I'm gonna take some.
You are. I'm not.
Magical honey.
Oh my soothing.
That's what Celine Dion does. It's chicken.
There's a mother's market off the beach. You should go there.
You tell me to go all to these places. I have no car, bitch, and you give me no ride.
Uber.
It's very expensive.
Lyft.
I got kids, bro. They're expensive. I can't get Uber now. So I feel like actually.
Why is it loaded?
She's in Thailand right now. It's being out of TFX. Crypto bros. Small ceremony. Is that good father advice?
You comes over for dinner or something. You're like, hey, next thing you know, you're the dance man. So you don't have to ask me.
Is that good father advice? Just get
I really like this guy.
No, actually, that doesn't work though. Because you don't get half. It's just if you're pregnant. You get half if you're actually married. I don't know how a prenup would work at all.
No prenup.
Hello. Oh, whoa, whoa. I knew that was going to happen. There you go. I knew that was going to happen. Okay. I'm going to talk like normal. I don't want to kill myself. I've already, like, yeah, that's more, that's way more fun. So this.
You got me too? Yeah, you got mine. Yeah.
Talk to me.
Yep. You got me, Kipes? You got me, Kipes?
I got you. Can you lower my voice volume a little bit in my ear, if that's at all possible? He told me don't touch that, but whatever. Yeah, that would be here. Yep. All right. Well, hey Mitchell, say something to me.
Thugs, they need hugs. Andre Nicotina's
That's good.
playing
Yeah,
tonight.
Andre Nicotina. Wow.
Getting close to like classic levels, right? This is great. This is great right here. One more foot. We'd be looking at all timers. This is
Good morning. Welcome to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're preparing to finish off that women's round of 32. That's how we're going to start the day. We'll get into the men's round of 32, onto the round of 16 for both men and women, setting up on finals day. Beautiful Saturday morning. The waves have shown up, and so has the surfer. Tia Zabrowski, she's been a phenomena. And look at the warm-ups right here. Wonderful surfing. I love that the waves have shown up. Mikey McDonough got a piece of it. Eden Walla got a piece of it. And we're ready to go. Bon dia. Aloha kakahiaka. Good morning. And it's on. Needless to say, it's on. Kaipo Guerrero, that's Mitchell Salazar. I'm excited.
So am I, and a big day ahead of us. Another 20 heats we got to run today, Kaipo. You know, second to last day of the event window, and super excited. We had a great day of competition yesterday. More than 16 points in a couple of heats, and yeah, super excited with the consistency as well we see out there this morning.
Yeah, and we're going to get a lot of heats done today. We're going to have four surfer heats throughout the entire day, and that's going to set us up for a wonderful finals day on Sunday here. So another day at the pier, and some more exciting surfing coming your way. What are we going to open up with?
Yeah, we got the women's action first, the last 4 heats of that round, and, go into 8 men's heats of the round of 32. And then, surprisingly, this is something that we haven't seen in a number of years, 4-person heats in the round of 16 too, and that's because of the day we did lose because we couldn't run, and it's an anomaly. And luckily for us, we have a ton of waves out there at the moment.
And it's not like we haven't done this before.
Correct.
A lot of times with the permits in Hawaii, for example, when we had the Haleiwa Challenger, we actually had 4 surfer heats
until the final.
Through the entire event.
Yep.
And so it's not like this is foreign to the surfers. It's not like it's strange. The format's already been set up. It's great that tours and comps were able to adapt to our needs and our time constraints.
Well, look, we got to adjust given the the waves that we had on the one day that we had to actually have an off day. But as you can see out there, plenty of waves. Anytime you see a whitewater like that on screen, it means that there's good consistency. But more than anything, people are getting opportunities and chances out there. But we got a great heat to start things off this morning, Kaipo.
Yeah, Mitchell, let's call up Surfline and see what they say as far as the forecast. Ring, ring. There they go. They pick up the phone every time. I'm telling you right now, that's what we got on the radar.
Yeah, northwest wind swell still carrying through the weekend right here at the pier on the south side. Luckily for us, that southwest swell has really picked up throughout the weekend. It's Saturday now, and of course, getting those long period southwest swells. You do have a bit of lulls every now and then, but we do have tropical activity in the water too. Some shorter period coming from the south as well. And as you can see today, 3 to 4 feet in the morning on the faces, 3 to 5 feet in the afternoon, and slight onshore, manageable this afternoon, Kaipo. Should be a great day of action.
Yeah, looking forward to it, and it will be a full day, I think. Probably about 10 hours of competition we'll get into.
Yep, another long day right here. But as you can see tomorrow, variable winds in the morning. Wouldn't be surprised to see some offshore in the morning on Sunday for finals day. And just slightly onshore in the afternoon, but prime conditions out there right now. Peaky, really fun, consistent. It's another great day in SoCal. And, still a bit gloomy out there. 7:04 in the morning, Kaipo. And the sun hasn't really peaked until 10, 11 a.m. And when it does come out, it starts to get real hot out there in the lineup.
Well, let's get started with our first heat of the day. We're talking heat number 5, the round of 32. We got halfway through this round of 32 yesterday. Yo-Yo, Yolanda Hopkins, representing Portugal, up against India Robinson from Jan Juk, Australia. Tia Zabrowski, representing France via Tahiti, and Vahiti Mahana Inso from Hawaii. This is a great lineup and some great young talent coming through. 2
of the youngest surfers in the event in white and green, and as you said, the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region looking good. Even though Zabrowski did qualify through the European region, a lot of those surfers out of the Caribbean islands and French territories, especially in French Polynesia, deciding to represent France. A bit more financial support. And Yo-Yo, multiple-time Olympian, she's done well here in the past, made it to finals day multiple times, and coming off of the runner-up in Bolito, Kipes.
Here she goes, Yolanda Hopkins, signature front foot pad. Nice snap there, and quick feet to get back up into lip again.
That's crazy. Getaway literally in the first few seconds of the heat. Well positioned, off of the buzzer right there for Yo-Yo. A great start for her, and given the increase in size at the moment, gonna be interesting to see the way the judges actually score this one. Good amount of power, of course, but I think the most important thing that you're looking at right now are the critical sections out there. She was able to get one right at the beginning, though. High line to start, comes around the bottom. Really nice tight arc right there with the first snap, and then combos it up with the second one. So, to me, this should at least be in the good range by today's standards, Kaipo, wave-wise.
Well, that's a nice start, right?
Yeah.
And that's something that we've seen. That was the theme yesterday for the surfers, as they getting a quick start equals success. Tia Zabrowski, like I said, representing France by way of Tahiti. She's been an absolute phenomenon. See what Tia has, open priority, and the wave just passes underneath of Zabrowski.
Pretty crazy if we see her qualify. I mean, she's going to be one of the youngest to ever do so if she is able to accomplish it.
Yeah, and look at the number coming through. Yolanda Hopkins opens up with a great score, a 7-point ride. Vahiti Mahana, Inso, the goofy foot out of Oahu, Hawaii. Oh, man. Put a combination there.
Yes, that's going to be a good score for Vi to start things off right here. Really like the opener right there for Hopkins and for Vi, and Seems like we did have a split peak situation with Zebrowski, but number 3 in the rankings for Hawaii Tahiti Nui was Vai Inso out of Honolulu. And right here, a great indication of what we're supposed to be seeing with consistency, Kaipo.
Yeah, check out this replay.
Yeah, Zebrowski here on the right talked about how good she's been at her young age, still in her early teens. Tight snap in the pocket, combos it up well on the oncoming section. So maybe not as critical on the second one, but still very well done. I think that's going to be a good opener for her. We've got a heat on our hands, Kibes.
Sure do.
Robinson, she rarely falls. Been on the CT before. As you said, Jan Juk, where she's from. Older brother Cody, also a great surfer.
Yolanda after it to back up that 7-point ride, straight up into the lip there.
And as you said, Surfline, they're on point today. Definitely can see that long period south-southwest swell. But as you called it, Sean Collins back in the day, you actually had to call into the hotline to be able to get the surf forecast here in Southern California.
That's right. Wave track.
Yeah.
Had to call wave track. Well, we can actually check on the conditions right in person because we have AJ McCord on the beach, and she can give us a conditions update.
Actually, Kaipo, I am not the one to give you the conditions update. Let's go to the one who just got out of the water, Vahine Piero. It is so good to see you back in a jersey here in Huntington. You had a free surf just now. Give us a little bit of breakdown of how the waves feel.
Today, the waves are really good. Like glassy, peaky, like just perfect Huntington. So it's nice that we're able to like express ourselves today in like great conditions, great surfers, and it's gonna be a good day.
Cannot wait to see you coming up in the round of 16. You got a pretty stacked heat, but I know you're so excited to be back in the jersey. Just how does it feel to be back in this competition mode?
I know it's been a nice little break, and then now I'm like here with the French team, like with Kaoli, Tia, Kiara. It's a nice, we're all from Tahiti, and we're having a lot of fun and pushing each other, and being back in the jersey feels really good, and it's a good momentum, I think, for the next events to come, and yeah, I'm excited.
So excited to see you back in it. Good luck the rest of this event and into next week.
Thank you.
Yeah, so kind of a backstory explanation of that. We will see Vahine in next year's championship tour, but because we have an expanded women's draw in 2026, but she did not make the cut in 2025. So a lot of those CT surfers are choosing to stay in gear and surf the Challenger Series.
Well, especially here, high exposure, big event. Everybody wants to become a champion here at the South Side, including this young surfer out of Honolulu.
Yeah, that was a 5.6 for Vahiti Mahana.
Yeah, and she, you know, she's been a big part of the Hawaii surf team on the junior side before, and I feel like, you know, the amount of waves that they've gotten so far on the South Shore of Oahu has been incredible so far this summer.
Ooh.
But they have a lot of great waves to come and practice when they come to the west coast of the U.S. Spend a lot of time right here. Lowers champ at the USA surfing level too.
Yeah, I got some FOMO right now. The South Shore of Oahu has been really
non-stop.
Good. Yeah, Almoana Bowls, Kiwalos. That's where Vahiti, you'll see her surfing a ton. You know, that's kind of like her local haunt right there.
Yeah, and I mean, she's come up under the tutelage of the great Carissa Moore too, which is, you know, a pretty big privilege to have. And of course, I think having that kind of person in your corner too, especially the support of her parents. Her mom's always been with her everywhere, and I think that familiar support is also something huge for her success so far.
You know, when I look at this heat, Mitchell, it's kind of a bummer because I don't want to lose two of these surfers.
Yeah,
I'm a fan of each and every one of these surfers in this heat. You can see local time coming upon 9 o'clock local time. It's a little bit after 7. So we have a receding tide for a little while, and then we're going to have a tide push through the rest of the day.
really good for us. So it keeps getting pushed back. The low tide right now this morning, and right about 9 a.m. and the high just before 5 p.m. Here goes Vi again.
Inso already with a 5.6. A finish would be good for her, and she gets it.
That was cool, Kaipo. Good angle coming out of it too, and you know what happens so much, that's what I was talking about yesterday with that south swell slowly showing up. It just pushes you into the pier, and if you don't have the right angle and the right amount of speed, no way you're making it out of it.
Think there's more current today?
100%. You can already see her getting swept towards the pier right now.
Yo-yo on the backhand. Little check turn there, looking for the hammer. Hammer's a finish, and explosion right behind her. Solid surfing for the Portuguese surfer. The Bonzoi athlete area starting to fill in.
A couple of Portuguese right there. Kika, Joe Veselko, Joey too, older brother for Kika. Yo-Yo surfed the perfect heat up until this moment, Kaipo. The 7 literally in the first few seconds of the heat, backed it up immediately with a 397, and that backup for sure going to be disappearing after this last wave. Has CT experience too. Has competed over there in Peniche before.
Yeah, came close to beating Carissa Moore.
Yep.
As a wild card over there in Super Tubos. India Robinson actually on the championship tour.
Yep. And she's won a Challenger Series event before too, over at Snapper Rocks on the Goldie.
She wants to get back on there. And India Robinson actually from a wonderful place of the world and one of my absolutely favorite places to just mingle and get to know the locals and maybe play the pokies and have a parmy, the Janjuk pub.
Don't get me going this early with the parmies. I'm hungry again.
Tia Zabrowski, the teenage phenomena.
Dude.
And that's
What?
why there's all the hype about Tia. That's exactly why there's all the hype about Tia.
That was nuts. That's a 14-year-old moving that board around like she's a 30-year-old, Kaipo. Dude.
Swinging for the fence right there.
It's a Mike Tyson left hooked on that pier bowl left.
How was the timing?
You know, it's coming from Tahiti, you surf a lot of heavy waves. Southwest of France, where she resides, most of the time now, it's a lot of beach breaks, but that's a bigger wave, too. You know, Tia's grown over the last year and a half, but she's still not super tall. So just to be able to get into the lip right there and, you know, execute this maneuver perfectly, this was nuts.
Watch this.
Timing was excellent, too, and that's everything right now. With the amount of rip that you said that's pushing you forward the entire time, just perfect stuff from Tia. That's going to be a great score. I wouldn't even say that it's probably going to go excellent, too.
Yeah, this was a 5.43 for Vahiti Mahana.
Good backup, but this is a really competitive heat. We're still waiting on this score, too, from Yo-Yo. So the setup and a 2-for-1 right there at the end. So great stuff by Hopkins. I like what I'm seeing out there. A lot of waves ridden so far, Kipes.
I like the consistency.
Yeah. And as you said, Robinson, the most experienced out of the 4 in terms of competing on the championship tour. And she has a real cool story, too. She actually suffered a concussion a few years ago and has worn a helmet most of the time she's actually surfed, and now fully recovering, qualifying for the CT. It's a big deal for her. But, you know, just using her platform, she actually has a great foundation, Queen and Me.
The Queen and Me.
Yeah, and does a lot of great work for all the talent in Australia, too.
Yeah. And you know what? At one point, when she was a little kid, a grommet coming up at Bell's, she was a Bonzoy board caddy.
That's right.
So she's been around professional surfing for a long, long time.
Full circle stuff right there for India.
I love that. And also part of Rising Tides.
Yep.
So yeah, she's had the full experience. And like I said with this heat, I'm not happy because we're going to lose, no matter what, 2 of my favorite women surfers, because I'm a fan of all 4 of these.
That's been a tale of the tape so far this event, though. Every heat's been stacked, and there's a score for Tia.
6.9 for 1 turn, well earned for Tia Zabrowski.
I like those 7.2s, though.
Yeah.
I like to see that rewarded. But first heat of the morning, obviously a lot of quality waves out there, but that was just a dagger, a knife on that left.
Vahiti.
Close.
Close.
I like that, though. I think at this point of the heat, you got to be going for those kind of maneuvers right here. It's a competitive heat, Kaipo. Great one to start things off. 11 minutes gone by, and 3 surfers already with double-digit scoring. Unheard of so far in this event.
Well, that's good signs for today, Mitchell.
Definitely.
Good signs.
Yeah, everybody's always talking, hey, south side of the pier can be really difficult, tricky. That's true, but, you know, if you're making it through your rounds, you're able to surf it when it's the tiniest, when it's inconsistent like yesterday, but still fun, and today, which is just bombing. And we have a decreasing tide, as you mentioned. Tide coming up this afternoon is going to make things real fun, too. And, you know, for both the men and the women that make it through, they're going to have to surf in slightly onshore conditions, too.
It's not really, it's a small bomb.
Wow.
It's a small bomb.
For us locals, Kaipo, we
is
don't
this
get
bombing right here, bro?
This is 2 feet for you. Hawaiians would be like, oh, 1.5 feet.
Our judging criteria. So this is how we come up with all the numbers, Mitchell.
Yeah, major combos, speed, power, flow, variety, creativity, precision. Big areas, of course, progressive maneuvers, high risk in those as well, and massive single maneuvers, just like we saw from Zabrowski on the 6.9, which is the 2nd best of the heat so far, Kipes.
Yeah. You want to tick all those boxes, and that's how you get to the excellent scores. Yolanda Hopkins started with a near excellent score. This is in the very good range. This is a 7-point ride.
Yeah, so they went just slightly above this one with a 6.9 of Zabrowski. Quality turn on the first one, she combos it up. So that's the combination of major maneuvers that
Here's
they're talking about.
Zabrowski.
And this is the single maneuvers that they're talking about right here. So quality over quantity a lot of times. I mean, it's basically the same score. You just give a slight edge to red over white. But I really appreciate that turn, especially with her age, dude. I mean, for her to have that technicality, how well-versed she is with her board, just her learning so far in the ocean, that's incredible. I mean, this generation of surfers, you mentioned Rising Tides. India, she's come through the program. Aaron Brooks, Sori Lindblad, a product of that too.
That backhand lipper that she did, lip glide, reminded me of Kali. And he did a similar one.
Munoz.
Munoz.
Yeah.
He did a similar one in a similar section here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. That was a few years ago, but that...
he got a 9 with that turn.
Right?
Yep. That was proper bombing.
It was a bigger
Huntington,
wave, yeah. But it was, the line was so similar to what I saw Tia do.
Good angle on it coming out of it, yeah, really, really difficult, and that adds to the degree of difficulty. And it adds to the variation aspect, too. You don't want to be repeating what everybody else is doing. It just becomes boring.
Yeah, you want to wake the judges up. It's first thing in the morning. They've only had 1 cup of coffee. You know, you want to shock them a little bit.
Well, those men and women up there had about 6 or 7 yesterday. I can guarantee you 20 heats, having your eyes glued to the water the entire day.
There's a former U.S. Open champ, Courtney Carlog.
And maybe a future one, too. Eden Walla.
And Eden Walla. So Eden's got some great advice in her ear right now from someone who knows this break intimately.
Yeah, and Eden's birthday 2 days ago. She just turned 16, so happy birthday to Eden. That's going to be a great heat, though, coming up in number 6.
Oh, my goodness. I just looked at heat number 6, and I got more of my favorites. Teresa Bonvalo, Sofia Medina, Kiala Tomona Bannard, and then Eden Walla.
Yeah.
Again, another great heat.
Gnarly heat. Medina out of Matasias. Good beach break, similar to this kind of right now. Tamara Bannard out of Kauai. A lot of power in their surfing, and Walla from just down the road in San Clemente, a stacker in that one too. And speaking of stackers right now, heat 5, unbelievable stuff, and looking for Vi to really get things going with something above a 6. And Robinson, she's needing the best of the heat right now. That's a high standard to surf to right now, Kaipo.
Here comes Tia. What she got for us on this right-hander, a little ripple in the face, no problem. Actually, a big problem because she just caught a rail. Looked like she was going to handle that. But you could see those like warbles in the face.
And that's what happens with so much south in the water. Over there towards the pier bowl, you got so much power coming into you that you're going against the grain and against the rips most of the time. And as you said, just a bit of chatter right there on the board, but she's in the lead at the moment. Didn't seem like it was going to really change that much. Imagine, though, for Robinson, in her early 20s, you're the one CT surfer, or former CT surfer, I should say, out there. You'd be thinking you'd have the advantage by a mile, and then you come up against 3 great surfers out there in this round.
Yeah.
It's a mental game, too.
Yo-yo. Nice snap there. Looking for the finish. Gets up, over, and puts it down. Looking to improve upon a 5-point ride.
Good chance she does.
Taking it to the beach. Maybe going to do the runaround.
Oh, it seems like she was going to kick out and just go through the pier, which not you know, I don't think it's a bad idea. But I don't know if it's the smartest one right now, just considering how much rip and push you actually get through the pier at the moment. One advice I will give, though, and it's the biggest piece of advice I've ever received right here. If you feel like you are getting pushed to the pier, go through the pilings. Don't try to go.
Don't stop. Don't try to stop yourself.
Not at all. And speaking of, you know, maturity, little setup, second one, pretty cool and tough. She had to go up and over the whitewater, especially carrying all that speed and momentum down the line. Maybe yes, maybe no on the improvement of the 5.03.
Judges go yes, 6.57.
Yeah, the creativity on the second one, I think, got her. Well, that's a good heat total. She takes the lead with that one, Kaipo. Yep.
So there you go. That's a little bit of an escalator, actually, because that water's sucking out between the pilings. And so it's deceiving. It looks like it's super dangerous. But if you know what you're doing, you're actually getting blocked by a lot of the whitewater, the oncoming waves, and you're actually getting a kind of a rip out to sea.
Absolutely. It's actually the safest spot.
You can
right
hide
there
behind those pilings in a bigger swell.
Yeah. Just watch out for the barnacles, though.
Don't touch them.
No. They're sharp.
They are.
I remember when John Mel used to compete out here as an amateur. Pete used to get super scared.
See the barnacles too? They also are an indicator of the tide.
Yep.
The more barnacles you see, the lower the tide.
Correct.
When the barnacles disappear, you know you're at the high tide mark.
There's times
That's nature's tide meter right there.
in the wintertime, you see all the barnacles. That's how low the tides get here in SoCal too. But yeah, watch out with those things because you're going, 40 miles an hour into the pier. It can be dangerous.
We're going to take a break right now. Yolanda Hopkins out in the lead after her last ride. Tia Zabrowski in a solid second place, doing some solid surfing. Bonzoy Brew Break will be back after this.
We are currently at the Lexus US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, California, kicking off our one and only Rising Tide stop on the Challenger Series. And you know Sawyer Lindblad? Yes! This really is their first taste. They're getting to meet the pros, so it's kind of cool we get to kickstart their career with them, and then we get to follow them and cheer them on as they go through the draw.
The Q&A was super fun. The girls had lots of questions.
What's the biggest wave you guys ever surfed?
Tahiti, yeah. Chopu was the scariest wave I've ever surfed. They seem to be really competitive and serious.
I want to be a pro surfer when I grow up.
The young energy that they bring is like really inspiring, and it's just like, I remember feeling that way.
I think it just makes it fun because you get to be a bunch of girls who really inspire you, and one day you may even get to compete against them.
And they get the opportunity to be around the women that they've looked up to and to have kindness shared with them.
I like the one at Huntington.
Yeah, you guys.
Yeah, I like the US.
I mean, surfing is a metaphor for life, right? You never know what you're going to get.
I grew up being one of the little girls, and I got to surf with the girls I looked up to, and it was just such a special day. And so I'm sure that a bunch of them will be in the same spot, and that's just so cool to see. You want to be a part of it. You want to be one of the girls that are in the program. And the world kind of gets to share in that. Once you've done the program, you're a part of the family. We want new girls to get this experience and then be on our tours, and we get to root them on.
What a great event.
Yeah, and it works. The program works. We got 2 of the surfers out there right now that have been through this program before, and props to everybody on tours and comps, and Sawyer Lindblad, everybody showing up, Ella Kenworthy, Talia Swindoll, Jesse Van Niekerk, Zoe Benedetto.
Yeah.
Getting to see your idols right there, it's inspirational, and great to see them come down here in Huntington Beach.
Yeah, I've tried to sneak into a couple of those Rising Tides before. They just had to watch from the sideline.
Get out there, Uncle. You look good in yellow, though. I can attest.
Thanks, man.
I know.
You look great yourself today. We're sharing kindness. That's how we're starting the day. Hoag Hospital, that was actually one of their advice, so we're sharing kindness.
And it's not that hard to do either, people.
Yeah.
So go out there and make somebody smile today.
There you go. Well, Huntington Beach is being kind to Yolanda Hopkins. She's in the lead. Tia Zabrowski, the 14-year-old, showing that sharp surfing that earned her already a finals on the Challenger Series.
Yep. It seems like Yo-Yo got another wave right here, Kaipo.
Yeah. Couple more waves from Yolanda Hopkins. Did not change her scoreline, but these happened during the break.
This is just truly incredible, though. 613 on that one, so it doesn't improve. And the first time oh, no, she didn't, did she fall? No, she didn't, but it's an incomplete turn at the end. She hasn't fallen on 6 waves she's ridden so far, and she has converted on more than 4 waves above a 5-point ride.
Yeah.
I mean, when you consider that, how consistent it is, I know there's waves out there right now. That's incredible, though, to be able to do it in 20 minutes.
Yeah, front foot grip is
It's working.
Tell you. Grip up that board.
Nolan Rapose is a big fan of that, too.
Yeah.
Just, you know, surfing on that thing without a wetsuit top or anything just destroys your chest.
And Sofia Medina getting ready for her next heat. She's getting her Apple Watch. We do have the Apple Watches here at the Challenger Series, actually, for all the competitors. So what does that do? The Apple Watch gives you your scores, gives you your needs, and tells you when you have first priority.
Yep. It vibrates, right, when you get priority?
Yeah, when you get first priority, not only will it show you on the watch, on the display, but it also buzzes on your wrist. And maybe even used for communication. Looks like Yo-Yo might be using the walkie-talkie feature. There is a walkie-talkie feature on an Apple Watch, I swear, but I don't think it's part of the competitor's Apple Watch, but maybe on her personal. But yeah, did you know that, Mitchell?
I didn't.
So it's cool. Everyone who has an Apple Watch, there's a walkie-talkie app, and you can talk with other people from your Apple Watch to Apple Watch. It's really cool.
Yeah.
But you have to like be invited and if you had one, I would have to invite you, and you would have to accept my invitation. You can't call strangers on your Apple Watch. That would be weird. Telemarketers would be going crazy. They're already going crazy. Stop calling my phone.
I know.
If I don't know you.
How'd you get my number, by the way? Stop calling me at 8 a.m. on a Sunday. I need to sleep in.
Try traveling international when they call you at like 3 a.m.
Oh,
and
yeah.
stuff. They're just, yeah.
Do not disturb mode.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Funny me. 6 minutes remaining, and the story's the same here with Yolanda Hopkins out in the lead. Tia Zabrowski holding a solid second. Vaihiti Mahana Inso needs a 6.81. She's sitting in third priority. India Robinson with first priority needs a big number, nearing an excellent score, needs a 7.9.
Yeah, and that would be the highest score of the heat so far right now. Inso's not out of it. Had a couple of big 5s at the beginning of this heat, but now knowing that, you know, Yo-Yo's been on one this morning, Zabrowski has the ability to get close to a 7 with a single turn. Robinson, I feel like she needs to be looking at a right-hander here. Coming from that area of Janjuk, as you said, a lot of right-hand point breaks. You have a lot of good beach breaks too, but she's won at a right-hand point break at the Challenger Series level before. And, you know, another thing too about her, she's not afraid of a bigger section either. I mean, she goes for it. Sunset Beach, Haleiwa, we've seen that plenty of times. Same thing at Bells, but really want to see her catch a quality wave right here, because out of the 4 surfers out there right now with 5 minutes on the clock, she's the one that actually has the least amount of waves ridden. She's only caught 2 Kaipo, and it's really only been the 4.5 that could be considered a good wave for her so far.
Yeah, and her region in Victoria, you know, you talk about Bells and you talk
Phillip
about
Island,
and all that area gets a lot of swell too.
Consistent year-round, and we're having the next Longboard Tour event right there. So they know what to expect, and they're great competitors too. And I'd actually have to say, probably some of the most underrated surfers out of the country of Australia from that area too. Proximity to Melbourne, they have a major airport, they get to travel globally, pretty easy, a lot of straight flights from there. So for them, it's quite easy to be able to actually leave the country and travel internationally.
Yeah.
But just because you have that doesn't necessarily guarantee that you're getting a result.
Yeah. The only thing that's not easy in that region is surfing in August.
Just freezing.
Pretty cold.
5'4",
Pretty
hood,
cold.
gloves,
Yeah.
boots, everything. Yeah, not my cup of tea right there. I'm a tropical boy. I need my heat.
Well, the clock is ticking down, and we're hoping for some of the consistency to return. I feel inevitably with nearly 4 minutes remaining, there should be time for another set, but it might be coming right at the very end of this heat.
Here's Yo-Yo now, another left.
Couple nice snaps on the backhand, eyeing up this closeout section.
Dude.
And hooks it down.
She's got
Yolanda Hopkins.
energy. I mean, that's the one thing I'm seeing out there right now, energy, and that's a good way just to describe Yo-Yo as a person. Little fireball, little cannonball out there, and she goes for broke. Not afraid to go for the big end section turn, and she's caught 7 waves with this one right now. And another look at this one, Kaipo, looking to better a 6.57. Gets a little hung up on the first one. Really well done on the second, using that momentum and projection down the line, and converts well with that convergence section of the right and the left coming together right there on the pier bowl.
Punches the finish. We're waiting for the score. Will she extend her lead on the pack? And curious that she got that wave
under priority.
Under priority.
Yeah, nobody else wanted it. And that's the good thing about hovering on the inside on a day like today. When you know the swell is still on the rise, there are certain waves that double up on the inside, especially with the tide like we have it right now. It's not super low, it's more of an even tide. So there are a few of those that actually tend to benefit a lot of those surfers that sit on the inside. And if there's one person out there in the draw, I know Sally's won here before, she's our defending event champion, but when they believe in themselves, and if there's somebody that actually has that power of self-belief, it's the person in red. She's always had the odds stacked up against her. You know, she's not the best surfer, but she goes out there and makes sure that she's the best competitor within those 20, 30 minutes that she has.
Yolanda.
Yeah.
Yeah. And she charges too.
Goes for broke.
Yeah.
Not scared of anything. And I love that. I mean, people have made careers off of that. The score's in, it doesn't improve, but it's right around there once again.
Yeah, 6.53, so consistently hitting the 6 range for Yolanda Hopkins. She's likely going to just waltz through this heat, but that's a good indicator for her future heats, that she knows she can consistently, you know, get into that 6 range, because a lot of times, probably in the next round, a couple of 6s will get you through. You get to the quarters and semis,
yeah.
That's when you want to get 7s.
Yeah, head-to-head matchups right there. You got to compete differently. You got to know how to use and manage time differently. But look, with the 2 6s that she has as throwaways right now, she'd still be leading the heat.
That's impressive.
That's crazy, right? Big moment right here for both Robinson and Inso. And Zebrowski hovering around, trying to play some defense in second place right now, Kaipo. Seems like India might be having a look at a middle peak left over there, but, you know, where's Vi? She's only been on the forehand so far in this heat, and seems like Yo-Yo, another wave.
Yolanda Hopkins gets yet another wave and just gets caught up on the top. No harm, no foul, no problem. She'll remain in first place. 40 seconds remaining. And India Robinson in the blue jersey with first priority tracking a wave. Tia Zebrowski imposing her priority over Vaihiti Mahana.
Yeah, and Vi surfed a great heat, had the first few 5s in the first couple of minutes of the heat, but the difference maker in this one, the one strong turn on the backhand that really accentuated her style, the 6.9 to Zebrowski. So slight edge for her in comparison to the 5s that Vi had. And it seems like heat's going to come to a close. It's going to be Yo-Yo and Tia moving through right here, Kaipo.
So just a ride in for Yolanda Hopkins and a ride into the round of 16 later on today.
You think she gets tired?
No.
She's going to be surfing later today, too.
Yeah, it's a day to pace yourself, right?
You should, but with her, probably doesn't care. Go for it.
Yolanda Hopkins and Tia Zebrowski on to the round of 16. We're going to say goodbye to Vaihiti Mahana Inso and India Robinson, and we're going to say goodbye just for a moment at this commercial.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Yolanda Hopkins, Yo-Yo. Look, she's sprinting into the round of 16 after a win here in our opening heat. Saturday, Huntington Beach Pier, Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, always anchors up. Unfortunately, India Robinson eliminated from competition. She's going to have to set her eyes on stop number 4 in Ericeira, Portugal for the Challenger Series. Got a new challenge on the water, 4 new surfers. Teresa Bonvalo, Sofia Medina, Keala Tomota Bannert, and Eden Walla. 4 enter, 2 advance to the round of 16. It's Kaipo Girl, along with Mitchell Salazar, talking you through this morning's action. And we've already seen some great action.
We have first heat full of it. A lot of waves ridden in. 4 regions of the world represented in this heat right here, Kaipo.
We'll start off with the Portuguese surfer, Teresa Bonvalo.
Yeah, one of Europe's finest out there right now. So this comes through as a 5.67. Good calm on the forehand. There's a lot of waves that are comparable to this in the previous heat, so judges scoring it accordingly.
Sofia Medina.
Yeah, 3.67 on this one. It's a, you know, really creative carve right there on a wave that's moving at a fast pace, Kipes.
And Keala Tomona Bannert on the backhand. This was a 6.5, Mitchell.
So the best of the heat so far. Bannert, she's won an event at a beach break before over there in Jacksonville for U.S. Air Force Supergirl Pro. Good combo right there by the surfer out of Kauai. So good heat on her hands. Walla, barely 16 years of age. She turned 16 the other day.
How rad is this? You said Yolanda Hopkins is full of energy. She sprinted off the beach and she's already ready for her interview. Let's hear from Yo-Yo.
Kaipo, energy is maybe the definition of Yo-Yo, and you really showcased it, catching a wave in the first few seconds after the buzzer sounded in heat number 1. You've been out here all week, Yo-Yo. I've seen you grinding in the waves. Just how excited were you when you showed up to the beach and saw this for your heat?
I mean, I was talking to my coach yesterday, and yesterday afternoon it started to pick up, and I felt like I was having withdrawal symptoms from actually surfing because I've been grinding so hard. But I actually got some really good ones yesterday afternoon, and this morning, even in the dark, I got one backside one like with 2 turns, and then I shot the pier like through the dark, and I was like, oh my god, I almost killed myself this morning. So I was mega stoked straight away as soon as I paddled out, and then just going to the heat with just other 3 people out. I mean, dream, right? I just kept trying to catch as many waves as I could, kind of more like a free surf.
And it certainly showed up. You're on to the next round here at Huntington Beach. Before you let you go, get ready for it. Para o Portugal, explique sua mentalidade para esta competição.
A minha mentalidade está boa. Neste momento estou bastante confiante. As ondas finalmente subiram um bocadinho como eu gosto. Não estava com muita vontade de fazer o grind tentado na última semana, mas estou confortável, estou feliz com o meu surf, tenho estado a evoluir bastante, e eu e o John temos estado a fazer um grande trabalho com a minha equipa, mesmo lá em casa, em Portugal, e estou pronta para o CT.
Parabéns, she's confident and she's got ways that she likes. Watch out, Kaipo. Here she comes later today as well.
Thank you.
Well, during that interview, no waves ridden, so the situation remains the same as before that interview. Keala out in the lead, Teresa Bonvalo right there, the Portuguese surfer. Nearly, oh man, she nearly made the championship
by one
tour
spot, right?
By one spot. That was a
one spot in a heat.
Yeah, in the final at Haliva.
Yeah, number 5 on the women's regional QS. She's been a top 10, top 15 surfer on the Challenger Series for a number of years now. And now with the field extended to 7 qualifiers instead of just 5, you know, her chances increase, but so do everybody else's.
Sofia Medina on the backhand, little sister of 3-time world champ Gabe Medina.
Well served.
And she's been coming into her own as a professional surfer as well. She's got a great path by her older brother.
Yep.
And great coaching by her dad, Charlie.
Yeah, she was 5 spots away from qualifying last year in the Challenger Series, number 10 right there, but did automatically requalify. Still a junior, by the way, which is crazy. And she gets her best score right here, Kaipo.
4.17 for this effort.
Yeah, so a well-surfed wave, smaller one, and judges considering that too with the lack of critical sections out there. You know, and given that we have seen more than 12 points in a heat in the first 2 of the morning, I feel like this could maybe end up as your backup score, but I feel like it's also going to be a throwaway for Sofia. Competing well, though, in the first 7.5 minutes of this one. Nada Maracias, an excellent beach break. I mean, we're talking world-class waves right there. It's not necessarily a perfect barreling beach break, but it has a lot of differences, and I feel like that's a perfect spot for you to be able to create a great competitor like Sofia.
And both Sofia and Gabe, the Medinas, have been spending a lot of time in those Sao Paulo wave pools as well. All the Brazilians have. They've really been tidying up their whole surfing.
We got invited, by the way.
We did?
Yeah, Leandro Dora, he said next time we go down there, we got to hit him up.
This is real good news?
Yeah.
So we are going for the Challenger Series in Saquarema, so I guess we're going to book some time in October.
Gonna try? Yeah.
No, let's go. For real, looks like a good time.
It does. It's a quality wave.
Leandro, we're coming. Keala Tomora Bannert, number 2 in the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region, had a brilliant amateur career coming through all the Hasas, hailing out of the island of Kauai.
Beautiful island, by the way, too. A lot of quality waves right there. Small community, and it still feels that way. A lot of great surfers despite the small location where she's from.
Yep, just don't bring a photographer.
Yep, pretty simple. Same thing as yards. You don't shoot yards. Simple as that. You go out there.
Did you say the word just now?
Oh,
Martin Lynch gets mad when you say back when yards.
Well, I say, you know, back end of the word. That's it.
Okay, it's a secret.
Yeah.
No, it's not. 21 minutes remaining, and Eden on the backhand. Snap. Whoa. And just pulled the nose out right there. One more. That's some quick work by the 16-year-old. Her first ride, but she waited for 10 minutes for that ride, but that was a quality surfed wave. North America, number 5 on the QS. Such a young age already to have those type of standing.
Yeah, 100%. And there was a resemblance right there with Courtney Conlog, the person that she's working with right here at this event too. But comes from an amazing family. Father John, a firefighter, mom Megan, and younger brother Zion eventually is going to qualify for this. She had a priority too, so this was an important way for her to actually not miss. Barely got into it. First turn, she said, critical, almost upside down. Gets a little hung up coming out of the second one, but she's going to convert with a good score.
Yeah, 5.33 coming back to the score bug. There you can see. Eden now just a 1.18 will get her into second place. And actually, second place is up for grabs just because all 3 surfers still with only 1 wave in their heat total.
Yeah, and that's, you know, the big reason and why Sofia wanted to get 2 waves quickly on. Just get things going, make sure you're in the lead. You never know what these long period southwest swells could be a delay and some consistency out there. So at least you're in the lead. There's a comfort level to that too, and you get into a better priority order as well.
Yeah, you gotta listen to Rob Bass and DJ Easy Rock. It takes 2
to tango.
It just takes 2 to get.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
You got it.
I know. And I'm a big hip hop fan. I should have recognized that.
I know, but that was ancient hip hop. I'm sorry. that was like the beginning. That was pre-digital.
Yeah, that was even before like De La Soul and those guys too.
Mm.
I know. EYE no. There's John. Court in the background too. Noah Cohen, great surfer out of Canada, now manager to the Stars.
Yeah.
There's little Zion
there
too.
There they are.
That kid rips, by the way. Check out his Instagram. He started Pascuales a few weeks ago.
The stuff he's doing at Pascuales is crazy. You see that little human right there?
Yeah.
That little human drops into like 10-foot waves.
I mean, for him, that's like a 30-foot wave.
Crazy.
But yeah, he's a madman.
These kids these days.
No, and every now, I mean, John and Megan bring them everywhere, and I'm like, John, dude, you do so much for your kids. If you're not getting water time yourself, I'm gonna make sure to like babysit them for 30 minutes and go catch 2 waves.
What a nice uncle.
Well, I have to be. I mean, so many of these kids, like, you know, props to the parents that they do a lot for them, and it's really cool to see them get to this point right here, and especially, you know, for a lot of the surfers from SoCal, Huntington's an important place for them too.
Yeah.
You have to eventually compete here, amateur, professional level, and Eden's no stranger to this wave.
Yeah, that's what I tell the kids coming up through the ranks. When you get into kind of your like first Grom searches or something where there's some cash prizes,
Yep.
even as an amateur, you get those cash prizes. I tell the kids, take that cash, give it straight to mom and dad for gas money for them. That they've been driving you around for your whole life to every single contest. There's a lot of commitment that comes being a surf parent.
Or put it into a savings account. I mean, what are you going to spend it on anyways? It's like your parent paid for everything anyways, so might as well save it and eventually have it on a rainy day.
I say, as a father, I say pay the parents back for the gas money.
I'm not there yet, so you have a different perspective than I do.
You can save later after you pay dad back. No, I'm kidding.
Just buy me some Starbucks and I think we're even.
Oh, we don't want to talk about my Starbucks bill with the kids, bro. They think Starbucks grows on trees, bro. Just falls from heaven for free. $7 cup of coffee.
Oh,
bro.
man. That's why I make my brew at home.
Yeah, there you go. 17 minutes remaining in the quiet south side of the pier right now. Sophia Medina, you know, she's got a master strategist in her dad, Charlie.
Yep.
And I think he gave her some good advice to get busy early because she's the only surfer that can kind of be comfortable right now.
At the moment, yeah.
At the moment. Although the other surfers, their single waves are all higher than her highest wave, so
correct.
She's got to be prepared to answer back, and she definitely needs to improve upon that 3.67.
Yeah, and she's sitting closer to the middle peak too, so broken away from the rest of the pack as well. See her results right there. One keeper, I'd say the 9th could eventually go into your top 5, Kaipo, but the 17th, that's definitely a throwaway for her.
Yeah, and so that's one of the two allotted throwaways.
Yeah. But I would say you make 2 finals and, you know, it makes up, it compensates for the throwaways that you will have if that's the case.
Right. And so 3rd place in this round would be an equal 17th, and that would be considered pretty much, other than you make a final, a throwaway. So you definitely, for the women, actually, we're looking at top 7 at the end of seven events, you really want to at least make it to the quarterfinals.
Yeah. Yeah, and I mean, just looking at Nadia's results the last few years, how good of a year did she have? She made it to the quarters more than 4 times and still wasn't able to qualify based off of that. So even still, it's not a guarantee.
Yeah. Well, hey, let's check in with another member of our broadcast team and a tremendous musician, a man of many talents, DJ, Chris Cote. What do you got?
Yeah, thanks, team. Well, I got some board information. So over the past 4 days or so, most surfers in the draw have been riding their epoxy boards, super high-tech surfboards in the paddock behind me. We're talking to the Channel Islands camp, and this includes Taya Swindell, who's right here. A lot of surfers now switching back over to their more traditional PU boards. Obviously, we've got some push out there, some wedges coming through. So you're going to see a lot of tires switched, if you will, from those black boards, some of those bright white epoxy surfboards, back over to just the more traditional race cars that we have. The PU boards are coming out today because the waves are kind of firing right now.
I love it. What's the vibe there in the Bonzoy athlete area?
It's pretty relaxed, but you can feel a little bit of a higher level of pressure. You know, now that we're getting later in the rounds, the stakes are raising, and these surfers are getting in the zone. You got surfers out here in the next heat coming up. They're kind of with their camps on the beach. You got other surfers behind me warming up and, you know, headphones on, punk rock music maybe, just getting ready to go out there, knowing that they're going to get a lot of opportunities. So you can feel excitement, you know, you can feel a little bit of stress in some cases, but overall, it's a pretty relaxed atmosphere in the Bonsoy athlete area at the moment. We'll see when the sun comes out. It's probably going to be going off in here.
Hey, Chris, you had the chance here to compete in the 90s too. What's been the biggest difference you've seen over the course of a 30-year period here at the Open?
Just way better surfing. Way better surfing.
I like it. Chris Cote, thank you for the update. It's great to have Chris. Like I said, multi-talented. I mean, great writer.
Musician.
Check out Encinitas Magazine. Musician.
DJ.
Check out Sunbender.
Yep.
I think he was DJing last night over at a function.
He's hosting the Snap 5 premiere tonight too.
Snap 5 big premiere tonight. Wow, so many things to do. That's one of the tales here at Huntington Beach. Teresa Bonvolo surfing into the pier. and she's looking to back up her 5.67. She just did so.
You know, that's actually a good point you make right there. There's a lot of distractions outside of the competition, and you want to make sure that you're actually still focused on the task ahead, and that's making it through as many rounds as you can. And that's a big difference in comparison to this event and the rest of the Challenger Series schedule. You have basically a municipality around the contest area right here. So many activations, a lot of events to go to, and got to make sure you're actually focusing on competing.
Well, a focused Sofia Medina here with 2 big snaps, and you just by the body language, that was just a subtle claim because she knew she surfed that wave well.
Yeah, that'll be improving on the 3.67, but we do have a couple of scores to come through though. And Tamara Bannert, she takes the lead on her last one, Kaipo, momentarily at least.
Yeah, that'll be a momentary with that 3.6 that she just scored here. She comes again. Keala looks down the line, carves on the Paisel, little late to that one, and it's going to pay for that.
Yeah, tried to fit on the 2-for-1 right there, and I know there probably wasn't availability for just one strong at the end, and you know, pay the price. Don't think she's going to improve on the 3.6, but does have the best score of the heat still at this point, the 6.5 on her opener, and that was on a left-hander too. That's the rip that you were talking about. See how all 3 of those surfers on screen right there, they're just getting pushed towards the pier the entire time. And red, fortunately, Teresa, she's close to the outer side of the pilings, pretty close to the outside part of the break already. Oh, interesting wave choice right there by Eden. She was looking for probably one big end section turn right there. Too quick. And there's some Bonvalo. Only needing a low 2. She's going to be able to get this and a bit more, Kaipo. Good read right there. Great combination of 2 turns. And then this is the wave that you were talking about. Good variation of maneuvers right here from Medina. Brings it down with the carve and then into the lip, you know, throws the tail out just slightly. I feel like that's going to improve on her best too, the 4.17. And this is just a small misread. Brought it down slightly too much, Kaipo, and lost enough speed to not be able to convert on that second section right there, Tamara Bannert.
Well, Bonvalo goes to the lead, 6.27. Just drops for the Portuguese surfer. Still waiting for scores for Keala Tamara Bannert. That score comes in for Keala at a 3 point. No, we're still waiting for the score for Sofia Medina and Keala. We'll come back with those scores. We'll come back with more. We'll come back with surfing and all the other stuff that's involved here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Don't go anywhere.
The Challenger Series is the battlefield.
Pray for me. Surfing brings me to all these places and connects us all. We're good friends, but competing is competing. Every heat is a fight for everyone's lives.
She has been smashed on those rocks.
The stakes are higher, the pressure's higher.
The more we get heat, the more we stand up.
Yeah, you can check out Prime Surfer Girls Season 3. You can find Sofia Medina and track her series through all of the challenges. Global travel for the Brazilian surfer. Here she is on the paddle back out. just scored a 5.4. Medina goes to second and advancing position. This happened during the break.
Yeah, so this one comes in as her best, a 5.4. Unfortunately for her, her last two waves actually move her up into second place, Kaipo. So with 8 minutes to go, in a good spot right here to make it out of the round.
Yeah, solid strategy, solid surfing by Sofia Medina.
Might be going left here, it seems. Split peak, maybe?
On the backhand, our heat leader, Teresa Bonvolo, hooks it up there late. You saw her get hung up, unfortunately.
That was a defensive move, though. Had a priority, but good pressure by both Tamara Bannert and Walla, who were close to her, to force to go her on that wave. And it seems like Medina also on the left wasn't able to get anything going. And, you know, looking to improve on a 5.1. Doesn't seem like she's going to do that. Well, paddle battle right here. She's looking to recover third priority as Bonvolo over Medina.
Kicking, scratching, going.
Big point of the heat, too.
And she's going to get priority over Medina for sure.
She does. This is a good wave coming in right here, this right. Oh, under everybody else. And those are the double ups that look good, and they eventually just fade out.
Mirages.
Yep.
The Huntington Beach Mirage.
This is it, though. Second wave of the set. Walla's got to be on this, Kipes.
Oh, she's eyeing up a right. Eden. Looks like a quality wave. Winds up off the bottom. Big snap off the top. Wants a little bit more. Late to that one, but glue foots it just for a second. Unable to ride out. I thought she had it.
Yeah, I thought so too. And with how critical the first section was and how nice the timing was, I feel like she was close to getting the 5.
Quick snap by Teresa Bonvolo. Let's go down to the beach for AJ McCord. She's with a 2-time U.S. Open champ, Courtney Conlog.
And Courtney, very invested in this heat. As we watch Eden, you've been coaching her a little bit this year. You have had such success here at Huntington, and to be back now inspiring and coaching the next generation, just how do you do it?
I think it's just for me sharing that knowledge, you know. I've been watching Eden for quite a while when I was coaching the U.S. team in Brazil and El Salvador, and had the opportunity to work with her a little bit, and she asked me to be in her corner for this event, and you know, she's surfs absolutely amazing, so it's just getting her on the right waves. And you know, Huntington has a way of being a little bit cheeky and doing that to her right now, but plenty of time on the clock, and yeah, she's got it.
Absolutely. We saw you having a pretty good convo with her before she paddled out. What was kind of your last message to her?
That one's between me and her, you know. She and I, we always dialogue just about her headspace, and then, you know, surfing what's in front of you. And today, Huntington blessed us with some beautiful waves. It's clean, have like some 2 or 3 foot swell, and yeah. So just wanted to have fun and get on some opportunities so she could put on a show.
Speaking of having fun, Huntington does seem to provide so many different faces throughout the U.S. Open. And when you have somebody who has an air game and a rail game, just how do you balance making sure all of that can get showcased?
Sometimes the heat doesn't allow you to showcase everything, you know, and the wave. And so what you have to do is see what the waves are going to allow you to do and just surf it to the best of your ability. And you know, these waves give you opportunities to do quite a bit, but you have to let it present itself. So, yeah, Huntington looks so fun. I can't wait to like get out there myself after the heat and yeah, get a few waves of my own on a single fin.
Oh, we got a little side heat going on. Make sure we get a camera on court when she paddles out a little bit later. Thanks for joining us.
Sneaky over there.
Don't worry, we got a camera. We'll get it in. We'll get in the highlights.
The Sea Tiger.
Yeah.
Courtney Conlog.
An amazing human being, and, you know, a great person giving back to the community. She might be on lifeguard duty later on today, too, now working as a city lifeguard here for the city of Huntington Beach.
It's kind of cool. She got into prone paddling, too.
Yeah.
Long distance prone paddling, which is close to my heart, which a sport that I love. Here we go. Eden with a 3.3.
Yeah, just a little late right here to the second section. First turn's really critical, but as you said, you know, she had to double pump right there on the second bottom turn, which just makes you lose that extra second that you have. And, you know, Courtney mentioned her progressive surfing. We have seen her compete in the Ladybirds over at the Stab High in Japan as well, so haven't seen that so far in this heat.
Yeah, well, she needs a 5.18, and an easy way to get that score and advance out of this heat would be to stand up and do an air.
Yeah,
you'll
straight air.
You'll get a 5 right there. I guarantee you, nice poppy straight air.
Be sick. The section's out there, too. So Tamara Banner here, first priority needing just a 4.
She doesn't even need an air. She just needs 2 carbs.
Or even 1 strong turn. I mean, she's been close to it 2 times, the 3.6, 1 turn, the 3.4, 1 turn. Here goes Eden, though, under priority.
Looking for something, not going to get anything on that one as it tapers.
Wow,
into the pier.
Teresa's really respecting her at the moment. Both her and Medina are playing the defense game against her.
Oh, yeah.
That's a 16-year-old, by the way.
They're going to gang tackle her right now with priority.
And look at Sophia. I can guarantee you that as soon as Eden moves past her, she's going to redirect. There she goes.
She is not letting her out of the sight.
They know how dangerous she is. Everybody in this event, dude, we saw a 14-year-old advance in the last heat against a surfer who's been on the CT and against Vai Inso, who's one of the most promising surfers out of the Hawaii Tahiti Nui region. Like
some great heats.
The youth nowadays is so good, Kaipo, and I feel like qualification age is going to slowly and surely start to diminish each and every year. I feel like it already has in the past 2 or 3.
Yeah, we're having, well, next CT event we're going to have the youngest, the wild card competitor, youngest competitor in a championship tour event.
12, Kaliani Galina.
Yeah, Kalia Galina.
Yeah,
Little Miss Tiaopo.
Yeah. I bought a necklace off of her last year, actually.
You did?
Yeah, pearl necklace.
Yeah.
I think.
That Big Island Ryan's a cool guy too.
Yeah, yeah.
He's the one that's relocated from the Big Island of Hawaii to Tahiti to live his life over there, and he's quite a surfer himself.
Yeah, that little river mouth wave gets really fun too. Crowded though in the afternoon.
That's for the kids.
Why do you think it's my spot? I'm a kid at heart, Kipes.
90 seconds remaining, and Medina tracking Walla.
Wow, they all moved together too. Even Tamara Bannard as well.
Well, Keala's got a big opportunity. If a wave comes through, she does have that priority, so she can just place herself wherever she wants.
Actually, a bigger part, and that's actually Mirai Ikeda from the next heat. So
oh, no.
Only 3 surfers moving all the way to the south, and you can see the buoy, that orange buoy way on the outside. That's actually the borderline right there for the contest area. You can't go outside of that. Oh!
Uh-oh, that's could be a switch in priority right there for Medina. Maybe a little bit opportunity for Eden.
Eden did paddle last though. Yeah, so I think it's gonna stay the same. Yeah. It's a big moment in the heat though, right there, keeping her off that wave. But since Eden did paddle last, priority's gonna stay the same, Kaipo. Close heat once again. Second place 10.5, third place 10.1, and Eden's still in the heat, needing a 5.18, but unless she gets on this wave, this heat's over. Here she goes, Kaipo. Smaller one.
Small one needs a big move on this small wave. Loading up here. Oh! Tries to punch it there. I saw the effort, and it was a worthy effort. She knows she needs to do something big on that small wave, but we're going to say goodbye to Eden Walla, as well as Keala Tamara Bannards. Holding priorities also going to be eliminated. It's going to be Teresa Bonvala and Sofia Medina moving on into the round of 16.
Yeah, the 2 top seeds moving through, the Portuguese surfer and the Brazilian, looking for big results right here at the Open, and good performances by both of them. Got a couple more heats at the women's round of 32 to go, Kipes.
Yeah, we got to finish off. We got 2 more heats in the round of 32, so stick around for those heats here in Huntington Beach. And when we return, we're going to say good morning to Chris Cote, Tana Gudauskas, and Rosie Hodge here at the U.S. Open of Surfing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. There's Teresa Bonvallo coming through with a win, moving through that round of 32 heat alongside Sofia Medina, Luz Kiala, Tamara Bannert, and Eden Walla. The waves are looking super fun. We got that finals day feeling already, and we're still in the round of 32. You got Bella Kenworthy, Alyssa Spencer, Mirai Ikeda, and Talia Swindoll. So this is going to be a real fun heat to watch. Feel like here on Saturday, this is where the marathon becomes a sprint. After this, you've got the round of 16, and then you're into finals day, right? Most likely, you're going to see these surfers paddle out with urgency because they know full well they're going to get a lot of opportunity, a lot of waves coming through. This is getting serious right now. I'm Chris Cote. This is Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gudauskas. So far this morning, we've seen some big numbers, big performances. I'm excited for this heat.
Yeah, and I think just seeing the athletes' energy this morning has been so impressive. A lot of these women waiting a long time to get their first heat underway at the US Open of Surfing.
Well, yesterday you get the ball rolling, right? And today everything is condensing. The competition is only getting stronger. The heats are only getting gnarlier. So you know you really have to bring your very best on a day like today.
So 30-minute heats, of course, same rules with priority, as well as our top two surfers moving on. First wave ridden here by Alyssa Spencer. She has been right there on the edge of qualification and looks like she means business this morning. That was sick.
Oh my word, that was sick. That second turn was surprising. I can't believe she pulled that off. Coming away with an 8. Alyssa Spencer, you know, I surf with her. We live close to each other, and I get to see her on a regular basis, and her front side turns are so dynamic and electrifying, actually, and I love that she pairs that with that bright spray on a morning like today.
And just like that, within the first couple of minutes of this heat, she just tied the highest single wave score for the women, along with Kira Pinkerton. And I mean, this was an easy call for the judges.
Well, what a gift this wave was. Just high quality wave, high quality surfing, and well rewarded, especially that last maneuver, really accentuating that rail line. The 817 is just such a great way to open up a heat, and that's like your game plan going into a heat. This is what it's all about, and she's just executing so perfectly.
And you're right, Tanner. I mean, that's kind of become her signature airbrush. Sometimes you see surfers and they make their rise to stardom. They stick with that design on their board, and it becomes part of their whole deal.
Yeah, and in this case, a lot of times on the QS, having a bright spray, it can't hurt you. It helps bring that energy into your surfing, and it looks electrifying. And that second turn was so impressive. She really hit off of the white water there. It's a tricky section as it's coming towards the pier. She did a really great job to bring that down.
I love how glassy it is this morning. This is just your classic traditional Huntington Beach day. Wedges up and down the beach, rights and lefts, plenty of push, good, powerful end section. And Alyssa Spencer, I mean, that must have been one of those waves where she was paddling into it going, are you kidding me? This is how I'm going to start my heat? This thing is perfect.
She deserves it too. I mean, she's been putting in the hard yards all season long, coming down to Huntington, prepping in the subpar conditions to see her start off like that and tee up on a wave like that. I feel like she deserves it, and it's really set the tone for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, once you get that, it's interesting. When you start your heat with a score like that, it gives you so much grace with the rest of your time in the heat. Now, Alyssa's looking 23 minutes. She realistically is going to lock it down. She's going to make her way back to getting priority and close this heat down over these other girls.
So Bella Kenworthy, that stat you saw beneath her, Bolito champion, most times in the past decade or so. You win Bolito, you're probably going to make it onto the championship tour. And I think the same goes here for the Lexus US Open of Surfing. You win here, and you know, I haven't gone through all the stats. I'm not very good at math, but my heart tells me that if you win here or if you win Bolito, you're most likely going to get onto that championship tour. That's what happened with Bella Kenworthy. So again, two of the most important events on the calendar, South Africa and right here in HB. With the extended Challenger Series, though, more opportunities to win and or lose. So the stakes, of course, become higher. And momentum is huge on the Challenger Series.
Definitely, and looking at Bella's rookie season on the championship tour, probably one of my most impressive surfers that I've watched. I mean, on the extended tour, she didn't make the cut to carry on this season, but she will be back on the championship tour next year with the expansion of the women's tour. But yeah, she's been incredibly impressive, and just stoked to see the way that she's surfing.
And I also like what you were talking about, Chris, getting your rhythm. These are long years for these competitors, and what Bolito and the U.S. Open represent is that middle ground. And what you can do here is you create a spark that you carry, and it almost feels like you sprint to the end of the season. And I feel like you find a lot of guys and girls transferring the heat that they get from these contests and finishing strong for a qualification campaign.
Whoa, Talia Swindell representing Malibu. Up and at it. Goes down on that turn, but I love that thought process. Just get out there and drop hammers. You know, like, I think even though this is the first heat for some of the women in the draw, you're gonna do yourself a big favor if you just throw caution to the wind early on in this heat. You know you're gonna get plenty of waves throughout the 30-minute heat. I love to see a surfer roll the dice and just go for it early on.
Well, she knows the caliber of surfers that she's up against. She's best friends with Bella Kenworthy, actually traveling with her to some stops on the championship tour in Australia, doing free surf sessions with her. But Talia, I mean, just coming back from that injury, winning in Barbados back in April, and seeing her here on the Challenger Series, just stoked to see the mindset that she's got.
And we got a good mix of surfboards in the water as well. So Mariah Ikeda there just a minute ago. She's on a Chris Borst surfboard. Alyssa Spencer, Channel Islands. Talia Swindell's got that Almeric shape beneath her feet as well. And Bella Kenworthy, of course, the Mayhem. So with 20 minutes, 57 seconds left, Teresa Bonvalot has been doing it at an elite level for quite some time now, and she showed us why. She's at the top of the field. She just got a heat victory. She's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
Teresa, we were just talking about how fantastic the waves are, but the strategy is really important when they're coming the way that they are with that consistency. How did you approach this heat?
Yeah, I mean, at least we got some waves. It's still tricky because it's not very consistent. It's been kind of slowing down. There's some heats with a lot of waves, some heats like kind of more slow. So you kind of have like to be prepared for that and try to nail every time that you get an opportunity and don't fall. So yeah, I'm happy to make it through.
Third event of the Challenger Series here in 2025. You've been very consistent to start the season. How are you executing that and carrying that consistency from event to event?
I'll say it hasn't been that quite easy. I mean, we all have life happening. Sometimes you in a down moment, sometimes you are in a higher moment. It's just like how you kind of try to block everything for when you get the jersey on. And yes, I'm trying to be present, trying to enjoy the moment. It's been like almost 2 weeks, like proper hard here in Huntington. I mean, the waves didn't really show for like until today. So it's been like still really struggle for everyone. And yes, still anyways, trying to be active and trying to be present and appreciate it about being here. And now finally I'm competing almost on finals day. It's like the contest finished tomorrow, so that's not what you were expecting of, but I guess it's what it is, and I'm excited and I'm ready for the next heat.
We're looking forward to seeing the next one. Before we let you go, Paru, Portugal, me diga sobre cómo você preparou para esta competição em Huntington Beach.
Tem sido difícil. Neste caso temos tido ondas muito pequenas. Acho que o meu último mês foi este tipo de mar. Tivemos lá canoa que também não houve ondas. Acho que às vezes é difícil estar o mais presente e tentar realmente focar na água, porque estamos dentro da água e ficamos a boiar. E eu já às vezes faço isso e não quero. Mas pronto, tenho tentado estar aqui o mais presente possível, com uns dias mais difíceis do que outros. Mas estou contente de continuar na prova e continuar a dar o meu máximo, quer seja 20, 50, 100, se for o meu 100% hoje, estou feliz com isso.
Parabéns.
Obrigada.
Thank you, AJ. That's an interesting perspective. I didn't even think about that because, in the grand scheme of this event, so many heats have gone down already. So much surfing has happened. But for Teresa right there saying, feels like she's already at finals day. She's only surfed once. It feels like we've seen her surfing 10 times, probably just because of the extended period that we have here, all the way back from Saturday when we started with longboarding. That was that was interesting. I didn't even think of that perspective.
Yeah, we didn't run the event on Wednesday. The surf was just not there to hold the competition. So yeah, these women that have been seeded into this round of 32, this is the first time that they're surfing in this event. So it's very condensed these next 2 days for them to compete multiple times to the final.
I feel bad for some of these competitors because, like she said, she was here a little bit early for the event, but she couldn't really warm up. We've had a consistent run of waves in California, in Southern California specifically. It's been really fun this whole summer season. So it did kind of, the flip switched a little bit right there, but obviously it looks like it's turned back on. We're going to have waves all the way through the weekend to finish strong, and then there's going to be plenty more swell coming after the event as well.
Yeah, I always tell all my friends, old and young, watch as much of the U.S. Open as possible and learn. You will surf better. You might even surf a little bit like Alyssa Spencer if you're lucky, if you keep practicing enough. That was another ripping little left-hander for Alyssa Spencer. I mean, she started off with one of the highest single wave scores of the entire women's bracket with that 817. I feel like she just backed it up in a solid way. And Tanner, you said it earlier, her forehand is so sharp.
Both ways. Her backhand is incredible as well, but she's really utilizing the forehand perfectly here with these two-turn outside maneuvers. I feel like it presents so well for the judges to just be able to digest it. They look clean, they look large. This is a little bit of a smaller wave to her first one, but again, did a great job. First turn creates a space coming into that big section and finishes strong.
She's going for it on that end section too. Both of those waves she's had. She's thrown everything at that final turn. Mariah Akeda started off with a 3-5. This is her second wave rated. Nice little left. I like that snappy backside whip right there.
I love the support on the beach. Just hearing that as a competitor out there, having that support and feeling that really lift your performance as you're going in a heat. It feels pretty special. It's been so rad to see this little group of Japanese supporters down there every day.
I feel like that's the other side, the side contest, right? Who can be the raddest support group? We saw earlier on in the longboarding event, Filipino crew, they won that by a mile. But down here, I mean, Team Japan is representing super well, and they're being represented well by Mariah Akeda, who's already, I feel like she's going to make a big name for herself in this contest.
Chris, also, Mariah was the heat the day prior. On the first day, you and I called that, where she strategically paddled from the outside to the inside, and she had her support crew legitimately like 100 feet from her while she was taking off on the shoreline, and she crushed that heat. She really flipped it on its head, got a lot of opportunity going. So she has a flexible competitive strategy. That was a great ride here.
She's setting trends.
Well, just looking at her WSL run just this season, I mean, she surfed 9 or 10 events already. So competitively, she's so switched on. She's coming straight from the wave pool event in Korea. She got a final there. So, you know, when you're competing that much, Tanya, and you got so many reps, just it's almost becomes muscle memory, having these different strategies when you're competing.
It helps you deal with the micro adversities that you come across in these heats. Okay, a bad start, a funky bobble. You're doing it so much day in and day out that you're able to just see the bigger picture, and you just keep going, keep making it happen. She seems consistent. That last wave specifically, she just has a really nice vertical approach, and she always feels like she comes down with the big scores.
And I love that you just used micro adversities and funky bobble in one sentence. That's my favorite descriptive line of the entire week. Thank you, Tanner. And you talk about micro adversities. Do these surfers in these heats, are they compartmentalizing, the heats like, okay, beginning, middle, end? Is there different strategies that you go through within the span of a 30-minute heat?
So every competitor is going to be different, right? Like, I think a lot of it is your own story and arc through being a competitive surfer, but certain things feel like they click at times, and then for other reasons, wow, that was a great ride for Talia, things can feel like they're not clicking. So a micro adversity, it can pile up on you. I love that we're going for the micro-reversey, but it is true. You know, like certain things, Rosie, right? Like you feel like you had a bad night's sleep, a funky breakfast, and you're bringing it all to the beach. And realistically, you just have to present 30 minutes on a day and make the heat, and then you go to the next day.
You walk through a portal, right, before you get into the water. You go through that doorway, and you have to leave everything else behind you and really apply all your focus to what's happening in the span of that 30-minute heat. We just saw a really great exchange here. Talia Swindell went off on this wave.
Yeah, Talia finding this little pier ball right-hander. We know the two-turn combo. The judges love it. Good little finish there for her. Better wave on her scoreline now, and just a good starting point for her to get back in this heat.
We got 12 minutes, 24 seconds left. Alyssa Spencer in control right now with an 8.17 and a 5.83. 2 waves ridden for Alyssa. Both of them utilized and maximized. Talia Swindell now is going to be rewarded with a great number. I think that was one of the better turns we've seen of this heat. Comes through at a 5.77. So she jumps up into second place. And here goes Mirai Ikeda. Now that wave just ran away from her. She's currently sitting in second. Bella Kenworthy just with a 1.93. So over half this heat has gone by, and Bella Kenworthy only able to ride 1 wave, but we're sure that will change within the next 11 minutes and 46 seconds. We're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with the culmination of a round of 32, Heat 7. We'll be right back.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
As we roll into the round of 32, every heat becomes that much more important. After this, we got the round of 16, and then it's straight into the quarterfinals. So this is where the marathon becomes a sprint. At the moment, with 9 minutes and 14 seconds left, we got Alyssa Spencer representing Encinitas, California, who has left no wave unripped. She's got an 8.17 and a 5.83 for a massive 14-point heat total. Talia Swindell just went back-to-back on waves. She got a 5.77 and a 5.83. She's now in second place. Mirai Ikeda just dropped from second to third. She has a 3.5 and a 4.9. And this happened during the break. Alyssa Spencer back at it. And that's just a 1.73. So I think that was the funky bobble that we were mentioning earlier on. That wave got kind of weird, but that turn right there, one turn was enough for a 5.83. That was a solid snap there from Talia Swindell. And then Mirai Ikeda comes through. Lefts are looking real fun right now.
So fun, and we are going to see that south swell start to build even through today, and it's great to see that really turn on for us. Mariah looking sharp on the backhand. She's just kind of struggled to put a complete ride together, I feel like. There's just been that little bit of a missed time on her surfing that's kind of holding her back in this heat.
8 minutes left. Nice peak coming through here. Bella Kenworthy at it. Perfect snap right in the pocket. Adds a second turn. Tanner, I know you've seen Bella surf from probably, what, age 4 when she started, and her trajectory into super surf stardom has been real. This is a real fun ride to watch. As we see now, Mariah Keita just caught behind, but tell us a little bit of the scattering report on Bella.
Yeah, so I'm stoked that you asked that, because I was thinking Bella Kenworthy is such a special individual. Her style is snappy, it's aggressive, yet she is, her disposition as a person is so mild. She's incredible. She's so sweet. She comes from a big family in San Clemente. Of course, her dad, Jason Kenworthy, was one of the filmers and a part of the Lost Generation, Snapping Turtle Productions, worked with Chris Ward, all the original San Clemente crew. So the younger Kenworthy, as we call them, the Snapping Turtles, there's about 4 or 5 of the kids, and Bella is at the top of the clan, and she just rips. They're always down at lowers every day, putting in the time. She, I feel like in the last 5 years, has really just blossomed. She's developed into this radical surfer. She's always had the aerials. She kind of came from a skate background from a really young age. Her and her friends had the iconic pink helmet posse, which we all loved. And it's just rad, man. Like her arc into professional surfing, it's just been really fun to watch. And she's still going strong. You know, she's still improving. And even on that backside wave there, she has that extra whip and snap that it's really electric.
Talked to her dad earlier. Her youngest sister is going to be in her first surfing event coming up this weekend. So good luck. As we see now, Alyssa Spencer not needing any luck. She is dominating in this heat right now. And, you know, coming up from Encinitas, California, you can imagine that her preparation, I mean, she's probably surfed 1 million heats at Huntington Beach already. You know, this is a coliseum that you have to go through if you're a rising star out of Southern California. You know, there's a different type of surf event pretty much every weekend here. So she has plenty of experience. And Mariah Keita now, who went from 2nd down to 4th, is now answering back. 2 big backside snaps. Almost went down on the 3rd turn, but fit it in. She's looking for a 6.70. Crew says that was enough. We'll see what the judges say.
Oh, yeah. I think something that I'm picking up on here, Chris, as we watch, is that today has a lot more current rushing from the south than it has in the last couple of days. And what happens when you approach these waves, and Alyssa's doing such a great job, and we notice here with Mariah on her last turn, you're rushing through the pocket as the water is coming with you, so your turns feel very fast, yet you have to transfer right here into an oncoming right, and that's where the energy comes against you. And a lot of times, it's really actually hard to pull those last maneuvers, because it's such a twist from going down the line laterally and then now pushing back at you. And a lot of times it's hard to judge how much power is coming at you. And Alyssa, she's utilized that frontside layback so well, because you can kind of take your foot off the gas at the right moment. You keep your eyes on what's happening. So it is a bit of a frontside advantage, but yeah, I was just picking up on that because that is a classic part of Huntington Beach, where you get that middle of the beach left that rushes at the pier with one really incredible section in the beginning, and it's all about traversing that flat spot into that right that's coming at you.
And what about that infamous pier bowl rib that you see these surfers having to hop over to get to that final section? Rosie, I know you've been in that position, flying towards the pier, and there's a weird little bump in front of you. How do these surfers utilize that to their advantage?
Well, you can tell that that wave kind of snaps in half. You can either take that low road or the high road, and there Miramar just Mariah extended onto the high road on that one and met that whitewater section. But you do get in those 2 minds, and just knowing this wave really well and putting in the time here at Huntington creates that familiarity with that inside section, because like you said, there's lots of reverb coming off the pier, south sweep towards it, so you really have to be tuned in and very reactive when that section comes towards you.
And on the other side of it, you can actually utilize that right. It's actually, a lot of the regular foot surfers, I feel like, use that to their advantage. You catch a left from down the beach and you paddle straight out, and you catch a right off the pier bowl. And that, I feel like, now you're dealing with all the current rushing at you. So that section that's kind of a small little cuppy section, and yesterday we kind of saw Kanoa Igarashi utilizing that, it becomes an air ramp, and that's always been an exciting part of the US Open, where you see those iconic photos of the guys blasting and the pylons right behind them. And that's why, because it's such a catapult section, utilizing the south swell energy underneath your board.
And if any of you out there listening are looking for a name for your band, I feel like surf terminology is providing. Blasting Pylons, right? That's a great band name.
What about Funky Bobble, dog?
Funky Bobble, Pier Bowl Rib. They're playing later tonight at the big premiere, I think. So yeah, if you're a musician out there, I know how hard it is to come up with a good band name. Just start writing some of these down. And if you win a Grammy, thank us, please.
Yeah. But Rosie, I always was jealous for regular foots, because it is hard on your backside to gauge that section coming at you. It felt like there was really only one option, which was a backside snap. But as a regular footer, you must have loved having that in the quiver in these heats.
The pier ball right,
yeah,
and working this wave inside out, just listening to you and figuring out, you know, that you are capable of catching that left, paddling out using the treadmill of the pier to get you right in the spot for that pier ball right. That's one of my favorite, you know, components of surfing Huntington, but definitely that oncoming section on the right where you can really lay into it a bit more.
With this increase in south swell, we saw all surfers paddling down the beach. Is that trying to maintain your position in the lineup, or are they posturing right now using the priority system to try to see who they need to defend against?
There can occasionally be a right on the other side of that left that we've seen Alyssa take off on. And I would imagine that's what Mariah's doing, because she's in 4th priority. So just try to get as far away from everybody as you can. But the funny thing is, when you start to move across the current, the other competitors just see you. And it's a weird grass is greener sort of situation where you can attract as she turns around, right? So she's like, okay, don't follow me here. I'm literally trying to get away from you. But yeah, the lineup of Huntington, it has about 3, on a day like today when you're dealing with the swell, it has that right to a left and then the pier bowl right. So there's 3 major components that you're dealing with. As we see this peak coming in, you see Mariah looking at that left, and then these 2 right here further south. So Talia's going to swing in and get a good looking right.
Yeah, Talia had to go double duty and try to defend 2 surfers. Nice snap there for Taya Swindell. And Alyssa Spencer just enjoying herself, probably feeling like she's surfing Palisades down at Seaside Reef. That little left-hand wedge has worked wonders for Alyssa. But watch out, Bella Kenworthy belts it. Big closeout snap there. 29 seconds left, so that was a really interesting scenario. There's Jason Kenworthy right there. Stoic, wondering what's about to happen as we see now Mariah Keita. Big backside hook.
Oh my goodness.
Judges have something to chew on right now. You love to see a huge exchange like that. All surfers involved. And Talia Swindell, in that scenario where she was looking, she had Mariah to the right of her, she had Bella to the left, and she had to do whatever she could do to keep at least one of them off a good wave. She did, but right behind it, there was another sick right that Bella Kenworthy was able to smash. I don't want to be a judge right now. This is a Herculean task trying to decipher what just happened.
Well, I think Mariah, that turn on the backhand was one of the best, most quality turns that we've seen so far. It was a funky section, but she met it so well. But she's looking for the 657 on that single maneuver option. And then Bellis, you know, the 617 on that cranked out right-hand turn. It was an interesting scenario. I'm not sure that those scores are gonna kind of throw a wrench as we watch Alyssa Spencer. I mean, she's just been so clicked on. It's almost like she surfed a different heat to the other woman. So unfazed, so unflustered. Just a clean and tidy win for Alyssa.
I think that's the advantage of having such a good ride in the very beginning. You feel less pressure. As we see, Bella, that was an electric turn right there on the forehand.
Yeah, I might be eating my words. That was pretty nuts. This was insane too.
I mean, that was just the perfect match. Power v power, goofy v, you know, that was, again, a lot of credit to our judges. An international panel, male and female, and right now you can almost hear the gears turning. They're thinking deeply about that last exchange because This is such an important moment.
Well, Talia also got that wave with the priority, so that's going to help her situation.
You know what I love here in Huntington is that those big one-turn hits, like even Marai's, it's so revered. It's not just only about the airs. Like classic conventional turns done in huge pockets will garner big scores.
All right, so some scores are starting to come through. Talia Swindell drops a 6.17. Well earned on a big hammer of a turn. And we're waiting in now for Bella Kenworthy's wave and Mariah Ikeda's wave. Mariah needs a 6.97. Bella needs a 6.27. You can feel the worry coming off the beach right now.
I think Bella's has dropped, no?
We got another one coming through for Mariah Ikeda. She's looking for a 6.97. Oh, just under a 6.60. So there it is, the stoke, the relief, the joy. Talia Swindell survives a last-second push from Mariah Ikeda and Bella Kenworthy. So the results are locked. Alyssa Spencer and Talia Swindell move on. We lose a super talented Mariah Ikeda and a powerhouse in Bella Kenworthy. But that's the way we roll here in the Challenger Series. The biggest names of our sport are all susceptible to a win or a loss today. We're going to put another 30 minutes on the clock and another big heat in the water. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Well, we got another super heat in the lineup right now, featuring Nadia Aristarbe. She's your 2025 Bolito Pro winner. So coming into Huntington Beach with tons of momentum. Again, a win at Bolito is a huge accolade. I mean, the best of the best have won that event. So that's got to feel real good for Nadia, who's at the top of the field right now in the Challenger Series. She's going up against Tessa Thyssen, Laura Rapp, and Annette Gonzalez Echabari. So two surfers representing the Basque region. You've got Tessa representing France and Laura Rapp from Brazil. So an international super heat right here. All four of these surfers are CT level talents. This one is going to be tight from beginning all the way to the end. You look at that last heat, all the surfers came through with double digits in their final scoreline. So big numbers will be dropped today. We're already seeing some straight from the jump. Laura Rapp comes through 4.67, Nadia a 5.83, Tessa a 3-point ride. Now priority is set. Annette Gonzalez Echabari has that top priority position. I think priority is going to come in a little bit more of a key role today, as we're seeing just more defined peaks. Yesterday it felt like a lot of kind of paddling around, and you know, we did see a few paddle battles, but it was pretty nice and clean all day long. I think that might change a little bit today, where priority will come into a pretty more important role.
Yeah, we're seeing more consistency in the swell. We're seeing more peakier conditions. So definitely, we even saw it in that last heat utilized by Talia Swindell, trying to keep Bella Kenworthy off a wave.
Here we go, Annette Gonzalez Echabari and a runner of a left. Big snap there. Maybe just a little overcooked. You know, the classic scenario of a fall like that, it always feels like halfway into the turn, you know, she's already thinking about the next turn down the line, so maybe took her eye off the ball a little bit, but I mean, that I would say that's probably one of the highest percentage reasons why surfers fall in heats, is thinking about the next move while doing the move.
Well, also, you're looking at the section that's coming on you. From here on the webcast, we can't really see it, but so Annette would have hit that knowing that there's a right coming at her. Here we go, with Tessa on the backhand here, utilizing that pier ball right. But yeah, so Chris, like, what we talked about is the pocket that Annette was dealing with on that first turn that she fell on. She basically, you'll see it here as well for Nadia, you hit it, and now you're going to pump into this right that's oncoming, but she has known that's been there that entire right. So sometimes it's really hard to settle in, do your turn, and not get ahead of yourself.
Oh, yes.
My word.
Extended layback up and under into the lip. That was radical. It's wave 1 for Tessa here.
A lot of flat section on that wave to deal with. It didn't have that cupped out section to get a little bit more critical. Well surfed, but just kind of going through the motions on that one. Man, there's just been so many waves. You know, that consistency is kicked up quite a bit. Annette on her backhand, smaller wave, just catches that inside rail there. It goes down.
That wave did look a little weird on the face. It kind of had like a under bobble.
And Tessa, I mean, just this is what we were talking about in that previous heat, just working that, taking that left, getting the spin around, and then catching that pier ball right. So getting a good rotation of the flow of the ocean.
Well, and for how predictable that end section is, sometimes it tricks you. You know, you see surfers having to chase it a little bit. They think that it's going to be coming at them quick, which it usually does, but sometimes that pier ball right coming at you can kind of like pause a little bit, and you have to go and get out it, and it kind of goes out to sea, so it makes you have to chase the section. 24 to go here. Situation stands with Nadia Arastarbe in the lead with a 5.83. Laura Ropp coming through in 2024 as your #1 surfer out of the South America region on the QS, which is a huge win in itself. Coming from Florianópolis, a wave-rich region of Brazil, and also a super talented crew coming from Florianópolis. Iago Dora, the list goes on and on. It's a surf skate mentality in Florianópolis. That's why I think we see so many high-performance surfers coming out of that zone. It's like the action sports capital of Brazil.
I was just talking to Sammy Pupo this morning, and he said he moved there from Aracias, and I feel like that is a convergent energy, because you know it's a scene, you know it's a happening, and it's a place to lift your own abilities. He said he's next door neighbors with Mateus Hurdy. I was just thinking, man, imagine being those guys' next door neighbor and being like, what's up, are we surfing today? And just having straight up CT level surfs every day of the week.
Oh yeah, plenty of waves down there as well. 22.50 to go. Nadia is in the lead for now. Must have been taking notes from this young surfer that just blasted through that heat. Alyssa Spencer with a 14-point total on the glass now with AJ.
She's a good person to be taking notes from too, Chris, because Alyssa, we were just talking, you figure you've surfed probably close to 100 heats here at Huntington Beach, having grown up from just down the road. How'd that experience help today?
Yeah, I feel like I've surfed so many different heats out here, like all the way through ground level surf contests and NSSA Nationals and everything, US Opens in between. So I feel like I've surfed all the different faces of Huntington. But showing up today, we were so excited because there's finally waves and it looked really fun. So I knew, I was like, okay, just got to go out there, pick 2 of the best waves and you'll be okay.
And you did that. Talk me through the 817.
Yeah, I mean, I was so surprised to start off with that wave. It just kind of like worked out that the other girls went on waves and I was just sitting out there by myself, and it came straight to me. And yeah, I just tried to slow myself down and really focus on what was in front of me and not get too excited. And it was funny, the last turn I was like barely holding on at the end, and I was like, Alyssa, don't fall, you have to make this. So I was so stoked to ride out of it.
Good job talking yourself through that. The last thing I want to touch on is it seems like a theme with the women in particular this year that not only are you moving to 7 women qualifying for the CT, but 7 events here on the Challenger Series in 25. Now we're in the 3rd one. Just how has that change of schedule, change of format impacted the way that you're approaching this competition?
Yeah, I mean, it's such an amazing opportunity for us girls to have now 7 spots to get on the tour and then have a little bit of a longer year as well to have more opportunity to get there. So, yeah, I'm really excited for what's ahead, and, you know, I'm looking forward to capitalizing on these next few events for sure.
Good start here in Huntington. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Alyssa Spencer, representing Encinitas, California, just had everything go her way in that heat. And you could feel the excitement and the joy coming off of her in that post-heat interview. I expect big things now from Alyssa Spencer for the rest of this contest. 20 minutes, 30 seconds to go, and during that interview, we saw fireworks in this lineup. Annette Gonzalez-Echebari up again, just whipping it up into a couple good backside turns there. Nicely timed for both of those turns. She's got a number coming through. We saw out of the corner of our eye during the interview one of the sickest frontside snaps from our surfer in green. That score comes through to 6.43, and she just has potentially backed that one up. 20 minutes left here. Plenty of scores dropping right now. Nadia Aristabi comes through the 2.47. Here's a look at some replays. Let's do some catching up here.
Beautiful, but oh, that was insane. I mean, just for a one-turn option, we've seen some creativity coming out of her surfing, a lot of flair. She's rewarded for it. And Lara Rupp doing her own version of that maneuver there, utilizing her priority over surfer in red. Nadia getting a taste in here, Tanner.
So we're kind of having a reoccurring theme that the Basque crew has got some spice for the U.S. Open. You've got Annette, Nadia, Adura the other day was surfing incredible. Yago Dominguez surfing insane. So these guys are bringing the passion, the energy, but that frontside snap that Annette did it had something special to it. It had that X factor that maybe she even surprised herself with blowing her tail that hard.
Yeah, one of the best turns of the day so far for sure. Just a power blaster. And you know, when you see that little extra kick at the end of a turn like that, you know something special just happened. As we see Nadia Aristabi slams that first section. Little lip slide on the closeout. So Nadia freeing her fins a bit. Anything you can do to just add a little something extra to the end of your turn. The judges know exactly what's going on, right? So you do your turn, and then if you just do a little bit extra, maybe just throw the tail a little bit, slide it out in the open face, you're gonna get full credit because the judges see everything.
Yeah, they really do. And in cases like this here, you can tell that Tessa had a great first turn, and she was looking to just come down with that second turn and might have taken her foot off the gas just a hair too early, whereas Nadia was able to go deep on the second bottom turn and get over the lip. Yeah, like you said, Chris, like you are trying to put your points of emphasis to make it unique, and I feel like she did a really great job on that wave.
Yeah, some good numbers coming through now for Nadia Aristabi. She comes through at a 5.40. Laura Ropp's last wave, a 5.07. Tessa Thyssen right now falling behind a little bit. There's a blistering pace being set by both of our surfers from the Basque region. Annette with that 6.43 and a 5.20 in the lead. Nadia in second. Laura Ropp needs a 6.16. And Tessa needs an 8.23. 17.5 minutes left. Good spread out in the lineup. Everybody's kind of doing their own thing right now. Right when I say that, we see two surfers converge, and it's Laura Ropp with priority. So she's going to go right. Tessa's going to go, or flip that. Annette goes left. Both surfers out already. Are you seeing a difference? You know, we talked about going from the carbon, the epoxy, back to more standard PU equipment that these women would be, you know, bringing around the world with them, and a little bit waves of more push. Are you seeing a different type of surfing happening, or does it look pretty much similar?
I think, you know, the the sections that are presenting today are more defined, where, you know, when you're surfing through mush, you're really manufacturing everything and you're relying a lot on that poppier surfboard and equipment. But here you've got that more of a cup. I think we're going to see more of a curve to the board, more of a concave, so they can fit tight in the pocket. Noticing Nadia Aristabe, she finished in the semifinals last year, and looking at her DHD equipment, it looks very much like the board that she surfed to success last year in this event.
Yeah, I think as well, when the size of the wave gets bigger here in Huntington, the refraction that comes off those pylons can be even larger too, and that creates undulation underneath your board, especially in those turns by the pier. And the epoxy sometimes can be a little less trustworthy under your feet. I think a lot of people would define epoxy that way. It's chaotic at times, which is a great thing in those small waves, but when you really need to be solid, have a good foundation on your feet, I think a lot of guys go back to the PU. And like you were saying, Rosie, that her DHDs look very good for her. I'm looking at all the competitors in this heat. I'm assuming all of them have chosen PU just to be able to handle these the extra power within the wave.
I feel like Tessa Thyssen got the memo. You see a little bit more aggression going into that turn.
And you know it when you're hearing the scores from the judges, you're seeing spray out the back and you recognizing you've got to up the ante if you're going to make it through such a stacked heat. And I think Tessa's kind of reconfiguring her approach in this heat and trying to get back into that top 2 picture.
So we're halfway through this round of 32, Heat 8. Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri still in the lead. Nadia Aristabe in second. Tessa Thyssen having a look at that last wave. Nadia does have priority, surfer in the red jersey. 4 waves ridden from Tessa, Laura, and Annette. Nadia with 3. So this event has a way of bringing families together. So Annette and Janir Gonzalez-Echebarri, they're sisters. Ataka and Katie Inui, brother and sister as well. And of course, who could forget the cousins, Kalise Kaleopa'a and Kaniela Stewart, with the Hawaiian sweep a few years back. And I think this is history making right here. Sierra and Josh Kerr, the best father-daughter aerialist combo that's ever happened. Luke and Connor Slipen, brothers. Jack and Reed Van Wagener, brother and sister. I think there was a time as well when we had 3 Gadauskas brothers in this event. So that's the first time that I ever heard of that as well. What's it like competing with family members? Tanner, you've done it your whole career.
Yeah, it is actually amazing. It's a really unique experience. I had a man-on-man heat with Pat out here one year, and it was bizarre because it was a really crowded day. The pier was stacked, and we were just kind of laughing. You know, obviously we're competitive. I think within families, you have just a dynamic that it's outside of the heat. I notice it now, like Pat and I are still competitive about other things, and it's fun. It makes things fun, and when you can apply it into a competitive arena, it can lift your abilities. I know for sure, like Pat was always pushing me to be as best as I could be, so it can be really fun, but it's also really hard to lose to your brother or sister.
There's no one you want to beat more in a heat than your brother or your sister, I'm sure. 13 minutes left here. I love that family story. The Kerr story that's developing here on the championship tour or the Challenger Series this year is so epic. You know, it's just impossible not to cheer for both Josh Kerr and Sierra Kerr. I can't even imagine what that would be like to have your own daughter competing with you in the same event. I know that I'm sure Michael and Coco Ho have surfed in heats before, but that Kerr story that we're seeing right now is unprecedented. It's awesome.
And that was just a nudge from Sierra to be like, hey, you're at the events, why don't you enter? Like, I bet you can't qualify.
And Josh is that good where he's like, okay, I'll do it. And he goes ahead and makes the Challenger Series.
That's what I was going to say. It's like he's not just doing the events, he's actually in the qualification process. It would be an amazing story if that comes to fruition.
Fingers crossed. 12 minutes, 15 seconds left. And yes, the family story still running strong in the Challenger Series event. There's Kalohe Andino. Nice day at the beach with the kids, but he's got work to do later on this morning. We'll be right back. You're watching the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We're back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico as well as Huntington Beach, and here we go. Big day today here in HB. Challenger Series will be rolling from 7 to probably past 3:30. You got iHeart DJ Franco in the house, and of course the Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling, and I cannot wait for Yachty by Nature. Took a look at their set list, and it's like they're living in my head. Fleetwood Mac, Kenny Loggins, Hall & Oates. I mean, they got the Lido Shuffle from Boz Scaggs. Pretty much all my favorite songs. Michael McDonald, I keep forgetting. And yes, Rosie, they are playing Toto's Rosanna.
Aww.
And I hope they dedicate that one to you. This is going to be so fun later on today. 4 to 7. You can use your camera right there. Well, now you can't. Now you've got to go to the website and get yourself tickets. Do not miss Yachty by Nature. They're going to go off over here for our sunset sessions. And now back to the serious stuff happening in the water right now. You got Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri in the lead alongside her fellow Basque Country region surfer from Nadia Aristabe. But meanwhile, Tessa Thyssen got involved. Some powerful surfing there. She needs a 6.40. Laura Ropp is in third, needing a 6.16. Got 9 minutes left. And of course, huge news coming out of the WSL HQ. You know, big announcements on the Challenger Series with more events. More women will be qualifying going into 2026. And so far, the 2025 Championship Tour has been incredible. We've seen some amazing waves. We've seen the re-rise of Jordy Smith. Of course, Yago Dora right now heading into Tahiti in that yellow jersey. So the storylines on the CT running strong. Sure, we'll get more Tahiti previews as this day rolls on. But right now, it's about the Challenger Series. It's about Nadia Aristabe defending that second place position. Not a great wave, but she's already got 2 solid scores, a 5.83 and a 5.40. Unfortunately for her, though, that drops her into the 4th priority spot. So we see Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri utilizing her priority on a tidy little right-hander.
I have absolutely loved Annette's approach. She seems to be connecting in relaxed with aggression. She's kind of on the volition of big turns. She, like Tessa, I feel like has had more opportunity with 2-turn waves and has, you know, come down falling on the second turn or whatever. But Annette, like, is actually in the lead by virtue of how incredible her dynamic maneuver has been. It's cool. She has like an X factor to those.
Super good technique too. I mean, I'm seeing shades of like a Ethan Ewing type of surfer.
Yeah, just so sharp on, and her maneuver selection has been so great. Like watching that layback that she did in the beginning stage of the heat, you're already invested in what she's doing because it's so exciting. It's not something that we've seen all week long from the women.
I think as athletes, surfers are very underrated for how fast they have to make decisions. You know, you can't dictate the turn you're going to do or the maneuver you want to do. You can't sit there and go, I'm going to do an air on my next wave, right? In baseball, the pitcher releases the ball. You've got a split second to figure out where that ball is going to go. I think surfers even have less time. They get to their feet and they have to make decisions so quickly, and it is multitasking in one, right? You got to decide, am I going right? Am I going left? Am I going on this wave? Am I going to wait for the next one? And then once you stand up, it's like it happens in a flash. So there's got to be some kind of study that we put nodes or something on these surfers and see what's going on in their minds, because I think surfers have probably the fastest reaction time of nearly any athlete on the planet.
And you can't have in your mind, you can't take off and say, hey, I'm going to do a snap and I'm going to blow my fins out and do a reverse, because you're working with Mother Nature, which you can't predict. Even if the wave looks like it's going to be something, I've always felt like if you're really trying to manifest what you're doing on a wave, you're going to be tight doing it anyways. It's not going to come from a free-flowing position. It's, yeah, not only with the quick reaction time, but the flexibility. Like the positioning a lot of these surfers are getting into, my goodness, you could blow your back out.
It's also such a case study of staying present, though, like staying present in what's in front of you. Watching Liam O'Brien, he's like an elastic band. I mean, just having, like you said, the flexibility in your hips and your ligaments and everything looking the way it is. I mean, Liam had that injury just before his rookie season on the first day at Pipeline, and to see his body where it's at now, he's done a lot of work to get there.
I don't want to freak anybody out, But the first heat of the round of 32 for the men is ridiculous. Liam O'Brien, Morgan Siblick, Kolohe Andino, and Xavier Huxtable.
Yeah, it's like, hey.
How is that possible?
It's like if you haven't made a finals day in a CT, then don't get in this heat right here. That is absolutely stacked. Wow.
Challenger Series is really gnarly.
The Australian stack, though, in the heats has been pretty nuts. Like the friendly fire in most of the heats, like there's 3 Aussies in that heat coming up against Kolohe. I wonder if there's... And Kolohe, he's had like a bunch of Australians staying at his house too. He's had Dakota Walters as well as Oscar Berry. So pretty fun little matchup there.
Yeah, Kolohe was given insight to Joel Vaughn for the whole lowers event, and that was really an interesting dynamic because you could tell, like, Joel really relaxed in those heats and was utilizing that insight from Kolohe. Kolohe would be loving that heat. The fact that he's coming up against 3 young Australians, I feel like he thrives when he's pushed, and it almost gets him a little bit out of his comfort zone, and then he starts throwing those X-Factor maneuvers that he has.
Yeah.
Seems like he was the captain of the San Clemente Cyclone squad. So it's kind of interesting that he's switched camps a little bit, you know, feeding some information to the young rising Australian contingent.
And I also think for Kolohe, he's had so much success on the championship tour. He's the guy with the target on his back, right? You've got 3 absolutely driven, hungry Australian surfers that are really coming for you and want to eclipse your success here at the US Open.
Best airbrush, too.
His interview with AJ said his kid did did the design on his board. I didn't know how well that was going to go for the resale value, but
sentimental value
yeah.
is priceless, but resale value may have dipped a little bit. So we see now Laura Ropp going vertical on her forehand. I think a frontside vertical snap is another underrated turn that's really hard to do. And you saw it right there, up and into the lip. She got blasted by that wave, went down to Tessa Thyssen. I mean, she's still going for it. We've seen this entire week, I don't know, 15, 20 buzzer beaters. It's like every heat has gone down to the last 30 seconds.
Every heat has almost changed within the heat, like 15 times over. And you're almost exhausted by the time you get to the last couple minutes. And then lo and behold, for sure, Chris, like a lot of dramatic buzzer beaters. I'm thinking Brisa Hennessy's yesterday was incredible to watch. It's definitely on the cards.
Well, and it's really fun, you know, to see the drama unfold. We had a lot of surfers standing on the beach, waiting for their scores to be read out from our technical beach announcers, and those moments are so rad to watch. So we see now Tessa Thyssen trying to experience one of those moments, but that wave collapses around her. 2.5 minutes left. The Basque region has grabbed control of this heat early on and hung on to it through the entirety of this 30-minute matchup. Laura Ropp still looking for a 6.16. She's in 3rd priority. Tessa Thyssen now in 4th priority. So everything is going the way of Annette and Nadia. I mean, they've earned every bit of it. And here you see some tactics come into play. Nadia Aristavi, who has that top priority position. This is what we call sitting on your competition.
Well, look at those. The 2 Basque women have played this so well. 1 and 2 in the priority there. You kind of divide and conquer on that situation. Someone goes and sits on white, someone goes and sits on blue, and you get the job done in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, it's funny when you're working with a friend. We talked about the family affair thing. If you, in these cases, this is very unique that you're able to be in the top with a friend and advancing positions. And it doesn't necessarily mean you're sitting directly on the person. Let's just be at Annette sitting on Tessa. It just means she's sitting around and keeping an eye on what the situation looks like. And
I love that right there.
Right?
No, I mean you're spot on. They have the luxury of being able to be teammates now.
Yeah.
You know, it's divide and conquer. You had Nadia right here sitting on white, and then you've got Annette sitting on red, or excuse me, Nadia, yeah, whatever. You know what I'm talking about here. They've split up. They're using teamwork right now, and they're in the perfect priority position to do that. Nadia has top priority. Annette has 2nd priority, so they can fend off those 2 other surfers in 3rd and 4th right now for the rest of this minute-long heat.
Look, every single round you make in a Challenger Series is that important. Like, you really want to stay focused through all of these heats, and anything you can do to improve your rankings at the end of the year, you're going to do it.
And I mean, Nadia, she's such an illustration of the peaks and valleys of the Challenger Series. You know, she fell out 1st round in Newcastle, goes on to win in Bolido. She's 6th in the rankings coming into this 3rd event. This is such an important heat, making it through this round for her and for her run for qualification.
With 30 seconds left, it's a good day to be in the Euro Force. 2 surfers from Portugal advanced through earlier today. We're most likely going to see 2 surfers from the Basque region advance through. And I mean, it's time. Euroforce has had peaks and valleys just in terms of surfers that they've fielded on the championship tour. I think we're about to see a big push from that region.
They have such a support. We caught up with Jeremy Flores the other day. They're getting all of the legends around, and they're supporting the younger crew as they come up, teaching them what they've learned and giving them that insight, which only is such a benefit as you see the 2 Basque surfers here hugging it out.
Teamwork makes the dream work. I love that we got to see a perfect illustration of 2 surfers with just the best tactical plan for the end of that heat. They both were in the upper priority spots, so that gave them the ability to divide and conquer, fend off Laura Robb and Tessa Thyssen. They iced him out, and they got through. And on the strength of some really great surfing, Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri, probably the best frontside turn we've seen at the event, and Nadia Aristrabi powering her way through that heat. So congrats to our 2 surfers representing the Basque region. So that'll be our last heat of the women's round of 32. Now we're going to flip the script over to a huge start to the round of 32 for men. Liam O'Brien, Morgan Siblick, Kolohe Andino, and Xavier Huxtable coming up next.
Coming through here with a heat win, a couple of the Basque Country surfers. Nadia Aristrabi and Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri, both of them moving on into the round of 16 for women, and the round of 32 for women is completed. Now it's time for the round of 32 for the men out in the water. The first heat, Liam O'Brien, Morgan Siblick, Kolohe Andino, and Xavier Huxtable. 3 Australians, all representing different parts of Australia.
Yep.
And the lone local boy, Kolohe Andino.
Yeah, the only California out there, the only U.S. surfer out there in the water right now, and a brand new round, Kaipo, an important round for the men right here. 2 big difference of points losing in the round of 32 in comparison to the round of 16.
Yeah, so you lose here in the round of 32, you get a 25th or a 17th.
Yeah.
Those are not good points.
No, they're not.
When you get into the round of 16, then you're talking, okay, you know, you get an equal 9th.
That's good.
That's kind of good.
It's a keeper.
You really want to be that quarterfinal where you get the equal 5th. First up and riding, Xavier Huxtable, and that was just a tester for the surfer from Torquay.
Well, brother pressured him into that wave too. He was interested. Get a heat though, Kaipo. I mean, to start off the round this way, here we go, Siblick now.
Morgan Siblick hammers on the backhand, Oh, and one more time on the closeout. That's a nice start for the surfer from Newcastle.
That should be a good start in terms of the scoring. 6 points or more in terms of, you know, a good wave. Number 19 on the Challenger Series last year, so he automatically requalified for the CS in 2024. Number 11 through 20 are able to do that in terms of the Challenger Series rankings. Take the top 10 to qualify for the World Championship Tour. And Huxtable, boy, he did damage over there in Bells at his home break. Looking at the opener of Siblick, though, as you mentioned, good setup turn right there and a devastating finishing turn right there by Morgs, former number 5 on the planet, Kipes.
Yeah, that's right. Back in 2021, his rookie year, made his way to that Final 5. That's when we introduced that Final 5 format. In 2021, he was the Rookie of the Year there. Got second place at Rottnest. To Gabe Medina.
Good waves in Rottnest too. And actually Lobby, who's in the red in this heat, made to the semis that event, if I'm not mistaken, too. Kaipo, former CT surfer, looking to make it back on this year. Already has 2 great results to start off the CS series.
Liam O'Brien, a couple of taps off the top for the 26-year-old out of Burley Heads. Fell off the championship tour this year. Trying to get back on after 3 years on the CT.
He might have had the best moment out of the first few events on the CT, though. Having that kind of support at his home break right there at Burley Heads. Not every day you can say you're actually able to compete at your very own home break. If you're Liam O'Brien, too, good performance by him. And I know he lost out in the round of 16, but he had a lot of pressure on his shoulders and passed it with flying colors.
Have not seen a ride yet. Oh, actually a quick ride, it looks like, from Kolohe and Dino. And Kolohe once again with the drip.
You like the white wetsuits, huh?
Well, he matches it to the jersey. Last heat, he had a green jersey. He had the green wetsuit. I think he's got a pattern right here. And I've suggested before, 2013, he was a runner-up here.
Oh, you're right.
I suggested before to competitors, have 4 colors of wetsuits and match it to your jersey. Xavier.
Oh.
Ferocious on the backhand. Looking angrily at the judges there.
I like that kind of attitude right there by Hux. Get away for him to start off. He has a couple of throwaways immediately. This is a good heat right here. Number 2 in the QS rankings out of Australia, Oceania region. Great heat to start things off in the round of 32. Very competitive. All 4 of these guys have CT experience. The only one not qualifying so far in his career has been Huxtable.
Number comes through for Morgan Siblick, and it's a great start for the Novocastrian, a 7.33.
Yeah, so Siblick, he's going to get the better of the opening exchange right here. And Kolohe with priority. We talked about his veteranship, former runner-up at this event right here. First day he's shaven out of the few so far. And with priority, holding down what it seems to be close to the pier ball at the moment. A lot of consistency of waves out there at the moment, Kaipo, and scores trickling through. I don't know if they deemed that second turn of O'Brien complete or not.
Yeah, it looks like with that 4.33, probably not.
Borderline right there.
Xavier, again, like I said, relentless.
Good work. That last section wasn't easy to get that last turn in. So Crafty, the surfer out of Victoria.
Let's hear from the last heat winner with AJ McCord.
We were just talking about how talented the Challenger Series is this year with so many incredible women, but here you are, your first heat win at the 2025 Challenger Series season. Just walk me through how you're feeling right now, having done that here in Huntington.
I'm super happy. I love California. We came here like a lot of times. So super happy to be here, super happy to make it with Nadia. She's my friend, we're in the same team, so yeah, super happy.
I want to talk about being on the same team with Nadia because it looked like there was a little strategy at the end of the heat. Both of you with the top priorities, making sure that you held it through the end. Talk a little bit about the Basque region and how much you guys have elevated surfing there in the last few years.
Yeah, we are with the same coach, so we knew that if we needed help, we were gonna like share. So yeah, I told her, okay, you go with Laura and I go with Tessa, and yeah, that was the plan.
And the plan was executed to perfection. Congratulations. We'll see you in the next round. Before we let you go, you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
Yes, and merci Patrick for watching. Thank you, obrigada C también. Eskerrik asko lagun guztiei da familiai da hurrengoan ikustea.
Felicidades. See you in the next one.
Thank you.
Well, it's rare for surfing to be a team sport in a heat.
It was in that case right there. The two Basque surfers moving through. Zorionak, as they would say in the Basque. Congratulations. A very ancient language too, Kaipo.
All right, well, time for a big catch-up on the action that happened during that interview. Let's start here with Morgan Siblick on the backhand.
Yeah, so he has a couple of scores, and boy, on the backhand, Siblick is definitely one of the quickest surfers on the planet. And then seemed like brother right here, you know, had a really good air on the right. This is the left though, so this is his second ride if I'm not mistaken, Kaipo. Throw out to a reverse attempt right there. That's actually the first.
Liam O'Brien, this is a 4.33.
Yeah, so this is the one we were talking about. Borderline complete, incomplete right there. I don't know if he fully rode on that last one, Kaipo. You got to sell it to the judges.
This is the 3.83 backup for Morgan Siblick. He opened up with a 7.33.
Yeah, so just the one carve at the beginning and incomplete on the second one, but still, he's in the top two at the moment.
This is a big one for Kolohe Andino, an 8.17 for that monster air.
Yeah, I like that right there. He knows this wave well, and you can see capitalize on a golden opportunity.
Liam O'Brien here. We're still on standby for this score.
So Lob's only two waves ridden so far, Kaipo, surprisingly have been lefts. I feel like, you know, he's good at going left, but he's better going right. I want to see him go on the forehand here.
It's hard to find a left at Burley.
That's it, yeah. That's for sure. Well, you know, on the inside, though, where you were on the ski, there were a couple of beach break waves, though.
Yeah,
so
there's the beachy.
Maybe the only place of practice over there.
And it actually is kind of a closeout, so it would be kind of...
It's hard.
Well, close to this.
Yeah.
You'd still have that closeout section.
Yep. Well, he's got a couple of fours in a scoreline. The 4.93 could be a backup at the end of the heat, but we'll see. I mean, considering the sevens that we've already had in this one, and look at the start for Huxtable, too. I mean, good Lord.
Xavier, his last two rides coming in at a 7.5 and a 6-point ride.
And he's the one that has something to prove right here in this heat, too. Out of the four, he's the one that hasn't qualified for the CT. He has competed at Bell's multiple times, though, as a wild card, actually winning the trials this year.
Yeah.
Defeated Italo, great use of priority in that heat. But what I will say, if you want to be able to shine right here at the US Open, you know, you want to beat these three other guys in the heat right now. Those are big names, some of the top seeds, actually. O'Brien has 2 keeper results already so far in 25 in the Challenger Series, Kipes.
Yeah, that Xavier Huxtable, with his little taste of the championship tour, that's gotta give you a feeling of wanting more.
It's all it takes. I mean,
Kolohe had 10 years on the championship tour. Morgan and Liam, they've all had experience.
Yep.
But that's got to be something that, you know, that when you get a little taste of that, you want some more of it.
Well, it's the carrot that's dangling in front of you the entire time, and you're steps away from being able to do that. You know, we saw 2 people last year win a Challenger Series event and still not qualify. It's been really the first time in the history of the CS that that's happened. But if you're Xavier and you're able to make that happen, it's a big deal for him. Especially right here. It's been a while since the Nazi was won on the men's side. And the priority rotation is also in his favor. Lobby looking at a right, potentially here, Kaipo.
Liam O'Brien. Quick snap to start, and chucks it with a reverse attempt. And that's going to be a throwaway score for O'Brien. Well, let's go down to the Bonzoy athlete area. We got a guest, Yufu Penrose from Sharp Eye Surfboards. Good morning, Yufu.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Kaipo. How are you?
I'm really good. Hey, I like to talk surfboards a lot. And I want to talk about some Sharp Eye surfboards. Specifically, what's Morg's on out there?
He's on the 550.
So the File 50, how is that board developed?
He's developed from Canoa when he was our team rider. And now just came to be a model for every single one on this type of waves. Like waves like not strong wave, like a lot more mushy and easier wave.
You know, Yufu, when I think of Sharp Eye surfboards, I think of surfboards that go fast. What's the secret sauce for a fast surfboard?
It's a complement between the athlete and the board, pretty much. But definitely the rocker from the board gives us a sensation like you have a lot of speed. Most of the boards and the high performance boards we have, like Marshall in Taylor have been making. They're using this kind of approach on the board, like give a lot of good rocker.
You got two surfers in the water right now. Huxtable, also a great young talent out of Australia. What's he riding at the moment, Yufu?
Xavier using Game Changer. Is a model we had for a long time, and we just brought back for this type of wave, for like waves from California. Usually on back then, Marshall had that model just for this type of wave. And we felt like, oh, you need another model for this type of wave. 550 was fitting really well, but you know, for all the athletes, we have to have like a choice. So that's one of the choices.
And PU versus epoxies today, Yufu, anything in your opinion that you're seeing out there more?
Today, I felt like the PUs works really well, but you know, epoxy could be a good chance too, but I think yesterday was more approach to epoxy. Today I think it's more PU. I felt like PU works better today.
Well, hopefully you get some waves in the free surf too, my man. I appreciate your time, and congratulations on the great year for Team Sharp Eye 2 on the championship tour, and hopefully you can get one of your athletes in the final 5 as well.
Thank you so much, Mitchell, and pleasure to be with you guys, and appreciate for having me.
Yeah, Yufu Penrose, just a great personality, great support, and these are the guys that make it happen. They're the guys that travel, they mule boards all over the world, they take care of all the custom orders, they work with all the surfers. I mean, guys like Yufu are part of the whole engine that makes professional surfing happen.
100%, and without them, I mean, they're really the backbone of the industry right there. And as you said, they're the caretakers of a lot of these surfers when they come to international waters, to new areas for a lot of these people, including Xavier Huxtable. So nice to have that familiar presence right there by Yufu Penrose, and two of his surfers doing so far well in this heat. A 7.5 for Huxtable, the heat leader, and Siblick right in it with the 7.33 himself, Kipes.
Yeah, there you go. And when we talk about Sharp Eye, I might as well stay on the subject. I like the fact that a former team rider, Taylor Clark, is now one of their shapers.
He is.
Talk about like a great transition into a really good role.
It's cool that they also brought back the Game Changer too. That's one of their OG models by Marcio Zuvi as well, and just goes to show you that the relevance that that board has. The design is very traditional to California waves too, and it's something that a lot of these guys right now are probably going to be looking at and maybe surfing eventually in the later days at the Open here. Brother looks left and does not go. During that interview, he got a 3.77. Yeah, it was a weird air that he tried right there. He completed it, but just didn't get the amplitude and the projection that he was looking for out of that. Not enough pop, as we say, in the air area. Yeah, and I think he kind of landed on top of the wave. We'll take a look at it right here. It was a good wave, too, and, you know, he's looking for a bit more amplitude. Yeah, it's an alley-oop with the grab right there, so really cool and creative, just not enough pop, and you know, the combination with the layback was pretty sick, but if he gets more height on that, we're seeing a larger score by far. And also, Xavier Huxtable, we talked about him hammering on the backhand. That's his 6-point ride. And that's on the Game Changer right there. See it how it has a good amount of rocker, but it has a deep concave on the back too, and for him, just being able to use that speed through those flat sections right here on the south side of the pier, pretty important. Hey,
I got the kettle going. It's time for a Bonzoy brew break. We're going to froth it up.
I need my latte.
And Nolan Raposa, he's frothing to get out there. He's going to be in the next heat. We'll be right back after this. Lexus US Open of Surfing, WSL One Ocean partnered with Neutrogena, Open Water, and WSL Pure Grantee Wild Coast to host a beach cleanup. Together, we aim to eliminate microplastics trash on the beach, one of the most beloved surf locations here in Huntington Beach. It was a great gathering and a great community effort. Show us what you're doing to protect the planet and tag WSL One Ocean on your social and use the hashtag WSL One Ocean. Thank you to Yeti too for the buckets. And we're aiming for a microplastic free beach.
Yes, we are.
So a PSA, you come to the beach, dispose of your trash in a trash receptacle or take it home with you to your own trash. And if you see trash on the beach, pick that up too, even if it's not yours.
And use the 3 R's, reduce, reuse, recycle as well. And shout out to Neutrogena, actually. I already put my sunscreen on this morning. Pretty dark naturally already, but need to make sure that, you know, I'm looking pretty fly on the camera too, Kaipo. You know, it's actually deceiving right now. The UV index is still pretty high when it's overcast. Got to get that on early in the morning.
Here's Kalohe.
Yeah, this is just going to be a throwaway for brother, unfortunately. So a no for, as we call it, anything above a 1. And then Huck's right behind him. This one doesn't improve, but eventually, you know, I think for this kid right here, it's just all about confidence. You want to make sure that everybody else is hearing your name out there in the lineup. You're the one kid to prove something out there out of the 4 surfers. You want to get going in terms of improving that 6 because the other 3 surfers are very capable of getting another great score here in the next 8 minutes.
Yeah, there he is, Xavier Huxtable, just 23 years old, so just at the beginning of his professional surfing journey, but already, you know, a couple appearances as a wild card on the CT.
When he surfed in 2018 as a wild card at Bells, you know, I was already impressed. The waves were pretty tiny, but it did well, I mean, for how the waves were. And then this year, up against Italo, who at that point was, you know, a top 3 surfer, went out there and defeated him. And, you know, especially with the use of priority, that to me really impressed me. Handling that pressure in the biggest moment of his career, especially in front of his friends and family, I think that goes a long way for him.
Yeah, sure does. Here we go, former champ here in 2023, Eli Hanneman. He had an outstanding opening round. We're going to see him again coming up with Nolan Raposa, Dimitri Poulos, and Mateus Hurdy, and Xavier Huxtable getting funky.
Yeah, he looks good out there right now. That won't change anything, but still, once again, the fact that the beach announcers up there are mentioning your name, you're up and riding once again, you're using 4th priority to your benefit too, just trying to stay active. And, you know, despite the south that's really been presenting itself this morning, Kaipo, it's still quite chilly out there. Everybody's been coming and saying that it needs to be at least a short arm sleeve for your heat, really a 3-2 during your free surf. So want to be able to be in a full suit out there if you're yourself.
Wow. When does it get warm in California?
You know, it's Saturday, August 2nd. I think by the 3rd, it should probably be warming up against once we actually get more consistency of the south going.
Wow. That's a bold prediction.
I'm calling it.
Mitchell. I like that.
It usually takes about 2 or 3 days for the south to fill in, and same thing with the weather.
I like that.
Spent enough time out here already to know all these
you got
things.
a future as a weatherman. When this surfing thing kind of, you know, runs its course. Liam O'Brien, lob. Oh, man, that would have been a great combination for Liam. Catching up with Kolohe Andino, kicking out by the pier.
Good move by brother to go on this wave right here. If he improves on the 377, that adds more pressure to Sibilik and O'Brien. Liam's already needing a pretty significant score out there, Kaipo.
Let's see what he got done.
The veteranship right there. He looked back just to make sure that he was, you know, out of the way of the surfer with higher priority. Kind of a grindier one, so if he does improve, maybe yes, maybe no, right around the 377 that he already has. And then Lobster right here, the 2-for-1. He completes that throw till reverse right there. He's for sure getting his best wave. That's incomplete though, and just 5 minutes to be able to move up into the top 2 right now. And Sibilik, by the way, he made it into the semis over there at Bell's as well, and also had the chance to compete over on the Goldie as well due to the pull out of Ryan Callanan.
Yeah.
So he's done well in the 2 events that he's actually surfed as a wild card this year on the CT.
It's my belief that Morgan Sibilik belongs on the championship tour.
Yeah, and his confidence.
So it'd just be, and at 25,
he's young.
He's got even if he doesn't do it this year, he's still got years ahead of him. But hey, hopefully he does it this year. Xavier looking for a ramp down the line, tosses it, fins free, kind of pokes the nose, goes around. I don't know if that's going to change the situation. Don't think so. But staying busy, I like it.
Yep. Well, at that point too, trying to just keep the other surfer off of the wave as well, add some pressure to them and trying to force them to use their priority in the wrong way. But just over 4 minutes, you know, after the opening exchange where we saw that flurry, especially after Kolohe got his 817, it's really only been Huxtable who's been able to convert on the scores, the 7-5 and then the 6-point ride after that. So see how interested Morgs was right there? He's still holding on to first priority, and Zave right here is trying to bait him into this one. Didn't really have the same kind of ramp that he was looking for, just like Kolohe had on the 377. So a good move actually from Morgan to stay off of that wave right there, Kaipo.
Yeah, well, Morgan holding on to the lead. Xavier in second. Kolohe, even though he has an excellent number, needs a backup. Kolohe needing a 5.33.
He got dropped down recently too.
Yeah.
So Sibilik into the lead with priority. This is huge for him. And O'Brien, he needs something excellent now, Kaipo. It's a big requirement right there for Lob.
Yeah, you can see it in the needs column, 8.57 for Liam O'Brien. A more attainable need for Kolohe Andino with that 5.33.
And look where Sibilik's hovering. Just on the inside of Kolohe too. He's trying to play some defense. I actually believe both Morgan and Xavier Huxtable are actually working with Tim McDonald. So 2 heats in a row, back-to-back, where we've seen teammates work together in their benefit. But once again, O'Brien, experience. He's actually made the final here at the Open V4. That was in 2019 against Iago. He's needing the best of the heat, though, and that's a big number for this round. Talked about the consequence of this result for him. He's already got 2 keepers, the 9th at Newcastle, the 5th in Bolito. Gets another 5th right here. You've done most of your work already in the first 3 events of the season.
Yeah, unfortunately for Liam, he's 2.5 minutes away from a throwaway.
And for Morgs and Zave, this would be huge, but there's brother. Mid-range score is what he needs. He can do it with 1 maneuver, Kipes.
Yeah, he certainly can. Just needs the opportunity. Sitting in 3rd priority, so he's going to have to wait for a multiple wave set. He's right in the middle of the pack, too.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Zave, Morgan, they're hovering right around them. Shows a lot of respect to his talent. Longtime Mayhem team rider, so Lost represented out there with Andino, DHD with Liam O'Brien. Former runner-up, Andino, he's trying to bait somebody else into using their priority on this one, but that one not even going to break, Kaipo.
Yeah, no takers, couldn't fool them.
And see how oily it is still this morning out there? it's really hard and deceptive to see which waves are going to break and which ones aren't.
Yeah, we talked yesterday about it. Same situation today with that flat light. So really, you can't see. A lot of the transitions are difficult to see. And it's really difficult to see some of the waves coming through and exactly if they're going to break or not.
Yeah. Yeah. And
got to use the force, though. You know what I mean? Sometimes you got to just put down the blast shield, close your eyes, and use the force.
I love the Star Wars references this morning. You know I'm a huge fan. And as Yoda says, do or do not. There is no try.
There is no try.
So Kolohe right here, 5.33, Lobby 8.57. What a way to start the round. 4 of the best surfers on the planet, really, when you look at it. And Brother's just like, give me a chance. Same thing for Lob. And you fall into a rhythm and a pattern. Lob had the 2 4s at the beginning of the heat. He went left, and then unfortunately, once he started to go right, had a couple of falls and wasn't able to, you know, get anything going with significant scores right there. Good work by Zave, too.
I thought his backhand was just
lethal,
tremendous.
right?
Just attacking the waves, and it proves in the scores. But this is going to hurt for Brother, for Kolohe Andino, when you have the highest single wave of the heat, and yet you don't advance. Here's the opportunity. He's got to go.
He's going to try to force more. Oh, that's a paddle.
So, Andino moves up. O'Brien needs something incredible for the finish and knows that. Throws the fins, throws it away. Liam O'Brien will be eliminated along with Kolohe Andino. So it will be Xavier Huxtable and Morgan Siblick on to the round of 16.
Yeah, Zave just went up, gave him a high five, told him congrats. The 2 Aussies, though, the 2 Sharp Eye team riders, they moved through.
Yeah, I think Yufu on the interview was probably good luck.
Yeah, he brought it out there to him.
There you go. There's the results. There's the numbers. Morgan, Xavier on to the round of 16. We'll see them later on today. And we'll see you after this commercial break. We'll be right back. Yeah, it's happening down here. No cap.
I like the vibes. Keep the vibes high. Saturday.
As well as Huxtable.
There he is.
And the team manager there, the Lucky Charm. Yufu Penrose from Sharp Eye, 2 Sharp Eye team riders, Morgan Siblick and Xavier Huxtable, on to the round of 16. That's teamwork. Speaking of teamwork, we're teamed up over here. Mitchell Salazar and his teammate, myself, Kaipo Guerrero, talking through another incredible heat. Nolan Raposa, Mateus Hurdy, Dimitri Poulos, and a former champ, Eli Hanneman. What more do you want?
I love this heat a lot. You have the local boy Raposa, Erdi, who's actually one of the stars of Snap 5. Their premiere later on today. Dimitri Poulos out of Ventura in the white. And as you said, the former champion, Eli Hanneman, he's in the green. Great heat. Only one goofy footer out there, Raposa. But it seems like he's already off to a quick start in this one, Kaipo.
Yeah, Nolan Raposa already got a keeper score. You can see it on the scorebook. It's 6.33 for the surfer from the LBC. Here we go with Mateus Hurdy. What does he got? An aerial, please.
Whoa.
Puts it down and not really.
You're starting early this morning.
I'm sorry. I didn't even mean to.
You're excited for the Andre Nicotina later on today.
I didn't even mean to do that, and that just happened.
It's just natural, ladies and gentlemen.
Bro.
This is what happens every day when you hang out with Kaipo, by the way.
That was such a Dr. Seuss rhyme. I apologize to everyone who had to listen to that.
No, and stacked heat, different styles right here. Mateus, number 12 on the Challenger Series ranking, so he qualified automatically due to his ranking from last year. But once again, it's been 3 or 4 years where he was just slightly missed out on qualifying for the CT.
Painful number 12 in 2023, 2 spots out of making the championship tour. Painful number 12 in 2024 for Mateus Hurdy. Again, 2 spots out. And actually number 11, Alan Cleland, made it onto the championship tour. Here we go. This is the 6.33.
Yeah, Raposa right here. So this is, as you said, already a keeper score. Nearly lost it coming out of the first one right there. Makes up for it, though, with an extreme turn right there at the end. So you mentioned Raposa from Long Beach, just up the road. So this is one of his local spots. Poulos, though, close to a 6 with that one single turn on the backhand. That's a great score for Dimitri.
Here we go. Hanneman loading up for something.
That was cool.
Pops the finish. You like that line?
I do, and I love the claim, too. He dropped a few of those yesterday. You know what's so funny? With the increase in swell and more lefts today, I'd be thinking that the former champion back in 23 would actually be looking left a lot more. Surprised us going right this morning.
Dimitri.
Wow. What a heat.
Quick reflexes. I love the surfing that's going down right now, Mitchell Salazar.
Just over 5 minutes on the clock. Dimitri's going to have 2 keepers. Eli's back in the mix, too. And as you see right there, number 6 on the QS rankings in North America, had the chance to compete at lowers during the CT event, the highest rated North American surfer on the Challenger Series up until that point.
Yeah, Dimitri had a great start to the Challenger Year quarterfinals over in Newcastle. That's how he earned that wild card into the Trestles event. Just 22 years old, so he's just at the beginning of his professional surfing career and already making waves.
Yeah, and changed up his equipment too. He was on the Dark Art Synthetic 84 yesterday, more on a stock standard board out there. Still a synthetic, it seems, for Dimitri, but a longtime Timmy Patterson team rider, tends to spend a lot of time with Ryan Huckabee as well. So good support crew in his corner for the product of the 805. Lightning quick, too. I mean, you saw how sharp he is, both going left and right. Kid's good at a beach break, Kaipo.
Well, he's got great beach breaks up in his hometown, that's for sure. Hanneman, his opener, a 5.17. But I like your point for Eli. He got his big numbers yesterday on lefts, utilizing his backhand. That backhand developed really at Lahaina Harbor, which is, and it's got a right on it, but that left is a lot longer at Lahaina Harbor. Hey, and you know, blessings to everyone rebuilding there in Lahaina town.
Yeah, we love you guys. Maui no Kaoi. Maui strong all the time.
Yeah.
Used to run a lot of the VQS events right there at the harbor too. Kai Barger, Clay Marzo amongst the mix. Kevin Sullivan, a great surfer out of Maui as well. And for Eli, former champion, a lot of experience competing here in HB. A lot of good moments too. You want to be able to replicate that.
Yeah.
Doesn't hurt when you have one of the best in the business, Sean Ward, as your manager either.
Nolan Raposa, looking for a ramp, searching down the line, and hit the curb right there.
Yeah, keep the composure though, Nolan. You saw that body language coming out of the kind of forced air right there at the end. And the product of the LBC, as you said. He looked, you know, laser focused when I saw him in the Bonsoi athlete area too. He knows the significance of this heat. This is an event where he still wants to win. Hasn't made it that deep in recent years, and for him, close to home.
Yeah, and Nolan, you know, for his efforts on the Challenger Series, opened up with 17th and a 49th. He needs a result right now.
Yes, he does.
Oh, split peak, split screen. Enjoy this show. Spinning both ways. Eli Hanneman, Mateus Herdy.
Wow.
What a show.
That's rad.
Hey, great job. Great job by the broadcast booth right there, giving us the split screen, split peaks, 2 boxes.
Shout out to our truck. Great work.
Hey, you guys, look at you flexing. That's awesome. And that was perfect because those were both meaningful rides.
Yes, they were. Well, I think for sure Mateus is going to get the better of the exchange right here. Hanneman did have a sick blow to a reverse on the backhand, but just looking at how significant that first air of Mateus was, this is going to be a big score in my eyes.
Watch this.
Yeah, so this is kind of what we saw back in Barra back in 21 when he made the semis. The one air where he really has that deep bottom turn. And the second one, you know, a bit more horizontal, but still degree of difficulty right there. I know the section isn't as steep, but that's a combination of major maneuvers right there, Kaipo. Should be, to me, close to an excellent score, if not an excellent score.
Here's Eli.
Yeah, so this is going to be his backup at the moment. Maybe improving on the 517. That was radical. Took him a little while, and as you did see, he did touch the rail coming out of the reverse, so lacked a little bit of control coming out of it.
Yeah. But back to Mateus, and you talked about Barra and his wild card performance that got to the semifinals. I remember talking to Mateus after that saying, wow, man, sick airs you're doing out there. And you know what his response was to me? He goes, you haven't seen anything yet. Ooh. I got more. And I love that attitude where it's just like, whoa, okay, Grom, you got more.
Yeah.
But and he's young, you know. He's at the time I think he was just 22 years old. He's 24 now. Coming in under excellent. 7.23. Like that, he's saying the same thing. Huh. My opinion. Oh yeah, look at. Ironically, the Brazilian judge. You see, the Brazilian flag gave him the lowest score.
Yep.
Wow.
Well, remember last year at the Challenger Series, Sacktown had a backflip in one of the heats that he won.
Yeah, he did.
The kid's radical.
He's rad.
He's very different.
Okay, 7.23. Let's talk about this for a sec.
Yeah, so has the big air at the beginning. That's a lot of commitment right there at the start of this wave. Regroups, readjusts his footing, and then somehow able to get that pop right there at the end. As you said, 7.23. He wanted more, and you know, maybe deserving of it. You can't let that rattle you, though.
Right.
There's a lot of time left on the clock, and just go out there and compete.
And I hope Mateus does not let that rattle him, because his personality is very proud, very outgoing, and
like most Brazilians are.
I hope that doesn't rattle him, because I can see he's kind of a person that could get under his skin. It kind of bugs me a little bit too. But I'm okay. It's just my opinion.
I don't think it's that noticeable, honestly.
But
that you're rattled.
I'm not. Eli got a wave.
Yeah, so it seems like this is the 517 at the beginning. And the comparison right here, just over 2 points of difference. Pretty stock standard surfing in comparison to the two airs. That's not good body language, dude.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Regroup yourself. You just signed a big contract with Rivia. You got your sponsor. Do not let this get you down. It's just a score. You have way more surfing to do. There's a lot of time out there. And look at the round you're in. You need to make it out of this one right here.
Here he goes again. He's going to show some anger right now. See, this is a great conversation because we kind of know the personality, Mitchell, and we kind of saw this coming, right? And you've been around this for so long. You know that surfing, far more mental than it is physical.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
in competition, for sure.
90% of it is mental. Everybody here has talent. Everybody here can compete, that can surf. Now, can you do that in 30 minutes 8 times during an event?
Yeah.
Not many people can, and that's why we only have a certain number of world champs. That's why Kelly Slater was able to dominate for 3 decades on the World Championship Tour.
Yes.
It's a good point, though.
Star Wars reference. You think in surfing, Kelly Slater would be the Yoda of surfing?
100%. Maybe the Darth Vader, depending on how you look at it, you know? That hallway scene when he lights up the saber and you're looking at that guy and you're like, oh, I need to run out of here. But yeah, there's potential for either or, depending on your point of view.
I'm saying the knowledge and the control and being the ultimate Jedi. I'm going to go with Yoda, final answer.
Yeah, I mean, he could be a Jedi or a Sith, depending on the point of view. All I know is that when Kelly's home, when you get out of his way, that guy's looking to beat anybody he can.
Yeah, well, Coming up on top in the last heat, Morgan Siblick did super well on that Sharp Eye surfboard. Let's talk to Morgs. He's with Rosie Hodge.
Just talking about how stacked that heat was, and to turn it on a wave, go from third to first. I mean, competitively, there's no better feeling than getting that wave and getting the job done.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know, I felt not myself in the surf this morning. I was just wigging on my board, and yeah, I don't think I completed one wave in the warm-up surf, and I came in all rattled. And I'm working with Adam Dufner here, and he just pretty much told me to pull my head in, and the board looks good. And thank God I listened to someone for once. And yeah, I was stoked. Felt really good out there. I was on the file 50 and stayed on the epoxy that I rode when I was smaller. So yeah, just good to get the job done.
And personally for you, how do you reframe things and get in a positive mindset heading into heat when you've had a little bit of a wobble in the free surf?
I don't know. It's good to having Doof here. He really helped me just remember like all the work that I've done to get here and all the results I've had, and kind of just reset. And yeah, you don't win heats in free surf, so that's pretty much the bottom line. And yeah, I don't know, just listen to some music and fire it up, and yeah, stoked.
That's a really good point. And a 7-event season here on the Challenger Series, what are you most looking forward to?
For the rest of the year, sorry, yeah, I don't know, just I just like love traveling with all the boys. It's pretty good vibes on the Challenger Series. We've got a really good connection with the Aussie crew, and we're all real good mates. So yeah, it's a little bit different to the CT with a good camaraderie. So yeah, it's epic, and pretty keen for Portugal. It's always a hell time there.
Well done, Morgs. We'll see you in the round of 16.
Thank you. Cheers.
I love the cheeky Morgan Siblick laugh at the end of the interview. That's pretty good stuff. Hey, during that interview, we saw Mateus Hurdy again displaying some of that frustration. Mitchell, he's gone 3 waves in a row, 3 waves incomplete after getting rattled of hearing that 7.23 score. 3 offers.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Don't fall into this rhythm. You're still in third. A 3 by his skill sets with his talent. That's a score you should be getting with 1 turn.
I think he's got to focus on this is his heat to win, because he has the single highest wave score.
Yeah. Well, now it's his heat to lose, though.
Yeah.
Depending on what perspective you're looking at.
Here he goes again. Hurdy pops it up. Full rotation, stomps it down.
There we go.
Like a cat. And now he says, hey, sign the bill. give me the check.
Give me the check.
Come on.
Yeah. No, well, he's definitely got a big savings account now after the signing that he just got with Rivia. So shout out to Julian and Ryan, getting Mateus included on the team. It's been a long time coming, Kaipo. He should be moving up in a first with this wave right here. Has a 7.23, needing about a 5 to move up into the lead right here, and Eli's gonna get dropped down to second. 14 minutes on the clock, good regrouping, and as you said, 3 waves in a row, bad attempts too, and horrible wave selection on those 3, should I add. And now you made up for it.
This wasn't that good of a wave, but this performance was great.
But it's a wave that only he can surf out of the 4 guys out there right now. So great air, horizontal, yes, but I mean, he's throwing that towards the beach.
Okay.
There he goes.
But I'm confused now. That was a 7.23 for that 1 single air. He did 2 airs on his previous scoring ride.
Steeper
for
section.
the same number. Maybe on even a bigger wave.
Yep.
I'm a little confused.
Yeah, a bit of a steeper section right here towards the end, I felt. On the 7.23, just my personal opinion. I know the 5 people up there tend to look for the better sections and the better waves, but in the end, you got to reward what you're seeing out there. And Mateus has definitely earned the 2 7s that he has at the moment. And look at his heat total, close to 15 points at the moment. And once again, all he needed was a 3 for second. I like that he surfed for the lead, though, and not to move up into second place. That's big for him at this moment, just to be able to
look
regroup.
at these 2. Watch this, okay? 1 big air, 1 big air. Oh, I got more wave in front of me. Another nice poppy air.
Yeah.
Okay, same number.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I agree. I'd like to see a little bit more on the first one, but I think the second score was appropriate if the first one would have gone excellent. But, they've seen a lot of waves. They're talking about things themselves up there, and you know, in the end, it's their decision to make. And Mateus, once again, he's just got to surf his heat according to what he's hearing out there. And now, 4th priority, but in the lead, your strategy changes completely. And now for Dimitri with priority, got to back up the 5.83 and improve on that.
You're a judge sometimes.
Yep.
Could that I think the second score was high, the first score was low. Could there have been kind of some type of makeup?
Compensation, you feel? You don't want to do that.
Okay.
You don't want to do that. But
I'm just asking you, with your judge hat on, I wanted to ask you that.
It's something you shouldn't look at that way. Yeah, but I wouldn't want to do that myself.
All right. Well, Mateus is in the lead, and we are going to take a break. We'll see if Eli Hanneman, former champ out here, can make a comeback.
You know, every core surfer has kind of memories, whether they've been physically present in Huntington Beach or they've watched the webcast or they've read the articles or whatever, but that venue has so much history, right? From, you know, Lisa Anderson to Andy Irons to Brett Simpson and beyond. What is it about the wave?
I'll tell you another really important one too. Tom Curran.
Of course, yeah.
Tom Curran and Aki, really, that was the era when it set the stage from all of a sudden the OP Pro was huge all over the world because Aki won it and he was Aussie, right? And he beat the new guy, Tom Curran, and made it one of the most important events in the world. Even though it's not on the World Championship Tour today, it was back then, right? But today, I still say it, you got to, as I said, you got to come through Huntington Beach if you're going to be on the World Championship Tour.
I love that. The Lineup Podcast with Dave Proden, with guest PT Peter Townend, one of the architects of professional surfing. First professional world champ in 1976, one of the architects of surfing competitions, a commentator, a coach. PT, thank you.
Yep. Done a lot for the sport himself, as you said.
PT was actually my coach for NSSA national team.
Wow.
When I was a kid, yeah. That's how old I am.
Oh, dude.
So split screen again, and we're going to stick with Dimitri Poulos on the left. It punches the tail there. So that was Mateus Hurdy on the right. So that's number 1 and 2 in this heat. Here we go. Nola Raposa trying to make a mark. Nice snap, throws the fins out the back. That waves runs out of juice, and that's not going to do it for no wrap. Eli Hanneman hucks one in the air, goes incomplete. Cade Madsen, his good friend, checking the action out.
Yeah, good friend, teammate on the Hurley team as well. And Hanneman, a former champion. Those guys traveled a lot during their CT career on the Challenger Series as well. He was actually adopted by that San Clemente crew, as you were talking about. And, you know, Nolan, After the 6.33, he's had a couple of throwaways himself, a 1.5 and just a high 2 on this last one. He also needs to get back into the mix. Luckily for both Hanneman and Raposa, still a lot of time, 7:30 on the clock, Kaipo, but a crucial heat for the both of them rankings-wise. Good heat, though. Poulos, I mean, dude, that guy is on one at the moment, Kipes.
Yeah, he sure is. Take a look at Mateus. I think this was a misfire.
I got excited on this one, though. A lot more amplitude, a lot of speed into that one. It's just a throwaway, but he lands that possibility of seeing a near-perfect ride there. And then Poulos, once again, his backhand is just lethal. So quick, too. Precise in the pocket. That second turn crispy. And the third one does really well to chuck the tail and somehow ride out of it. But a great wave right there by Poulos. 6:45 on the clock now, Kaipo, and that last one for Dimitri doesn't go into his top 2, just under his backup score. So door open still for Hanneman and Raposa at the moment.
Yeah. Well, priority right now with Nolan, so that's a fortunate priority rotation.
It's big for him. A lot of experience at beach breaks. Talked about him being so successful within the region too. And he's one of the hopes really for North America to qualify eventually for the championship tour. So this one, just the incomplete air. He was close to actually getting his board back under his feet, close to landing it right there. The board flips, and got to watch out for those fins when it's coming back at you. But former champ Hanneman back in 23, needing a low 7 at the moment, and Raposa, really a 6 is what he needs. Priority on his side, still plenty of time. And this is where you just got to go back to those moments where you've had a ton of free starts that have been positive for you, a lot of local knowledge and experience, and of course, all those amateur events that we talk about here at the south side of the pier. It's just another day at Southside for Nolan. He looks calm, too.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, he has to remain calm. And that's going to be the card to play. You would think a scoreable wave with a 6-point potential would come in this in 5 minutes and 20 seconds.
That's the plan.
Well, that's got to be the belief, right?
Yep. And it goes a long way in that sense. And you know, another thing too, there is size out there, but just because it's the biggest wave doesn't necessarily mean it's the best wave either.
Right.
So you pick the right line on an insider, kind of one those mid-chip double ups, good chance you get an opportunity to at least get that good score, a 6 or better. And same thing for Hanneman, especially with the way they've rewarded those airs, the 7s for Mateus. You get on one of those right-handers, big opportunity for you to click one and eventually get a good landing too, especially with the projection. Because remember, Brothers Wave, the 817, wasn't the biggest of waves either, Kaipo. It was really just the steepness of the section right there.
Yeah, and the height of the air, I think.
Which these two guys both have in their arsenal, both Hanneman and Raposa. But once again, I have been very impressed with the improvements, how good he is as a competitor for Poulos. And I truly think right here is a big moment for him to capitalize, making it out of this round.
Pretty quiet out there in the Pacific right now, but you talked about it earlier, Mitchell, in that long period swell starting to fill in, so some of these lulls could be a little bit longer. Also, we talk about the tide. We're just coming to
about an hour after, close to an hour after, just after 10 a.m. local time right here at the south side of the pier. But yeah, that's something that these surfers should have expected. You know, normally working with a lot of coaches, they like to time sets, but that doesn't guarantee that despite those timings, it's going to work out like the way you're expecting.
Yeah, so that was our low tide mark there at about 9 o'clock. It's a little after 10 local time. So a filling tide and hopefully a filling in swell.
Yeah. That's a guarantee. I mean, for tomorrow, especially with the combo swells that we're going to have out there at the moment, I think it's going to be really good. Whoa,
Birdie with
sold him.
Yep. Well, that was a little defense, right?
Yeah.
So Eli looked interested. Mateus, who had priority over Eli Hanneman, had to take it. Here we go. This is a big opportunity for the LBC and for Nolan Raposa. Looking down the line, needs something big, tosses it up there, gets way too extended on his body, and tries his best to hang on, but unable to do so.
Exactly right, as you were saying, not for lack of trying. He truly tried to hold on to that board right there at the end. Comes unglued, though, unfortunately. And a big one. Trying to get back out there with priority. And 2 minutes 30 on the clock right here, Kaipo. 6:08 is what he needs. He's going to be remaining in fourth at the moment. And you know, it was a really difficult section to be able to get up and over that last one right there, too. I don't blame him for having to go that big, especially with just the setup turn at the beginning.
Yeah, I just think this last turn, Mitchell, just too extended on the body right there. Got straight-legged.
And see the convergence right there? That's what happens with the low tide that we have right now closer towards the pier boat. There's all those ripples coming off of the pier. That south and the north are meeting. And unfortunately for him, just met at the wrong time. Still has a chance, though, 1:45, and luckily, all the other three surfers on the other side of the peak here at the pier bowl. And Hanneman now with priority. See how important that cell was to Mateus? Made him go on a closeout, and now needing the low 7 at the moment. There's a chance. There's a chance, and there's 2 waves that are comparable to what he needs. I mean, he needs the exact same number as Mateus's 2 best waves.
Yeah, it's going to take a special wave, though, as you see. Pretty quiet. Maybe these lumps coming through. It's so hard to tell, again, in this flat light. And I think these are just going to pass under the surfers.
Yeah, Mateus looking south, but he's in first, though, so whatever he does, it's just going to be to increase his lead.
A glassy little left for Mateus Hurdy. Finds it on the south. Couple of stabs on the backhand.
Good
Make
work.
it 3. Good work.
Yeah, can do it in everything. Rail surfing, in the air, of course. Good support crew there on the beach, too. Iago Ramos, Jadson Andre, Brisa Hennessy, who's working with them as well during this event. Man, and that actually might be the last chance for Nolan, unfortunately.
Yeah, that was it. And we're also about 20 seconds away from seeing a former champ go down in this round of 32.
Yeah, and he didn't surf bad. Had, you know, the pair of 5s, the throw to reverse on the backhand, the cool combo on the forehand with the 2 turns. Oh, here's a chance, though. Hands need to leave the rail, Kibes, and unfortunately not going to break. Also, 2 semi-local surfers with Hanneman included right there. A former champion, he's out. And the 2 surfers from out of town, they're into the round of 16.
Approval on the beach for Mateus Hurdy. Takes a win in his round of 32 heat. He's going to advance on along with Ventura's Dimitri Poulos. There's the numbers. Twins, 7.23, 7.23 was enough for the win for Mateus Hurdy. More action coming your way. When we return, it's going to be Bronson Meddy, Oscar Berry, Michael Rodriguez, and Kenji Nishi out of the water. Kote Gudauskas in the booth.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Yeti, built for the wild, by FlexFit, celebrating 50+ years committed to comfort perfection, by Eero, the way Wi-Fi should be, by Pacifico, live life anchors up, and by Lexus, experience amazing.
We're back, surf fans. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing. This is Matthias Hurdy coming through after throwing down 3 or 4 of the best airs that we've seen of the event and getting a kiss from a cute dog on the beach. He's winning in all facets of life right now. I'm Chris Cote. I'm next to Tanner Gudauskas. And that heat was amazing, and guess what? This one is going to be to guaranteed or your money back. We got Bronson Mady, Oscar Berry, Michael Rodriguez, and Kajiro Nishi. We're talking supreme clientele in this heat. Tanner, you got the World Junior Champion. You got Oscar Berry, who was absolutely going off yesterday. Of course, Michael Rodriguez. I mean, this dude is tough to beat. And I would say Kajiro is the wild card in this heat. There's something for every type of surf fan in the water right now.
Yeah, there's definitely something for everybody. Emrod, I saw him get a couple waves in the warm-up this morning. He always looks electric out here in Huntington, but it's bizarre to see him still at that top level and pushing. So I'm sure he'll be bringing the heat today. In those last couple heats, it's definitely an air show. There's a lot of opportunity. The set waves are getting bigger by the hour. So yeah, we're stoked.
We've got an international field as well. Indonesia, Australia, Brazil, and Japan represented. Bronson Mady, high-flying surfer from Indo, currently coming through from 2024 on the QS as the #1 surfer. And of course, he won the 2024 World Junior Championship. Skid is gnarly, and he's just getting better. Seems like he gets better with every single heat that he surfs.
Well, I'm sure he would. You know, when you're a young competitor and you're moving up the ranks in these big events, it's crazy because you don't have that experience of years. So you essentially have no roof on top of your head. You have no feedback of where you should be landing in these contests. You're not consistently making it to the quarters. You're not consistently losing early. So for a guy like Bronson, catching fire can literally equate to event wins because he is that good and he can take it that far.
Oscar Berry got a solid result in Bolito. This guy's a powerhouse. He's super consistent. And I mean, you can just tell he's built for it, right? He has the stature of a elite level professional surfer.
Yeah, no, Oscar Berry's nar. Yesterday it looked really fiery. It's cool because he has a compact power fundamental surfing style, but he definitely popped some airs as well. It's good to see those guys utilizing both foundational surfing as well as getting above the lip.
So these are 30-minute heats, no waves ridden yet. 25 minutes to go. Michael Rodriguez is out there in the white jersey. This guy has been on the top of the rankings on the QS and CS for a long time now, and here's why. Michael Rodriguez with a right-hand runner trying to fight his way around a big section. That wave ripped down the line a little too fast. Now we go to Kajiro Nishi. Trying to do a Tanner Gudang style layback into that closeout section, but he goes down. Bronson Mady now in his backhand. So all 3 surfers in a row caught behind. 3 mistakes. Well, you can't really call them mistakes because they're trying to get the ball rolling, but 3 waves wasted in the early part of this heat. What happened here?
Yeah, and the thing is, with it being more consistent, I think everybody's going to be a little bit more relaxed in these setups. Yesterday, you would be paying for these kinds of mistakes, whether or not they truly are mistakes. Michael just looked a little far behind, whereas we saw Kajiro, that's a hard wave, right? We're all seeing the ribs that are coming off the pier there as he's timing that layback. There wasn't really much on offer, and Bronson as well was just caught behind. So I'm sure these guys, they're all just going to reset. We've seen set waves, you know, things that are twice the size of what we're seeing here. So it's all good.
Well, I can guarantee you, just by the way he surfs, Kajiro Nishi is a Tanner Gudauskas fan.
No, dude, that's a Masatoshi Ono fan right there. When you, honestly, for me, when I was young and I came to these events, that was the first time I saw the Ono brothers surfing, and I feel like they put Japanese competitive surfing on the map. Masatoshi, obviously, he's transcended. He's almost like in a Tom Carroll realm.
He's guru status.
Yes, and it's a compact it's really a powerful, efficient technique that they all have. You know, Kajiro has it. You're going to look at Shun Murakami has it. Kaito Ohashi has it. There's all the different approaches to it, but the disciples of that Masatoshi Ono.
And being born and bred in the beach breaks of Japan, these guys know how to get speed out of waves that don't have a lot of push. Obviously, Japan can fire on its day, but for the most part, you know, the amateur events over there, the pro junior events, the QS events, and the JPSA events that happen around Japan are mostly held in beach breaks that are a lot like Huntington Beach.
Yeah.
More, maybe even more so like Jacksonville Beach. You know, like not a lot of swell a lot of times. They have to rely on typhoons, but that just shows you that Japanese surfers have get up and go. They need to have that to develop their skills in waves that are not super powerful.
I mean, you talk about getting up and going. You really want to bring Michael Rodriguez into that conversation. I feel like I know Matt Biolis was working with Emrod for a long time and working with those epoxy surfboards, and Emrod was putting it on the map. As we see Nishi here linking 2 turns and probably got a little excited coming out of that second one and tips over the front rail.
Yeah, deep bottom turn, nice backside whip. Maybe just a little over-amped as we see Michael Rodriguez. I mean, Emrod's automatic. Down the line, super powerful, knows exactly where to put his turns. That's why this guy is so hard to beat in these Challenger Series events.
It's bulletproof. But let's get into the nitty-gritty here, because I loved that third turn for him, and it's such a smart play. He's got 2 electric turns in the very beginning, and he, instead of choosing to go up and over that section coming onto him, he kind of hits it a little early. But first, let's walk through Kajiro's wave.
Gosh, solid fundamentals, but just a big mistake right there. And I really think he was looking at the next section coming at him. Took his eye off the ball there. Oscar Berry, he goes down. So the waves are pretty quick right now.
They're quick. It's kind of a little unknown if they're going to be bumpy or smooth. And these guys have to be flexible. They really have to not overcommit on their maneuver selection.
Do you feel like this tide pushing in is kind of condensing the playing field right now?
Yeah, it could be, for sure. That could be a big factor.
20 minutes, 45 seconds left. Only score of note is a 2:17. Of course, we're waiting for the last score to come through for Michael Rodriguez. We think that's going to be a solid number. Surfer with priority is Bronson Meddy. He lets this one go. Everybody lets that one go. That's a walled up south swell wave right there. These south swells that rip through Huntington Beach area can have a couple different outcomes. Sometimes it's a straight closeout from Newport all the way to the pier. Other times they're broken up into some peaks, which we've seen this morning. We'll see if that trend continues. That score for Emrod comes through at a 5.5. So now we've got to start. All the rest of the scores will most likely be tossed into the garbage bin in the span of the next 19 minutes, 45 seconds. Another peak rolling through here. So with 19:40 to go, it doesn't look like anyone wants any part of this wave. Let's go down to the glass with the high flying Mateus Hurdy and Rosie Hodge.
Heat wins, new sponsors, good things are happening for you, Mateus. Just talk to me about your headspace with all this positive momentum coming your way.
Yeah, just just super stoked. I don't know words to describe, but yeah, getting so much love, so many good messages, and yeah, I'm so stoked. Well, there's one more heat today, so I'm trying to stay focused and not really think ahead. But yeah, I'm so stoked with everything that's happening in my life now.
We're so happy for you, and just thinking about how consistent you've been to get into the round of 16. What's it going to take to crack this next round?
Yeah, that was one of my goals this year, to be more consistent. The other years I would do really well in one event and then lose first round in another one. So that was one of my goals this year, and it's happening. And I know how important this round is, and this heat was crazy. Nolan with the local knowledge, and Eli, he was surfing so amazing. So I knew I had to go for broke, and yeah, I'm super stoked with how I perform, and yeah, I think those rounds are the rounds there, since everyone is ripping so hard and everyone wants to make to the round of 16 where it, actually counts. So, but yeah, I'm not that stoked. I want to make this next round because I haven't made it yet this year. Even on the CT, I still I still had a 9th on Abu Dhabi, so I've been getting nice all year. So I just want to break that wall.
We think you can do it, and Florianopolis has been such a hotbed of talent. What is it about that town in Brazil that's creating such amazing athletes?
It's a good question. I think I don't know, I had some great examples. Iago, he just next door, and Adriano lives there too, and Fabio Gouveia lives there, and I don't know, there's so many good guys there, and yeah, just good example. And we have the skate community too, which is really cool, and we all good friends with Pedro Barros and all the crew. So yeah, I love my island. I miss it.
I'm sure they're all so proud of you, and we'll see you in that next round coming up later today, you guys.
Surf, skate, relate. The Florianopolis crew is deep with talent. Like that he mentioned Pedro Barros right there. And not a bad list of neighbors as well. You go knock on doors to find friends to surf with. It's Iago Dora, Fabio Gouveia. Come on. Great job there from Mateus Hurdy. He moved through with Dimitri Poulos, but unfortunately our past champ Eli Hanneman and Nolan Raposa both experience a raw version of reality. Losing in the round of 32 is not a keeper. That will not help you on your path towards the championship tour.
That's what I was going to break down there. Very insightful from Mateus that the difference of this round to your next round is essentially make or break. You can't really build a campaign utilizing a round of 32. Maybe, let's say you win a heat. This is the turn I was talking about, Chris. He got there early, kind of essentially used the lip, come back to the right, and he was able to get out of that pocket before getting knocked off his board. So long year, you're building your results. You're building off of them. That round of 16, now you're starting to talk about a keeper, a low-end keeper, and these guys can work with that. If you build up a couple of those, then it's only going to take you one special result to get to the qualifying campaign. So it is literally make or break. But now here's another part for today that is very interesting. Because we took that day off 2 days ago, they've condensed the round of 16 to 4-man heats, which is a very unique situation because normally it relaxes a little bit. You're like having 4 gnarly competitors in round of 32, psycho. Now you make it even more competitive, even more cutthroat because you know how much is on the line. This afternoon is going to be a barn burner.
Because in the past, we would go from 4-man, 3-man, 2-man, all the way through finals day. You'd be going against just one other surfer from the round of 16, right?
Yeah, and it changes, man-on-man changes the dynamic so much because instead of a 4-man brawl, essentially, you're dealing with how's this competitor doing? What am I doing to take away opportunity? And it becomes a much more of a chess match.
You might get half as many waves as well. Here goes Oscar Berry. Sees the ramp, flies it. That would have been super radical. So far, Oscar just with a 1-point ride. You can hear, though, even though he fell, I hear Australian accents screaming on the beach. I love the support for Australians when they take to the water is pretty epic to hear and feel. Michael Rodriguez is running away with this one. 617 and a 5.5. Something's going on with Kajiro Nishi. He did make that second turn, but he's had a couple of costly errors already.
He does the most tidy backhand work, as we see Emrod able to get vertical throw tail, but maneuver himself down the line. I mean, both of these guys, it's a different approach on your backhand surfing, but electrifying for each of them.
So far, this heat's been wild.
Well, here you go, Chris.
Big falls and hopefully a big air from Bronson Meddy. Mature right there, not being stubborn in what he wants to do, just slams it. That was a pretty critical section, rode out nice and clean. Even when you're coming down from an air or a snap like that, you're kind of landing uphill. Makes it even that much more difficult to ride out of these turns, as we see Oscar Berry. That right there is a trademark of his style of surfing, just blue collar, powerful, consistent surfing. He's gonna be on the board now after a couple bails on 2 previous waves.
And yesterday, remembering, hey, Mikey McDonough, he laid it down 2 big vertical hits on the outside. You can get into those excellent scoring rides. That was just really nice. You know, Oscar, he didn't overcook anything. He laid it up there vertically in the pocket both times. Obviously, I'm sure he wished he had the third hit, but still, nonetheless, that was a really good ride.
Yeah, so far, Michael Rodriguez, very productive on those lefts. And now he's going to fade right. His forehand is equally as impressive as his backhand, as seen there and there. 1-2 punch knockout from Michael Rodriguez.
No, it's epic. I think everybody knows Emrod's just that good, right? And he's so performative with the way he does his small wave surfing. It's these extra twitch factors that he's able to. There's something unique. It's contagious. It really stops you in your tracks. You really want to watch what he's doing. And even that second turn, it was like he swung it from the gut. That right there, Chris. See, it's a little bit of extra spice, and then here, poof. Fun, dude.
Yeah, that was kind of like precision into power. And, you know, it was subtle, but those were two vastly different maneuvers. Judges fully aware. They want to see you with a creative approach and, of course, putting yourself into the most consequential part of that wave. I'm not seeing any faults right now with Michael Rodriguez. You look at his score line.
No.
I mean, he's already getting rid of 4s, and that last wave will probably be somewhere closer to the 617 than that 5-5 he's holding on to right now.
The funny thing is, Emrod has such a deep arsenal of maneuvers, and he's been in the game for so long. You almost wonder, that was an air section, absolutely, the second turn. It's something he could do with his eyes closed. Yet, he opts for a powerful maneuver, and you wonder, he's already having a good heat. Does he need to pull those tricks out? Does he need to show the judges what he has, or can he keep it in the bag for the next round? And that's kind of where you start to flip into the double black belt level, where it's like, I'm saving things for finals day. Like, I'm still making these heats. I'm serving against the best surfers, but you haven't even seen everything I have to offer.
Yeah, it kind of feels like he's at 80%.
Kind of,
so
right?
The rest of that, 20%. See, I did one good math problem, right? 20% more, saving it up for finals day. 11-11 to go. Waiting for scores to drop for Michael Rodriguez. Bronson Mady, we saw him flying out of the sky into the pit. He fell. So he's got a 4.23 and a 2.83 for now. Bronson, of course, under the tutelage of the legendary Rizal Tanjung, who's been on the sand throughout this entire event, supporting our reigning World Junior Champion. Kajiro Nishi, even though he's made some mistakes, he's still in this heat. He needs a 4.53, but he's carrying 2.3, you know, 2 low 2s right now in his scoreline. And here's that last wave from Michael Rodriguez, and we know you're going to stay tuned because this heat is just starting to fire up. We're going to take a quick bonsai brew break, but we'll be right back. This is visual of Bronson Mady getting himself a perfect 10 in the 2024 World Junior Championships over there in the Philippines. What an event this was to watch. This was the event that put Bronson on the international map. And by getting that perfect 10, Bronson was rewarded. And surfers here in the Lexus US Open of surfing will be rewarded by our friends at Yeti. You get a 10 here in HB, you're gonna get a cooler. You're gonna get the, you know, the cups. You're gonna get everything that Yeti makes. And as we all know, you get yourself a Yeti product, it's probably gonna last you for the rest of your life. So get a 10, score some Yeti gear, and you're stoked because that stuff is built to last. And that's a huge accomplishment. Yet to see a 10 this week, but the way the waves are looking, the way the draw is, would not be surprised to see one wave go into the double digits. Will it be Nishi? Will it be Kajiro Nishi right now? Nice turn. Big layback jam there. Done with style. Kajiro did get a 4.63 on his previous wave, but Michael Rodriguez is setting the pace at 6.37 on his last, and he's back at it. Screaming down the line, he goes to the air, and an awkward uphill landing in the flats. Those are scary moments for the surfers' ankles, knees, heels. Looks like he's right back at it, but that was about to be a massive, fully rotated frontside 540 by Michael Rodriguez. So you nailed it earlier, Tanner. We know how powerful he is. We know how consistent he is. But now that he's got two big scores, I was thinking the last 5 minutes he might take to the air, and he did one better than that. He still has 6 minutes, 45 seconds left.
Yeah, and you could tell, okay, wow, amplitude was there, fully rotated and corked out. That section, when you're pumping at a section like that and you hit it, it can get a little scary because, as you saw, Michael, it takes you off your normal axis and it pushes you a little further to the flat. So you're rotating a little further. And when you come down, it's a real blind landing. So you essentially, watch this right here. A little further out, comes down, bam.
Ow.
You don't connect back into the white water of the wave. So you're completely into the flats. And somebody like Bronson, he's going to be able to handle basically anything that's thrown his way. He's able to do all that crazy stuff. So he's a video game surfer. If you're just coming across Bronson, like, we saw his 10 highlight there that put him on the map, like you said, Chris. He's got everything you want to have as a surfer.
You know who else I see as an influence for Kajiro? Travis Logie.
Oh, brother.
Right?
Brother.
I mean, this kid's grown up on a steady diet of watching fast, goofy footers because you can see that he's applied all the R&D that he's done. He's flying down the line. He's smashing sections. His scores are improving as well. He's got a 4.63 and a 3.63. So this was the 3.63 he just got, and he's still waiting for another number. Boom. All right, 3.63 for one maneuver. Not bad, but it almost felt like there was a little bit more meat on the bone on that wave.
A big thing here with Nishi is that's a great turn, and he's able to traverse that speed. That's a hard section to hit. There's so much reverberation coming at him, and he's doing a really good job of finishing his rides, right? Like even on that 3.63, it's like you want to see that emphasis at the end of the ride. The judges love that, obviously. As we see Oscar Berry, hey, things are fully heating up here. We got air ramps every which way on the beach.
I don't think it's impossible, or I think it's impossible to achieve success on the Challenger Series if you don't have a good air game. You got to be powerful, you got to go fast, and yes, I mean, prove me wrong. You have to be able to do an air every once in a while if you want to be in that elite level, in that top 5 on the Challenger Series. I feel like it's just, you have to.
It's funny because when you compete that much on a tour, the conditions will be challenging a certain day of every single event. As we see Oscar, that was sick. That would have been sick, no grab. But you need that air because the judges need that air. The people around you need that air.
His friends need that air.
Yeah,
they're
dude,
stressing right now.
It's the variety, right? It's the ability to get to all those different sections and show that variety. It keeps it lively. It keeps it spicy. You don't want to just be known for doing repetitive turns.
Right.
That doesn't get you to the next level.
Well, I think here in 2025, we have the best ever. This is not superlative. The best ever Challenger Series venues, right?
Yes, yes.
We talked about how you have to be powerful. You got to go fast. You got to be able to do airs. You got to be able to ride the barrel. You got to go get through pipeline.
Yes.
If you want to make it onto the championship tour. So props to WSL, best Challenger Series of events that I've ever seen on the calendar. only the most well-rounded surfers will make it to the championship tour level.
Well, I like the pipe too because that overlaps with the CT, and you find yourself on the Challenger Tour. We talked about it day one. It's like hard to believe in those conditions that you can equate results that find yourself to surfing Chopu, J-Bay, all these crazy perfect waves. So now the Challenger Series has sort of blended that line. The venues are incredible, Chris. You're on the money with saying that. It helps all these competitors do the one-step, two-step to have a really good experience on tour because they've already competed in great waves. They've already been challenged in challenging conditions. So the Pipeline event's going to be really exciting to watch this year. And those guys in the back of their mind will be like, this is like free practice.
And there's going to be no surprises for Challenger Series surfers when they get up onto the championship tour level. You know, like minor league baseball, for example, you're playing in cool ballparks, but they're kind of in, you know, different towns, right? You're not playing at Chavez Ravine in Los Angeles. You're not playing at Petco Park.
No.
You're not playing at Fenway Park. But our Challenger Series events, they're surfing pretty much a lot of the same venues that the championship tour surfers will be surfing. So there's going to be no excuse if you make the championship tour. You can't say that you weren't ready and prepared because you're going to have to earn those spots. And, you know, we talk a lot about how deep the field is here on the Challenger Series, how tough these events are. You know, I think they're close to being as hard, if not harder, to win than a championship tour event. But then you kind of take a step back and you think about, okay, well, these guys aren't surfing against Gabriel Medina. They're not surfing against Jordy Smith, Felipe Toledo, Italo. So there's some demons waiting for them when they get onto the championship tour. So be ready. Be careful what you wish for.
Well, not only are those guys like obviously the greatest surfers going at the moment, but you're then dealing with surfing against your hero,
right?
An icon, right? Like so. It was really interesting when it came on tour for a quick second. I had heats against Andy Irons, Kelly Slater. I was legitimately going against my childhood hero, and so now it's like, can you believe that you are the guy to beat them that day? So psychologically, it pushes you into a new realm, not just in the venues themselves, but I think the Challenger Series is really exciting because you can attach yourself to those stories as they grow and develop. And it's almost like a little bit more of like a more core community that really celebrates that. The people watching these events and all of us, it's like these guys are in the hustle and they're somewhat adjacent to the limelight of the World Tour. And when they come on, you want to be like, oh, dude, I watched Bronson when I watched his run start literally at the U.S. Open. So all good, you're coming on here. He's winning chopes, but it's like I was there in the beginning.
Well, for a rookie getting on the championship tour, just do what Marco Munoz does. Marco Munoz doesn't seem to fear any man.
No.
I mean, he's taking down the biggest and the best. He's on his way to a pretty solid result up on the championship tour. We got 34 seconds left. Oscar Berry has powered his way into that top spot with a 6.83 and a 6.27. His rail work is impeccable. Michael Rodriguez, you could say the same thing for Emrod. He has 6.37 and a 6.17, really on the strength of precise, clinically strong surfing. For Kajiro Nishi, a lot of mistakes in this one. He's going to be learning some useful lessons, and he'll definitely be hearing it from his pit crew. Bronson Mady, just a little bit unlucky there. Did not get himself on waves that allowed him to fly like I think we all wanted to see. So at the end of it, it's going to be Oscar Berry and Michael Rodriguez moving through. Solid double-digit totals for both of those surfers. We do lose Kajiro Nishi, and we lose our world junior champion, Bronson Mady. But more to come from those two guys. Don't you worry about that. We got another big heat coming up. When I say big, I'm talking probably one of the heats of the entire event. Ian Gouveia, Jacob Wilcox, Adur Amatrian, and Kanoe Igarashi coming up right after these brief messages. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. One of the most dominant surfers in the history of the US Open is Kanoa Igarashi. 2 victories here in pumping surf. This hometown hero made everybody proud. I'm talking multiple nations involved in the celebration for Kanoa when he won this event 2 times. HV was stoked, Japan was hyped, and we spent a lot of time in Portugal and Puerto Rico. This man is beloved by the entirety of the surfing world.
So, as we're watching this, Chris, I'm noticing he wins the first one on Almeric surfboards. He wins the second one on Sharp Eye surfboards. So now we're gonna go for that third with a fresh sponsor, JS. I find, this is a theory, but I find with Kanoa, when he gets on new equipment, he has all these big gains, and he's able to look way confident on the equipment as he is on his JS boards.
Well, he's got a test right here because Jacob Wilcox is gnarly. Blasting the tail out. A little bit more of a nose pick than an air, but definitely got something beneath. Here we go, Kanoa Igarashi. Whoa, kind of a rock and roll floater there with the airdrop. Blows the fins out on his second turn. I don't have to tell you about his fan base on the beach. You can hear it. And we've got a pier shot.
Oh,
that's
he
right.
shoots the pier.
It's been rare throughout this contest, but you love to see it. Just another cool added element that we get here in Huntington Beach. The Bonsoy athlete area is going off right now. Kanoa with legions of fans from all over the place cheering for that last wave, which we know is going to be a big number, but there's some solid scores coming through already. 26 minutes left. You got Ador Amatrian with a 5.83. Jacob Wilcox just dropped a 5. This is an international superheat. Ian Gouveia from Brazil, Jacob Wilcox, Australia, Ador Amatrian from the Basque region, and Kanoa Igarashi representing Japan. Heavy hitters in the round of 32. It doesn't make sense. Tanner, make it make sense to me, please. How are we seeing 4 surfers of this magnitude in really the second round?
I know. No, but honestly, sometimes the way the draws shake out, you get a second in your first round, you get a first in that round, and you line up into these super heats, which of course this is. Jacob Wilcox is, like you mentioned before, a Goliath. Dude, the guy is so good in all conditions. I feel like we've already heard him for years, and right here on cue with his replay. Nice turn, really tricky air section. This thing is peeling backwards, and he's able to get the pop and make that happen. I mean, great start. Obviously, he came away with a 5 on that. And Kanoa out the back, Chris, this was incredible.
Kind of almost a stall floater that put him right in the perfect section for the bottom turn. Release the fins there.
Even this, look at how vertical he gets right here on the pylons.
Kanoa Igarashi currently sitting at 3rd on the championship tour, so putting himself firmly in the conversation of potentially fighting for a world title in Fiji at the final 5. Kanoa is really gnarly in Tahiti too. So if he could get a win here in Huntington Beach, that feeling, that momentum push could just rocket him straight to Tahiti and put him in prime position to battle for a world title at the end of the season. 24:30 to go. Kanoa Igarashi, no worries. Light work, 8-point ride on his first wave. The perfect read of that left-hand pier bowl.
These guys get that little local glow. Him and Brett Simpson have it, where it's like a rabbit's foot thing. You know, that was wild. We hadn't really seen a ride like that, where he was able to get the floater, traverse into an incredible turn, and there was still meat on the bone after that. Like normally it's just 2 turns out the back. So Kanoa with wave selection and utilizing that local knowledge, he surfs out here every single day. So he said yesterday, even without the contest, he would have been out there. He said it looked so fun, and today's even better. So he's probably frothing, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, this is just part training, part fun for Kanoa. Ian Gouveia there in the red jersey. He has a 5.87. Well, we haven't even talked about Ian yet. This kid is a cannonball. He is so compact, so powerful, and super consistent. Hopefully we get to see him on his backhand because, man, he does damage. Ador Amatrian, the rookie in this draw, definitely surfing like a powerful veteran.
Oh, boy. That would have been amazing, Chris. That first turn was one of the most spicy we've seen this morning. And again, you noticed that the second turn sometimes is that right converging at you, so you have to do a really good job of hitting it, and Adair did that, but then right as he was coming out of the turn, he kind of lipped out of the oncoming left.
I love his style. He's a really cool looking surfer.
Yeah, he's a great surfer. Also, I was talking to the Pukas crew yesterday, and they were mentioning that Adair he has a big wave knack as well, so he loves surfing in all conditions, as we see him take off here on a really incredible left. That turn, honestly, is so special. And for him to come up into the lip and blow the tail out, what a missed opportunity. I hate to say that, but that would have been an incredible score.
Jeez, Kanoa's fired up. I love that. It's so fun to watch a surfer putting full effort into what they're doing. It's Jacob Wilcox with a wild ride there. That way went weird on him.
Dude, he almost had a downshift coming in that last
right?
section.
He was in fifth gear going into a hairpin turn. 22 minutes left, and so far so good. This heat has lived up to all expectations, and we have so much time to go. Chris, feels like Kanoa Igarashi's playing hardball right now. He is going like full effort.
Yeah.
I mean, he's surfing right now like he would be surfing for a title.
Which is a testament to the other guys in this heat, right? Like, he knows he can't really take his foot off the gas. I was going to say, watching that Jacob Wilcox wave, if you haven't seen Cape to Cape, his new video that came out, I think he just dropped it like a week or two ago.
But he walked like 150 kilometers or something?
Yeah, but the surf he gets in that edit is mind-blowing. Like, this guy is a tube dweller. He finds himself in Western Australia just literally spelunking.
Yeah, Jacob Wilcox is definitely having a moment. You know, we talk about when Stab kind of gives you the seal of approval and invites you to compete in their various projects. He was a standout in the Stab 100 event that I believe just wrapped up. He's very visible, dropping video parts like he had just mentioned. And I think, you know, he talks about that project he did where he was walking along the west coastline as a way for him to kind of fall back in love again with just the purity of surfing, but also fall back in love with Western Australia. And you could tell it's a touching tribute, not only to where he lives, but also what he does.
Well, I think all of these kids coming up, you start at your local beach break and you literally fall in love for the pure essence of surfing. You become a surf fan, you get into the system, you watch the events, you yourself start competing, and then there goes the cycle. Then you're in it, progressing, and you see yourself on the QS, now the Challenger Series and the Tour, which Jake has already done. And it's cool for him to go back and say, hey, let's revisit how I fell in love with this so I can almost have a renaissance moment. And it looks like he is really re-fired up.
He's surfing so good, there's going to be about a dozen guys on the CS probably walking around trying to catch waves to get that feeling. We got 19 minutes, 50 seconds left. Kanoa Igarashi in the lead for now. Oscar Berry went out and laid down the law, power surfing all the way to a 13.10 total. He's on the glass now with Rosie Hodge.
Ripping, Chris. Well, Oscar, it was an interesting heat watching the advancing positions change hands so many times. How did you stay in the moment and keep your composure?
Oh, barely. My first, it was really super weird little start, like no one really did anything, and then sort of Emerald came flying out of the blocks and had a 5 and a 6 pretty quick, and I was sort of, the rest of us had nothing. I was a bit scared, and then a mental left popped up, and I was just so nervous, and I stood up and just sort of got through a couple like nervy calves and snaps and sort of got it done, and when I heard the score, it sort of like gave me a bit of like a, here we go, come on, like, it's on now. And then I sort of snuck off and found that little pier bowl and got a ramp. And then from there on, it sort of like feels like it comes down to, it gets pretty tactical out there because it's so slow. And yeah, I felt like I could sort of put myself wherever I could be to take opportunities off the other boys. And yeah, I was stoked to do that and yeah, come out with a win.
And let's talk about the bigger picture, the rankings. You're 7th on it at the moment. A lot of people ahead of you and below you falling out of the mix at this event already. How are you going to take advantage of this opportunity?
Hopefully by keep on making heats, like that's the goal, but I just want to keep sort of going through my process and like seriously, it's so cliche, but literally taking it heat by heat, you know, like, can't get too far ahead of myself. You know, I've had one result on the Changas in my life, so it's, yeah, I'm excited to sort of, keep resetting before each heat and, just going from there and keep surfing and hopefully, do some more airs and have a bit of fun with it.
And yeah, keeping it simple, the round of 16 is coming up pretty quickly. How are you going to reset for that round?
Probably go and get a feed. We've got my mates down here, so we'll go and scoff some food and come back down here and or maybe even have a little cruise in the car or something. We're staying in San Clemente, so I can't really go home and come back. So, I'll just go walk and have a feed and come back down and, get ready.
Let you get prepared. Thank you for the time.
And to translate, if you don't speak Australian, scoff means eat. So get a feed. He's going to go eat lunch. Love to see Matt Huey's represented on tour again as well.
Sick.
That's a great sponsor for Oscar Berry because you can tell, I mean, he has got that just classic Aussie vibe.
Wait, what a legend
yeah,
he
I mean,
is.
he's just like climbing the ranks of my kind of favorite surfer list right now. Super powerful, consistent, and I love his attitude right there.
Did you hear the Changas? He said, I've only had one result on the Changas.
Yeah,
mate.
Australia has some of the best slang.
That's so good.
There's some very unique phrases and words that you'll hear from your favorite Australian surfers that are awesome. Here we go. Back to the task at hand. Adur Amatrian.
So he looks like he's making do where he fell off on his last wave. That looked a little bit more hesitant than his ride before, but really good to see him staying on his board. And just behind him, Kanoa Igarashi deciding to just replay what he did yesterday, launching one into the flats. Yeah, and with Oscar Berry, loved how he said, it is kind of cliche, but man, these are long years and you have to focus heat by heat and just build your campaign. Like, you can't take it too much in front of itself. That was a great interview.
Yeah, if you break down Aussie slang, right? So Challenger Series, Changa. They put at the end of some words like.
That was impossible.
Oh,
no, that was a geometry class.
No! That's what we like to see.
Welcome to the Changas.
Ian Gouveia flying. Kanoa Igarashi blasting that way. Two big belts.
It's on. That's right.
Yeah, go for it. Your 2024 Bolito Pro champion, Ian Gouveia. I mean, showing us exactly why he has been on the championship tour a few times already. You see why he is winning these major Challenger Series events. And Ian Gouveia has to have one of the best attitudes of anyone. I mean, this dude is super cool.
Yes.
And he has this ability to fly. Bam.
Oh my gosh, that was a monstrous section. And he had basically pumped for 50 yards. So his speed and approach was high velocity. And this right here was bizarre. That was an incredible turn. Bam, straight off the bottom and up into the lip again.
How do you do that? How do you do that twice in the space of about 4 feet?
That's maximization of your space. Kanoa drops a 7.73 on that, and I believe that most of that is going to go down from the technicality of what he did. That first turn was amazing, but the fact that he got to the bottom, to the top again, and just so efficient with his process there. Great ride, great backup score for Kanoa.
I mean, a 7.73 as a backup is huge. Kanoa again. Back at it. Here we go. Winding up through the bottom. Turn goes for the rodeo and makes it. No!
Whoa! So hey,
Hold on.
I saw Jacob Wilcox checking his foot after that air that he did on the ride prior, and I'd be curious what happened here. We might be dealing with a bit of an ankle injury.
Oh, this is
dude, there's a lot happening.
Yeah.
Like, we just saw basically a rodeo flip from Kanoa.
99% of a rodeo flip. Here's Jacob Wilcox.
Yeah, so right here you can see,
off.
hey, no, that's a bad situation.
And that is something we'll be monitoring. Of course, we can't speculate as to what happened, but we know that it looks like he's going to make his way to the beach.
I only say that
bummer.
because I did notice him looking at his foot, and it was a really the air section that he went into on the wave before, if it is that wave, it had a real trap door to it, and sometimes when you're landing, rotating, obviously you know that, Chris. Like things can go haywire so fast. So
and these are uphill landings too.
Yes.
Which are, I mean, Jacob Wilcox is tough as nails. So if in fact that worst case scenario happens, we got our lifeguards on it. So we'll be monitoring the situation there. Meanwhile, in the heat, with 13 minutes left, Kanoa Igarashi is in control and command of this heat with an 8-point ride and a 7.73. Gouveia just dropped a 9. So now we have a single highest scoring wave of the event with a huge frontside air. So surfers take note. You fly, you're gonna get rewarded. Here we go, Igarashi. Yeah, are we watching a video part or a Challenger Series heat? I'm not sure. But I know I'm going to rewatch this one later. This is a real show of highly technical surfing.
This feels ready to go to the 805 Bow Show Top 5 moments of the day. I am so stoked that they rewarded Ian on that. The technicality of him working with the current to get that much loft underneath his board. Like essentially most of the times you're going to see those guys getting it on the rights. We're going to see a lot of pop out of the rights because they're utilizing the current against them. But Ian jumping with it and corking that out, no grab, sick. So sick.
Igarashi, I think this was a 617. You want to know how to do airs the proper way? Just rewatch that wave and take notes, because that was the perfect setup, the perfect section. I mean, Kanoa's probably done that, what do you think, 5,000 times in his life. He started surfing here when he was 6 years old.
Yeah, it's actually really just nice to see him kind of let the hair down. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah.
And just like kind of go for it. I feel like he's such a competitive beast that it's just nice to see him in his home space.
This is like his hobby right now.
Yeah.
His job is being done very well in the championship tour. He's currently ranked 3rd, so he has no pressure. He didn't have to do the US Open. He chose to do it, and you can tell he's putting everything he has into it, and you love to see it.
So for Adura Matrion right now, you're looking at needing a 9, or you're either going to need to break that score down of a 14.87 totals, which would land you at, you're either looking at the big 9 or you're going to go 7.5, 7.5, and it's a tough ask no matter what. We have 11 minutes here remaining. But again, we got to go back to Adura's rides. He's had phenomenal backside snaps. He just needs to find the right pocket and end the wave on his board as we watch. Talk about free surf.
Yes.
Dude.
Big ol' slob.
That's good for the photo. That'll look real good.
Yeah. I mean, that's the other thing that you see come out of the US Open is some incredible imagery. That pier is just the raddest backdrop as Adura Matrion now winds up.
Perfect.
Nice pair of turns right there.
Yeah,
great surfing, but he's got a Herculean task ahead of him right now because Kanoa Igarashi and Ian Gouveia are kind of the bullies in the water right now. They're just going wave for wave. Ian Gouveia with that 9 as our new high mark for the men's side of the US Open of Surfing.
But Chris, what I love what Adura did there, okay, so he's working with a 5.83. So that right potentially can go above that. And he's going to start to eat away at that 9.04 that he needs. Right here, really beautiful arcing turn and just so lively and slices his way up on top of that lip. So hopefully he's like, hey, maybe I can get a 6.5 here. Even if I get a 6.5, I'm then only going to need an 8.
Igarashi with the stall, the wind up, the launch.
Doctor.
Bro, can we extend this heat for like another 20 minutes or something? This is a Kanoa Igarashi that I haven't seen in a while. I mean, he is just feeling so free at his home break. He's doing flips, so he's now attempted 2 flip variations. The rodeo and that one right there, straight up backflip.
Okay, we kind of didn't even chat about that backside flip, and because that was right when the Jacob Wilcox drama was happening. That was insane. He was
so close.
A skosh away from riding away from that. You rarely, maybe if ever, see those in competition. Ever, right? Like maybe a handful of them. 5, 6, I don't know.
Yeah, well, we're going to get more. We have 8 minutes, 45 seconds left. We're going to take a quick break. We know you're not going anywhere. We're at the edge of our seats. We're watching some of the best surfing we've seen at the entire event with more to come. We'll be right back. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We're looking at a replay here of Jacob Wilcox. And something went awry on that wave because Jacob had to paddle in. He did paddle in under his own power, but we're monitoring a potential injury from one of the best surfers in this entire event. He's made his way to the beach. He's in the Bonsoy athlete area with our team of experts, and they're looking after him. Yeah, Tanner, you saw right there, looking down at his foot or ankle. This is what you don't want to see because Jacob has been on an absolute tear throughout the early part of this season. And there's his crew right there. Or there's Jacob with a pretty visible limp. That's a bummer.
Oh, it's such a bummer, and it's such a reality of the situation. When you have aerial surfing, it's always on the cards. There's always a twist that can happen, a tweak that can happen. So we're really hoping for Jacob. It is just that, and the crew down there can sort him out quickly.
Well, we know how tough he is. We know how passionate he is, and we know how much he wants this. So for him to have to come in from this heat and take himself out of contention to advance, it must be something pretty heavy. So our thoughts are with Jacob Wilcox right now. Heal up quick. I mean, the Challenger Series isn't the same without you, bud. So again, we'll give you information as we get it. But right now in the lineup, 5 minutes, 20 seconds left. Gouveia dropped a hammer with a 9-point ride. He's in second place. Unbelievable. You think anybody that had got a 9 in the earlier rounds would definitely be in lead, but Kanoa Igarashi has been going off in this heat. 8-point ride, 7.73. Just a near miss on a crazy backside rodeo. And he's going for flips, he's doing big airs, he's throwing away high scores. Untouchable right now. I think Kanoa Igarashi is on his way to potentially a third win here at the US Open.
And look what's happening in the shadows here as we get under the 5-minute mark. Adur Amatrian had a 5.83 and that 2-turn right. Now he has a 6.37. So he's taken down the requirement to an 8.5, which honestly is not a lot, but the difference of an 8 to a 9, when you're dealing with, oh, I need a 9, that's such rare air. That's like the best you can absolutely give. So who knows, maybe he's still in it. He's definitely going to fight his way to the end. Ian Gouveia sits over the top of him with the priority. So there will be some gamesmanship here happening. It'll just be fun to watch how this plays out.
Well, you got 4 minutes left. You know, being a US Open champion it's a amazing byline, right? You've got some things in surfing that kind of you take with you for the rest of your life. Obviously, world champion is one of them. Triple Crown champion is another one of those titles that you can hang on to forever. But I'm going to put a US Open champion as, you know, one of those accolades that is like how you can introduce someone, right?
Totally.
Kanoa Igarashi, two-time US Open champion. That's like being an Academy Award winner as an actor, right? That's like being a Rookie of the Year in any of the sports. It's a huge, huge credit. And for Kanoa, you know he wants that third, of course.
You've heard in a lot of the post-heat interviews where the competitors talk about it like a festival or a circus, and it's always been that way. So the US Open represents not just a competitive dojo, it's really in front of the surf industry at large here in the US, and it puts your name on the map. It essentially rockets you into that conversation, like you're saying. It's in your bio, for sure.
Well, you know, when you do eventually make the championship tour, when we are calling Al Cleland's heats, US Open winner, Al Cleland Jr., you know, it's just like it fits in so nicely.
A lot of times there's a blend of tour surfers, CT surfers doing this event and winning, which makes it even more prestigious. They come down and they grab a challenger title, and it makes it that much more revered for those who can get it off of the tour guys.
Yeah, it's almost like, you know, you would think Kanoa Igarashi is doing this for fun, but I think he means business the way he's surfing. He's got 10 waves ridden. He's throwing away sixes. And the misnomer on the smaller scores you see here, the 1.13, the 1.07, those were earned by almost making two of the most radical tricks that we've seen yet.
sometimes it's like, oh, they're feeling good. You know, we're going to see some variety in the grabs and the airs and maybe a little bit more amplitude. But Kanoa literally blew the door off the hinges.
Well, I mean, it started from day one, right? Mundane surfing will get you nowhere in Huntington Beach. You have to be flashy. You have to go fast. You have to do big tricks, whether they're turns or big airs. You're not going to just fly under the radar here, right? Big surfing is what's winning heats.
So, Chris, I'm going to bring this up because it's right in front of me. Previous winners here at the U.S. Open: Rob Machado, Kalani Robb, Corey Lopez, Taj Bro, Andy Irons, Rob Machado, C.J. Hopgood, Nathaniel Curran. Look at that list. Dude, like, that is exactly what you're talking about. There's so much prestige. Uh-oh, Kelly Slater wins it. Julian Wilson wins it.
Those
Felipe
guys are pretty
Toledo
good.
Wins it. Like, the lineage of this event and what it means to surfing at large is still very much alive. The last year's Griffin Colapinto, Zeke Lau, Eli Hanneman, and Al Cleland. Like, you want to get your name on that list. You want to be on that podium. There is no greater feeling than looking down at a beach that crowded and knowing you're taking away the title.
Yeah, we've clicked over into full-on U.S. Open mode. The sand is packed. The pier's packed. I mean, I'm talking all the way from where you walk onto the pier, almost out past halfway, as we see Kanoa Igarashi flying down the line and flying into the air and into oblivion. This is just like a tiger playing with a little piece of prey. He's just messing around, having the time of his life, and putting on a great show for the fans. I feel like he's doing it for the crowd, right? I mean,
it is true, huh? Yeah, because it's that crowded, and you realize it's like, oh, I could just sit out here and make the seat, or I could show everybody what I have to offer. I could give them a little bit of spice on their day.
Big cheers, rounds of applause coming through as Kanoa Igarashi makes his way into the lineup, and we see Ian Gouveia most likely up after, but he did his job very well. Highest single wave score of the event from Ian Gouveia in that heat, a 9-point ride. Adore Amaturian, he hung in there, but he went up against two titans of our sport. So full credit to Adore, great showing, and we're feeling for Jacob Wilcox right now, had to come in due to injury. Be following that story for the rest of the day for sure. We just, we hope for the best for that Australian who's currently leading the Challenger Series. But big ups to Kanoa Igarashi, surfing's greatest showman at the moment. We're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back with more.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, is brought to you by Neutrogena, sunscreen you'll love to wear. By Sun Cruiser Vodka Iced Tea, let the good times cruise. By Pacifico, live life anchors up. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Yeah, the hometown hero coming through in a big way. Kanoe Igarashi getting mobbed right out of the water from his heat. He put on a spectacular performance. If you missed it, that's okay. You can go worldsurfleague.com and get all the replays from the action of the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
New Lexus ambassador, by the way, Kanoe Igarashi. Got the Surf LX himself, Kipes.
Well, we got a new heat out of the water, Mitchell. Taro Watanabe, Winter Vincent, Cade Matson, and Igor Moraes, who has been kind of a name that we're getting to know as he's been progressing through the heats here. Started in the round of 80, Igor Moraes is, and now he's found himself into the round of 32. Hi again, Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, and we're pleasantly surprised. We're actually, I'm not going to speak for Mitchell. I'm going to speak for myself. I'm stoked. The action's been great.
Yep.
The sun's out. The waves have come through. So I'm stoked.
Yeah, you checked all the boxes right there, Kaipo. It's a beautiful day here in Southern California. Greeted with great waves this morning, and of course, the weather. Pretty warm on the beach right now. The sun has really started to blaze, and of course, that's what we expect on the weekend here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing.
Yeah, and there's so much. The sundown sets also happening. Live music every single day, starting at 5 o'clock right here on the beach. But the focus on the glassy combination swell that we're seeing out in the water right now. Clock starts at 30 minutes, and we're down to the 24-minute mark, and already Taro Watanabe with his slick rail game looks like he went excellent. He's on the paddle back out here.
Yeah, major number right there already. Not only excellent, as you said, look at the quality of the waves out there with the sun shining, how glassy it is. 11:16 in the morning. Here's Cato.
Cade Matson out of San Clemente, California, the 23-year-old. Had a taste of the championship tour back in 2024. Did not survive that mid-season cut, so he's back on the Challenger, trying to get back on the big stage. Nice start.
Yeah, and he's a former pro junior champion here at the Open too, so has experience that has benefited him to be able to qualify eventually for the tour. Good two-turn combo right there, nothing amazing, but solid. And this is the 8.5 for Taro. Wow, crisp first turn right there for Watanabe, and then fully commits to the layback hack right there, and that's why it goes excellent, Skypes.
8.5, and that kind of turn is what you're going to see at the world premiere tonight of Snap 5. That is a patented Taro Watanabe slash, and the judges all loved it. Look at
nearly unanimous.
Yeah, nearly unanimous. But it was unanimous that it was excellent.
Yes, it was. And great score right there for Watanabe. He went on a roll within the regional QS2, made 3 regional QS finals in a row, winning one of them over there in Morro Bay. And he's looking awesome here at the Open so far.
Yeah, coming off of a semi-keeper, I feel, a ninth in Bolito.
That's good. I feel like that would be your 4th or 5th best result out of the 5 that you're keeping.
Again, 7 events in the Challenger Series. Your top 5 results count towards your ranking at end of year. And for the men, we take the top 10 to graduate to the championship tour. 11 through 20 get a seed or a spot in the 2026 Challenger Series and don't have to do the regional qualifying series.
Yeah, which has been major for a lot of these guys over the past. Winter Vincent is actually one of those that requalified through the Challenger Series rankings in 2024. Runner-up to the World Junior title this year, to Bronson Mady over in the Philippines. Great heat right here. Matson already up in the scoreline with the 4.67. Moraes, we talked about the dark horse, but here, number 18 on the CS last year. Vincent, still only 20 years of age, Kipes.
Yeah, still developing. Quarterfinals in to start off for Winter in Newcastle.
Oh,
Igor shows why he's the warrior right there. Not a lot in that way, but Igor got as much out of it as he possibly could.
And a dramatic finish, too, coming out of it, too. Took him a little while to fully ride out of it. Bit horizontal as well, but as you said, not much else you could have done. Number 7 on the QS rankings in South America to qualify. First time ever, as you said, on the Challenger Series this year. And it's a good rotation, a speedy one, too. A lot of projection coming out of it. Great approach right there by Moraes. Coming out of Sao Paulo. A lot of beach breaks in the area. And it seems like Cato right here on the backhand, once again, much better. Way cleaner on this one, Kaipo. This should surpass the 4.67 by a lot, too. It's a large gentleman right there in the white jersey, 6'3", at least 200 pounds. There's quite a few of them in San Clemente too, by the way. Crosby, Colapinto, Cole Houshman are in the Bonsoy athlete area supporting Cade Matson at the moment. Good heat.
Waiting for the score for Cade. Part of that San Clemente crew that took really the tour by storm.
They did.
In 2024.
We were there in Sacktown when they all qualified.
Yeah.
Back in 23, Cade was one of them. Crosby qualified that year too. Actually, correct me if I'm wrong, Kaipo, but I think Cole had already done all of his damage here by the point he got to the Open and actually qualified at this event. So that is not a possibility this year with the expansion of the tour, 7 events now, but still really impressive. And as you said, the new wave of surfers coming out of Southern California and out of the US.
Yeah, it's cool to see the San Clemente kids in that period in 2023 when they were all on the Challenger Series together, how they moved as a group and supported each other.
Iron sharpens iron.
And I also feel what we're seeing now is that we're seeing that now from the Australians. They're coming together.
Great point, Kaipo. Great point. They all support each other. They travel together. I mean, you know, when you live with somebody for a long period of time, every now and then they get on your nerves, but it's really cool to see that unity, that support among each other. And of course, they all rip. And hey, our thoughts are with Jacob Wilcox, man. Hopefully he's okay. And, you know, we'd love to see him compete in the rest of the season too.
Look at the conditions. Glassy for Winter Vincent. Sets up for that first hanger on the backhand. Little missed time. Just going to get that turn in.
Just one. Seems like Taro might have gotten a wave in that split peak situation too.
Yeah, you're right. So catching up with Taro Watanabe. Getting a backup for his 8.5 is the mission. Looks like he just accomplished that. How much? We're going to find out.
And he trains with Brad Gerlach too in the Wave Key program. Actually a longtime member of that program himself, Kaipo.
Here's Taro's right.
Yeah, so he's been on 2 of the glassiest waves out there so far in this heat. Setup carve into the lip. Wow, that's a great backup. I mean, he's going to have more than 14 points, I feel, after this wave right here. Then Vincent, as you said, times the first one well, but it was just way too difficult to be able to get up into time for that second one. So going to be a misfire early on for Winter.
Yeah, he's going to have to make up in the back 2/3 of this heat. 10 minutes off the clock so far. Waiting for scores for Taro Watanabe and his backup to the 8.5. Winter Vincent getting busy on the right. Just has to throw that one away. Tosses it up in the air.
Kato maybe right here. He's looking left. I mean, he's improved on his 2 waves so far, Kaipo.
Pretty quick here, and I think that is an improvement. So last wave for Cade Matson, a 6.23, needs to bet a 4.67.
I love the body language that I'm seeing out of Kato right now too. 4.67, as you said, what he's looking to improve on. That's some great surfing right there by the lower trestles local. And Moraes right here did convert with that one air. Comes in the good range, Kaipo.
Yeah, that single air for Igor comes in at a 6.33. So very tight heat right now. The only person that kind of has to get it going is Winter Vincent.
Yeah, and I think, you know, he's on my short list of people that I think are going to qualify later on this year. Last year, he was able to make it into a couple of big results, especially in Bolito, which for a lot of people, that's one of the most difficult events on tour. Really tall dude.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but in Sakurima, the final event last year for the Challenger Series, Winter Vincent's win, I forget his heat, I think it might have been against Michael Rodriguez, got George Patar secured in his qualification spot.
It did, and he knew that his outside chances of qualifying for the CT were low, but he was surfing for a top 20 spot though.
Right.
And he nearly, I mean, he did achieve it. He was number 18, so there's ways to get into that rhythm too, and especially if you know that there's outside chance of qualifying, settle for top 20.
And it was a 2-for-1, right? He got into the top 20 for qualification, and he helped his good friend get on the championship tour.
Correct, and good moment for the Aussies right there, as you said. So one of our key events, I'd say, on the Challenger Series. A lot of experience for these guys so far.
11:23 local time, and I just saw the Board and Brew graphic pop up.
My left coast pastrami's waiting for me. Right. I'm mine get on the table.
Okay.
Getting hungry.
Yeah, I'm willing a turcado.
It's around there. I already saw it.
So a little lull in the action, but grateful for this sunny day in Southern California. Let's check in with the two-time champ, local hero, crowd favorite, Kanoa Igarashi, with Rosie Hodge.
Incredibly entertaining canoa. I mean, there was backflips, rodeos, airs, like just everything going down. Were you playing a game of horse out there?
Yeah, it was just Huntington was showing off. The waves were so fun, and I just was, I don't know, I felt like I was just out there in a free surf, and it was kind of weird. It was just a weird one because all my friends are on the beach, and I just felt like I was surfing in front of them. Like, it felt like we were just like, you know, having one of those like after school days, and we were just trying to show off to each other. And I didn't land anything, but it was super fun. Like, the waves are so nice. Like, we all caught like 100 waves, and man, it's for me, this is like as fun as Huntington gets. Like, I like it at this size. Any bigger, it gets a little bit harder. Any smaller, it's kind of grovelly. So this, you know, kind of 3-foot sizes, I feel like it's pristine for Huntington.
And the change of pace, the championship tour, obviously there's that little bit of added pressure, but coming home here, how does this kind of set you up to get that fun feeling as we head into Tahiti?
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, contest or no contest, this week at the US Open, I was leaving tomorrow night anyway, so you know, I just you know, I'll have to start packing my bags when I get home today, and yeah, everything the same. I mean, I'd be serving twice today anyway because the waves are so fun. So there's literally not a single difference for me. I feel like the only difference is I have a jersey on, and I only get to surf for 30 minutes instead of 2 hours. But besides that, I'm just surfing and then you know, kind of prepping for Tahiti when I get home every day.
And what kind of lumber are you going to be packing for Tahiti?
No shortboards. Every board that I ride here will be sitting in the garage, and the guys at JS, they just sent me a bunch of boards for Tahiti. So I was picking them up last night, and it was under my arm, and they just felt like so heavy and just like boats and just thick. And I was picking up my epoxy, and it feels all good and light and exciting. But then I know as soon as I land in Tahiti, those heavy boats are gonna feel like little toothpicks. So it's a crazy head dynamic, but you know, luckily I've been to Tahiti a few times, so I'm used to serving Huntington the day before a big day at Chopu.
Living in two different worlds. Well, Kanoa, congratulations. We'll see you in that round of 16 coming up later today.
Yep. We like our Kanoa Igarashi when it comes to Huntington. Very entertaining.
Yep.
He's a good friend of yours, Mitch.
Yeah, he is, and you know, just been hanging out with him, you know, after hours. Really cool.
How often do you guys split peaks? You're a goofy foot, he's a regular foot.
He tends to go backhand a lot, actually, especially on the north side in the summertime.
So he even takes the lefts off of you, too.
I'll go right, though. I don't care. You know, goofy footers, we tend to go right more than anything anyway, so it's fine. But, yeah, split peak situation. Tend to control the lineup out there if we can.
Do you find that you catch more waves when you're surfing with Kanoa?
No, I catch way less.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because he's out there. Everybody wants to surf with him, you know?
Oh,
yeah.
I thought it would be the opposite, like it intimidated the crowd or something, but not really. Okay.
No, but I don't want to spill the beans, but we're kind of finding our own little peaks, too, where we just, like, surf at odd hours as well.
Oh.
Get little to no people out.
Okay, cool. Tell me, I'm still here for a couple days after the conclusion of the event, so if you can share your peaks with me, that'd be great.
I'm going to take you to one of our spots right here.
Look forward to it, especially if it stays like this.
Dude.
Because this is like California dreaming right now.
He's right, though.
Not too big where there's all this current and stuff.
That is correct.
Not too small enough to push your board, and just glassy for your rails to glide through.
And enough wind swell in the water, too, right, Kaipo? Which is odd for this time of the year here in Southern California. I mean, it's August 2nd. We normally don't get this kind of northwest wind swell. We do get those northwest winds in the afternoon, but they're not consistent enough to be able to peak it up for multiple days in a row. So it's a pleasant surprise, and especially with that addition of the 2 ground swells that are coming in, I'm really stoked. But as you said, it's the perfect size. Not too big, but not too small.
And that's why we're going to try to get through, and, well, I'm pretty confident we are going to get through this entirety of the round of 32 for men, and then the round of 16 for women, and then the round of 16 for men.
A couple lines rolling through right here, and Taro with a great heat already. Told you more than 14 points in the lead. Cato, though, he's surfing a great heat, going right for the first time in this one, Kipes.
Here we go. Cade Madsen fades off the bottom. Big snap for the big guy out of San Clemente.
Mean.
2 times, chops that lip down.
Less is more, Kaipo. There's the crew, Haushi, Eli Hanneman. You saw Crosby in the mix right there, too. Same kind of environment, as you said. Iron sharpens iron, Kaipo. They definitely need it.
Vincent takes a look at that one, decides to pull back.
Tried to force him in. Taro on that one to use priority. He didn't commit to it, so priority's going to remain the same. But interested to see, Kate's basically needing an 8 to take the lead. I like this wave a lot. Good variation on the second turn too, Kipes.
Yeah, and a lot of power displayed.
Yeah.
I was actually loving this bottom turn that he set this whole thing up with.
And a driver 3.0, which he's riding right now, the stock standard. Great first turn, big explosion, and as you said, delayed bottom turn draws it out just a bit more, but that extra little chuck of the tail right there at the end, it adds complexity to things out there. Really difficult to do with that lip line coming down on you too.
So still waiting for that score for Cade Matson. And see how that affects the heat. He's currently in an advancing position in second place. We're going to step away right now. We'll be back with the conclusion of the round of 32 Heat 5 at the Lexus US Open. Al Cleland's getting ready for his heat.
Teahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, it's a surf mecca.
Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up double arm drag. That's right, and coming up, the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC. Stop number 11 on the championship tour. That starts August 7th, but right now we're at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. It's the round of 32, Heat 5 in the water. Kaipogura, along with Mitchell Salazar, and Cade Matson just took the lead off of Taro Watanabe as we return from that break.
Yeah, just barely getting enough to what he needed, so slightly takes the lead right here. And Watanabe, who surfed a perfect heat, now looking for a 5.73 to retake first, but look at where Moraes, look where Vincent are right now. Slim pickings out there in terms of the priority use for the two of them. And Vincent, he's in a slight combination at the moment, needing 2 7s really to move up into the top two. And he used a word a while ago, Kaipo, advancement. That is the necessary word to remind yourself of today. Make it out of this round. That's already going to be a keeper result for yourself if you move into the round of 16.
Yeah, that's right. And because of the format, we had to adapt the format for this event. The round of 16 will also be 4-man heats. So you can make it all the way to the quarterfinals just by getting second.
Yeah.
So your goal, I feel, as a surfer, should be not overthink it, not oversurf it. You're in the top two.
Yep.
You're moving on to finals day.
It's a QS heat that you got to be looking at right there. You see these people in the regional QSs anyways. Now you just have a little bit more time on the clock. That's the only difference.
Yeah, true.
Right?
Still got the rotation, and actually with a little bit more time on the clock, that really does help with the priority rotation, because if you do kind of stuff up at the beginning of the heat, you got time to come back.
Right.
Unfortunately, for someone like Winter Vincent, who had a few misfires and finds himself in third priority and needing 2 waves, it's going to be a tall task to do that in 7.5 minutes.
So the tide is coming up at the moment, about 11:34 a.m. local time here in Huntington. I'd be breaking away if I were him. You know, you need 2 sevens. Really, a 4.2 would give you the breakaway in terms of the combination. As we see the tides right there, high at the 4.7 feet at just about 5 p.m. The low was at 8:58, 2.7. So less difference between the high and the low tide today. But 7 minutes to go, you need something soon. And we talked about his talent, being runner-up to the World Junior title this year, number 18 on the CS rankings last year. It's a big heat for him. He has a lot to prove right here against top 2 surfers out of North America, Matson and Watanabe. And Moraes, well, he's not out of it. Same thing as Cade. Surfs close to an 8-point ride. He's in the mix once again. But look at how close Taro is to him with priority. Showing a lot of respect to the dark horse Moraes.
Yeah, that's smart. I mean, I feel for someone like Taro Watanabe, and clearly he's got coached with technique, but also strategy by Brad Gerlach, is that you can play offense and defense at the same time.
You can. That is accurate.
You can stop your surfer from getting a good wave, take that good wave, and increase your heat total.
And he surfed the final in Baja California Sur last year against Jet Schilling in the, last heat of the event. They both had excellent scores. It was actually a split decision on who won, and that's a big thing about surfing. One thing everybody needs to comprehend when you come into the sport as a competition, it is subjective. Yeah, there's a criteria, there's elements of judging. They adapt, they adjust just as everybody else on the fly, but what you need to take into your own hands is the use of that style, as you always say. It's not necessarily in the criteria, it is involved in flow though. And that's where I feel like Taro really has a big separator himself, Kaipo.
Yeah.
I mean, he has a style that's perfect for the tour.
He's got it, and that's something that you work on in wave key. I think someone like Brad Gerlach is very aware, and he's always I've known Brad for over 25 years, and he's always been super aware of body mechanics.
Yep.
Taro, big snap to start.
Good push by Moraes.
And that is going to just flip the priority over to Igor.
Yeah, good pressure right there by Igor. So he needs basically an 8-point ride right now. 5 minutes to go, and Taro was a bit hesitant right there, Kaipo. Kind of looked at it, didn't necessarily know if he wanted to block him. He had to commit to the paddle, he did. And now priority flips in the favor of the Brazilian surfer in the green.
Yeah. So good sell by Igor.
Yeah.
And
he did his job at that point.
Yeah.
It's going to be tough here for Vincent, as we see the need right here for Moraes, 7.88. First priority, though, that's the big thing that's benefiting him at the moment.
Well, in the last heat, he had a great comeback in his round of 64.
Defeated Rye.
Taking out Ryan Calnan. So can he repeat that same tactic? Winter Vincent needs 2 waves, needs to get started right here, and that's not going to do it. Needs to at least, well, it may get, I don't even think it's going to get him out of the combo.
I'm surprised he didn't go bigger on that second one. I mean, that was it. He needed to hammer that second section right there. And it felt like he was probably looking down the line thinking he was going to get a bit more, and judges agree with you. It ain't going to be enough to break the combo.
Yeah, so still in a 2-wave combo, Winter Vincent, so it's eminent of his elimination in this heat. It's all going to be about Igor Moraes. Can Moraes get a near excellent 7.88 first priority with the Brazilian in 3 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock?
And posing the question for yourself, Kaipo, right here, Matson Watanabe, they're right on top of Moraes. And knowing that the time available on the clock right now, Vincent's in an extremely difficult position. Needs the 2 score stills. I think they're so competitive and they're so aware of where they sit in this heat and where Winter sits in this heat that they know that possibility is so low. They got to stay on the surfer that has first priority, still with a chance to be able to overtake the 2 of them. Yeah. I like this. Their knowledge is incredible for how young they are.
They're basically ganging up on him right now.
They are. And we talked about them being teammates on the USA Junior team for many years too. good friends. I don't think they're working together in that sense, but they're probably just like, hey, dude, you know what? We're making close case that this one's going to be done for you.
They have that awareness, right?
Yep.
And that heat IQ. And I mean, I think it's just surfing in 2025. These kids start so young, and now that even through the amateur ranks, we have priority and live scoring at a very young level. So by the time you get to 16, you're already aware of it. You know, Madsen 23, Watanabe 23, they're already veterans at this game.
Yeah, and they've known each other for years, as you said, coming through the amateur rankings. And to me, that's the thing that's made the largest difference, the inclusion of priority at those amateur events on the smaller scales. As soon as you have computer scoring, I feel there's a complete need to have priority. If not, it almost negates the reasoning of having computer scoring.
Of knowing what you needed if you can't get it.
Why?
If you don't have a chance to get it, right?
Why would you go block somebody if you know that you're still in third or fourth, you know? You need to know your positioning in the heat out there.
Watanabe, take a look at this one. It's a glassy right. This might just feel good for him to glide through. Down to 90 seconds.
Same situation here as we saw yesterday. He did his work at the beginning of the heat, and then Madsen was still in second for the majority of it, but that got his best ride towards the end.
Nice fin throw for Winter Vincent, but he's just going to have to regather himself and set his sights on stop number 4 of the Challenger Series in Ericeira.
Yeah, and as I said before, he's on my list of people that not only do I want to see qualify, I still think that he has a chance. Ericeira, Saquarema, he's competed there before. The inclusion of Pipe with his size over at Backdoor, I feel like he has a lot to prove over there. And of course at Newcastle, everybody's already surfed there.
And, you know, the glass half full for Winter Vincent. He does have a keeper. He has a quarterfinal finish in Newcastle, so he's got one good result in, you know, in his rankings.
Right.
17th at Bolito. That's kind of...
it's borderline.
It's borderline.
That could count as maybe number 5 out of your top 5 results.
Looks like he's going to get, what would this be, a 25th here at the U.S. Open.
So this one definitely a throwaway. And Moraes breaking away, but 15 seconds on the clock. I don't see much on the horizon, Kaipo. Good showing, though, by the Brazilian dark horse.
Hey, to me, Igor Moraes made a name for himself at the U.S. Open. It's his best result on the Challenger Series, but it's going to be the two Californians, Taro Watanabe and Cade Madsen, on to the round of 16 this afternoon. There are the numbers. Excellent for both Watanabe, excellent for Cade Madsen on their single wave scores. Good sign of the action that we have for the remainder of the day. We're going to take a break right now. Cade Madsen ripped his way to the round of 16. We're coming back with some special guests. Don't go anywhere. That's right. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. The pier's getting packed. The action's hot. It's a beautiful day in Southern California. Southside Huntington Beach Pier. What more could you ask for? Well, we're going to actually deliver you more. We got a great heat out in the water right now. Alan Cleland, Hiroto Ohara, Shohei Kato, and Luke Thompson, 4 surfers in. Just 2 surfers will advance into the round of 16 this afternoon. And the surf has been about 3 foot and glassy, and we've seen high performance. We've seen excellent scores. We've seen hot action. We've seen innovation. So many storylines here at the US Open. Let's take a look here at Al Cleland Jr. Hammers on the backhand for the surfer representing Mexico. Make it 2 for Al Jr. Unable to get that finish, unfortunately. And our defending champ, Al Cleland Jr., making an appearance here. Doesn't need to do this. He's already on the championship tour, but he wants to put on a show in Huntington Beach.
Well, we're down here at the Hoag Hospital activation down at
Welcome to the booth. I told you guys that we had a surprise for you, and it keeps on getting better. Mike Chamberlain, a pioneer in surf commentary. Peter Townend, 76 world champ, pioneer in commentary, organizing events, super coach, so many things. Thank you guys for joining us.
I'm taken back by this whole thing. It's just we've gone back in time here.
Yeah.
Well, we were laughing about how different the setup is now, Copo. We would be on a little stand, live to tape.
Under the sun.
Not live to live.
You guys were live to tape back then. This is, we're talking prime ticket, right? Was
ESPN. And ESPN.
ESPN and Hot Summer Nights, right?
On ESPN.
On ESPN. Yeah, I think I got something here. I don't know if we can see this. Got some action in the water in the 2 box right here. We're going to get maybe a close-up of this, of PT and Mike back in the day. What do you guys, Mike, what do you think about what you're seeing here at the US Open?
You know, everything kind of is different but stays the same. Basically, you got an ocean with waves, and you call what you see, and there's only so much you can do. Nothing really has changed that much.
Yeah.
It's very constant.
What do you think, PT?
Well, the biggest thing, as I was telling Mike, that's different to when we were commentating, is instant replay.
Ah.
That's the biggest thing that's different in the commentary.
And you know what? We really use that a lot in our broadcast. And I think and I tell people, hey, it's good to come down to the beach, but if you can't come down to the beach, don't feel bad. Because if you watch it at home or at an establishment, you get the slow motion replay, you get multiple angles, you get all of this stuff. And yeah, we've really, the evolution's been incredible for me.
That's kind of how I feel about football. I'd rather stay at home with a beer in my hand, just watching it in my lazy boy. So
yeah,
I understand what you're saying.
I get it. Well, let's take a look here. This kid right here, Shohei Kato, he's a new name for me, 21 years old, out of Japan, but he's been blazing through heats. Al Cleland Jr.
Yeah, it looks like Cleland. Remember, incredible final last year. Remember when he came and won the thing on the last wave, which was just unbelievable. And, of course, he's made the big tour now, and he's been lighting it up on the big tour.
All right. Well, can we wait a minute? We're going to see if there's going to be a wave ridden here. And you know what? I'm happy, Mike and PT, to let you guys commentate this heat.
Bit of old school there, Copo.
I would absolutely love it. It's my pleasure. It's my honor to be with you guys. Let's see some replays of what happened so far. I'll let you talk over some replays, PT.
Yeah, well, up and riding right here. We've got, as you said, we got a nice little 3. Actually, no, I'm going to call it 4 foot, Copo. You're using your Hawaiian gauge. And the nice up the top there. He's whacks it hard, and he comes around that section. Finishes nice. The surfing today's been unbelievable. That heat just a little while ago with Kanoa and Ian Gavea. What an amazing heat.
Here's Al Cleland.
Yeah, going left side this time on his backside. I love how they just pop these things off the top. And then you got to close it out. I mean, that's what it's all about, getting everything you can out of every wave you ride. Just that simple.
And we got one more for you, PT.
Yeah, nice little right-hander coming off the pier ball right there. Nice little snap off the top. comes to the inside, goes for the little off-the-air rotation, pulls it out and rides out of it. I mean, that's the critical thing these days. You've got to ride out of it, as you know, Kipes.
Yeah, and the criteria has changed, even when I was doing this, it's about quality, not quantity. I feel earlier, a lot of times it was the number of maneuvers that you were doing. It was making sure you got to the shore break and all that stuff that equaled the score.
Well, on top of that, back in your day, though, too, it wasn't 2 waves, it was 3.
Yeah.
So you had to get that 3rd wave, right? And that was always, usually the 3rd wave wasn't going to be that good. You just needed those couple of extra points.
Yeah.
So that really changed when we went to the 2-wave format.
It was a huge improvement, because sometimes I felt, PT, that was almost like a paddle race. Like the fastest paddlers a lot of times would win.
Right.
You know?
The old paddle battles.
Well, and you, I'm sure you did it, Kaipo. In those days, you'd play the law of averages. You know, 3 7s would be to 10 and 2 6s, right?
Yeah. Sounds like we're playing poker.
Yeah. That sounds great. Well, we got a bright star in Southern California. Cade Matson wants to claw back onto the championship tour. It's a great start over here. He's into round of 16 with that last hit win. Cade's with AJ McCord.
Kaipo, we were just talking about the waves here in Huntington Beach. Cade, you said this is about as good as it gets. As a SoCal local, just how fired up do you get to paddle out in conditions like this at HB?
Yeah, it was crazy. Before the heat, I saw it was because usually at this time it's blown out. So to see it was still glassy, I was kind of before I paddled out, I was just I got to calm down because it's so good out there. And I mean, me and Taro got 2 of the best waves I've seen in Huntington in a long time. So yeah, it was special.
Yeah, you got the 8.5 from Taro, and then you got the 8. Talk me through that wave.
Yeah, it was crazy. I saw the wave coming kind of more towards the pier, and I paddled for it. I was like, oh my gosh, this wave it's not closing out. Because usually if the wave's that big, it just closes out. So I saw that, and I stood up, and I was shaking because I was like, oh my gosh, all I have to do is surf this wave. And it's a big score, so yeah, I was stoked to pull it together.
It's a big score. You're on to the round of 16. Just how do you get ready to surf again today?
Yeah, so it's the 4-man heats instead of the man-on-man, so it's going to be a little adjustment, but yeah, just keep doing what I'm doing and stick to my game plan and have fun.
Looking forward to it. Thanks, Cade.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And again, an explanation in the change of the format that we're going to 4-man heats through the round of 16 is that we had that one lay day. And PT, I think that's the first time I think there was ever an off day in this competition in the history of this competition.
We've never had it before, you know, going back to the OP Pro in '82. There's never been a cancelled day.
Yeah.
Because before we had Challenger Series, if you remember, we'd have trials.
Yes.
They'd go for days. There'd be 200 guys start off right
Yes.
now. And now, unfortunately, because, you know, we have a limited amount of competitors in men's and women's in the Challenger Series, we could get away with it, but there's never been a canceled day ever.
No, you could mark your calendar when you were surfing.
As we see up and riding there, it looks like Cleveland on the backhand there, whacking it. Nice little floater over the lip on the end there. And he's dangerous out here, this guy. He's last year he really amazed us all.
You know, and you would think that Al would be a heavy-footed guy because he charges in big waves, but really, he's pretty nimble too, you know? And that's how he was able to take that win last year.
I've always thought, even when we were doing the commentating, PT, that every wave is a canvas. And both the rider and the commentator, we have to paint the canvas, you know. And they're still using some terms that we kind of created, you know, 40 years ago. I still hear them pop up, you know, whacking it off the top.
It is a good replay of that wave right there as he whacks it off the top.
He did right then, I know.
And
but it's a canvas. I mean, and he's painting it right now. I love it. That's what I love about surfing.
I can't wait for him to bring out. It's got more face than a hot turkey sandwich.
Yeah, that was
can we Oh, that's you, Mike. You did invent that. That's a good one.
I did.
And then I think PT invented the Chris Brown wraparound.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have any more Chris Brown.
Yeah. And I remember we were doing big wave surfing events on the North Shore. And I said, this is a huge wave. This guy's got to be more nervous than a long-tailed cat in a room full of rocking chairs.
That is great stuff. It must have been a thrill for you guys to, you know, to expose surfing, because I believe the work that you guys did and the ESPN shows were the first kind of real big I mean, I know CBS did Wild World of Sports every once in a while as a specialty, but you guys were the first like dependable outlet for surf broadcasts.
We were the kind of the first commentating team.
Yeah.
I mean, in the North Shore events of the 70s, you had Fred Hemmings usually as the color guy, and then they had Bruce Jenner was the guy that was the anchor. They had Dick Stockton. I mean, they had all of those guys knew nothing about surfing, and then Fred would be the color guy that knew something about surfing.
Yeah. Did we have Al Michaels one year?
Al Michaels. That's right. And they wore suits and ties.
Hey. I'm actually not that mad at going back to suits and ties. I would love, I would love to get dressed up at one of these events.
Well, that thing you pulled out a minute ago, you can see us in our promo shot there, right?
I want to get that shot on camera. I think this camera's a little far away, but we got the promo shot with the
we got the suits and ties on for that one.
Suits and ties, right there.
Yeah.
There it is.
I know, but the actual photo had Chick Hearn in it.
Oh yeah, the actual group
when they
photo.
pulled the whole team together for a team
really?
photograph.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. How was it like to kind of know Chick Hearn and work with him? That must have been incredible.
Well, he was kind of my broadcasting hero. So, I mean, to stand next to him and a photo opportunity was like kind of bizarre. But it was interesting. I think when I told PT, I think we were the first ones that brought surfing to Missouri.
Right.
On a weekly basis. And I think it opened up surfing to Middle America. And they watch us every Saturday night. So.
Yeah, and it was a regular occurrence. And then, I feel that the ripple effect was to the surf industry, because all of a sudden the look and the lifestyle that surfers had was infectious. And then we saw this boom go through the 80s and into the 90s of surf brands selling everywhere, right? And a lot of it had to do with that initial exposure on national TV.
Absolutely.
Can I tell you a funny story real quick?
Sure.
PT and I were doing a big wave event on the North Shore. And back then, the guy that was calling the wave would be PT calling it, but I would have binoculars on the next rider, what's going on. And so here comes this giant wave, bigger than any wave we've seen. I'm going, PT, we're about to see the largest wave ever ridden on ESPN. And he's hitting me with his elbow. I'm going, this wave traveled 6,000 miles. He's hitting me with his arm. And I was so excited, I forgot to put the binoculars down. I was calling it into the binoculars.
Because in those days, we didn't have mic setups like this. We had handheld mics.
You had stick mics, right?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. And you guys didn't have this live scoring
No.
either. The surfers didn't know the result till they got to the beach.
Exactly.
Better give the audience an update there, Coach. What's going on?
On cue. We got Al Cleland Jr. in the lead with a 6-point ride. He's just got a back of a 2.83 that he needs to improve upon. Shohei Kato continues through, the Japanese surfer, with a 4.67 and 4.1. That's enough to be in second place. Hiroto Ohara has a great single wave score of a 6.67. Ohara looking for his backup. And this is our first look at Luke Thompson, the 21-year-old out of Durban, South Africa. Number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings is Luke Thompson. So that's going to be his first number on the board.
And he just won in Bolito.
He sure did.
And this is a very hard heat. Hiroto's a former champion out here.
2015 champ, Hiroto Ohara out here. Exactly. So Luke Thompson, he also had a wild card appearance over at the J-Bay Pro, in which he and Jordy Smith in that head-to-head matchup put on quite a show. Let's take another look here, and we'll let you, Mike, talk us through a replay.
That's just that canvas I'm talking about, looking down the line, picking every move you're going to make in advance, always thinking ahead, not in the moment. You got to look down the line to figure out what your next move's going to be. Oh, we used to call that the Huntington Hop. Remember that, PT, when they tried to make the shore break?
What about this one for Hiroto, PT?
Yeah, nice attempted rotation, but didn't ride out of it. So that's not going to be one that's going to be a keeper for him. And nice off the bottom, off the top there. And a great finish on that one for Thompson.
Back when PT and I were doing this, aerials were just introduced, really. I mean, the first aerials. It was just a big deal to get air. You didn't even have to land it, just as long as you get some air.
Yeah.
But now they're landing them left and right, and it's beautiful. It's like ballet on water.
Kipes, we had that one event of the Bud Tour. As we look at this replay right here, with a couple of nice off the tops. Whoa, nice end on that one. Is Christian Fletcher did an aerial at the 89 surf bout.
It was the 89 surf bout. He did it on the left, and we knew that Christian could do it because we always saw him in free surfs doing it, right? But then that was the first time I feel in the jersey, and it blew everyone's mind. Right. And Christian walked away with the win that year.
He sure did, and then that event became the focal point of the Bud Surf Tour because the next year is the one when Slater wins.
That's right.
Right. Slater wins
in 90, right?
Right. In
classic lowers.
And a classic final. It had Chris Brown and Bud Lamas and Charlie Coon.
Charlie Coon. Yeah, Charlie Coon. And Bud Lamas still has a shop up here on 17th Street. Charlie Coon in Costa Rica. Luke Thompson in the air.
There we go.
And unable.
You always wait for their head to pop out, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't.
Yeah, that was, you guys, that was some great memories, even for me.
Carpo, I think we would have broadcast probably an event you were in.
Thank you. I made finals day a couple times. I didn't have the most spectacular professional surfing career, but the Bud.
I can remember.
Yeah, but the Bud Tour was a great vehicle for all of us surfers. We're gonna have more talk with Mike Chamberlain and Peter Townend here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, and the conclusion of Heat 6, round of 32. Right now, Hiroto Ohara's in the lead. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, Huntington Beach Pier. Here's watching Al Cleland finish up a wave. And we got Mitchell Salazar out in the field. What's going on, Mitch?
Hey guys, here at the iHeart Radio booth in Southern California, of course, for the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We got one of South Carolina's best, a former competitor here at the Open and the Perfect Chapter winner earlier this year in Portugal, Cam Richards. Cam, thank you for joining us not only this morning, but on a beautiful weekend here in Southern California. What's it been like being at the iHeart Radio booth?
Oh, it's been awesome. Just checking out the vibe here, and it's really fun down here at the US Open. It's cool to see we got waves today. People are already ripping, seeing some cool airs, and beach is filling up, and it's a good place to be.
Yeah, the weekend here gets a little crazy. How to kind of avoid the crowds, get your work done in the radio booth, and go enjoy the action yourself.
Exactly, that's the goal, and yeah, it's just fun to watch everyone compete, and definitely makes me miss it a little bit, and yeah, just excited to see how the action pans out.
Anytime soon we're going to see you back on the Challenger Series yourself?
Ooh, to be determined. But no, I would love to. It's really hard. Everyone surfs really good, so we'll see.
Appreciate your time, Cam. Thank you.
Thank you.
Guys?
Yeah, thank you, Mitchell. We'd love to see Cam back in the jersey. We did see him with success in that specialty event over at Carcavelos in Portugal. It was a tube riding event, and Cam took the win out there. We got all kinds of people in the crowd here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. And we got great gifts. I'm Kaipo Girl, along with Mike Chamberlain and Peter Townend calling the action. PT. That was a strike and a miss for Shohei Kato.
Yeah.
Oh, they're going, oh, You got to
Splitting the
decide
peak
which
right
camera
in.
you want to follow. I always thought that was interesting. Go with the back. Always go with the backside.
Well, that was Hiroto Ohara, and that was a 7.27 for the surfer representing Japan. Puts him in the lead. Al Cleland Jr. got one too, Mike.
Yeah, again, tried to find an opening, but it closed out on him, and you do what you can do the best you can.
PT, isn't that the story of Huntington Beach? We'll go pay attention here before we get to more Huntington Beach stories.
Beautiful wraparound right there. The old Chris Brown wraparound there, mate.
There you go.
That was it. And that's Hiroto Ohara. Looks like he's starting to run away with this. And the Japanese crowd applauding appropriately.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the most amazing things about Hiroto is that he won. He was 15 years old when he won the. And everyone thinks, oh, you know, you got to go straight on to get on the World Championship Tour, and he's been so close for so long. And this might be the year that he gets through, you know, the system and gets back on the. Actually, he just never really made the big tour.
Yeah.
And this might be the year.
How old was Kelly when he won his first title?
That year, well, the one that counted, which we did down at Trestles, he would have been 18. He would have been 18.
Yeah. Hey, I actually got, you guys, I got more props I want to show the people that Mike actually brought this in. And this is before there was the U.S. Open.
The headwear from the U.S. Open 1980.
That was that would be the 83 for the OP Pro.
Yeah, so before there was the OP Pro.
Before there was embroidery.
There was the OP Pro. Now look at this style here on this cap. Things have changed just a little bit. It's printed, not embroidered.
I can't believe I saved it.
But that's what the, you know, everybody would be wearing back then, having a good time.
They were styling, you bet. We didn't have enormous merchandise tents like they do
Well,
today.
you know, but what's crazy about that logo, Kaipo?
Yeah.
You see it's simple, you know, like red, white, and blue on a white.
Yeah.
The very first year they did that logo on T-shirts in '82, they sold $1.3 million worth of them.
Now, OP, to continue with your story, OP, Ocean Pacific, was, I feel, the first mammoth surfing company. The first really big.
It was the Super Bowl of surfing,
Right?
there's no question, right?
Yeah. I mean, and they went on eventually out of the surf shops into department stores. They were the first one to break into that other level of distribution.
Hang 10.
Well, yeah, but the Hang 10 guys never, in the beginning, they didn't break into the independent big, you know, all of a sudden you're in Nordstrom's and places like that, right?
Yeah, and would you guys ever, Mike, think that the surf industry would evolve to what we see on Main Street right now? There were just a couple little surf shops back in the OP Pro days.
You're exactly right. I mean, I don't think anybody could, maybe PT did because he's always had an eye on the future, but I don't think anybody saw the explosion coming, and I'm not sure where it ends. I mean, where does it go from here?
That's why I call Main Street and PCH the Times Square of surf culture. Those two big stores there's more retail business done in those two stores than any other place in the world.
That's right, and we're talking about Huntington Surf and Sport and Jack Surfboards, two just mammoth stores. You can find anything that's related to surfing under there in those super stores.
Absolutely.
And you've got the Hall of Fame, the Walk of Fame too. So when you're walking on the sidewalk, you get to see some of the legends of the sport.
It's like an outdoor museum.
Yeah.
And we had the goat in town for Al Merrick's induction the other day.
Hey, I was working over here, PT, so I missed it. But I'm kind of bummed I missed it because I saw the pictures after the fact. Curran came down, Slater came down, Bud Lamas came down from his shop, and you know, rightfully so that we honor Al Merrick because his designs early on were revolutionary, I feel, in surfboard designs, PT.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I was around it because I was coaching Tom Curran.
Yeah, that's right.
And so, you know, in your day in the NSSA.
You know what? You were coaching me too.
Yeah, absolutely. And so I was around the Al Merrick design thing all the way through into the Slater era.
Right.
And, you know, with him and Kelly, those over rocket board at the time, that totally changed the way that surfing was being done.
I like the flatter rocker Merricks that Curran used to ride, as opposed to like that Slater era was very hard to ride boards.
Right.
It's funny when you mentioned Tom Curran. I'm old enough to remember his dad, Pat Curran.
Yeah.
One of the original big wave riders. So what a family of surfing.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of meeting Pat like years ago, and I was so honored in his presence and to be you know, just to visit him.
It's like meeting Willie Mays.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Truly a big wave pioneer and one of that crew that came over to the North Shore. And
guys like Greg Noll.
And broke down barriers. And then PT, you guys came over and broke down some barriers as well.
They did. They broke them down, busted it down.
Busted down the door, as the movie says.
Busted down the door. What a great, and that was another just, I think we could have you on for like an 8-hour show, PT.
We could talk story for a long time there, Coach.
Yeah.
But we only got 3 minutes to go. What's going on here? We better find out who's going to...
Well, we got Hiroto Ohara still with, just the chokehold on this heat in the lead. Alan Cleland Jr. with a solid second place. The Japanese surfer, the other Japanese surfer, Shohei Kato, he needs an excellent score. He needs an 8.23. Luke Thompson can break through, can bust down the door, if you would, if he gets a 6.78. The good thing for Thompson, with 2.5 minutes on the clock, he does have first priority.
That's critical when you get to this point in any of these heats. To be sitting on priority when you need a score, because if you don't have priority, you're pretty much not going to get that score.
Yeah. So now he just has to count on the Pacific Ocean to send some of this combo swell his way.
Mother Nature. It's all in her hands. So you go, the next stop is Tahiti, is
Tahiti,
that
yeah.
right?
Yeah.
PT and I did, I think one of the best events we ever did, PT, was back then, I don't think it was OP. Was it OP?
Yeah, it was OP Challenge.
Sponsored.
It was the OP Challenge.
The top 10 surfers in the world and the best wave in the world.
That's right.
What an amazing
At Cloud Break.
Fiji.
At Cloud Break, yeah.
Fiji, yeah.
And Karen won.
He did.
Hey, anybody at the league, you kind of want to do something like that? I'm available. We could recreate Mike Chamberlain and PT. I could play one of these guys. We do the boat trip. Everyone's happy.
Out on the schooner.
Everyone's happy.
Yeah.
Okay, Luke Thompson has got to make it happen right now. And hard to see if there's anything coming through for the South African.
Beautiful Southern California day. This is why we all live here.
It has been absolutely beautiful. It's been beautiful in flat, and now I'm glad that it's beautiful in 3 to 4 foot. Okay, we got some lines coming in, guys. It's decision time for Thompson.
Watch the buoy.
Does not go on the first one. Still got a minute.
Critical decision right here.
Looks like he's on the scramble.
We're less than a minute. He's got to get on one of these to have any chance to get that. Basically needs a 6.5, right?
Yep, here he goes. It's going to be his last swing. Thompson
comes off the bottom, rips it off the top, and goes for the reverse. Oh, nice.
Touchdown.
Oh, that Kipes, I've been a judge for a long time too. I think he got the score, I think.
6.78. I think he should get the score as well.
It's going to be right there. It's going to be right there.
It's going to be right there, especially with today's standard, right? If you did that in 1990, that would be a 10. But surfing
that will be a
continues
big
to evolve.
upset, actually, because that will knock Cleland out if he gets the score.
So I think Shohei Kato also caught a wave. He has a much larger requirement. So we'll take a look again as we get to replays of both of these waves, as the judges kind of put together, watch their own replays before assigning a number. Okay, so this is what Kato got.
Driving down the line, you can just see he's looking for the setup. No, didn't ride out of that one. That one's not going to make any difference.
Yeah. This is the important wave right here, PT.
Yeah, well, he comes up the bottom and gets a nice first rip. But here's the critical thing, the nice rotation, and rides out of it clean. It's all in the judge's hands, mate.
Yeah, and he would just...
What did you used to say, the 4 wise men?
Yeah, 5 wise men.
5 wise men. Al Cleland Jr., Luke Thompson paddling in. I talked to Al right now, who's in second, who could get booted from that second place. He told me this morning, here it doesn't matter to him. He wins. So he either makes this heat today or he flies to Tahiti early, because we're going to see him at the Lexus Tahiti Pro presented by IC.
I can tell you one thing. If he loses, he's probably in the Pacifico or the 805 booth having a beer. Cause that's
He's a great guy. He's a great guy. Well, PT, he's the kind of character that we had a lot of those characters back in my day,
right.
And probably back even more so back in your day.
We had a few.
And he just brings that old school kind of like fun vibe. He's a great surfer to be around, Al Cleland Jr.
And so much energy.
Yeah.
You know, when I was at the WSL at Burleigh, I hung on the booth one day up and just talking to him, you know, he's just such a character.
Yeah. All right, well, Luke Thompson with a nervous walk up the beach. A stride up the beach for Al Cleland Jr. Still waiting for the judge's decision on last wave of Luke Thompson. Needs a 6.78, nearly a 7-point ride.
It's going to be right there, I reckon. It's going to be so close.
Here it is again. Nice
Solid
snap.
first move. That was a pretty good rotator.
Oh my goodness. And it comes in at a 6.
Told you it was going to be right there.
Right there, just enough. And Luke Thompson continues, number 2 in the Challenger Series rankings, moves on through a very, very important round into the round of 16. That was an absolutely exciting heat, and just as importantly, you guys, this was a great conversation. Thank you so much, Mike Chamberlain. Thank you, PT. Thank you, Coach. Thank you for everything. And I think we're celebrating 50 years of professional surfing next year on the World Surf League, and I'm sure you're going to be a part of it.
I would think so. My name's first on the list.
I think so. 76 world champion.
Can I tell you, what an honor to sit between two legends here today. So.
Thank you, Mike. We'll be back with more action. If you're not entertained, there's something wrong with you. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico.
The Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico is brought to you by Hogue, official healthcare provider of the WSL in California. By Bonsoy, official milk of the WSL. By Visit Huntington Beach, the official destination marketing organization of Surf City USA. And by Lexus, experience amazing.
Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing. There's Al Cleland Jr., who just got replaced in the top 2 by Luke Thompson. Hirota Ohara got the win in that Heat 6 of the round of 32. We're going to field 4 more surfers in the lineup right now. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gudauskas. We got Franco Radzinas, Sammy Pupo, Mikey McDonough, and Shion Crawford. Brazil, Australia, Argentina, and Hawaii represented here. All surfers, of course, fighting to get in those top 2 spots to advance into the next round. That would be the round of 16, one step closer to finals day. Tanner, today has been awesome. Classic Huntington Beach conditions for the US Open. It feels like everything is falling into its proper place.
It is, and even too within this day, sun's blown wide open, the conditions are incredible, and the crowd is on the beach. After our last time commentating, I stepped behind here, and it is absolutely packed. Classic, iconic US Open. Get your sunburn, get your waves, get your stoke.
Yeah, I mean, it is exactly what we wanted to see here on Saturday. And we got a long day of surfing ahead of us. Start this heat off the jump. Franco Radzunas, representing Argentina. Got himself a 3.63 placeholder score. I feel like today it's 8s or lates, to go into a commentary cliche there. Because you got guys like Sean Crawford doing things like that. I mean, that is just a tester wave. That's just his opener. that's how he warms up.
Yeah. Oh, he's hot then. You know, Xian, he's had an incredible last, let's call it 12 to 18 months. He's really been that it surfer. He had an insane Hawaii season where he was launching airs kind of similar to that, but imagine those maybe 8 feet higher at Rocky Point. It really put the entire surf world on notice. He just got picked up with Billabong, and you know how that feels, Chris, where you get a little fresh energy, you get some fresh confidence, and sometimes you can really transcend it into these heats and cash in, if you will.
Absolutely. Well, we're just 5 minutes into this one, and Sean Crawford drops a 5-point ride. Bummer to lose Al Cleveland Jr. He was our event champion from last year, but that's how things go here on the Challenger Series. See Franco on his backhand. Strong surfer.
Such a strong surfer. Fundamental. 2 big turns out the back, kicks out. I think that'll be a nice warm-up wave for him, as I think we're going to get a look here at Xian's wave. A nice little pivot turn, and he starts to set up. He would have seen this section coming the entire wave. And, you know, I don't know if that's easy for him, but he made it look easy.
That was kind of a John style whip. You saw him kind of twisting his hips midway through, and it rotated him super quick. Nice and peaky. Here we go, Mikey McDonough. He has been a powerhouse throughout this event. A couple heat wins already behind him. Got a tough one right now. Xian and Franco, hard-charging rookies. Sammy Pupo, a veteran, a past champion on the Challenger Series as well. Franco a little late to the party on that second turn, gets clamped. Going to temper the scoreline of Mike McDonough just because he didn't really get an option either. Franco Radzunas coming through on the men's QS, highly ranked in a tough region. So many good surfers. Argentina, Brazil, all over that zone. Of course, you've got thousands of highly ranked top-level surfers that you got to get through if you want to step up onto the Challenger Series. Just qualifying to get in these Challenger Series events is a Herculean task in itself. You got to have a lot of event wins behind you. But don't listen to me, listen to Sammy Pupo. He knows exactly what to do.
Yeah, when you're talking about that, Chris, it's like globally there's all these little ecosystems that create these high-level, high-performance surfers, and they all compete against each other. And just like that, the South America region is a hotbed for competitive talent. Franco, he's definitely well-tuned. His pencil is sharpened. He's ready to put it down. But then it's all over the world. You have these unique locations. So that's why the Challenger Series is so rad and so fun to watch, because it's essentially the melting pot for everyone to come together and see where the level is at.
And it gives you a real great overview of what's happening in the world of surfing. See now Sammy Pupo, great fundamental combo, and then into something a little bit more radical for the second turn.
So this morning when I was walking down to the beach, I ran into Sammy, and he was riding a completely new board, which I think this is the board. It has a round tail. It looks like the same carbon technology. It's a JS surfboard. But I was asking, I was like, whoa, okay, like another day of competing, but you're going to grab a fresh board. And he said the consistency of his equipment with JS has been so high. He has so much confidence in it that he didn't say like every one is a 10, but he basically was just saying he could switch in and out of all of his surfboards and feel the confidence that he needs. And that wave right there was so efficient. Like, watch how he just slings this first turn. This is very Sammy Pupo, and is able to create enough space for him to get off the bottom and get into the lip line perfectly. And that turns that score really up.
Xian was just on the other side of Sammy Pupo on that last wave. So Sammy Pupo's first score comes through a 5.77. Xian has a 5, just dropped a 1. See what he gets there. This is another one of those heats that really has 4 surfers from not only different corners of the world, but different sides of the draw just in terms of their skill sets. You got Mikey McDonough right here, just pure power. He laid into that last turn, solid fundamentals. I mean, he looks like he fits right in to that championship tour style caliber of a surfer.
Yeah, he has like shades of McFanning, shades of Adam Melling. It's a very powerful, low center gravity rail work, but also the way he's able to take off and pump to the bottom, get his speed up. It's almost like he garners more speed through each and every turn. It's very electric, even though it is fundamental surfing.
We got 20 minutes, 30 seconds left. So wait for the next set to roll through. Let's go down to the glass. AJ McCord standing by with the winner of that last heat, Hiroto Ohara.
Hiroto, we were just talking about your storied history here at Huntington Beach. You won in 2015, but the last few years it's been hard for you to find a rhythm here at the US Open. What do you credit today's success to?
Yeah, I mean, last 2 years I kind of struggled to getting result in here, and then I mean this is almost like I feel like this is my place. You know, I won before, and I love these waves. Especially the waves feels like Japan. So yeah, I mean this year I definitely want to get a win or whatever, the good result. But same time I'm just focused on my surfing, like nothing thinking about like crazy result. I just focus on my heats, wave by wave, and then yeah, I'm stoked to get through the heats.
As you should be. We'll see you in the round of 16. Before we let you go get ready for it, you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back in Japan?
まず夜中なのに応援ありがとうございます。まあさっきのヒートは稲見もたくさん乗れて、まあ楽しいヒートだったかなというふうに思うんですけど、まあ今日はもう一回あるんで、もう一回集中し直して、明日につなげられるように頑張るんで、また応援よろしくお願いします。
おめでとう。Congratulations.
Thank you.
Hiroto Ohara starting to build some momentum and get on a roll. We've seen that in the past. You know, past champions here have a way of, kind of getting on the roller coaster, right? We've seen winners come back the next year and just completely disappear. So it's nice to see our past champion Hiroto Ohara maybe building something special here today.
You know what I've been loving in these post-heat interviews? Real quick, as we break down Mikey's wave, the way he's able to get off the bottom, right up into the lip again, maximize that little pocket there, and just buttons it up with a really powerful, singeing layback carve. But Chris, these post-heat interviews, they're epic. It's like, I'm not talking about it. Are you talking about it? Like, I'm getting form, I'm getting hot, but let's not catch up on like my rhythm yet, because we're not into the finals day where you're really looking to cash in. So I think everybody has that nervous sense of, yes, things are feeling good, I'm making heats, this is working out, but you really want to dive into that finals day conversation and allow yourself to cash in really where it matters. This afternoon is going to be super critical, super competitive in that round of 16. So if you're tuning in now, it's essentially only going to get better and more fun to watch, and it's already pretty crazy.
No doubt. I think this is the first day where surfers are going to, if you advance through, you're going to surf twice. It's like we're going to be going into women's round and then back to the men before the 8:05 post show, as we Samuel Pupo now on his backhand, proving that he can do it on rights and lefts. He destroyed that wave with style. The judges are going to like that one.
And that, to me, like Sammy Pupo's backside surfing is incredibly underrated. You keep him in that conversation with Mateus Herdy, where we do talk a lot about his frontside whip, his frontside air. But I hope we can watch the timing on this replay. He really drags his bottom turn out, and he allows the wave to set up enough where he can get the pop, he can get that vertical energy and do that again and again. And that's what garners those top scores. It's small detail work that can take a 5 and turn it to a 6 or a 6.5 or a 7. And Sammy's so good at that. So it's great. It looks like he's catching rhythm. He's already got a 5.7 on the board, so that'll be a nice little backup or in front of it.
Down to 16.5 minutes left. Sean Crawford in the lead with a 5.27 and a 5. McDonough comes through with a 6-point ride, powering his way. Well, he was in second place for a minute there, but Samuel Pupa now has turned things up a notch. He's got a 5.77. He just packed a 6.5. He is now your leader, tightening this thing up. Everybody has a solid start. Franco, just with a 3.83 and a 3.10, has to keep the pace currently being set by Sammy, Shion, and Mikey. You don't want to fall behind with half the heat already gone.
No, sir. Okay, so Chris, let's break this down really quick. This is Sammy's last score. He does a great turn, but watch this pump turn. Holds and whips into that pocket, and he does it again because that third section right there had that coping that had to take a second to get to where he was going to be able to belt it. Great job. Like we said, kind of was a 5-point ride, and he was able to surf it up to a 6.5.
4 Ps. Patience, precision, power, and placement.
Yes. Make it 5. Throw passion. I don't know.
There you go.
Keep them coming.
I'll make it 6 and throw pop in there because you could see when he came off the top, he actually got a speed burst out of that first backside snap and projected himself down the line. 3 big turns. That's the recipe for success for Sammy Pupo. He's got a 6.5 on his last wave. Now we're down to the 15-minute mark.
So if you're Franco, midway in the heat, he started with a lot of energy, right? He was riding waves, yet these guys have now come over the top with him. Not with a crazy higher score, but he does need to do a little bit of a reset. He has the priority. And we're seeing now it's about the bigger maneuvers. It's about lacing combinations. So, you know, Franco's definitely going to start turning the volume up as we end this heat.
I think it's about keeping the pressure on as well. You know, not only surfing the waves that you're on to the best of your ability, and it's about making sure that the rest of your competitors, you know, you have them in your eyesight and you're going, okay, I see you over here, Franco. I know what you're trying to do. Yes, Sammy, I know exactly where you're at in the lineup. Wherever you are in that priority position is kind of where your posturing can be.
Yes.
You know, you can go on the offensive, or usually in the last couple minutes of the heat, we've seen some really brilliant defensive tactics go down, keeping the surfer that is beneath you in the rankings off what could be a good wave.
When the priority comes into the conversation, a lot of times you hear it being said, like you were talking about, Chris, to hold others off the waves. But on a day like today, we've seen consistent sets. They're hitting in similar spots. So you have your dynamic left that goes towards the pier bowl right that slings off of it. And again, a further south, there's another right that we saw Sammy get his first wave. So with priority, you're looking to get yourself on that best wave of whatever your strategy is. Like, hey, I'm going to wait. I want to have a nice backside wave. So then you're going to place yourself in the middle of the beach. It's a really good instrument to kind of center your focus within these heats because it can be really frenetic. Like you said, you're keeping your eyes on the other competitors. What are they doing? They're riding a ton of waves. But when you have priority, it's a little bit of a me time, if you will. And you really want to cash in on that. It's important because it can be the backbone of a really great heat.
And wasting priority can sting and kind of throw you off your game.
Oh, it stings so bad.
So Franco had priority on this wave. Smaller wave, but he makes that wave pay. Took big tariffs from that wave with that turn. Did slide out just a bit at the end, and it looked like it kind of threw him off a little bit, and he wasn't able to get a secondary turn, but powerful surfing there for Franco. Unfortunately, that slight mistake at the end of that big backside snap cost him a secondary maneuver.
To be honest, the solace of that situation, he waited. Did he cash in? Was that a great score with the priority? Maybe not, because he was looking to get the second turn and really make it worth his time. But now he's in fourth priority, which basically opens him up wide. He's looking at every opportunity in front of him, and he's probably going to start to surf them up. He's going to bring out a little bit more radical maneuver so he can get himself into those 6s and 7s.
Mikey McDonough, he was in the lead there for the first 10 minutes of this heat. Now he's battling for an advancing spot. Couple big turns on his backhand. That wave was just a little flat on the face. We didn't really get many critical sections to work with. Definitely surfed it very well, and that will be much better than the 1.5 he has as a backup right now. He's looking for a 4.27. Had a good feeling that he got it, mainly on strength of that first turn.
Yeah, but I'm very interested in Mikey's approach here. He really is just surgical. in these heats. You know, he builds his house in his own rhythm, and the heat we saw him surf yesterday, it was exactly that way, where he catches his own rhythm. It's almost essentially like he's surfing his own heat in the water.
Yeah, he's definitely making a push and making a big name for himself. He's going to be one of those surfers that you do not want to go against in these early rounds, because he is that good, that consistent, and he's got another score to drop through. With 11 minutes left, we're going to take a quick Bonsoy brew break, but we'll be back with more action from the round of 32, Heat 7. Welcome back to the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. As you can see, it is absolutely raging down here on the south side of the iconic Huntington Beach pier. So this would be the angle that you see from about midway out on that pier. Behind the scenes in our beach village, we've got activations, cool things happening, ways for surf fans and accidental tourists to get involved here in this event. Speaking of that, Hogue has been down here on site the entire time, and Rosie Hodge is catching up with one of the coolest doctors I know.
Well, we're down here at the Hogue Hospital activation down at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. It's the third year that we have partnered with Hogue here at the US Open, and it's so great to have you guys on hand. Dr. Kurt Armstrong with me here, fresh out of the water from a little surf this morning, and we were just chatting about some of the pitfalls of surfing and things that can happen that you have to be aware of. Talk us through some of the experiences that can happen as a surfer in the ocean.
I mean, over the years, there's been a lot of injuries, but just recently I had a friend of mine who walked in the water and he got stung by a stingray for the first time in his life. And we were down in Salt Creek, which is in Dana Point. But I started thinking to myself, I'm like, wow, we have Hogue Urgent Care in Huntington Beach, Newport Beach, Laguna Beach, Dana Point, and now in San Clemente, which is our latest health center that's opened up. It's got primary care, urgent care, specialty care. Really, we've got everyone's back here. And so for him, you know, I was able to say, hey, why don't you just go to Hogue and get this thing fixed, you know? And I'm surprised that after all these years, this was his first stingray sting, you know, but it happens.
It's funny you bring that up. We've had about 3 or 4 athletes actually go down to stingrays at this event already, but thinking about the new opening at the Hogue in San Clemente. I'm from San Clemente now. That's such an amazing thing. How long, I mean, that's been years in the works, but how great is it to have that location there now?
Well, clearly the San Clemente accent is very strong, you know, but no, it's been years in the working, and Hogue's whole vision is moving south, you know, and then we are so supportive of this culture, right? So out in the sun, being active, being healthy, you know, all of it just fits really with the philosophy of Hogue and all its physicians, nurses, PAs, nurse practitioners, all the ancillary staff, our administrative staff, they're all like just true believers. And I always feel this way, like when a healthcare need arises, Hogue delivers. And in every single way. I mean, we deliver all the babies around here. We deliver all the healthcare, and it's just an honor to work in this system. And everyone out there should know that this system is working hard for you.
I love to hear what Hogue embodies and pushing just a healthier lifestyle. Dr. Kurt Armstrong, thank you for your time. Thank you for being down here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Thank you, Rosie. You know you got a cool doctor if he's wearing a Cane Garden t-shirt and has a mustache like that.
Wait.
I trust him.
What's up with that Cane Garden doctor? That's incredible.
That's tight. 6 minutes left here. Sammy Pupo with an 8-point ride. Pairs that with a 6.50. You got a whopping 14.5 lead. Mikey McDonough now jumps up into second place. He just dropped a 6, paired with a 4.67, 4.97. And Shion Crawford with a 5.27 and a 5. Only needing a 5.71 to get back in the mix. And he is sitting out the back in that green jersey with priority with 5 minutes, 42 seconds left.
Chris, there's something exciting about seeing a surfer of the caliber of Shion in third place needing a mid-range score because it pushes him to do his very best surfing. Oh my word, while on this replay, Sammy Pupo delivered an incredible left. All 3 of those turns unique, dynamic, and explosive. I'm not sure, and the score just drops at an 8.0, so Sammy is really driving the nail down.
What did that wave ever do to him?
Even that last turn.
That was vehement.
What is happening? Sammy Pupo yesterday showed us the most passion we'd seen this entire event. Today, he's doubling down.
Yeah, he's the go-getter in this heat. You see he's only had 4 waves ridden, but each of them pretty impactful. Split the peak here with Franco.
That first turn was so utilized perfectly. Jumping over the section, created the space for the second turn to deliver, and then the third one was just icing all over the cake.
A little well-earned fist pump there. This is Franco on the right. Nice turn there, but only one option. Wave kind of closed out quickly around him. 4.5 now.
It's funny because these lefts are long and drawing. The rights are short and punchy. So you're mixing 2 different styles of surfing, and it's cool to see Sammy carrying a score from each way. That you have to approach them completely different. You're essentially on your heels or digging in your toes on these rights, whether you're backside or front side, and you're really extending your turns and projecting your turns on the lefts. So you gotta know what you're doing with which way you're going.
So Shion now using this one with priority. Kind of an awkward takeoff there, and you could see lost control midway through that spin. I mean, you saw him projecting an air down the line as he was pumping, but the wave got a little bit weird for him. Franco, nice and compact, right in the pocket. He gets a big finishing turn there. That could put him back in this heat. So far, a 3.83 and a 3.10. Definitely not enough to get through a heat of this caliber, but that wave could definitely help him. He needs a 7.44. Meanwhile, Shion Crawford needs a 6. Ocean's come alive today. So many scores in the 7+ range, which is exactly what surf fans want to see, what we want to see. I feel like this one, it's going to be a pretty high number.
And especially for Franco, he's carrying his top score being a 3.83. So this should go higher than that. And no matter if he's getting a score that he's going to advance with, he will be able to build off of that. His only problem right now is that we have about 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. Sammy Pupo, who's in the lead, has priority. And behind him in second, Mikey McDonough has second priority. So I feel like we're going to start to see things tighten up in the lineup. And even if they're just watching the waves they're riding, they'll be keeping an eye on Shion and Franco to make sure that they don't make any mistakes.
Shion is so dangerous in this position. You know that both Mikey and Sammy are not going to take their eyes off him, as we see Mikey McDonough now working his way down the line on this left. That felt and looked a lot like the 5.27 he got earlier. His backhand is proving to be a lethal weapon.
So that also too is a double win for Mikey because he held off Shion there. So even if he doesn't improve his 5.27, Shion didn't get the opportunity to improve his situation. So really well utilized secondary priority for Mikey. He surfed great on that wave, and like you said, Chris, it was similar. It had similar notes to his backup score already, but we'll see where it comes in.
Just a solid display of fundamentals and power right here from Mikey. A minute and a half to go. So Franco split the peak here.
And like we were talking about with these rights, it's vertical, it's up and down, it's punchy, it's short, condensed pockets. And Franco, that's kind of what can happen there as well. If you're a little bit behind the rights, you will feel like your maneuver selection is very limited. You'll be poking over the top of the lip, and you'll just be surviving on your final turns. So I think Franco, for him to bust over Mikey, he's going to need another ride. Other than that, there's a minute left. He's paddling back out, and it seems like he's to his own area in the lineup, so who knows?
He's surfing good. The judges aren't buying it. 4.63 for that two-turn combo. And, you know, they're right. You look at that two-turn combo compared to Mikey McDonough's 6 and Mikey McDonough's 5.27, which were powerful backside whips done with speed. And it's not a knock on Franco's skills. It's more so the fact that he just hasn't been on as good of waves as Sammy and Mikey. And we just saw a flash of a green jersey fly across the screen.
The flying Hawaiian.
Was it a bird? Was it a plane? Or was it Shion Crawford?
Look for the replay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Mikey, let's see how this all panned out here. Shion, we know he's a weapon in the air. We saw what appeared to be him landing, and he felt pretty good about it by virtue of body language there.
He needs to hype it up right here, huh? Sell it, try to sell it a little bit.
Another classic potential buzzer beater. Will it go there, Chris?
601. Your guess is as good as mine. I feel like the judges have been right on top of it all week long. Not an easy job. So many waves ridden. You saw 10 waves ridden by Franco. All right, here it is. Looking for the 601. Is this a buzzer beater?
Well, he's getting the speed up, and here comes the section. Oh, ho, ho. Wow.
Pretty, I mean, tail high, lots of projection, lots of pop. There was a split second of real weightlessness there in the middle of that air, too.
Yeah, so that had a lot of personality for me. Okay.
Paisel looks good under his arm, too. Wow, it just went silent on the beach.
Wow. Everybody coming to the sand as we wait for these scores. The drama is building.
Yeah, we should have this every heat.
This is amazing.
Makes it so fun. It's cliffhanger.
Wow.
What's it going to be?
It was a great air. It's going to be so close, if not.
We know Sammy Pupo's through.
And everybody down there waiting.
So it's up to the judges. Looking for a 601. Thinking back in the context of this heat, is that above and beyond a 6.01?
Gosh, wow, Chris, that's crazy. There was a moment in there where it looked like he almost lost control of the air, which was exciting to see. It wasn't something that it was a guarantee he was going to pull. So there might be a little wiggle room up in that area for him to potentially be getting the score. Nonetheless, it's going to be incredibly close as the scores start to drop in.
Oh! One surfer stoked, the other one, well, I don't think he's too shocked. I think he knew that that was right on the line.
Yeah.
I mean, you saw his reaction there. So it comes out as a 5.90.11, just under. I mean, that is as close as it gets.
He had nothing to lose. You know, that was a little bit more on Mikey for letting him have that opportunity, and lo and behold, he goes and pops a crazy air. For all of us watching, that was super exciting.
We'll give it up to Sammy Pupo. He was truly in a league of his own in that heat. 8-point ride paired to the 6.5. He advances through to the next round, making him a potential event winner. We know how good he's been surfing throughout this week. So don't be surprised to see Sammy on the stage tomorrow afternoon. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more ripping. You've got Levi Slauson, Carlos Munoz, Edgar Grocia, and Jadson Andre coming up next. it is peak summer vibes here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico, and the Pacifico deck is popping. If you're in the area and you're 21 and up, come on down. Enjoy an epic day on the beach watching the world's best surfers. Basically at a skate park. Chris Cote here with Tanner Gudauskas. We're seeing everything. Airs, power surfing, big names going down, big names rising up. So something for every type of surf fan happening in the water right now. And more of that is going to happen right now because we got 26 minutes left and we have 4 incredible surfers in the water. Jadson Andre there, your favorite surfer's favorite surfer. He'll be in the green. He's already got 2 waves, a 383 and a 0.5. Edgar Grozia, Levi Slauson, Carlos Munoz, but Jadson Andre, I think he has as big a fan base here in HB as he does at home in Natal, Brazil. I mean, the guy is so popular here in Orange County.
He's just globally so popular. You know, when you think about, like, why does everybody love Jaddy? And then you hear his post-heat interview yesterday. He's just talking about he took some time off, recentering himself. He wants to give back to the younger kids. He got a wild card back in. Everybody wants to see Jaddy. He's the consummate entertainer. You know, he's great. He has electric maneuvers. He'll charge big waves. He's been on every tour. He's been in the game for decades. He's now transcended into that sweet spot where it's a cultural icon. As we see him go here on his front side, he was talking about this is his Magic Ricardo Martin. That board looks like...
I want one.
What is that?
I want it. I want that board.
Wow.
Yeah, I've been looking at this little thing all week long. It's a carbon board. It's got a kind of a narrower tail, but a wide spot right underneath his chest where he's paddling. The nose is, it's not quite like a fish nose, but it definitely isn't as pointy as some of the other proper shortboards that guys are riding, but it just looks like one of those magic summertime surfboards that makes every session fun.
I feel like, too, in the last couple of years, the judging panel has loosened the perspective on incorporating equipment like that, not necessarily your conventional shortboards. We saw Josh Kerr, even though he bowed out in the first heat, he had selected a twin fin and a quad, and hopefully as time moves forward, the different designs within the competitive scene will allow for different approaches to be included and to be judged all together. And I like that Jadson's going a little wider. That reminds me of some of the stuff that Ricardo Martin would have been shaping for Neko Paterats. That was when I was a kid and I came down here and he won the US Open. And he's been in the game forever. You know, he knows how to shape a very good groveler board. And it looks like he's still doing it.
Jadson's just right in the right spot at the right time. He's got another little left-hand runner. Deep bottom turn, straight into the pocket. Rips that one off the top. Lots of energy down the line into a massive layback hammer at the end section. Surveying the scene. He's not going to attempt to make the transfer, but the damage was done on the outside. He went into demolition mode there. Destroyed that wave.
Yeah, the demo crew coming in. So Jaddy, he gets off of his tail block so tightly, he's able to just geometrically get off the bottom turn, and he stuffs it right in the pocket on that first turn, coming out with more speed than he goes in. Let's watch it right here. So drops in and goes e-brake pull to the lip. Now he garners all that speed, and watch how he attacks this lip from the front. He's able to push the spray out the back, and it is spicy.
And the score is spicy as well. A 617 for Jadson Andre. 3 waves ridden. No one else has had a wave. Until now, Levi Slauson on his backhand. Perfect. Vertical snap there with a second turn. Sends spray to the sky. Confident surfing there from Levi Slauson out of Encinitas, California. And now he's got a front row seat to Edgar Grozia, who is most likely going to take to the air. Boom, he does.
No way.
Fully flared front 5, but cannot grease the landing. Everything was perfect. What happened?
That was so crazy. He rotated completely above the lip. It's hard to do that while you hold the grab. Edgar is really well known for that, though. He has that ability to push into the rare air game, and I love that he did that right in front of Levi, who also is one of those characters that comes into that conversation. Let's look at this air right here. He grabs, rotates completely, lets go at the very end as he spots the landing. It must have just been him coming down on the whitewater in a funky spot. He probably had a good look at pulling that.
If anything, maybe even just like slightly over-rotated.
Yes, maybe, actually.
Because he had so much momentum spinning like that. Sometimes hard to stop yourself when you have that much torque. Levi, on the other hand, just good, clean power surfing. 2 big backside snaps equal a 6.83, highest single wave score so far for Levi Slauson.
Chris, what's the scoop on Levi Slauson? He's an insane surfer, somewhat underground in the greater scene, but no, he's popping up in Snap 5. He's doing so well in the Challenger Series. What's the background story on Levi?
I mean, just Seaside Grom turned into Seaside Man. He's been putting in work all over the world. I mean, he's had so much success as a junior surfer, you know, climbed the ranks pretty quickly on the qualifier series as well to get into these Challenger Series events. I mean, and he's a quick study too. You see him improving with every event that he does. He did get the chance to surf in the Championship Tour event in El Salvador. Had a couple of good waves there. Unfortunately, tweaked his ankle right before his first heat. I mean, as you can see, the kid is solid. And really smart too. He's got a great head on his shoulders. He is he's like he studies the game. You know what I'm saying? Like,
totally.
Watches the best, learns from the best, and he's unflappable. He will not back down in the face of any big name surfer.
I really like his mixture of these backside turns, which are essentially fundamental, but he's doing them at the highest level. But his repertoire.
He does crazy airs.
His repertoire is beyond words. And speaking of repertoire, we're going to see Edgar, I really wish he was able to make the cut. He was a fresh breath of air on tour. I'm sure he'll be back there soon. Just a really exciting surfer. You never really knew what he was going to do.
He kind of reminds me of like a Heitor Alves in the way that he can just blast 540s like nothing.
Yes, yes.
It's acrobatic.
Heitor Alves is a really good example there, and really what it comes down to is, as a viewer, we're watching these heats, you really want to be entertained, and I feel like having that thread in your surfing is so viable on the Challenger Series, because it helps you stick out amongst the amount of great surfers. You pick a name out of any one of these heats and you will know, guarantee they're going to be incredible on the surfboard. So then what makes you different, and what makes your name last over time? And Edgar might have that, where, you know, he's able to show stop at times and make the conversation about what he's pulling off.
All 4 surfers right in the zone here. You got Carlos Munoz with priority. He's gonna go for it. Nice front 3 there for Carlos Munoz. Got the grab, confident landing, kept it clean. It wasn't super high, but it was quick. And he'll definitely get some credit for the judges.
Carlos is another one of those guys, Chris, like you mentioned, a surfer with Jadson. I feel like in all of surfing, everybody really reveres what Carlos brings to the table. As you see, it's maneuvers like that. It's so raw, you know, it's radical, it's guttural. He's great in the air, he's great on the wave face, and then you put him in a hollow wave and he legitimately will be at the top of the list. So hopefully we can see Carlos get enough steam to get back on the tour. I think all of surfing would really love that.
That would be awesome. 18 minutes, 15 seconds left. Looks like we got Jadson Andre with priority here. Will he utilize it? He does. Jadson on his backhand. Quick float to set things up. Late hit that rides out just underneath the curtain. I like that he made it very clear that he was in control after being in an out-of-control situation.
It is, the backside flutter is the most underrated, undervalued.
Oh my gosh.
Maneuver.
Scary. It's a scary trick to do.
No, it's bizarre. You're traversing over the lip. You're coming down at the most awkward angle. As you see, Jadson barely clips the lip there, but able to get his speed back up and punch through the lip. both of those maybe a little unpolished, but nonetheless.
Yeah, a little messy, but it was kind of what he had to work with. But I agree with you. Floaters on your back end are radical. 17:20 to go. That last heat was amazing. From the jump all the way to the finish. Samuel Pupo came through with a 14.50 total, a convincing victory. He's on the glass now with AJ McCord.
A convincing victory and a sigh of relief for you, Sammy, getting a strong victory at Huntington Beach. You're on to the round of 16 for what we are pretty sure is the first time in your 9 years of competing at HB. A smile on your face, how'd you do it?
Oh my God, yeah. This one's been a tricky one. Honestly, I feel like when you get to the round of 16, usually it's not a big deal for me yet. I was like, I'm always gonna want to get to the finals day and hopefully win the comp, but this one, I swear, it feels like a final. It's like crazy. So I feel so much relief already being in this round, and after, 3 events, getting to the round of 16 twice, it feels nice. It feels like you're doing something right. So yeah, hopefully I can keep going if Huntington lets me.
Well, you're off to a strong start today. We'll see you later in the afternoon. Before we let you go get ready para o Brasil, me diga sobre a sua bateria.
Obrigado, galera, pela torcida, família. Essa foi bem mais tranquila que a última bateria, né? Feliz de fazer uma alta excelente. A prancha está muito boa. Obrigado, Jason, por tudo, né? Meu pai também fez algumas pranchas para mim para esse evento, ficaram boas também. E é isso, vamos para cima. Round 16, tem muito mais ainda pela frente, se Deus quiser.
Parabéns.
Obrigado.
Thank you, AJ. Congrats, Samuel Pupo, moving through into the round of 16. And guess what? It's an air show party, and we're all invited. Carlos Munoz just blasted one. Nice and clean on the landing. So Edgar Grosjean attempt what would have been one of the wildest airs of the day, if not the event. Just came unstuck on the landing. Let's take a look at what Carlos did during that interview.
Carlos is grabbing, he has a really unique way of grabbing. It's almost like he's doing like a Miller roll with the board. It's really radical, and it keeps him tight in the rotation. As we see, speaking of tight in rotation, Jadson Andre swinging from the hips.
Man, it's getting feisty. He's having fun.
Love it. How likable is Sammy Pupo?
Very. He's a sweetheart.
These post-heat interviews, he's catching the fire through this event. We're all really hopeful that he will continue that steam forward. I know his brother Miguel Pupo always iconically had very good runs at the U.S. Open. I remember Hurley doing big campaigns, get Miggy with it, and he had a lot of emphasis here from the Huntington Beach support crew. So hopefully Sammy will be able to get a little bit of that by proxy and cash in today.
I never met a Pupo I didn't like.
Yes.
That is one of the nicest surfing families that you'll ever meet. 14:22 to go. Levi Slauson is in the lead with a 6.83 and a 5.33. Jadson Andre has a 6.17 in his high mark. He's backed that one up with a 5.67. Edgar Grosjean does have a 5.23. Nothing really else in his scoreline. And Carlos Munoz just dropped a hammer, a 7.07. So now it's going to be probably the next surfer who can break up into that 8+ range, who will have the advantage here because it's real tight in this heat. There are your Pacifico fan picks. Of course, Jadson Andre, 34%. Slight edge over Levi Slauson, and here's Jadson again. Talk about unbridled enthusiasm.
Oh, yeah.
Nice frontside air reverse there for Jadson.
So what I love about what Jaddy's doing is he's keeping the conversation about Jadson. He's in the mix. So he's dropped from first to third, and he's going to just keep riding, keep you focused on what he's doing.
Back three?
Bizarre. Just like, here, try this one on for size. And he really imposes himself in the heat. So that can create a magnetic energy towards you, and you can benefit from that.
Wow, big first turn. Follow through from Carlos Munoz. I mean, he looks like he's excited as well. I'm loving what we're seeing here. Carlos Munoz now jumps into the lead of the 7.07. Here goes Edgar Grosjean. He's powerful. Yes. He can do that usually with ease. Looked a little forced right there. I don't think it's like Phil Collins in the Tarzan soundtrack. He didn't have to go that hard, you know?
Yeah.
But the difference was that Phil Collins pulled it off at the end. Edgar Grosjean, though, went down on his second attempt there.
So Jadson right here on nil wave, he's coming into the pier bowl section, and he creates that spin. Very, very hard to do that. Even more hard is to keep your speed up and now traverse with a little Huntington hop to the inside where this is showmanship. I don't know in a scoring sense where this falls, but just a little back three, it gets people excited, gets them talking about you, and that's kind of what Jadson's always been about.
This would have been a huge combo if you'd have ridden out of that air. Levi Slauson. Maybe it's a little overdone. I mean, that turn looked really cool. You never know exactly what happens in that split second coming down from that turn. Maybe it was just a little slip, maybe hit a little bump. But either way, another good part about surf contests here in Huntington Beach at this size is these surfers are right back out there after they catch a wave. We're talking 15, 20-second paddle out, like nothing.
There's so much truth to that. And the ins and outs, so like Jadson riding it to the sand, it's going to take him a little bit longer. Where Levi, hey, like I fell on that. I'm literally right back outside, and I can reset.
So down to 11 minutes, 15 seconds left. Jadson Andre, it's going to get a mid-ranger. You know, it was a small, kind of weird wave. Super entertaining.
Yes.
On the entertainment scale, that was a 10.
Yeah.
But for the actual judging scale, a 397. Levi Slauson was on his way to a big score, but he had a fall that hampered him in the score line. Take one more look at Edgar Grozia.
I think this one as well would have gone into the near excellent scores. Just the flow from the one turn to the air, both very critical sections. It's a bummer. I'm sure he's kicking himself that he didn't come away with that second turn there.
I'm the last guy to tell a server to hold back because I like to see full bore surfing, full effort. But sometimes when you try to force the issue, you're going to feel it in the end. And for Grozia, sitting on a 5.23, a decent backup score, but the pace is blistering in this heat with Carlos Munoz sitting on a 7.07 and a 6.20. Levi with that 6.83, trying to improve on a 5.33. We'll see if he can do it right here. Nice and patient off the bottom. Big whippy top turn there. Wow, that was a tough end section to get through. I believe he'll get credit for riding out of that second maneuver. Here goes Carlos Munoz flying down the line. A lateral, awkwardly timed backside air. That ramp was kind of weird. I would have been really surprised if he could have ridden out of that one. The way he launched off it, everything just kind of went in a different direction.
So yesterday we watched his heat, and he launched a backside air reverse, which was his top score and helped him advance in that heat. And I saw him afterwards, and I was like, Carlos, dude, that thing was sick. He's like, man, I haven't tried a backside air reverse in heat in years. And it's funny because I think when you come away with a win utilizing an air, the next day you're actually way more hungry to utilize it again.
We're here for it. 9 minutes to go. Carlos Munoz in the lead. Levi Slauson in second. How is this one going to end up? I have no idea. You're going to have to stay tuned to find out. This is the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We'll be right back. The best things in life are all available here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We got, well, surfing. The Challenger Series is going off today. We got music. iHeart DJ Franco is in the house. We've got food, the Lexus Culinary Master Food Sampling. And tonight, everybody's favorite genre, yacht rock. Yachty by Nature is here. Talking Michael McDonald, Christopher Cross, Toto, you know, all the best stuff. I'm Chris Cote. I'm here with Tanner Gudauskas. We got 6 minutes and 48 seconds left of this super heat. Surfers representing Costa Rica, the USA, Brazil. And this went on during the break. We heard some loud cheers, hoots and hollers. That's because Levi Slauson blasted a big backside air.
Yes,
and did
brother.
A triple claim, an aggressive claim. That's fine with us because guess what? That's the number he needed to jump back into the lead, a 7.83. Tanner, I told you yesterday, I have so many ideas for claims, and no one has asked me about it. I put it out there. I think I might just put on a claim class.
Yeah, what were some of those you were talking about, actually?
I mean, they're too hard to describe. They're very technical, elite level claims. And I kind of don't want to give them away. I might have to charge for these.
I was just going to say, you're gatekeeping your claims. Okay, so here's Jaddy right here on the comeback with a really amazing, slowly rotated blowtail air reverse
That's
turn.
what a wide nose can sometimes help you with. He almost made that. That would have been a bizarre Cobra-style strike.
Well, Levi completely turned the volume up on this heat with that last score of a 7.83. So I think now, with the remaining time, we're going to see a lot more radical surfing, stuff like that.
That would have been one of the most unique airs. Reverse, I mean.
That was sick.
For once, I don't have a technical skate name for a trick. That was cool. So 5:12 to go now. Levi Slauson in the lead. Carlos Munoz has dropped to second. Jadson now in third, trying to fight for a 7.10. Edgar Grosjean has not had the heat that we expected from him. With all that championship tour experience, so far his high mark is a 5.23.
But that's the bummer of the aerial game. It's essentially becomes 10s or 2s, because if you go back to Edgar's 2 rides, he had the one where he fully rotated 6 feet above the lip but didn't land it, looked close to it, and then again the one where he did a nice snap and then fell in the air reverse after it. So it's crazy because you do have to go all the way in when you're involving airs, and sometimes you can come up just short, which your scores are completely stunted.
Well, we'll see if he can correct his course. Unfortunately, I mean, you'd love to see it. You love to see a surfer just fully going for it. And he does still have time with 4 minutes and 15 seconds left, but now he's at the bottom of the priority spectrum as we see Jadson. So I think Jadson knows exactly what he wants to do. The showman.
It is. And that's a classic Jaddy where he'll get pushed to the wall and he goes outside of his own body, I think, and he's able to manufacture stuff that is like that. I feel like he genuinely is surprised and stoked that he was able to pull off such a radical air reverse out of essentially nowhere.
Edgar now. So on Edgar's 8th wave ridden, a similar outcome there. This is not indicative of how good Edgar Grosjean is. I've seen him do some of the most ridiculously inverted airs, frontside and backside.
Yeah.
Right now, this heat just not going his way. Levi Slauson, on the other hand, he's done it with power and progression. His 6.83 was a blistering series of backside whips. 7.83 was just a big, clean backside air 3. 3 minutes left now. Carlos Munoz is out the back with priority. So you know that he's got a close eye on Jadson Andre, who's still within striking distance, only needing a 7.10. I didn't want to say only needing a 7.10 because that's one of the best waves of this heat.
I would imagine as well, Levi is keeping a very close eye on what's happening. When the game gets blown open into this air show situation that we have, things can go haywire so fast. So small sections, you can pop, just stuff like that. And basically, 8.5s, 9s are going to start being in the air. And so both guys, Carlos and Levi, having the top 2 priority positions in this heat, I'm sure they definitely want to keep an eye on the opportunities that Edgard and Jadson are going to get for the remaining time.
I mean, you couldn't have surfed that wave much better than Jadson did. Just unfortunately for him, the wave was pretty small. You look at the size, the relative scale of that wave compared to Levi's wave, which was at least twice as big. You need a special wave if you want to get a 7-point ride. Levi there in second priority.
So Chris,
out real quick.
Classic example there. Edgard really had to push him into that wave and make him utilize his priority. And now, as you can see, Aset's approaching the lineup. It flips the situation from being chased to just having an open lineup to yourself and allowing way more opportunity to get the score.
I'm fully focused on what's happening because with 1:27 to go, you'd think that Levi and Carlos are both safe. But with Jadson Andre needing a 7.10 and Edgard Grosjean needing an 8.04, you know exactly what they're capable of. If Edgard gets a ramp, we've already seen him fall a few times. He will not fall again. I can guarantee you that. If he gets a ramp, he's going to make an air. He's got a minute left to find one.
It's also 2-part. Here we are in the round of 32. We've heard multiple people say it in the post-heat interviews. Round of 16 is where the game begins to keep these results for your qualification campaign. So here you go. You got a minute left. You got to hold on tight, and you just don't want to make any mistakes. It speaks to the skill level of Jadson and Edgard that they're going to sit on them and keep an eye because you just can't let them have anything.
This is like when you watch like a UFC fight, and it's the last 10 seconds of the round, and they're grappling somebody, and they just take a quick look up at the clock and go, okay, how much longer do I need to hold this guy by the neck? 25 more seconds. Levi Slauson in the lead. Munoz in second. And it looks like the ocean has gone flat at the wrong time for Jadson Andre and Edgard Grosjean. 9 seconds of panic here. None of these waves are going to come in time, so that means the Encinitas kid, Levi Slauson, comes through with a convincing heat victory. 14.66 total. Huge backside air got him a 7.83, and Carlos Munoz, same deal, did it in the air, did it with power. Pura Vida, represent. There you have your 2 advancing surfers. Unfortunately for hundreds of fans on the beach who have been following Jadson Andre through this year's US Open, he is out. We also lose a CT level competitor in Edgard Grosjean. And just like that, men's round is over. We're gonna send 4 women out there, and they're 4 of the best. Sally Fitzgibbons, Mahini Fierro, Leilani Mechanical, and Sophie McCullough coming up next in the round of 16 women. We'll be right back.
Here at Surf City, USA, Huntington Beach.
The U.S. Open of Surfing is one of the most unique venues in all of professional surfing. There is a circus happening around you at any given time.
Yeah, the crowds always turn up, and like there's the pier, so it's kind of got this stadium environment.
Because so many great surfers have won this contest, so that's another like big part of it.
Yeah, that's Levi Slauson surfing his way into the men's round of 16. The Encinitas, California native coming through along with Carlos Munoz. And that's the way we're going to end the men's round of 32 here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
Big support crew, Kaipo.
Train comes right up here.
Truly does.
Levi Slauson was doing that today.
Well, we're switching gears. The women are in the water. We're now into the round of 16 for the women, and this will set up finals day. Top 2 of these 4 surfer heats will advance into the quarterfinals, and that will be finals day tomorrow. We got Sally Fitzgibbons, Vahine Fierro, Leilani McGonigal, Sophie McCulloch, and in on the set you have Mitchell Salazar. I'm Kaipo Guerrero, by the way.
Uncle and nephew, by the way, too.
That's right.
Good day, Kaipo. Weather's beautiful. The water's starting to finally warm up, and the consistency and quality of the waves is definitely out there, too. Super stoked to run on this day, and, you know, as you mentioned a few heats ago, really different format we have here at the Open with the lady that we were forced to have due to the lack of swell the other day. 4 people in the round of 16, but we are no stranger to that, though, on the Challenger Series. We've seen it before over at Haleiwa.
Yeah, we have it in Hawaii. You know, when we had Challenger Series there, we had it when we had the big, you know, before the Challenger Series, when we had the qualifying series, where we had those big 10,000s, all part of the Triple Crown. We had 4 surfer heats as well, so it's nothing strange to us. It's actually was a very good fix because we're scoring and we're getting through a lot of heats today, the best day of the winter. Actually, tomorrow we're expecting waves too. Sally Fitzgibbons, she is our defending champ here at the U.S. Open of Surfing. She's also on to an incredible start this year. Fitzgibbons, 2nd place in Newcastle, 3rd place in Bolito. She's currently number 2 on the Challenger Series rankings. Number 1 on the Challenger Series rankings, Francesca Veselko, fell out of competition. Sally's on to another keeper result. If she gets 3 keepers in the first 3 events, she's looking good to get back on the championship tour.
She definitely is, and with the change in format next year for the CT schedule as well, having that much experience in head-to-head heats, I mean, that would be beneficial to her in my honest opinion. But as you said, yeah, 3-time runner-up to the world title in consecutive years as well, 2010, 11, and then 12. Runner-up already at the first CS event of the year, but defending event champion right here. Not her first rodeo being here at the U.S. Open, Kai.
You know, at 34 years old, her enthusiasm is still as hot as ever. Here we go with the Tahitian goofy foot. This is Vahine Fierro. Nice finish there. We will see Vahine back on the championship tour with the expanded women's field in 2026. We won't see her for the rest of the, well, actually, we're going to see her in Tahiti as well, where she's the defending champ.
Yeah, an event wildcard over there in Tahiti, as you said. Did very well last year, of course, and you know, I just think when it comes to the consistency of waves out there, this definitely benefits her the most out of the 4 surfers out there in the water at the moment. So winner in Tahiti last year, former world junior champ Vahine, coming out of Whare in Huahine.
Yeah.
Spends a lot of time over there in the beautiful town of Te Ahupo'o, though.
Yeah, since growing up in Huahine, she's moved over to Tahiti Island, Tahiti Iti over there at the Te Ahupo'o, Vairao area.
Yep. Right where Kali's from.
Has 2 really good surfing sisters as well.
Yeah.
Great family.
Kohai and Heimiti, the sisters you're referring to.
Yep, this is the 4-3-3.
Yeah, so that's a good wave to start off right there. Just the 1-2 on the back end.
Leilani McGonigal on the left.
Yeah, she did extremely well yesterday afternoon. I was super impressed with her. Also a longtime veteran on the Challenger Series, an Olympian before. That's a good score. Mid-range 4 to start things off. First time we've seen the women this afternoon.
Yep. 4-6-7. This is a 4-2-7 for This is a 5.33, I'm sorry, for Sally Fitz, her second wave.
And rewarding just the one turn right there, but an impactful one for Sally Fitzgibbons.
And this is the 4.27 for Vahine Fierro.
Yeah, so they got busy early on, and this is going to be Vahine's backup at the moment that moves her up into the lead. Bit forced right there at the end. Still well done, though, in the first 7 minutes. She's got 2 waves.
So Vahine with that 4.33, 4.27, that's enough to put her into first place momentarily. Sally Fitzgibbons holding on to the highest single wave score of the heat with that 5.33. Nice start for the Costa Rican of 4.67. And Sophie McCulloch still really to get anything substantial. Here we go. Another wave. This is wave number 3 for Vahine Fierro.
I think activity's smart from Vahine. You know, it tends to slow down in the afternoon with the high tide despite the increase in the swell, as Sally right there gets another one, Kaipo. So that's going to be her back improving on the 1.2. You know, another great thing about this heat, too, you see the experience with 4 veterans of the game. Leilani's still in her mid-20s. Sophie McCulloch has been on the championship tour before. She's made a final at the CS level already, too. That was over in Saquarema back in 2023. But a lot of experience from all 4 of them at this level, Kaipo.
Replay of Sally.
Yeah, so she's going to improve on the 1.2, just the one turn on the back end. Well projected down the line. Got a little hung up coming out of it, but still will be improving on the low one she has.
Yes, talking about Sophie McCulloch out there sitting quietly. She's got priority in the green jersey. The 24-year-old out of Australia. Vahine Fierro, wave number 4 for the Tahitian.
Wave catching machine. Oh, that's what happens when you grow up in those beautiful islands, Kaipo. You got to be a good paddler. Tend to have to paddle out quite a long distance to be able to get to a lot of those spots out there.
Or have a jet ski.
That too. Or if you're real wide, you just take a kayak out from the channel. But yeah, Sophie out of the Sunshine Coast, she charges, dude.
Well,
yeah.
she charged so hard that she actually is on the back end of recovering from a broken back. There's Sophie McCulloch, 24 years old. A couple years on the championship tour, 23 and 24. She was 5th in 2022 on the Challenger Series. That's how she got onto the championship tour. And home right there on the sunny coast, just north of Brisbane.
Yeah, great waves in the area right there. Really, actually, you know, pretty secluded area when you look at the waves and the coastline right there.
It's certainly not as crowded as the Gold Coast.
Yeah.
I don't know if it has the wave quality, but sometimes you'll take that open space.
Yeah, and the fun wave aspect, right?
As a trade-off, for sure.
Yeah, 100%. Find your own peak out there.
Yeah.
Get away from the crowd.
Yep. Shout out to the Mululuba Duck Tours and their wonderful duck tours that they do over there in Mululuba.
And then
you know what a duck tour is?
No, I don't know what that is. What is it?
It's this big like boat car thing that they put people in. You drive on land first, and then you drive the duck boat straight into the water.
It's an actual duck.
No, it's because it can go on land and water. That's why it's a duck.
Okay. It's an amphibian. Yeah.
So
I know what you're talking about.
So you just drive straight into the water with the duck boat.
Ah, got it.
That was really off subject, but that's okay because
that sounds fun though.
We got a lull right now.
I'm down for that. Here goes Soph now.
Talking about Sophie, and here she is, winding up off the bottom. A little late there. Survives the bounce through that section, but that killed all of her forward momentum. Was not able to get the closing maneuver.
Yeah, and since we saw the women this morning, most of them have had free surfs already, but the conditions have really changed. I mean, increase in size, tide's way different. Here goes Lei now.
Leilani McGonigal.
Solid.
With a solid finish.
Yeah, out of Pavones, as you were mentioning. Great surfer, representing Costa Rica for a long time. Here goes Vahine again, wave 5 already, Kipes.
Winds up off the bottom and tags it off the top. Not once, but twice. It was a split peak with Sally Fitzgibbons, but Vahine getting definitely the better of that exchange.
By a mile. That's her best wave, and she's going to be improving and increasing her lead too, with a long time still left on the clock.
Yeah, 18 minutes and 30 seconds counting down on our 30-minute clock that we're running. 30-minute heats throughout the entire day. Have about 10 hours of surf competition today.
Yeah, yesterday and today, the longest days out of the event so far. Then tomorrow should be pretty standard, 14 heats, I believe.
Yeah, tomorrow we're in quarters, semis, finals, crowning some champs over here. If you're in the area, make it your way down to Huntington Beach. There's a lot of activities down here. I think the weather forecast is pretty good.
And I think Leilani's enjoying that aspect too, coming from the tropical waters of Costa Rica and Central America, where she's from actually, number 4 on the women's QS in North America to qualify this year, right on the border with Panama. So probably one of the hottest places on the planet, I actually say, and one of the most humid spots too.
And one of the longest left points in the planet too.
And best left point breaks too. Scores in Kaipo for both McGonigal and Vahine. Looking good here for Lei.
Yeah, here's a replay of a 6.17.
Yeah, so moves up into second place with this one. Great timing on the second turn. Never rush anything. And yesterday afternoon, similar conditions, but much smaller in size.
This is a 7.33 for Vahine Fierro.
She's just been on a tear so far this heat. 5 waves ridden and her best. Great body language coming out of the turn right there for the former world junior champ.
Really nice angles of attack. Live action here. Sally Fitzgibbons winding up on the backhand, getting 3 lippers in there, hangs it up there before hitting the deep spot gutter right next to the pier. Vahine again on another right. Aggressive turn.
What?
And a nice finish.
She recovered out of nowhere right there too, and maybe she improves on the 4.8 or not, but I was impressed with the way she was able to actually regroup, take control of her board coming out of it, and then eventually be able to get one more hit in on the backhand. 6 waves already though for Vahine in less than 14 minutes. That's quite spectacular when you look at the level of surfers that we have out there at the moment, Kaipo.
Hey, let's do an interview for the Lot Trolls over there in Seaside. We got Levi Slauson with AJ McCord.
Levi, we were just talking about making it to the round of 16 for you here on the 2025 Challengers Series. Really big moment. How did you execute in the round of 32?
Yeah, it felt good. I'm just super stoked to make my heat. Yeah, I had a good start to the heat. I was happy with it. And then I just slowly kind of made a couple little mistakes that I wasn't too happy about. But yeah, I pulled off that air. And yeah, I just want to apologize to the WSL and the people on the beach for my claim. It wasn't the most appropriate thing, but overall, yeah, I'm super stoked with my surfing and yeah, feeling good. Just happy to make it into the round of 16 and get another heat out here.
And we haven't been able to take our eyes off the ocean today. It has been so fun to watch you guys take full advantage of these waves. What can we expect from you in the round of 16?
Yeah, probably just a little bit more of the same thing. And yeah, it seems like they're scoring airs pretty well. And yeah, the field is just so stacked and the waves are pumping. So there's going to be some good surfing going down. Yeah, I'm just super excited.
Looking forward to seeing it. Congrats.
Thanks. Can I just say one more thing? I just want to say hi to all my friends out in Michigan. It's one of my best friend Matt's wedding today, and he's getting married, and I wasn't able to be there today. But just want to say I love you guys, and thanks for checking in.
Thanks.
Hey, congratulations, Matt, on the nuptials. Congratulations. And what a gentleman, Levi.
Humility.
I don't know if I've ever had someone apologize for a claim.
Takes a lot of trust and honesty to be able to do that. Props to him. Former runner-up to the World Junior title 2 at home. Seaside Laterals, stand up.
Yeah, they're proud over there in the lot.
They better be. That was a big heat when Munoz was second.
Today's Saturday in SoCal. The lot's packed today, bitch.
Yeah, it is. Probably pretty fun down there in Seaside, too, because it's super fun right now here at south side of the pier.
Yes.
You know, it's so consistent. That's like always the most important word when we come to an event of this magnitude. People having opportunities out there, Kaipo.
Well, and that's also why we were able to, and we were luckily being able to adopt to this format with tours and competitions, making that decision to go into 4 surfer heats, because it's been plenty consistent for 4 surfers.
Yeah.
Actually, if it was head-to-head right now, there'd be some wasted waves.
True. And the same thing on the CT.
Look at me being so positive.
Yeah, I mean, adaptability to, you know, change the format also with overlapping heats.
Yeah.
How much has that helped?
On the CT, the overlapping heats just make for such good viewing, just because everyone's catching waves. Well, so hopefully we'll get some overlapping heats at 10-foot Taupo.
I'm down.
On August 7th, tune in, worldsurfleague.com. Leilani McGonigal. Nice quick snap there for the Costa Rican. Builds up some momentum. Comes to the oncoming section. Nice redirect from McGonigal. Leilani looking to better a 4.67. Layback stees from Vahine Fierro, and that's a couple of Yoranas right there.
I mean, she improved once again on her previous one, 5.37. This should be disappearing once again. 13 minutes on the clock, and I don't know what she did before she paddled out, but she has just been on point so far in the first 17 minutes of the heat.
Sally Fitz.
All right
goes that. What Vahine did is she drank some of that sparkling bonsai coconut water, because that will fire you up, especially the ginger flavor.
Yeah.
Or if you want something sweeter, you can go with passion fruit.
I like the passion fruit one, personally. It's really good.
Maracujá.
Yeah, maracuya.
Maracuya.
Yeah.
Replay Sally Fitz.
So 12:45 right here. She's looking to at least get something, you know, in the mid-5s once again to move up into the top 2. That might have been it right there. So missed chance for Sally. And unfortunately, you know, an incomplete maneuver right there at the end.
How's this?
No, the variation, as you said, a variety on point with the layback hack, and then into the lip for the second one, too. That was nasty right there, the combo from Vahine. I like what I'm seeing. And I'd say, personally, I think one of her best stops so far this year on tour was actually over there in Abu Dhabi. Brought something different to the table. Oh,
wow. Dude. Sophie McCulloch smashing the lip.
The level's through the roof right now, Kaipo.
How good is this heat?
Every heat so far today has been competitive. Everybody's had at least one good wave throughout every single heat, and you know, Sophie right here, she's back in the mix right now. She's needing something excellent. Probably not going to be that, but they've rewarded single maneuvers so far today. I think they're going to reward this as well. Get explosion coming out of the lip for Sophie.
So we're waiting for scores for all 4 surfers right now before we can set the situation in this heat at 11 minutes and 30 seconds.
Judges have their work cut out for them this afternoon, too. A lot of waves right now, as you said. Nothing going by unwritten.
Yeah. Oh. Just got a message. Joey from IC says hi, and we're going to see him in Tahiti.
Love you, Joey.
There you go.
Thank you for everything.
Sally Fitz with the lip. Make it 2 times.
Good combo.
She will not lay down. She is just so tenacious. That is wave number 7 for Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, well, she's been coming here for 20 years now. So this is a wave that she knows very well. Different kinds of waves. The swell direction, of course, the tide, and the way to play things out for her.
Look, she also knows the sneaky path back out.
Yeah. Through the pilings once again.
Look at this one. Look at this.
All this movement coming through the lineup right now, it's the easiest way to paddle back out because the energy of the ocean has nowhere else to go back to.
Yeah. I like that move right there.
No, it's smart. I mean, you're also saving a ton of energy by doing that, especially if you don't have to do the run around on the beach. I think it's the best path.
So still waiting for scores for Fitzgibbons, McCulloch, and Fierro. Let's go through some replays, starting with Sophie.
Yeah, waiting on the score right here, but I like it. High impact maneuver, a lot of energy and projection down the line within that one. So they have rewarded single maneuvers so far today very well, and I feel like they're going to do it right here for Sophie. And Fitzgibbons dropped a score, and still waiting on another one for her, but she got her best in her last 3.
Yeah. So far, she has a 5.4 and a 5.33, but we're still waiting for one more score. I think it's going to be better than that 5.33.
Yeah, and Lei was able to get another wave, but she didn't improve. So Sally at the moment needing a mid-5, and you know, still waiting on the score from McCulloch. An excellent score is what she needs, but look at Vahine in the lead.
Yeah, we'll get those scores and give you the situation on the back end of this Bonsai brew break. Make sure you go and froth around. We're frothing in here. See you after this. Te Ahupo'o. There's a lot of ancient history here, but in modern times, it's a surf mecca. Deep on this one. Oh, big barrel. Caroline Marks drops into this one. There we go with Tyler Wright. Oh, Yago with priority. Big steep drop. Pulls up, double arm drag. And we're back in Huntington Beach at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Anticipating the next CT on the schedule, August 7th. It starts. It's the Lexus Tahiti Pro, presented by IC. And that is going to be event number 11 on the championship tour, the end of the regular season, and when we decide our final 5 for both the men and the women. Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar here talking you through the action.
Yeah, really excited for that event. Forecast looks really good, by the way, too. There's 2 swells on the way to Tahiti at the moment, and I feel like beginning of the window, back into the window, there's going to be a lot of days to choose from. We scored last year, too. That's a good indication of things to come. And a lot of spots still on the line for the WSL Final 5 as well.
I just hope there's some normal human-sized days for us normal humans over there in Tahiti.
Oh, we'll see.
We'll see. One thing for sure, you're going to get barreled.
Yep.
And if you don't, that's your fault.
Yeah, pretty simple. Barrel Dodgers Anonymous out there. I know there's going to be an Instagram account over there just following everybody with that account, too.
Yeah, I don't want any cameras on me.
Got a heat out there, Kaipo.
Huh?
Mahine's just,
yeah.
Dude, she's on one right now.
Yeah, 717 checked in when we went to that break. She combined that with her 733, 14.5, 2-wave total for the Tahitian. She's been in control. Sophie McCulloch coming up with a 5-point ride and a 6.23. That's enough for second. Sally Fitzgibbons has been the busiest of the bunch.
Yeah, she
with
has.
10 waves ridden, but she still needs a 5.84 to take second and advance into the quarterfinals. There's all the waves ridden.
That's crazy. 10 waves, 7 for Vahine, but she's been converting on her top score so far.
Here's a 717.
Yeah, so ends up going left. Her 733 has been her best score so far. On a right, though, but gets the 2-banger right there. Just great execution from Vahine, and, you know, there isn't really a need for her to be at this event. There's a lot of sponsor obligations outside of the water, but she already did her job, ended up in the top 14 on the championship tour. She's going to be competing in 2026. Maybe she just wanted to get some more experience and get the ball rolling before going into the big event at home in Tahiti.
Yeah, that's a great point. What happened this year, you know, and just to give another explanation, is after 7 events, we did the cut. Since we have a bigger draw for the women in 2026, we take the top 10 women for the back half of this year. But the other 11 through 14 still get to go on the 2026 championship tour. They just don't get to surf in the back half of the year. So Vahine, one of those surfers that did not make the cut, but will be in 2026, probably just wants to stay tuned up. And I think that's going to be the same story with Brisa Hennessy, who we'll also see in 2026.
Yep.
She's in the next heat.
Same thing with Sawyer Lindblad,
And
who's in
Sawyer
the event
Lindblad,
too.
yeah.
Yeah, no, there's a good amount of them. As we saw Ellie Harrison paddling out on the north side right there. Beautiful day of waves on the north side too. It's kind of pumping over there. But yeah, I mean, good point. I would think, I'd expect the same thing for a lot of these men and women at Pipe too. I mean, you get a freebie event if you're a CT surfer into it. You're always going to get a wild card available to you. And I just didn't see why you wouldn't surf a quality wave like that, especially if you have a CT event at that venue too.
Sally Fitzgibbons.
Well, she's trying.
She's trying.
I mean,
but you'd be to elaborate on that. You'd be surprised how many CT surfers don't do that, because I would always scratch my head. Vulcan Pipe Pro, and that's when the tour was ending at Pipe.
Yeah. So you just stay there anyways.
A lot of CT surfers wouldn't come and surf that event. You know, no, you wouldn't stay there because it was the beginning of the year. It was switched around, but just for experience is what I'm saying. You know, so that was kind of a wild phenomenon back there. But we'll see how many surfers come to stop number 6 on the Challenger Series. That's going to be at the Bonsai Pipeline.
Yeah, I think most of the guys, especially the ones that have a good chance of winning the event, you know, it's still a popular event. And I know Al's probably going to be in there, want to surf Pipe with just other 3 people out, and think it's a good opportunity, especially once again for the women. They haven't had a ton of experience competing out there, and it's going to be a wild card event for them. And you know, especially for somebody like Vahine, having that experience, that knowledge at a wave like in Tahiti, it's going to be one of her favorite stops. I can guarantee it.
Vahine, her backhand is just dialed currently. That CI Pro looking good.
Yeah, and you know what's interesting about that? Lei actually decided to stick to the ECT carbon construction out there this afternoon, and you know, maybe it's just a comfort thing, but with the increase in swell, I'd be thinking a lot more surfers would be going to the PUs today, but she's sticking to the ECT carbon out there right now. And Vahine, trusty board under her feet at the moment. Thing looks dialed. It's a blade out there.
And there's the shaper, Britt Merrick, out in the Bonzoy athlete zone.
Can you believe 53 years of age, Britt? His dad's 81, got inducted into the Walk of Fame the other day.
Yeah, they got good genes like,
yeah, they do.
Like Sydney Sweeney. 1 minute and 45 seconds remaining. And Vahine Fierro's just been on a tear. Still an opportunity for Sally Fitzgibbons and Leilani McGonigal. Leilani with the least of the requirement, just a 5-point ride for the Costa Rican. She has priority, but as you see on your screen, Vahine on the paddle, she's gonna paddle straight into the quarterfinals. There is Leilani patiently waiting. 1 minute 20 for a set to come.
This would be a major result for Lei if she's able to make it through into the next round, especially with the expansion of more events. Representing Costa Rica, one of the few to be able to do it at the Challenger Series level, especially Central America being a small region, but they do compete for North America within the regional qualifying series. Huge moment for her, 60 seconds, just wants to be looking for a chance, and she's really good at going right too. I'd actually say a good amount of her best results have actually been going on the backhand. 50 seconds though, Kaipo, she just needs a chance right here.
Yeah. Well, this is when a little bit of luck comes into play.
For sure. And sometimes it's your day, and sometimes it's not. And she hasn't surfed bad. Close to 11 points. Same thing for Sally, 10.73 at the moment, her heat total. But she is throwing away the 4.3, and that's a wave that, you know, didn't really stand up the way she was looking for it to do. But see a couple of lines out there, Kipes. Maybe something on the horizon.
It's going to have to be the next wave with only 18 seconds remaining. It's pretty much this or nothing.
This is it.
It's this or nothing.
She's too far out.
Oh, no.
But Sally has a chance, though. 5.84. Here she goes, defending champion.
Nope. Well, we're going to lose Leilani McGonigal as well as Sally Fitzgibbons, the defending champ. And we are going to have our first quarterfinalists in the way of Sophie McCulloch and Vahine Fierro. There's the results.
Good heat.
Vahine, Sophie, on to the quarterfinals. More from Huntington Beach after this. When we return, Kira Pinkerton, Ellie Harrison, Sawyer Lindblad, Risa Hennessy, all in the lineup. That's right, we're back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing 2023. San Clemente's Sawyer Lindblad, the teenager, took a win here.
Yeah, the saw blade actually defeated Sally Fitzgibbons in the final. Look at how well she did in all different types of conditions though. When it was glassy, when it was clean, when it was a little bumpy in the afternoon, going right, going left, and this is really the event that got her to qualify for the CT eventually, Kaipo. Big win at home for the saw blade, Lindblad.
She had a big support screw with the San Clemente crew here. And Sawyer just snapping on the forehand.
Board looked incredible too. Props to Matt Biolis and the entire team over there at Lost. That was a sub-driver 2.0, a trusty one too that just worked in all different types of conditions here in HB. And of course, it's not her first event ever here in Huntington either. She's won multiple USA surfing events, a lot of NSSA titles, and eventually became a US Open champ, Kai.
And that led for Sawyer Lindblad to have 2 years on the championship tour. And we will see her again in 2026. Oh, I thought that riff was going to end. Here we go. Kira Pinkerton, Ellie Harrison, Sawyer Lindblad, Brisa Hennessy all out in the water. All right. Mark Knopfler just left the room. That was a long guitar riff right there.
Ellie Harrison made it to finals day last year here at this event. A lot of experience when it comes to the Barwin head surfer out of Victoria. I know an area of the world that you really enjoy yourself, Kaipo, but you know, she's really good in a lot of different types of waves, especially a beach break too. But
yeah,
you know, her evolution, especially after competing multiple times now at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, right at home there in Bells, been a big momentum and experience builder for her so far in her young career.
Yeah, in 24, she made the quarterfinals at Bells. Just this year, she had an equal 9th place at Bells.
Yep.
And you're right, I love the Barwin Heads area, 13th Beach over there in Victoria. Good stuff.
The Parmies.
So the start actually belongs to Sawyer Lindblad when the numbers come through. I'll take a look here at Kira Pinkerton, a 22-year-old out of San Clemente, California. Quarterfinal finish for her in Newcastle to start off the year.
Yep. Competed at her home break of lowers during the CT event as well. And regional QS winner here in North America as well for Kira Pinkerton, former world junior champ.
Yep, second generation professional surfer. Here's a replay of a 5.83.
Yeah, and yesterday afternoon, she went off on both the rights and the lefts too. Tight turns in the pocket right there for Pinkerton. As you mentioned, her father, Jim, also a professional surfer back in his day. Actually a former national champion right here, Jim Pinkerton, back in the 80s.
Here's Sawyer, and this is a 6.5, Mitch.
Yeah, Lindblad. So this is the best of the heat so far. Much more speed, good amount of drive coming out of that second one too. Well deserved for the surfer out of San Clemente. 2 of them out there actually in the white and the red, as you mentioned.
And Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, so this one actually they deemed it incomplete, unfortunately, for Elle, and 2 stuck coming out of it. So yeah, maybe completed, maybe not, but either still not very clean surfing for Harrison, unfortunately.
Lindblad got one on the backhand.
Yeah, waiting for this score right here. Floated to start things off and then executes perfectly that second turn as well. Stays low. Really like seeing that out of the experienced veteran Lindblad at a break that she knows.
So scores still standing by for Sawyer Lindblad and Ellie Harrison. Kira Pinkerton checks out with a backup score of a 4.17. Yeah, we had Kira Pinkerton, her dad Jim, used to surf on the PSAA, the Bud Pro Tour. We had Mike Chamberlain and PT in here.
Yeah.
They used to call the heats on that.
That's a tour you surfed on as well, if I'm not mistaken, right, Cox?
Yeah, top 16.
Nice.
Yeah.
You ever beat Jim?
I don't keep track of that kind of stuff, probably. No, I don't know. I don't know. It's all a blur to me.
Oh, those were the 80s. And Brisa out there, CT surfer herself out of Costa Rica. Here she goes with priority, Kaipo.
Brisa's always had a pretty solid backhand displayed right there.
And a former champion here at the Pro Junior level 2, Hennessy. She's won a CT event already before in her career over at Sunset Beach. She's won a Challenger Series event as well over in France. Lindblad up and riding again on the backhand once more.
Ooh, big first turn. Patient to get that second one in.
Yeah, hard to be able to get there with that amount of speed that she had. Oh, scores in for the second one, though. Massive one.
Yeah, previous wave for Sawyer Lindblad, an 8-point ride.
Yeah, well earned right there, especially when we talk about the timing on the back end. As you mentioned, spray signifies that not only you have great timing, good use of power, too. Good scoring right there. 14-5 points in the first two waves. Yeah, crazy. And Brisa mentioned her being a former Pro Junior champion right here. We got a couple of champions out there in the lineup right now. Lindblad won the Challenger Series back in 23 at this location, and she's looking to improve on the 6.5 on her last one. Excellent start to her heat.
Yeah, looking just solid.
And actually, one of our beach announcers, Ryan Simmons, was working with Lindblad. He took that year off in 23 and was coaching her that year, so props to Simo, too.
Yeah, and one of our co-commentators, Tanner Gudauskas, was working with Sawyer over at the CT at Lowers.
And she made the semis at that event, so it seems like, you know, they've been doing their work.
Little late there for Ellie Harrison, looking for some open water.
Right out.
Ooh, I don't know if that's going to count either.
Yeah, doesn't seem that way. Right on the sharp eyes is Harrison. And she's just looked a little bit off timing. But as you said, it was the entry point right there. It took her a while to even get into the wave, and maybe the wrong angle. At this tide right now, with it still coming up, you want to be under the lip and not try to come from behind the peak.
Yeah, one thing for me, coming from Hawaii to California to adjust, is you really got to enter the wave with a lot of speed. You got to paddle fast,
Always.
you know?
Well, you don't have the same amount of power that you usually have in the
Yeah, because like at a reef break, like where I'm from, we can kind of not cruise into the wave, but you're already going to have a ton of speed from the drop.
You can get away with a bit more, though.
Yeah.
Like, you don't have to have as many paddles, although I will say once it starts getting big, you want to be paddling, because
you got to paddle down the face.
It's dangerous if you don't paddle hard enough. But no, here at a beach break, you're missing the wave, though.
Yeah.
And it's like, here in a competition, you need to make sure you're actually into the wave to be able to compete on the entirety of the heat. So it's like, it needs to be a balance, obviously, but that goes to show the people that have actually done the work leading up to the event, rather than those that are just trying to wing it during the heat kipes.
Yeah.
Oh, and I think that case could be said for the two people in the lead at the moment.
Yeah, so let's see. Kira Pinkerton with a 5.83 and a 4.17. Brisa Hennessy just dropped on that left a 6.63, so that puts Brisa in a really, really good position to take an advancing position when she gets back on her feet.
Yeah, and same thing for her. Has a lot of experience competing out here as an amateur, because she didn't always represent Costa Rica. She used to surf for Hawaii before and a big part of the junior team, so spent a lot of time, a lot of summers here on the west coast of the U.S., and no stranger to competing here in California, especially at Huntington. And that's, I mean, she's right in the heat. I mean, she's topping by just under a point Kira's best score.
Here's Kira with a nice opening carve. Weaves down the line, spots the finish, and gets just disconnected there, incomplete.
Yeah, unfortunate for Kira right there. Unforced error, too. Had the section, and just going to be an incomplete turn for her at the end. The carve was nice, though, I will say that, but looking to improve on a low 4. Maybe yes, maybe no, just with the quality maneuver on the outside. But if she doesn't, you know, she's definitely going to want that wave back.
Well, let's hear from Vahine Fierro. She's into the quarterfinals.
She is on to the quarterfinals. We were talking earlier today, Vahine, that you were just here to get back into Jersey, get comfortable. Here you are, on to finals day at Huntington Beach. How'd you do it?
It's nice. It feels really nice to finally express my surfing out here. Yeah, like I've always had like a couple shocker heats, and the swells are so fun. It's like crossed up and glassy. And yeah, and I'm just having a lot of fun. I'm testing out fins, testing out boards. finally figuring out my boards when I don't really need to for Huntington, but it's okay. It's never too late.
And I need to bring you guys inside just how deeply Vahine prepares, because this morning you were in a 4-3 wetsuit, and you told me that was strategy because now you're in a 2-2. Cowley, we got the paparazzi over here as well. How did that play in?
Okay, so every morning I go out in my 4-3 because it's freezing and we're so many in the water that I don't catch that many waves. And then when I go in the heat, I feel all light up and freed up. So yeah, it's kind of my little routine.
It's a good routine to be in. You have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
Yeah, thank you to, well, my family, my friends, and the French team here is supporting a lot, and we feel all the energy, and it's really fun.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, the strategy seems to be working, Kaipo. Stick to it. 4-3 in the morning.
I mean,
wear a short sleeve or a full suit in the afternoon.
Yeah, you do that almost in a free surf too. It makes all the sense in the world.
100%. Kanoa does the same thing. There's times I see him out here, the water's mid-70s, he's wearing a full suit. And it's a comfort thing, obviously, in the morning. It being overcast, a little bit more chilly. But he likes being prepared, having a heavier suit on in the morning, and then when he actually goes out there and compete, usually with a top or a spring suit.
Harrison puts one together. There you go. So now she's going to get something meaningful on the board. Shoots the pier, going to go to the other side, take the escalator ride back out to the peak.
Yeah, much better right there from Elle. 7.6 is what she needs. Don't think she's going to be able to get that with just the one wave we saw right there, but it's a momentum builder for her in this heat. Already has, you know, what I would say a keeper score, or a keeper result, I should say, on the Challenger Series schedule, a 9th over there at Newcastle. Didn't do that well in Bolito, but we're talking about somebody only 20 years of age, has done well at the CT level at the wild card, and you know, still a pro junior. So she might even get a chance to compete at World Juniors next year and have to avoid qualifying through the regional QS. Good wave here for Brisa with priority too, Kipes. Don't need a whole lot for second.
Great use of priority, great patience, and great first turn. Brisa Hennessy lines up. And goes a little soft on that second one, but that's plenty to get the number that she needs. Just needs a 3.37.
Yeah, just with the quality of the first turn alone, I feel like she's going to be getting that. And now Kira's going to be dropping down to 3rd place with this last wave of Brisa. Big acquisition also for Channel Islands and their team with Brisa Hennessy out there in the green this offseason. So right on the CIs now. Good job by Brent Power and Britt Merrick to get her on the crew.
So last wave for Ellie Harrison, a 5.5. So her first meaningful score, still waiting for the last score for Brisa Hennessy. I'm suspecting that Brisa will go into second advancing position, and Sawyer Lindblad got this.
Yeah, going left right here, and this actually improves her low score. Just one turn, but boy, she's going so fast into that thing, dude. Critical section, a lot of momentum, and of course, the power that she just displays. And she's not that big of a surfer either, but she just carries that speed so well and places the board in the right spot at the right time. Critical section, she improves by a good margin too.
And a replay of Brisa Hennessy.
So still waiting on this score for Hennessy. As you said, impactful first turn. Kept it a bit soft though. I wanted her to go a bit stronger right there at the end. You already had the first one, combine it. And that's what they're looking for, combination of major maneuvers on the outside if you can.
Ellie just got a wave here.
Yeah, so busy out there, all 4 surfers getting waves, and then Harrison with just the one on the back end. You know, I would say at the beginning of the heat, that's probably a good wave to go on. At this point now, though, everybody's going to be dropping a good score.
So score did drop for Sawyer Lindblad. It was a good score. You can see that 7.23 in her 2 best scores column. Brisa Hennessy, 5.47. Brisa goes to a solid 2nd place. Kira Pinkerton drops down to 3rd, holding priority and still waiting for a score for Ellie Harrison, which just dropped a 3.93. So situation, Kira Pinkerton needs that 6.28, and Ellie Harrison 6.61.
The back end of this heat is really going to prove the character that both Pinkerton and Harrison have to keep their composure. And if there's one person in the entirety of the women's draw 2 that is capable of getting a large number with just a single score, it's the former world junior champion Pinkerton.
Let's go down to Tanner Gudauskas in the Bonsoy athlete area. How you doing, Tanner?
Yeah, all is well, boys. I got to be honest, I'm almost on overload being down here with these sets as they approach, and everybody in here, the excitement is like, it's actually peaking. I need to like level down my own personal stoke to take it in as we see a really nice left into the pier bowl. But I wanted to touch on the fact we have 2 San Clemente surfers in the water, and we talk a lot about the support groups that surround these athletes. I'm looking at J-Flo helping Vahine right after her heat. In San Clemente, we have the thing called the board riders, which has been a big factor in Australia. And I feel like it's been such a great benefactor for both Kira and Sawyer. I just high-fived with Eden Walla, who's another girl who partakes in that, and it's about getting the communities together and supporting. So in San Clemente, we get guys like Archie and Dino in that, and they're rubbing shoulders with the younger generations, and it really bridges that gap of knowledge and insight. And it's cool to see it in different ways down here in the Bonsoy Athlete Zone, because everybody's doing it their own individual way, but it's been a really radical thing that's happened the last couple of years now for the domestic US. They've really adopted that from the Australian scene, and it seems like it's come to fruition. Both Kira and Sawyer are some of my favorite surfers, and it's always fun to get to do those board riders with them.
Yeah, trust me, Tanner, I know if there's somebody that knows out of the Newport Beach Club, it's me. The San Clemente always dominates, and actually another colleague of ours, Rosie Hodge, also a big part of the crew right there. And Kira Pinkerton, actually, Tanner, right now, just moved up into 2nd place. Her last, her best, a 6.7, so Lindblad's first. Pinkerton in 2nd, Tanner. Yeah,
and Kira on a day like today, she really comes to life. She loves these challenging conditions. She loves big sections, and she really puts it down. So I'm stoked to see both of them at the top. But again, it's a really competitive heat.
Harrison up and riding, looking for a 7.03 or better on the back end. Gonna be a quick one for her. Tanner, does it seem like the size is truly increasing out there? The swell's arriving this afternoon, it seems.
Yeah, and what's great is actually getting out of the broadcast booth, because you're a little sequestered in there. We're looking at the screen, so taking it in from down here where all the competitors are watching it, you can really see the presence of these sets. They're starting to steamroll into those pylons, and you can see the reverberations are getting bigger, and it is definitely getting more challenging, and it's a cool sign for what's coming tomorrow on finals day with more swell, more energy. So I think everybody's really excited.
So Pinkerton watching the replay here, a 6.7, and as you said, she is capable of getting big scores with just a single turn. And it's going to be a throwaway for Harrison right now. 11 minutes on the clock. Lindblad in the lead, Pinkerton in 2nd. Competitive heat between Harrison and Hennessy so far. Taking a break, be right back with more action from the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
We are currently at the Lexus US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, California, kicking off our one and only Rising Tide stop on the Challenger Series. And you know Sawyer Lindblad? Yes! This really is their first taste. They're getting to meet the pros, so it's kind of cool we get to kickstart their career with them, and then we get to follow them and cheer them on as they go through the draw.
The Q&A was super fun. The girls had lots of questions.
What's the biggest wave you guys ever surfed?
Tahiti, yeah. choke him. It was the scariest wave I've ever surfed.
They seem to be really competitive and serious.
I want to be a pro surfer when I grow up.
The young energy that they bring is like really inspiring, and it's just like, I remember feeling that way.
I think it just makes it fun because you get to be a bunch of girls who really inspire you, and one day you may even get to compete against them.
And they get the opportunity to be around the women that they've looked up to and to have kindness shared with them.
I like the one at Huntington.
Yeah, you gotta say
I like the
I
US.
mean, surfing is a metaphor for life, right? You never know what you're gonna get.
I grew up like being one of the little girls, and I got to like surf with the girls I looked up to, and it was just such a special day. And so I'm sure that a bunch of them will like be in the same spot, and that's just like so cool to see.
You want to be a part of it. You want to be one of the girls that are in the program. And the world kind of gets to share in that. Once you've done the program, you're a part of the family. We want new girls to get this experience and then be on our tours and we get to root them on.
All right, the rising tide's happening here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. We are in Heat 2 of the women's round of 16. Sawyer Lindblad, former champ out here, out in the lead. Second place, Kira Pinkerton, also in an advancing situation. So two San Clemente surfers looking pretty good at the moment. Kaipo Guerrero, along with Mitchell Salazar on the call.
Yeah, and Brisa Hennessy right now needing close to a 6-point ride to move up into second place. And Harrison so far, you know, she's tricked away at the requirement. 7:03 what she needs now, 5.5 her high mark, and it does seem like Hennessy so far has definitely tried to get her backup score going.
We're waiting for this score, Mitch.
Yeah, 5.91 what she needs, so basically a 6. First turn is nice, second turn much cleaner. Maybe not the steepness that she was looking for on the second one right there. I like it though. It's gonna be right around what she needs at the moment. And they got a decision to make. Do you like the power of Pinkerton, the one snap with the 6.7, or do you like this just enough to be able to move Hennessy back up into the top 2 spot? Great heat out there, but look at Lindblad though. Boy, heat total extraordinaire, 1523 points.
Let's take a look at our Pacifico fan picks for this heat. What the fans thought before the start of this heat. And so far, you guys are right. Well, 41% of you guys are right, picking Sawyer Lindblad.
Well, the other 28 too. Look at Hennessy now.
Brisa Hennessy just clocked in a 6.37. She goes to second.
Yeah, and Kira right here again, second priority, needing a 6.3, so a replica of her best score is what she needs.
Sawyer, smooth on that carve. Crushes the lip a couple times. She's looking unstoppable out there.
That's crazy that she actually rode out that last turn. It seemed like that section pushed her back out. In some way, she was able to make it back onto the open face. This might be one of the best heats I've ever seen her surf. And I've seen her surf in a lot of heats, both at the amateur level, at the pros. But she has just been on point with her wave selection, the wave she surfed, a lot of these waves too. But that board looks phenomenal. I'm really excited to talk to her about it later on today. You know, Subdriver 2.0 seems to see her standard shortboard here for Huntington. I wouldn't be surprised if Matt dialed in something else on this one. So she's looking to improve on a low 7 at the moment. That carve is ridiculous. Brings it all the way around into the lip, more of a transitional turn. But see the way that reverb kind of happened and those waves match each other right there? She got pushed outside, still made it back onto the open face.
Here we go with Brisa Hennessy on the forehand. Couple nice snaps for the Costa Rican, looking to better that 6.37 that she just dropped.
Smaller wave, I don't know, but still good surf and positive sign for her. I don't know if that was the use of priority she was looking for at this point in the heat though, Kipes. Just under 5 minutes, both Pinkerton and Harrison, well, they're needing scores in the good range here.
Brisa comes in at 5.6, does not change the situation, but she does remain in second place.
Yeah, and working with a couple of local boys too, Alex Lima, Iago Ramos, Brazilians that have been living here in Huntington for about a decade now. Great surfers, both of them too. It's cool that Brisa was able to approach them and get to work with them at their home break now. Talked about her being a former US Open Pro Junior champion. Really tight 2-turn combo right there, Kaipo. The surfer representing Costa Rica, but grew up majority of her life, Kailua, over on the island of Oahu.
Yeah, so I watched Brisa come up through the HASA ranks. That's the association, the Hawaii Amateur Surfing Association. That is kind of a rite of passage for all the Hawaii kids coming through. You start at Menahune Division. That's anywhere from 10 years and under. So we have 6-year-olds entering already with stickers on their boards.
Yeah, and in proper waves too.
Oh wow, I mean, we used to have junior comps at Pipe and at Sunset.
Yep.
It's crazy.
Yeah, and you know, big shout out to Joel Centeo and everybody on the organizing committee for the HIO as well.
There's 100 foot this year at the HIO.
It was. Great heat coming up the next one too.
Yeah,
Great shot.
Yolanda Hopkins, Talia Swindell, Teresa Bonvolo, and Nadia Arostabe.
Ooh, look at the rankings right there. 3 top 10 surfers in the rankings in the next heat, and Swindell at number 12. It's a big heat.
Yeah.
But yeah, I like that point you bring up though. Those surfers out of Hawaii, they get well nurtured early on. The only thing I will say that could potentially be negative for them, they get spoiled sometimes when it comes to the quality of the waves with those amateur events, and they don't have the same kind of motivation every now and then when they come to an amateur event in these types of waves, you know?
Yeah. Come over to California and get introduced to Doug Rail.
Doug Rail. Trust me,
You
I
knew
know
my
him well.
joke already. You
I
knew
know.
my joke already.
Yeah.
I've said it too many times.
No.
Kira Pinkerton, 3rd place. This is a 6.3. She has first priority, so all the opportunity is pointing the way of the San Clemente surfer right now. She just needs a set to come through.
And it seems like Hennessy close to her. She is in 4th priority at the moment, but you can be in that proximity, adding some pressure. Kira's, you know, despite not qualifying ever for the CT, we mentioned that she has been able to compete at a few events so far over at the Surf Ranch, at Lowers this year too, being the highest rated North American surfer at that point in time on the Challenger Series. But outside of that, World Junior Champion, she's competed at many different venues worldwide. And actually, during COVID, she went over to Kandui and probably got the best waves ever of her life too, so she charges. Got some big barrels that trip over there in the Mento Eyes.
All right, well, getting pretty tense right now for Kira Pinkerton, down to just about 95 seconds.
And Harrison's not out of it either. 7.5 is attainable. Sawyer's got a couple of high scores in this one too. A minute 20 though, she has to be on the right wave. And the one thing that's, you know, affecting her the most is that Kira does have higher priority above her at the moment. Pretty separate from each other though. You know, Ellie's on the pier ball at the moment, looking probably for the right. And then Kira, I just feel like she's looking for another left. How good she is on the backhand, especially with the 6.7 that she got one turn going left. I think that's the wave she's looking for right now. Just like last heat though, Kaipo, coming down to the last minute and somebody needing a score right here. But attainable. 6.3, that can happen.
Well, she's got 40 seconds to make it happen. Maybe a little bit of a wave coming through. It's not a super obvious set. And you can see the repositioning on this wide shot of the red jersey paddling. Maybe a little further in. Trying to give herself some type of chance.
Yep. Ooh, I see a couple lines, 20 seconds.
So those are pretty far out there for 20 seconds.
Ooh, maybe this first one, if it does break. Gotta move. That doesn't look good.
It's not gonna happen.
And close heat, good heat too.
Well, it's 2 surfers who didn't need a result at the Challenger Series actually moving on into the quarterfinals.
Very true.
Sawyer Lindblad and Brisa Hennessy. Kira Pinkerton, Ellie Harrison eliminated from competition.
Yeah, respectable results for the both of them though, but as you said, Lindblad and Hennessy moving through spectacular performances, especially by the former champion Lindblad.
Here, whistles from the beach, and the Costa Rican flags are flying. We're going to take a break and head into the next heat. When we return, it's going to be Yolanda Hopkins, Talia Swindell, Teresa Bonvolat, Nadia Arostabe in the water. And you know what? We're going to have Chris Cote. He's going to talk you through all of that action. Don't you worry. Don't you go anywhere.
Just to bring you into some highlights of what's been happening in the village opposite the action in the water. Things are escalating here on a Saturday at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Sawyer Lindblad coming in from a big win, the massive heat total, 15 plus, getting her the victory along with Brisa Hennessy in second place. This heat is going to be awesome. Yolanda Hopkins, Talia Swindoll, Teresa Bonvalo, and Nadia Arastabe, 3 members of the Euroforce going up against Malibu's Talia Swindoll. I am Chris Cote, and I'm very excited to be sitting next to Rosie Hodge and Tanner Gudauskis, and so far, today has been epic. Airs, power surfing, plenty of waves ridden, every heat up into the teens. So that tells me that the right call was made to take that one day off because we put ourselves in a very special spot.
Yes, we condensed the days that we've got on offer, but we're maximizing what we have in the water. The waves are super fun. All the athletes are so energized by what they're seeing.
And you really want to make it count when it matters for everybody, and coming into the finals day today is a really good jump start to the energy we'll see tomorrow, where guys are going to be looking to cash in and take away the big victory.
And today's a good day to find your new favorite surfer, because we've got fresh faces in the water who have taken down some big names. And I think we're going to see more of that in the next, for the rest of the afternoon, going into finals day tomorrow. So we're trying to field 4 more quarterfinalists. Yolanda Hopkins is an incredible surfer, fearless. And she's so sure-footed. She's riding that full deck grip, one of the only competitors to do that. She starts off with a 6.83. You see the wave size has increased, and so have the performances. Rosie, you said it right. So much energy in the Bonsoy athlete zone, up and down the beach. I mean, we're seeing smiling faces and a lot of stoke for surfers who are still in the draw.
But this is also critical heats, Chris. Thinking about this one in particular, we've got 3 surfers in the top 10 in the rankings in this one. And then Talia Swindoll is down in 12th, as we see Nadia Arastabe had such a great heat this morning, continuing that form and flow. Wow, just so consistent to just end on her feet, to just build in the first exchange for her.
And here goes Talia on her first ride of this heat. She's been electric this entire contest. Right there, it's a little extra spark that she can create on those maneuvers, and it was a point of difference. She had a really hard last heat, and she was able to get over the top of it, and it's great to see her still going.
And like Tara Watanabe, Talia Swindoll, coming from Malibu, of course she's going to have a really good style. You know, it's just,
yes.
It's in her DNA. If you were born and bred in that area, you're going to be a smooth surfer.
Chad Marshall hit me up, and speaking of the Malibu crew, brothers Marshall, and he was all fired up about Taro and Talia, and just saying basically the local community comes around those guys. They just reopened their store, and so he was just all fired up about the crew doing so well, and it's great to see.
This is the first wave of Yolanda Hopkins' push to get into the quarterfinals. 6.83 for 2 big backside blasts. She's already backed it up with a 4-point ride, so Yolanda Hopkins is already in the double ditches with 24 minutes to go. She's on a good one right now.
Rosie, I need a little insight on Yolanda, because I saw her come in for her post-heat interview on her last heat, and I was like, oh my gosh, I love you. Like, so much great energy. What's the scoop with her?
Oh man, she's just incredible, and I feel like she's one of these women that has really risen through the ranks over the last 3 to 5 years and stormed up into everyone's kind of picture of what they're seeing for the women's qualification. I agree with you, Tana. I just love her energy. It's so pure. It's so enthusiastic. You know, mentioning in her post-heat interview, she went surfing on dock, shooting the pier, couldn't see where she was going. She just sends it, and I absolutely love that.
She had a quote in an event in Puerto Rico where she said, "I'm willing to go over the falls face first into the reef if it means I make it through the heat." She's that type of competitor, and the best part about that is she says it while she's smiling. So you know she means it. She is fearless in any type of waves, and in waves where it's like, you know, like today, where these sections are going to be pretty gnarly on that inside, she is going to try everything she can possibly do to pull off the wildest thing. So if she finds herself up on a 6-foot lip with an airdrop floater, she's going to do everything she can to make it. She's that type of surfer.
No, and that's perfect, because that's in the criteria. You know, meeting big sections with big maneuvers, whatever they may be, a backside flirt, a backside turn. We've seen a ton of airs. That'll be exciting.
Well, 22:42 to go. Surfers resetting themselves in the lineup. That gives us the chance to catch up with the winner of that last heat, Sawyer Lindblad, standing by now with AJ McCord.
Winner of the last heat and winner of a previous event here at Huntington Beach. She's back for more. On to finals day, Sawyer. Talk me through that heat a little bit. Some very good competition you went up against.
Yeah, that heat was pretty stacked. They're all my friends, so it was just really fun to be out there with them. I've been competing against Kira for like 10 years, probably since I was like 10, so it was pretty cool to have a heat with her out there. She's an amazing surfer, and so is Brisa and Ellie. They're all really good surfers, so yeah, it was a really fun heat. I'm glad we had a lot of waves.
It's so fun to see you back here in a jersey in Huntington Beach as we move into finals day. What are you reflecting on with coming in here as a CT athlete, having won here in the past? Just what's going through your head?
Yeah, not much pressure for me at all. I'm just wanting to have fun. My brother's actually coaching me in this event, so it's just been fun coming down here every day with my family, and yeah, I just want to surf my best.
It's worked so far, Sawyer. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
A class act. Sawyer Lindblad is cool in and out of the water. She ripped that last heat. That was a statement made by Sawyer Lindblad. Don't be surprised to see her running up the beach on finals day with a big smile on her face, because she is on a roll right now. So we have 21 minutes left here. Round of 16, heat 3. You make it through this heat, you're in the quarterfinals. You're right there waking up on finals day with that feeling that you could be a winner here in Huntington Beach.
I'm going to be honest, all the work, all the rounds, everything that you've been through up until this point, like if you fall out in this round, it's not a keeper result.
No.
Like it's do or die for these women. Like making it into the quarterfinals, that's where you start to say, okay, that's a keeper. I can feel good about that result. But up until that point, you know, you almost feel like that disappointment weighs even more heavily on you when you meet this round and you've bowed here.
And everybody is thinking that in this heat, in this round. You know that you just don't want to lose right here, right now, because when you can reset with a finals day energy, that, like you said, Rosie, you have that in your quiver. You take that for your campaign for the year. And to be that close, it can be so heartbreaking.
Yolanda up and out real quick. And the good news for surfers who do advance through this round, when we go into the quarterfinals, we're going 2 surfers in the water. And not that that's any easier, but you got more choice of waves. There's going to be less hassling, less jockeying for position. It goes into more of the championship tour style format. And for surfers like Teresa Bonvilla, who have tons of experience in the Challenger Series and on the championship tour, that right there in itself is a victory, right? You make the quarters, you're stoked. You got to keep a result, but you also only have one other surfer in the water, so your options just start to grow in that way.
And Rosie, what's your thoughts on that? Coming out of the 4-man heat into man-on-man, you think about some of those competitors who are dipping down from the World Tour and doing the Challengers, whether it is to requalify or just do these events. They must feel like they have some sort of advantage because it's what they feel on the World Tour, competing against one single person in the heat.
Yeah, that's a great point that you bring up. And just Sawyer's interview yesterday saying that she feels like she's got a target on her back, because a lot of these women that are fighting for these points, like this is their career, they're on the Challenger Series to try and make it on the championship tour. It's the reality of it is that someone like Sawyer is taking valuable points away, and they obviously have so much experience in the women-on-women format. And your heat management just completely changes when you go to that women-on-women scenario.
A fiery little ride for Yolanda Hopkins there. A tiny wave, but she was in 4th priority anyway, so why not? Stay loose. She's got a 6.83 and a 4. She's well into the lead for now. Nadia Sarvi with a 5.5. Talia with 2.67. Teresa with just a 1 for now.
Gosh, I really want to see Teresa light this heat up. She's such a good surfer, and I feel like she's one of those surfers that you're always watching and expecting her to be on the finals day. She has a really big quiver of maneuvers, and I feel like she's been in the game for such a long time, right, Rosie?
Yeah, and I mean, talk about peaks and valleys in your career. I mean, she has been someone that we've expected to do well. She's come so close to qualification, like literally tied for that last spot into the championship tour. On a heat countback, it was 1 heat that made the difference for Teresa not to make it on the championship tour. So for her to reinvent herself in these seasons that's preceded that has been so amazing to watch. Just the way that she's built up her character. She's here to compete, and she's improved every time she gets in the water.
I feel like coming back from something like that, being that close to qualifying, and you have to unpack that entire season and realize everybody's going to start from scratch, and you are starting from scratch. And I feel like that can become a tale that you carry. It's a story that people tell you in wherever you are, where you live. Like, oh, you were so close. Oh my gosh, I can't believe it. And it's hard to just reset with a quick memory and think, okay, it's about what's in front of me. It's not about that experience last year. It's about what I'm going to do this year. And you know, events like this, I feel like Chris, we've talked a lot about it this year. This is where you get the rhythm into the back part of the year. So hopefully she's able to light it up.
Well, look at Teresa's results already. A 3rd and a 6th on the Challenger Series is huge. I feel like in the last couple of years, if you won 2 Challenger Series events, let's say you won Bolivia, you come here, you win the U.S. Open, you were pretty much a lock to get on the championship tour. This year feels a little different with an extended Challenger Series season.
Yeah, and to that point, you are dropping some of your results. So you do get an opportunity to have a shocker and kind of shed that and keep some of your better results. But you have to be, like I mentioned, you got to be making finals day in order to qualify for the championship tour. And we've even seen women win on the Challenger Series and not qualify for the tour. So it's so important to back yourself up and consistently be making it to the quarterfinals or better.
We were catching up on that yesterday. It's a strange responsibility to win an event. You almost feel like, okay, now I have to qualify. It's a pressure that you put on yourself. And these rounds, we were catching up on that just a minute ago. These are the binder rounds where you're like, you know you have your shot. It's right in front of you. You have to make this round to have another result. So the pressure starts to build. You start to feel it on your back. Uh-oh, it's a little inconsistent. Yeah, it's wild. That's a lot of pressure.
And even winning, sometimes you're like, oh, sick, I did it. Like, and you can like take your foot off the gas a little bit, and all of a sudden you're getting pummeled. So there's so many just little things that you've got to negotiate on the surfing tour, and it's really pretty cutthroat.
Well, I think you had the post-heat interview with Luke yesterday after his heat win, and he was talking about Bolito winning, and he tapping into Jordy Smith's insight of like, no, you have to reset here. Like, don't take your foot off the gas. And he's done a great job of that. Today he had that impressive buzzer beater. So yeah, it's funny, the different responsibilities of winning these events. It's crazy.
Yeah, and regardless of how well you're coached, of how, you know, strong your pit crew is, you're the one in the water for that 30 minutes, so you have to absorb the responsibility of getting those 2 big scores and shedding any of the shockers that you've had in your past. Shed the Shocker would actually be a good album name. We'll get back to that. We got 14:51 to go here, and there's so much happening, of course. This is the U.S. Open. It's the peak of summer, and right in the mix, we've got Mitchell Salazar with a special guest.
Ladies and gentlemen, not only are we in Orange County, we're also in Orange Country right here in Southern California. We got Wild Wing. He's becoming a surfer. And, of course, the Anaheim Ducks, a short drive up the road on the 55. Check out their booth here at the Lexus U.S. Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Their season starts in October. In the fall, it's Orange Country, baby. Wild Wing is becoming a surfer. Everything's happening down here at the beach, guys. Check it out.
Wow, thank you, Mitch. That is an intimidating duck right there. I would not drop in on that ripper.
I'm jealous of the spray on that board. That's a Jason Woodside custom spray airbrush.
Now it's a priceless piece of art that you can actually ride. That's cool that Mitch got to hang out with the celebrity. Am I acting a little bit different? Because I've been rubbing elbows with celebs myself. I was over there hanging out in Bikini Bottom with SpongeBob. It was a good time. I'll tell you guys all about it later on, because check this out. Talia Swindoll is on a bomb. That's one of the bigger waves we've seen of the day. It did close out, but she did have one chance, and she took it. So Talia Swindoll just sitting on a 2.67 for now. That's going to be a much bigger score. And look at this. Waves are starting to pulse. Nadia Arastarby, up and at it, upside down, into the lip, big vertical smash. Come on.
Oh boy, this is the classic US Open we've been waiting this entire week for. When you see competitors hang it in the pocket, that wave has so much inertia behind it. Nadia did a great job getting up on the coping, coming down beautifully. And as well, Talia, that was a really tricky wave for her. There's a lot more chop in the wave face, and she did a great job.
Well, yeah, just watching this, the recomposition of her body, just when she hits that chop, and to get the the composure for that section. I mean, you saw kind of adjust her feet as she was meeting that section, but this one, Tanner, was so much fun to watch.
This is like a dream backside snap right here. It's one of those ones you're coming off the bottom and you literally can't believe the section that it's in front of you because it's just so ripe. You just got to get up there, but then the tricky thing is coming down before the lip lands behind you.
And there's
We're all salivating, sorry, Chris, because we know that feeling. Like
Right?
when that section's right there and you're like, oh, I'm going to smash it.
And
you
there
do.
was no hesitation there either. That's the one thing sometimes on a set. I mean, that was a solid wave. That was a 6-foot face. You saw her in that bottom turn. There was no doubt to what she was about to do. She didn't think about it for a split second. Straight up into it. And it's going to be a good number. It is an 8-point ride for Nadia Aristave. Yeah, let's just watch this thing on repeat. Screenshot this. Bam! Power surfing right there.
That was so severe. And too, it was somewhat glassy. On a day like today, we saw the difference of her and Talia's wave. It can make the difference. That allows that maneuver to come out because you're able to get way more radical over your rails.
And the afterclap of that wave just means that Nadia Aristave now is jumped up into the top spot. She has a 13.50 total, 8-point ride, backs it up with a 5.50. That was only her second wave ridden as well, so she's going to get right back in the mix here. As you see another solid wave. Teresa Bonvalo, this one got a little bit weird, but she went to work. Did she ride out? No, she was eaten by that pier bowl right. That's not a section you want to tussle with when it's so bouncy like that. She had to try, though.
If you don't have the speed coming into that final section, you legitimately wear that foam ball on your shoulders. It's weird. It feels like your board just vaporizes from underneath you. It's all about carrying the inertia from that first section and being able to project yourself into the flats so that you don't get hung in that foam. But we saw Teresa, unfortunately, that happened.
Yeah, there's 10 minutes and 42 seconds left. Teresa Bonvalo with a 1.5 and a 1. A rough go so far, but Rosie, 10.5 minutes. Are you hitting the panic button just yet? Well, we'll see. We're gonna take a quick break, but we will be right back with more action. This Bonsoy Brew break won't take long, don't worry. We're gonna get back to the action here in a minute. It's on here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. The happenings are going like this. The Challenger Series started way early in the morning, 7 a.m. We're gonna go right to about 4:30 or so. Plenty of surfing left to come. iHeart DJ Franco is in the house. 11 to 4, that's an extended DJ set, but he's a master, so don't worry about it. Lexus Culinary Food Sampling is happening as well. Lunch is served. We have amazing food trucks right on the beach for you to come eat. And of course, Yachty by Nature is here, 4 to 7 at the beach bar. Scan the QR code, get your tickets now. Listen to this awesome band play hits by the likes of Christopher Cross, Micah McDonald, Toto, Hall & Oates, and all the greats. Yacht Rock, reigns supreme on the sand tonight.
Rosie, what's your thoughts on Yacht Rock?
That sounded like my wedding playlist.
Yes.
All of those bands.
Who was your wedding DJ?
Well,
It was me.
Our pod. We should have got you. You're too expensive.
Oh, I DJ'd Pat Godowskis' wedding. Sorry.
I was there.
You were there? Okay, I thought you were there. All right, back to the business at hand. Here we go. Nadia Arastarbe. There you have it. She's on fire.
Oh, wow. 2
blowtails on 1 wave. She's looking to get rid of a 5.5. She probably did it on that one. Yolanda Hopkins, she wants it. Big swooping slash there. Crazy combo for Yo-Yo.
I'm like seeing like flashes of Pauline Mensah with a
Yes.
double deck grip, like from her. Wow, as we see Teresa going to the air there.
Kickflip.
Yeah, and you know what I love about Yolanda is the body language. You're watching it and you know she's into it, you know? She's presenting very well, and I think it's great, you know? Like, whether or not that gets to the level of what Nadia is doing, you know she's polishing these scores to the best that they can be.
This is a great thought here.
Wow, I like that. I like that you're taking off on a smaller wave. You're in a situation where you need a big score. I think Teresa's really brought that little approach into her surfing in the off season. It's cool to see her start to kind of throw something different at us.
Sometimes you got to just swing for the fences, especially when you only have, what, 7 minutes left. You need basically 2 scores, unless you get a near perfect wave and drop a 9.07, which would be the highest single wave score of the entire event. You can still chip away at that number, get a 5.5, and then put yourself in position to potentially get a 7. We've had 1 score in the excellent range, that 8-point ride from Nadia Arastarbe. That came off 1 turn. So Teresa is still in this heat, and she is a really good surfer. As you're about to see, Teresa Bonnevelat now. Quick slash there. Okay, nicely placed on the 2nd turn. Ooh, goes down on the 3rd. And while she will get full credit for those first 2 turns, that slip is the last thing the judges just saw. And these are not AI judges, they're human judges. So, of course, you got to keep it clean at the end if you want to get a big score.
The technique is perfect. Everything for Teresa, like I love her surfing, but I'm just thinking about where the judges are really placing the emphasis on the scores. It's those critical natured sections that are just offering the ability to get more vertical, to get more dynamic, to do things with a lot of speed. And that wave just did not have that potential on it.
Totally, and your litmus test of that is her 3rd turn section. It was essentially petering out by the time it was hitting the pier bowl. And we've seen most of the big scores garnering into the pier bowl, where you have to really meet and greet that real hairy section over there. And so for Teresa, I don't know whether that was just wave selection, maybe she didn't have priority. But at this point in the heat, she really needs to focus to get the job done, because the other 2 surfers have really put up some great scores already.
Yeah, there's that last score line for Nadia Arastarbe, a 7.5. She's up in the master range with 15.50, one of the highest heat totals of the contest.
The Basque region has been absolutely on fire this event.
Yolanda Hopkins. I mean, she's fired up, and we're here for it. She's so fun to watch surf. She has been pedal to the metal, 110% on every single wave she's ridden. You know, that one might not even go to her score line because she has a 5.77 and a 6.83. But every time she takes off, you just have to pay attention because you don't know what she's about to do.
She muscles through those sections so well, and like I said, it's almost that throwback to those generations of women surfers, like the Pauline Mensahs, like the Trudy Todds, where there was this like just animalistic go for it attitude at the sections, where we're seeing surfers that are so polished and so streamlined nowadays, and they've got their like athlete hat on, as we watch Nadia just absolutely rip the bag on this wave. 2-turn combo, nice little emphasis on that fin throw on the 2nd one. Did that go into a top 2?
7.5.
Okay.
I don't think there's anything more she could have done on that wave. That 2nd turn, too, she got a little free. The tail was wafted over that lip. That was cool looking.
But Rosie, I love the point you're making, and Yolanda feels a little bit like a throwback. And 2, the way she competes, there is that element of entertainment to it. And I feel like she's going to become, if not already, a fan favorite globally. It's a great strategy, at whether it is or not. It seems to me that it's very natural. Like, after seeing her in the post-heat interview, she just bubbles with that enthusiasm. But it's so great because even through the screen, you get it. It's incredible.
Yolanda Hopkins coming out of that powerhouse region, Portugal. She got a fifth place at Newcastle, a second at the Bledo Pro. She's on her way to qualification, and I'm not even going to say if, I'm going to say when she gets on the championship tour, she's going to do some big things.
I do feel, though, we talk about Newcastle, Bledo, here in Huntington, the waves that we have on offer, it plays to her strengths. Like, there are those tricky sections, and you've got to be reactive to it. And as we move through and we go to Ericeira, you know, even like going to Pipeline and then going back to Newcastle, she's obviously well-versed there. But just going to be interesting to see her on like a more drawn-out point break situation.
And the beauty of that, whether or not that is true, she has the ability, every surfer has the ability to pick the recipe to get the results they need to qualify, to have a qualification campaign. So Yolanda cashing in where she knows she's going to be doing well.
So we're inside of 2 minutes now, and it's going to be Teresa Bonvilla. She needs a big score here. Wave kind of lets her down. She falls. I would venture to say that the Challenger Series could also be called the Heartbreak Tour. We saw it with Teresa Bonvilla, right? Missing out on qualification by way of a count back. We saw it with Yolanda Hopkins in Brazil. She had a do or die heat with Hina Fierro. She lost that heat and lost any chance of making the championship tour, which is obviously all of these surfers, that's their dream. And I think we see more tears on the CS than we see on any other tour. It's just that emotional when your dream is so close to becoming a reality, and it's taken away from you in the span of, you know, sometimes 30 seconds when you're just waiting for a score to drop.
I feel like one of the events that I'm most invested in is that last event on the Challenger Series. Like you talk about last year at Saquarema being the bookend to the Challenger Series, and with so many tight scenarios happening, it makes the sport so incredibly exciting. Like I'm up watching those heats and so like followed the journey of these surfers and like just like so excited come the end of the day. And I also feel that tug of disappointment for the woman that just falls short.
And the takeaway on just falling short is that you want to make it personal. You want to take it personally. It feels like the system is against you in a way, but you have to remember that it's just a system. It's a structure. You'll come back next year stronger if you can make those adversities to your advantage, but that's just hard work, not only on the surfboard, but mentally to find that strength and enthusiasm to approach it again with a fresh mind.
The Challenger Series to me feels like a long, drawn-out docudrama, right? You know, you have these peaks of these surfers, and it's just all the glory, and then all of a sudden it's just boom, straight down, and there's emotions involved, and I know we're going to feel that right now from Teresa Bonvilla. She had a great heat earlier this morning, got a victory, finishes this one in 4th place. Talia Swindow has been a name that we've been mentioning all week long as a surfer to watch, but unfortunately we lose those two surfers. But watch out, Yo-Yo is loose in the draw. She moves through in 2nd place, and Nadia Aristarbe, she dominated that heat from the beginning. 8-point ride at 7.5, one of the highest heat totals of the event. She's here to win, and she's looking like an event favorite in my opinion.
I'll back you on that.
Thank you. With 29:40 on the clock already for this next heat, we know you're not going to go anywhere. We got 4 incredible surfers taken to the water, and we will be right back after these brief messages. It's all happening. We're live from Huntington Beach. It's the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Fans are hyped because not only are they watching incredible surfing, but they're getting to meet their heroes. I love that these surfers have to run right through the crowd to get back to the athlete area. Just makes for some really fun fan interactions. This heat is popping. Alyssa Spencer, Taya Zabrowski, Annette Gonzalez Echevarri, and Sofia Medina, Brazil, Spain, France, USA, international super heat right here. Taya Zabrowski is one of the names being floated around this contest area as an absolute phenom. She could very well become one of the younger surfers to ever win the Lexus US Open of Surfing, but she's gonna have her hands full. Annette Gonzalez Echevarri has been absolutely ripping, styling her way through big heats. Sofia Medina, star of the Amazon Prime series Surf Girls, has been on a good one so far this week. And Alyssa Spencer had a solid, convincing heat victory already earlier this morning. So this one is going to be a battle from the jump all the way through to the end. As you can clearly see. Oh. Tia Zabrowski. That might have been a little bit of a commentator curse. I was firing her up a lot. She went down, but guess what? 26 minutes left. She's got plenty of time to go. What makes Tia Zabrowski such a special surfer?
Oh, I think explosive maneuvers on the rail, progression. She charges. She grew up in Tahiti, so she's not afraid of a reef break. And she's got just a good head on her shoulders. I think those are all the elements that really make for a successful competitive surfer and a good support team.
It's interesting. I noticed the support team when I was down there in the Bonsoy athlete zone that I believe she's working with Joan Drew, Jeremy Flores. The French team is really insulating and bringing in that knowledge and insight, and
Paulina Du as well.
Paulina Du, I saw the other day.
All-star coaching group.
And what a great, like Pauline as well had such a decorated career, and it's amazing. And it does that, having that mentorship, it goes so far when you're dealing with a year-long, like you said, docu-series. You have to stay focused on the ultimate goal, which is qualification, but you have to make it granular heat by heat.
We got 25:54 to go. So you mentioned Sofia Medina, actually in a reality docu-series, Surf Girls, but I've also seen the Inside Pro Surfing crew here on the beach, so making a special show. They usually just do championship tour events, but they're here documenting all the happenings at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, so I'm excited to see that episode. Alyssa Spencer now. She stuck to all lefts in her previous heat this morning, and it looks like she's right in her comfort zone. 3 turns down the line, not a big wave, but a great start for one of the best surfers from Encinitas, California, Alyssa Spencer. Probably drawing some inspiration from what we saw earlier from Levi Slauson. And this number right here is the most painful number for Alyssa Spencer, 11th. 1 spot away from qualifying for the championship tour.
It's
sorry,
been,
I don't want to bring it
well,
up.
Well, no, and it is like I said, like we're so emotionally invested because we watch these surfers. We're so like just right there with them, and I think the way that Alyssa has carried herself, I mean, from a few years ago to being on the championship tour to falling at the cut to now trying to regain that spot on the tour. There are just so many moments, and you watch her surf and you're like, this woman, she belongs. She belongs on the championship tour.
Sofia Medina now.
Yeah, that's really true, Rosie, especially a heat like this morning with Alyssa. You can tell she does possess that extra gear that you really need on tour, and finishing in 11th, it truly is heartbreaking, and it does take a little while to process that, but you can come back, you can bounce back, and it looks like she really is harnessing the right energy.
But she has the history now too, right? She knows what it takes to get on tour, and I'm sure she learned a lot of lessons on her brief stint on the championship tour. So if and when she does get back on the CT, she is going to be stronger than ever. At the moment, she's in 2nd place. That first score is a 3.67. Here's a great example of how good she surfs in all type of conditions, but give her a little runner left and she's going to rip it.
Lots of forward momentum down the line on that wave, and I think, you know, by the time the buzzer goes at the end of this heat, I don't think that wave is going to come into her scoreline, but it's just nice to see her settle in as we see. Wow, Annette was so good this morning and just picking up where she left off. Those trusty forehand hacks are so great. Tia right there, just unable to kind of wrangle the beast and ride out in front of that whitewater.
Both of those turns were absolutely searing. Annette, did I see like a hand back push through on that carve as she came off of that pocket? It felt definitely a la something you're seeing from a Reynolds conversation. That's a really cool, interesting tweak that you can push through a functional maneuver. And Tia, wow, that if she had come down with that, you're looking at like what we saw with Nadia, like one turn can garner you an 8-point ride. So it's good to see him.
Does Annette have low-key one of the sickest styles of anyone in this contest?
Here we go.
Oh,
dude.
Yeah,
yes, well, that answered my question. Thank you, Annette. Frontside and backside, she looks amazing right now.
Man, I mean, she was so good this morning. Nadia, her fellow Basque Country woman, just made it through her heat. She's feeling that energy, feeling the flow. She had a big win in Bolito at a QS event, so she's got like that winning feeling. I think when you crack it and you get a little win under your belt, it just projects your surfing even more. Like your confidence goes to the moon, and I feel like Annette is settling in and finding that self-belief that it takes.
Well, we talked about the responsibility of winning, but it actually, it's a degree. You know, there's hundreds of people that come through the Challenger Series, and there's respectfully only so few that can get to winning events. So when you do get a win, you get that glow, and it stays with you forever.
Oh. Speechless right now. That was so so cool.
And I think we've also, this is such a juxtaposition with the women that are in this heat, because you've got Annette, you've got Tia, and you've got Sophia. Oh, and they, I mean, Sophia's had a little bit of a taste of the Challenger Series, but you've got like these new hungry talents that are coming in, where you've got Alessa, then we spoke about that. She's been on the Challenger Series, she's been on the Championship Tour, she's had those disappointing runs. And how does she reinvent herself? And especially when you're coming into this new hungry force that we're seeing this year.
Totally, it's going to be, it pushes her level up, and it's also great for the younger girls coming up. I'm really interested in Sofia Medina. And Rosie, I know, both of us know, Silvana Lima being such a great example coming from Brazil and being such a competitive surfer. Who do you think Sofia is working with outside of the Medina family back home?
Ooh, that's a good question. She does work a lot with her dad, Charlie, and he's here with like filming and doing all of that kind of back and forth coaching. That's who I mainly see her travel with. I'm not too sure if there's anyone else. I know that Gabrielle is almost like certainly watching this heat, like, and supporting her. Like, they have such a great relationship. But other than that, on the technique side, I'm not sure. Maybe Mitch would know who's coaching Sophia.
We'll get him on the case. I feel like the Basque region right now is having a moment, and the charge is being led by two women. You got Annette Gonzalez Echevarri in the water right now, and you got Nadia Aristare, who went out there and went off one of the highest heat totals of the event. She's on the glass now with AJ.
You were talking about that winning glow. Nadia carrying it all the way here to Huntington Beach, coming off the incredible run in Bolito. You had some really impressive moments here in Huntington Beach. Just how have you carried that confidence and momentum from event to event?
Thank you so much. Yes, it was, after Bolito, it was a lot of emotions, a lot of hype, really happy. I stayed a couple of weeks at home, but I wanted to come to Huntington early because I knew at home I wouldn't be that focused for this event. So yeah, I came early, I trained a lot in here, I surf lowers too, and I don't know, I just tried to keep doing what I know, just surf and try to get the good ones, and it turned out good on this heat. Not that good on the previous one because I didn't have the performance I want, but I'm glad I made it to the finals day, quarterfinals, and tried to make it all the way like Bolito.
I mean, I would say it worked out here in this heat. Good waves, great turns. Just talk us through how you executed those.
Well, after my first 5-5, and there was a long wait, like not many sets came, so I was just waiting for maybe 10 minutes, and I knew there was gonna come a wave, and I needed to do good. So as soon as I saw that ride, I knew, okay, this is the one. And when I was doing the bottom turn, I thought I was doing it like too deep. Maybe I was a little bit late, but the turn went so fast that I just made the turn. And actually, I thought it was gonna be a way harder and land, and suddenly I landed. I'm like, oh, that's it, okay, I did it. And then right after that one, I got the left, which it was 2 frontside turns, so I don't know, they felt great, but yeah.
Felt great, looked great, scored excellent on one of them. So we've been talking about the Basque Country all week and the support. Annette is in this heat. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and family watching back home?
Bueno, eskerrik asko ikusten ari zazten dena, oso posilla kuartosen egoteagatik, eta bueno, orain denak anetea animatzea, y lo voy a decir en castellano también, que nada, que gracias a todos los que me habéis estado apoyando, que muy contenta de estar ya en cuartos de final y ahora animar todos a Anete.
Felicidades, see you tomorrow.
Thank you, see you tomorrow.
Yeah, and check it out. That 1-2 punch right there between Nadia Arastabi and Yolanda Hopkins has big ramifications on the Challenger Series rankings because Kiki Veselka is out. So is Sally Fitzgibbons. That means we're most likely mathematically going to have a new leader on the Challenger Series after this event. And it feels like it's probably either going to be Yolanda Hopkins or Nadia Arastobi. They're right there in the mix. Tia Zabrowski, 5th place on the Challenger Series as well. Teresa Pomelo, we just lost her out of this contest. So there's going to be some shakeups in the top 10 of the CS, and one of those 2 surfers from the Basque region may very well end up in that top spot after this event wraps.
Chris, I feel like Rosie and I have a very interesting perspective because we've spent a lot of time with the Pucas family. When you're dealing with the Basque region within Spain, it's a very small, potent area with a ton of surf history. This is not a mistake that we're seeing. This is absolutely going to be the present day and moving into the future. You have, obviously, tip of the spear. You're looking at Aritz Aramburu. You have Kepa Acera, his brother Eneko Acera. You have Hode Koyaso. These guys were competing forever on the tour, and they're backed by the brands of Pucas, which it's like this heartbeat. So they're basically springboarding into the mainstream at this moment. But Rosie and I, we've had really great moments with Adur and the family, and it's so great to see them traversing now into the limelight.
Yeah, this has been just a big push and like pushing these surfers forward. And Adur Amatrina was actually on the beach. He was FaceTiming Aritz Aramburu before his heat going into the water, just trying to get that energy. And I want to be adopted by the Basque crew because
totally.
It's such, like that energy is so infectious. You see Nadia chatting and it's just so cool. Watch Sophia here.
Sophia, a little slippery in her first turn. Second turn was better. Gets the finish and rides out clean, trying to get this transition to the inside section. She may have it. She's fighting for it, but the wave goes flat.
The relationship with her and Gabrielle, brother and sister, is so amazing to watch from the outside. I don't really know Sophia, I know Gabby, and they're such beautiful people, and you see the way that they support each other, and they've been there for each other since forever. And it's so cool because Sophia has her own jam, you know, she's got her own vibe within the surfing realm, and it's great that they both have their own space, but they respect each other so much.
Here we go again. Annette Gonzalez Echabari slamming this left-hander. So confident. Her surfing is so clean. She's got a 6.67 and a 5.17. That one feels like it's somewhere right in between those 2 scores. I want to watch Annette Gonzalez Echabari video part. Right?
That.
Put her in some like Indo-style waves. That'll be supreme entertainment. Here's a look back at Sophia Medina's wave. She fought for it. Probably got the most out of that kind of wonky little left.
She did. She milked it. And I think my favorite takeaway from that wave is just how close she stayed to that white water section to keep her tight in the pocket, to create that space in the maneuvers to make them look, you know, bigger on a slopey wave. This one from Annette was just searing though. Those 2 turns combos, you can already tell the height on that wave just offered a bit more power. And that critical section, like we've been talking about, you can tell when that wave is standing up towards you. There's that little bit of a lip line to hit.
People on the pier could probably hear those turns that Annette just threw down. 13:30 to go. Annette Gonzalez Echabari in the lead. We got Sophia Medina and Alyssa Spencer smashing that wave. So we're going to let the judges lock in some scores as we take a quick break. But we'll be back with the culmination of the round of 16, Heat 4. 2 more quarterfinalists to come from this heat. Stay tuned to find out who it's going to be. We'll be right back. We are right back into it here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Huntington Beach is firing on all cylinders, and we have huge heats coming up with massive ramifications as these surfers are looking to qualify for the championship tour, as well as put one of the most iconic trophies in surfing on their mantle. You win here at the US Open of Surfing, you're in the history books. A super impactful event, not just throughout the Challenger Series years or season, but throughout the history of surfing. You win here, you're one of the best of the best. And right now, Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri is turning heads. Literally, been whipping our necks because she is going off out here with a 6.67 and a 6.17. Tia Zebrowski in second. This surfer, Alyssa Spencer, throwing everything at that lip. She's only looking for a 4.24. That felt like a pretty impactful turn. This young surfer from Encinitas, California, currently in third place, not needing much though.
Yeah, she's right in the conversation. That 4.24 is what she's required. One turn combo, kind of on a medium-sized wave.
I love the dynamic that you brought up, Rosie, that Alyssa would be a veteran in this heat, dealing with two up-and-coming, hot competitors, and it's going to push her. And it's awesome to see her going outside of these lefts, looking at those rights, seeing what she can utilize to get over the top of them, get back in this heat.
You think about Alyssa's heat this morning and the momentum that she had and how easy it was for her to win. She's just wondering where that rhythm is so far, not falling in her favor in this heat as we watch Sophia on this right-hander.
A little tentative. You almost felt like she's trying to hold back a little bit just to put something on the board to replace that 1.87. Sitting on a 4.93 for now. She's in fourth place, but the good news for Medina is she only needs a 4.11.
I feel like with Sophia, she's had really nice choreography. She loops her first turn so that she can create the space for that second turn and put the emphasis on that. And Rosie, you were touching on that on her left. She created the space after the first turn and then was able to at least maximize what was to be offered within the wave.
8 minutes, 50 seconds left. After this heat, all of our quarterfinalists will be locked, and then we're going to flip it back over to the men. Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri slashing it there. Little bonus kick out. Do I have a new favorite surfer? She is so good. Even, I mean, that's not going to be a huge score, but you can just tell her prowess, style, power. She's got it all.
And we caught up earlier that she has a sister, right? That was in the family affair.
Shineri.
So she must be highly competitive in the household, I'm guessing.
Yeah, just noticing them here at this event together. Just such a tight crew as we watch this. I love the deep bottom turn when you have that opportunity on this right-hander to kind of create that space and project up. That second turn, I mean, it was in such a quick succession. Wasn't as impactful. Whoa, look, we've got situation switches here.
Yeah, I mean, Sophia Medina did just enough. She gets up into second place. Now that means Alyssa Spencer needs a 4.99. She's flying down the line.
Uh-oh.
That's a bad situation right there.
That's a tricky one.
Pile up on the 5 freeway.
But also noting that Annette is in the lead, and if she did interfere with Alyssa's ride, that's going to be very costly for her.
I'm feeling a little shock and awe right now. That was a wild situation there. Tia Zebrowski out of the fray, but into the lip. Remember, Tia Zebrowski has a 6.43. Second highest single wave score of the heat for now. She's trying to get rid of a 2.47. I feel like she did that and more. She's only looking for a 3.23, and we haven't talked about Tia for a while, but I think she might have just got back into one of the top 2 spots with this wave.
Well, Tia's the danger woman, right? She's sitting in fourth, but she only needs that small score. She has the second highest, like you mentioned, of the heat so far. So that's the woman that you want to be keeping eyes on. And this is the situation right here, Tanner. What did you see?
Yeah, so I'm trying. Oh, I don't know here because Alyssa elected to take a high line and essentially approached towards Annette, whether she was going to hit the section just after or not. But Annette really left it open for the conversation. She really should have dug under Alyssa and gone to her backside so that that conversation never starts, it could be so costly and would be heartbreaking for her if she gets an interference.
She was right in the way. I mean,
Yeah.
let's be clear here.
And I think, you know, when you think about etiquette in surfing, it is always paddling into that surfer's like inside section, right? So going to the left of your screen instead of what Annette did and maybe going to the right. It was a tricky situation. We'll see. I mean, it does feel like she hindered the potential there.
It does. Absolutely, it does. It's when anytime you're going to run into somebody, whether or not you're taking a highline or not, it's just the conversation should not be started.
That could have been a critical lapse in judgment.
Even
I mean,
duck dive.
If duck dive, if anything, I mean, she was really kind of chilled out paddling up that wave. It's almost like she was watching Alyssa come right at her. I mean, watch where the section is.
As soon as you see Alyssa start to do that double pump, I feel like if you were that competitor, you'd be kicking and scrambling
100%.
to get out of the way. I don't know, but I would find it hard to believe that Annette would do it intentionally. So it's just such a gray area.
Yeah, it's a gray area.
She could have just been zoning out. I mean, it happens to all of us, right?
Yep, been there.
Meanwhile, Sofia Medina trying to turn things up.
And we're still waiting on scores for Tia's last, because the 3-2-3 is what she required. She had that really good left-hander.
Well, there are dramatic moments here at the U.S. Open, and you're about to see one of them. We don't know what the call is going to be from our judging panel.
I feel like we haven't had one mild heat. Like literally every single heat we've had, it's either like buzzer beater, like combo scenarios. And here, Annette has come out so strong in the beginning and might have just had a glitch moment, you know, which can happen. It happens so fast, but she should have never allowed this conversation to start where Alyssa basically highlined and had to cut out of the wave, missing a potential scoring ride.
Well, Alyssa's a veteran at this point, right? She's been on the championship tour. She's been all over the Challenger Series, the QS. So she's got to know the rule book front to back. And I don't think she really had a choice. She's looking at that section. She's thinking, what are you doing? Get out of the way. See all sorts of asterisks and scores coming in. I mean, this right here is a big moment. It could be very dramatic.
No, you're in the water right now, and it's literal pandemonium because you don't know if it's an interference. You don't know these last scores. You're just, it's in free fall. So basically, every person is going to go back to the drawing board, 3 minutes, 45 seconds, and you just sprint pace.
And it's chaos, right? So if you are the surfers in the lineup right now, like keeping your composure, keeping your cool, say some Tia with that priority and still waiting for the situation, and both Annette and Alyssa, they've got to keep surfing until that decision's made.
Yes.
I mean, are we watching a reality show right now? This is wild. Dramatic things happening as judges are still reviewing what just went down. I mean, the good news here, the one positive takeaway is no one got hurt. That could have been an even worse situation.
I did see Annette kind of pull on her ankle a little bit watching surfing with some fire.
Oh, so maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe someone did get hurt.
I don't know.
3 minutes left. Judges still deliberating as to what is about to happen. That mashup between Alyssa Spencer and Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri could be a pivotal turning point in this heat. 2 minutes, 45 seconds left. If you're Sofia Medina and Tia Zabrowski, right now you're going, ooh,
totally.
This is my moment.
No, I was just going to say that. This is essentially your cash grab moment where you're like, everything's up for grabs. Sofia Medina just needs one ride to get her into that sixth conversation and make it harder on Tia because, like you mentioned, Rosie, she's a lion that's waiting because her lower score is so low and she's relying on that 6.4, so she doesn't need that much to take that spot.
Indicators are coming through as we see Sofia. Deep bottom turn straight up into the lip. Power surfing from this Brazilian phenom. And Tia Zabrowski just made a move. Her score comes through a 5.83. She's now in second place. Annette Gonzalez-Echevarri. Quick snap up into the lip. And it looks like at least emotionally affected by what transpired between her and Alyssa. You can just tell we're seeing different body language. We're seeing kind of a different finishing
Rosie, how hard is that to reset and refocus when you know you've been in this weird traumatic deal where is it an interference, is it not?
Yeah, it's just a gut punch, right? You're having such a great heat. You're doing so well. But I also feel for Alyssa because that was her opportunity to turn. I mean, she was looking good on that wave. It had a really great section to it. There's so many what-ifs playing through her mind.
But the problem is, right, is if there is a priority question or an interference question, Alyssa's not going to gain the points that she would have lost
There's
in
no
that
advantage
situation.
for her.
I mean, whatever. You just look at the context of that turn, and that was insane. That was such a good backside snap. So there are a lot of positives to draw from this heat. This be another chippy moment there.
So Alyssa, I believe, what happened there? Was that a utilization of her priority? Did Tia make her look at that and everything switched up?
I mean, somebody bring a rule book into here, because there are huge implications here. Alyssa Spencer needs a 7.59. She has second priority now. Could see a little bump here. A little late to get up there and gets caught behind on that one. That was a heartbreaker for Alyssa Spencer. I don't think that wave was good enough for her to get an 8 on. I have been wrong before, but either way, it didn't pan out for Spencer. And now time's winding down. And we've got a lot to unpack in that heat. We're talking about potentially a crucial interference between Annette Gonzalez-Echebarri and Alyssa Spencer. We're talking about Tia Zabrowski, who just dropped a hammer with her last wave, firmly locked into second place. So if anybody is going to gain something out of a potential interference call, it's Sofia Medina.
How long does it take, Chris, for them to call the interference? Is there a certain point where they just say, hey, you should know or you shouldn't know?
I just heard the beach announcers say that they're going to put it on hold. So it sounds like they're really going to probably review.
Oh, this is serious.
I think the judges, I mean, there was such a flurry of action. They really need to get that timeline together and come up with a solution.
And I think what you're looking at is they're probably going to replay the ride and say, okay, A, was Alyssa Spencer's ride, was there effect on that? And yes, there was, right? Was there anything Annette could have done in that situation to prevent that? More than likely, yes. It's all kind of loading up for the interference. It just depends on, I don't know what would be drawing you the other way.
Well, the surfer on the wave has unconditional priority, right? So wherever you're paddling in the lineup, you got to get out of the way. That's the baseline to that rule.
And just to Chris's point, just saying, you know, there's really no benefit for Alyssa here. She has finished this heat in 4th place position. Yes. She's not going to suddenly spike up into the top 2, but it does have implications for Sofia Medina, who's in that 3rd spot right now, right?
Yeah, there's no resurf for Alyssa Spencer. She won't get that wave back. She doesn't get that opportunity, but she might be waiting for another score to drop.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to put this on hold for a minute just because so much has happened, such a dramatic back half of that heat.
She's chatting with Chris Gallagher there in the competitors area. So, you know, Chris has been coaching a bunch of people. I know that in the past, Alyssa has been working with Maddie Myers, but it looks like, you know, the sounding board right now, just going through what the situation was.
Gally is one of the best coaches of all time, and the coach that does not like to be on camera. He's hiding. Right there. I think he's working with Levi Slauson as well.
If you guys thought it was stressful watching these guys in the sand, let's bring them into the Bonsoy athlete zone and watch the scores drop in real time.
Yeah, you can see right here, Annette knows something's up. I think she's stressing. Why wouldn't she? I mean, pretty much dominant throughout that entire heat, but on a technicality, you might be stripped of that advancement. Of course, we don't know yet. There's a lot going on above us in the judging area. So that's why we have this pause right now. So the surfers out in the water, Morgan Siblick, Michael Rodriguez, Mateus Hurdy, and Ian Gavere are going, wait, what's going on?
And that's Alessa's dad right there, just to the right of the screen.
So one more look at this. There's an unfortunate series of events right there.
And Rosie, you touched on it. That probably felt like a split second to Annette. And her judgment of what was happening, she almost wasn't even looking.
I think we are getting some confirmation here. So as we break it down, the results now are final. Annette Gonzalez-Echeverry gets the win. Tia Zabrowski second, Sophia Medina fourth, Alyssa Spencer, or Sophia third, Alyssa now drops to fourth. So you can tell by the body language and the look on Alyssa's face, it went against her. So if you kind of dig into the rule book a little bit here, the decision has been made. So our judges had a good long talk about it. And with that, the results are locked in. Annette Gonzalez-Echeverry gets the heat win. Tia Zabrowski comes through in second, Medina third, Alyssa Spencer fourth. You see her scoreline was cut nearly in half. She only comes through with a 4.67. And you know, she's just as shocked as the rest of us. That was a wild turn of events. Definitely made it exciting.
Totally.
And
oh my gosh.
Regardless of that situation within that heat, that was one of the best heats of the afternoon for sure. All four of those ladies were ripping. So interference red on white. So the interference call goes against Alyssa Spencer. And there you see a very relieved, elated Annette Gonzalez-Echeverry. So I'm sure there's going to be further conversations had with these surfers. Learning experience for everyone involved, including us watching.
Totally.
That is a rarity in our sport that you see something like that go down. But this is the Lexus US Open of surfing. Expect the unexpected. Expect drama like that. And expect more ripping to come. All right, so now we have 4 male surfers in the water. Morgan Siblick, Ian Gouveia, Mateus Herdy, and Michael Rodriguez, trying to find out who our quarterfinalists will be for the men. We're gonna bring Kaipo and Mitch back in on the call. That was a wild one, with more action to come. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Huntington Beach and the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It's been a great day. We saw some outstanding performances. We're heading our way to finals day, qualifying our quarterfinalists. All of our quarterfinalists for women have been established. Now it's time for the men to be out in the water. Ending that last heat, however, heat 4 in the round of 16, there was an interference, Alyssa Spencer on Annette Gonzalez-Echeverry. We're looking at the rule book. Chapter 11.08. The rule reads, if the majority of the judges determine that the surfer riding the wave deliberately caused the collision with the surfer paddling out, then the interference penalty to be called is on the surfer riding the wave. Any such interference will be subject to additional sanctions under Rule 14.02. That came from Tourism Competition, just to clean up that situation that we had in that heat number 4. Speaking of heat number 4 and qualifying quarterfinalists, let's go to the winner of that heat with AJ McCord.
Thanks so much, Kaipo. So Annette, first and foremost, let's address what happened on that wave with Alyssa.
Yeah, I was just paddling out, and then I saw her catching a wave, so I moved like faster to not be in the middle, and she came all the way to me. And I just thought that maybe I was in the middle, but then I saw like, no, like she came all the way to me, and I think that was so gross, you know, like, I don't know, I felt like bad. You know, we came all the way here to enjoy surfing. I love competing, and I don't know, yeah.
Speaking of enjoying surfing, it has been so fun to watch you here at Huntington Beach, that heat included. You had some beautiful waves in there. Just talk me through the style that you are bringing here to Huntington.
I don't know, I love this wave. I love to Oceanside, so it was like kind of the same. And yeah, they are really good waves, and everyone is enjoying it, so yeah, super happy.
You and Nadia in particular are enjoying it. They're already plotting when they're going to meet on finals day. Do you have anything you want to say to friends and fans back home?
Sí, bueno, pues ahora para los cuartos estoy súper contenta. Pronto igual nos veremos con Nadia, así que eso, estar viendo.
Felicidades, see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
All right, well, there you go. Awkward situation, but we play on. And here we go into the round of 16, heat number 1, with Morgan Siblick, Emrod, Michael Rodriguez, Mateus Hurdy, and Ian Gouveia. 3 Brazilians, 1 Australian.
Yeah, this has been kind of the format that we've seen play out so far for a lot of the qualifiers in the last 15 years for the Brazilians, making it to the round of 16 or further into a lot of these bigger events, including the Challenger Series now. They got 3 of them in heat 1 of the round of 16, but the lone Australian, he's already got a good wave on the board, Kipes.
Morgan Siblick starts off with a 6.5, and here it is.
Yeah, riding the file 50 from Sharp Eye once again. Had Yufu on the mic earlier in the VIP. And you can see right here, throws the tail. Make sure to keep that momentum going with that setup carve on the second one into the lip. A lot of spray. And Morgs on the backhand is spicy. Really quick in transition. Really like the momentum builder right there for Siblick. And it seems like he was able to make it through to the inside right here. And one for good measure as well. So well-earned 6.5.
Replay here, this time of Mateus Hurdy. This is a big number for a big move.
And a quality maneuver on the outside on the larger set wave too. They go excellent with that one right there, Kaipo.
That's an 8.33. Great start for Mateus Hurdy.
And making the inside connection as well. Transitioning, riding those JS surfboards. New sponsor on tip of his nose as well, signing with Ravia Projects. Good tail slide. Once again, 2 for 1 on the inside. No wonder that score went excellent, Kaipo. What a start for the former world junior champ.
Michael Rodriguez, he got a 7 for this.
Yeah, this is a good wave for Emrod. Oh, blows the tail strong on the outside. And open over with the second section right there. And dude, this is a good wave for him. What a start to the heat for 3 of the surfers. And the former CTer Gouveia, well, he's needing, you know, a good score to be able to answer back right here. The only surfer that doesn't have a wave of consequence so far in the first 10 minutes of the heat.
Wow, I like that start from Mateus Hurdy. A couple of 9th place finishes in the first 2 Challenger Series events. He's currently ranked right below that invisible cut line for qualification at 11 coming into this event. He's got some big opportunities at Huntington Beach, and he's putting on some big moves for some big numbers.
Yeah, and that's exactly where he wants to be at this point of the year too. A couple of 9s. You want to save the best for this point. Here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, had a couple of really good 7-point rides in his earlier heat this morning, and now already starting with an excellent score right here in the round of 16. And out of the 4 surfers out there, he's the one that's, you know, never qualified for the tour, so the one that has a lot more to prove, Kaipo.
Yeah, so in this round of 16, a third place finish earns you an equal 9th place. A 4th place finish earns you an equal 13th place. So lots on the line. Michael Rodriguez, that's the spread for his 7.
Yeah, he's originally from the northeast of Brazil, but he's been living in a couple of different parts, especially in Floripa the last few years, and you know, it's benefited him tremendously. A lot better surfers and a lot more exposure to the industry in that part of Brazil too.
Emrod, much like Mateus Hurdy, narrowly missed qualification for the CT off of the CS a couple of times.
Yeah, the back-to-back actually, 23 and 24, and he's been close, really springy style. Always been a big fan of his, and longtime Mayhem team rider himself too, but you know, former CTer, he's made the semis multiple times at the CT level, especially over there in Karamas back in 2018, I believe.
Yeah, he had 2 years, well, 2.5 years on the championship tour actually, 2018, 2019, and then that 2023 where he was a victim to that mid-season cut.
Yeah.
But his style of surfing, the speed that he has, and his aerial awareness, he's really one of those guys that brought, for me in 2018, when he got on tour, brought those full rotations into the conversation.
100% agree, and that's something that, you know, we have seen now with the success of Italo, with Iago, with Felipe so far in their campaigns on the CT. And you bring up a good point, you know, up until that era of surfing, we had seen John, we had seen a few other guys really excel in terms of straight airs, but nothing as wild and as complicated as Emrod. And I think every now and then he had to be able to pull that back in order to make certain heats, and there's a reason why he wasn't able to requalify with those results.
That's Ian Gouveia, the 2024 Bolito Pro champion. That was last year for the 32-year-old Brazilian. Ian Gouveia had a great moment on stage when he won Bolito. His dad, Fabio Gouveia, also a professional surfer back in the 80s and 90s, and he copied the speech that his dad gave in Japan after a big win over there, which was basically a speech of made-up words.
And almost word for word, yeah, almost word for word too, right?
He's a funny character.
He is.
I don't know if you ever see him win a heat, or even after he won Bolito, he does this stink bug kind of surfing that's like so. He's a hilarious guy.
What are the animals called on Rottnest? The quokkas?
The quokkas.
The quokkas. He has the same smile that a quokka has. No, but as you said, he's a character. He's a really nice dude, and just always with a lot of positive energy, and a great surfer too, especially heavy water waves. He charges.
Yeah, 2017 he came onto the tour, so he was full year on tour. 2017, 2018, 2024. Finished second in the Challenger Series, and then unfortunately got cut this year on the championship tour. And after he had a great start at Pipeline, by the way.
Yep, semi-final this year, and outside of that, really no can-do-y. So he's looking to make it back on. Wants to at least make it into the quarters right here to have a chance to be able to do that.
Mateus wants to back up that 8.33, pops it up. Wow. See the fins catch on the way down there, and that quick 180 out of that. Behind him, Morgan Siblick chooses to go left. We're going to stick with Hurdy on the shore break and gets the finish.
Your legs at that point are tired too, Kaipo, so don't blame him for going a bit softer right there at the end.
Gouveia identifies the left, and here he goes. Jan skips that first section, throws it up with a flurry, quick air reverse. Speedy surfing by Ian Gouveia. Looks like he's going to make the connection, go for a redirection on the inside, taking the right into the shore break, and going to get a couple of backside snaps for the finish. Why not one more right on the sand for Ian Gouveia?
Yeah, great way to start off, you know, halfway through this heat too. So use his priority well. That's what a veteran does right there. Make sure he pays attention to the moment he has at hand and execute it with priority. And another big thing too, Kaipo, you can see the texture on the face of the waves. That wind is really veered much more from the onshore right now, straight from the west. And of course, that's something that we don't necessarily want to see here in HB, especially in the afternoon. Once again, he converts on a quality wave. Floater to start things off, throw to reverse, brings it all the way around. Really creative and cool. Of course, right here towards the tail end of the wave. With a lot of experience, it's not his first time competing here at the Open. Able to stay close to the pilings and the pier. Got the reform too. Then Mateus, this is going to be a really good backup to the 8.33 into the air. And as you said, those tails coming down, especially with the ribs on the face of the wave, with that onshore wind picking up, it's not easy to be able to control those fins coming out of that maneuver. So props to him. Kept the speed up, his momentum going throughout the inside shore break. And at this point, once again, has to go just a bit softer. His legs are going, man, at that point of the wave too, especially after 2 grinding ones out of the way to the inside.
This just happened. Michael Rodriguez got a wave, so he wants to back up that 7-point ride.
Yeah, sick calm on the backhand too. The last one probably could have been a bit more elevated in terms of placing the board up into the lip line. That'll score well for him too, though, especially with the first combination of the 2 turns. Got a great heat, Kaipo. Sibilik already with the 6.5. He's holding on priority. The lone Aussie out there. Too sharp by team riders, Sibilik and Gouveia. Of course, Emrod, longtime Mayhem team rider, Mateus, representing Jason Stevenson. And look at his backup, Kaipo. More than 15 points already in the first 16 minutes of this one.
Yeah, 7 points for Mateus Hurdy. Taking a look at Morgan Sibilik. 25 years old, the Novocastrian out of Merriweather, Australia.
Yeah, got a few Newcastle kids, Steel City in the comp. Him, Ryan Callanan, one of the others. Great area. Kind of scored for the first Challenger Series event too. Firing over there.
Big air for Emrod, not able to put it down.
Yeah, a bit of a softer section too, so surprised he wasn't able to stick the landing. Seems like Sibilik, he's going on another good looking left right here, double up.
Morgs floats. Oh.
Watch out with the board too. Those ones always get me. When you see the board coming down right next to your body too, got to be aware of where that thing's at.
Still waiting for scores for Michael Rodriguez, Morgan Sibilik. That's going to be a throwaway and an important score for Ian Gouveia.
Yeah, that's the one that's going to get him back in the heat. And at this point, that's the most important wave of this heat so far. Because he's not only going to be able to get something close to a 6 or maybe above that too, but he's the one that's really needing something at the moment, Kaipo. Man, Mateus, once again. Dude, if you needed any extra motivation right now after signing with Rivia, getting a big sticker on the nose of your board, it's this moment right now. You proved this morning that you were able to get a couple of good scores, move through.
Look at that paddle into this wave by Emrod, Michael Rodriguez.
Great.
Talk about a motivated surfer.
You think he wanted that wave, Kaipo?
He had the head down, going side to side, kicking and scratching. Look how light-footed he is, too, even on this weak inside section. Finishes in the umbrellas.
Oh, you can see right there, he's exhausted at that point, too. Takes a lot out of you, those long waves.
Mateus on the backhand, winds up, chops it down off the top, comes around that section, one more stab at the lip, goes for the closeout, lip glide to finish. That was great timed on the backhand. And I love it now with this more swell, a little higher tide. We're going to make the connection into the shore break. This is the kind of Huntington surfing that we got used to seeing.
Oh, what?
Yeah, just kind of going for a little cheeky slide there.
Yeah, a little rock and roll action at the end. Trying to go for the Jatson Andre right there is Mateus Hurdy. But he's already done his job. More than 15 points at this moment in the heat. And 11 minutes on the clock, Kaipo. Man, I was impressed with the way Mike was able to get into that one right there. As he said, he put his head down, truly got into it. But looking at Mateus's first right here, he's made improvements everywhere in his air game, in his rail game, but especially on the backhand. 2 for 1 at the beginning. And how cool was that angle coming out of that one, Kaipo? Get used to the speed and the drive. He took the high line on that one, too, to be able to keep the momentum going throughout the entirety of the wave. And he's getting sneaky with us right there. Little board slide at the end.
Well, look at this. Look at the effort trying to get into this wave, Emrod.
Yeah, I don't think he really wanted this one, Kaipo, but got it. Big blowtail on the outside. Somehow able to fit in the second one, too. Precise timing. And just mentioned he comes from a different part of Brazil than we normally see from a lot of successful surfers. A lot more humble in the Northeast, and right here, grindy one all the way through to the inside. Fits in a few more. That'll be a good backup for him.
Ian Gouveia got one on the backhand.
He did, and let's see where this score comes in at. Just an in and out for him, and he's actually choosing to ride a carbon board at the moment out there. Sibilik, after the 6.5, he got that wave literally in the first few minutes, and since then he struggled to be able to get another wave of the same quality.
His heat has flown by. Matthias Herdy does improve upon his situation with a 7.33 on that last left. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We're going to froth it up. What do you need to froth? With surfing like this, it's easy to froth. We'll be back after this. It is the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Huntington Beach, taking a look at our women's brackets. Finals, they are all set for the women. And look at our quarterfinals. Woohoo! I like quarterfinal number 3, Nadia Arostave up against Tia Zabrowski.
Yeah, and Nadia was able to surf in a few CT events earlier this year. A lot of Europeans in the draw here in the Pacifico Finals bracket. Vakine representing France, Nadia, Tia, also Europeans. And how about quarter 4, Yo-Yo against the net?
What about Sawyer Lindblad? She's looking to win another U.S. Open of Surfing. She, in my opinion, was probably the best looking surfer coming through the women's ranks into that finals day. Let's talking about predictions. We got some predictions here with our Pacifico fan picks. 40% of you said that Morgan Siblick was going to take heat. Very close between Morgan Siblick and Matthias Herdy.
Yeah, and look at Emrod and Gouveia right there. Those are two former CT surfers that only get 11 and 10% respectively out of the Pacifico fan picks. Well, for the 11%, Emrod, he's in second place at the moment, Kipes.
Here's the heat leader, Matthias Herdy, just looking for a ramp. Not going to find it. That's okay. Down to 6 minutes. More swells on the way. Light onshore breeze on the surface. Morgan Siblick in the red jersey with priority.
Yeah, and Matthias has surfed a perfect heat right now. 8.33, he's throwing away a 7. Backup did improve with the 7.33 right there with a 3-turn combination on the backhand. And as you said, Morgan right here holding on to priority for a good number of time now, needing a low 6. Same thing for Gouveia. He had the 6-3 with a great blow tail reverse going on the forehand. And unfortunately, that quick in and out has cost him worse rotation and priority. He moved up into second with the paddle of Matthias, but you know, look at how close Morgan is at the moment, and look at where Emrod is. These are 4 surfers that have either gotten to a semifinal performance at the CT level or made a final themselves, too. No slouches out there in the water.
Yeah, Morgan Siblick made a final in 2021. You talked about quokkas. It was the home of the quokkas for Morgan Siblick at Rottnest Island.
Love those animals.
Rodriguez Obviously looking for a ramp.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. Good try, good effort. I think at that point, looking to improve with a 5.6. Nobody else wants it in 5 minutes. You know, especially with the consistency out there. I don't think it's a bad move, honestly. I don't think you could put that as an error in the priority column, especially where he was in the rotation.
He was way low down there,
Yeah.
so you might as well try something spectacular. And we have seen Michael Rodriguez do spectacular airs for years.
Yeah. But dude, you know what's so cool about his surfing, my personal opinion? For somebody who's not that big, he throws a lot of spray.
Yeah.
I mean, he has great timing, very springy, as you said. And I think Matt Biolos and the entire crew over there at Lost Surfboards, especially in Brazil, have done an amazing job just giving him the right equipment at the right time in his career.
And stuck with him when, you know, he lost a lot of his other major sponsorships.
Sir.
And the one company that did not abandon Michael Rodriguez and still supported him wholeheartedly were the guys over at Mayhem Lost Surfboards. So you gotta say something about loyalty. You know, hey, sometimes the surf industry's, it's a tough place when it comes to contracts and sponsors and, you know, team cuts. But the guys over there at Lost stuck by Michael Rodriguez, and I think that's just shows some character.
Yeah, and in the end, this is a business, you know? I mean, you yourself to work multiple jobs within the industry, and especially this event right here, this week here at the Open, you know, you got to be able to market yourself and make sure that a lot of sponsors are open to potentially getting you on their team, and a lot of commitments, a lot of signings, and, you know, that's a big part of your job. It's not just about surfing and the way you're able to perform in the water, also what you can do outside of the water, too. So be a professional on both sides.
Take selfies. Sign autographs. Be a good example.
Yeah. That is a good way of putting it. Great way of putting it right there. Be a role model.
Be a role model.
Be kind. Make sure you're taking your time with your fans.
Uplift the next generation.
And these people on the beach are the ones that, you know, come down to see you. How many people have been stoked just to be able to see a lot of these great surfers, you know, put on a show so far this week here?
People are stoked to see you, Mitchell Salazar.
Sometimes.
Yes. There's Siblick. Really patient. I mean, talk about Morgs. He's been sitting with priority, gosh,
about
15 minutes?
15 minutes, yeah.
Needs a 6-1-1 to get into second place in advance. We're down to 2.5 minutes for the Novocastrian.
Well, we saw what he's able to do with the 6.5 on the left. And Red here needing a 6.11. He needs the same wave over. Emrod once again down the beach.
Michael Rodriguez in the backhand this time. Easy carve. More aggressive second snap. To see if he sticks with it. He's going to give up on it. He needs to improve upon a 5.6.
Well, he got a little hung up coming out of the second one. So if there's one thing that'll keep this score down and potentially not improve on his backup at the 5.6, it's that aspect of the wave. But as I said before, for a guy that's not that large, throws a lot of spray. So bumpy face right here does well just to navigate the chops. Backside carve into the lip for the second one. That was beautifully done. But once again, took him a while to fully ride out of it. Doesn't seem like it's going to improve. It's going to come under.
Yeah. As expected, 4.6. So not going to change the situation for Morgan Siblick. Still looking for a 6.11. Down to 1 minute, 25 seconds.
Man, that's kind of been the case for the last few heats.
Flurry at the beginning,
and then
lull at the end.
You're close to getting second, and then you just can't get. Steve Morg, he was like raising his hands. He's like, just give me a chance.
Standing up on his board doing the meerkat.
And it's happened to the people that are in third and fourth, and they've always held first and second priority. It's so crazy. That's been the constant so far today. Surfing.
Ocean can be cruel sometimes when the clock's on it.
Now 50 seconds though, and just want to see him get a wave right here. Same thing for Ian. He's got 3 waves, 2 of them are offers, and the other one is 6.23. Not for lack of trying. Siblick's, you know, been on 5 waves himself, but 4 of them throwaways. And Emrod, same thing. He got his 5.6, the backup. He was trying to increase that thing all in all over the heat.
Well, this has to be frustrating for Morgan Siblick, not even getting a chance right now.
I know.
It's tough.
Both of them surfing so good, too.
Yeah.
That's the nature of the sport, Kipes. Gouveia, he's going to go down, as you said. It's going to be a 13th for him, a 9th for Siblick. And for both Mateus and Michael, to get a result, they're guaranteed at least a 5th place finish here at the Open.
Well, that's going to be it. And the results are final. It's going to be Mateus Herdy as well as Michael Rodriguez moving on into the quarterfinals.
Good heat by Mateus, once again proving he belongs on the CT. Might be there later this year, Kipes.
9th place finish for Morgan Siblick and a 13th place finish for Ian Gouveia. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more action. Mateus Herdy's ripping. And when we come back, we got a special guest for you. Stick around. We're going to take a selfie then. Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, Mateus Herdy just went to town. 15.66 two-wave total for the Brazilian. Going nuts. He's into the quarterfinals along with Michael Rodriguez. We are establishing the quarterfinals in these 4 surfer round of 16 heats. Looking good on that JS Industries Golden Child. And we're ready for yet another matchup. Osberry, Xavier Huxtable, Kanoa Igarashi, Dimitri Poulos. 4 surfers in this heat. 2 of these 4 into the quarterfinals. Kanoa Igarashi, by the way, a 2-time US Open champ. He's doing this for the people over here. And speaking of doing this for the people, I told you guys I'm bringing you something surprise, and here's your surprise. Ryan Callanan, RCal, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
So good to have you here. How are you doing in Huntington Beach?
I'm doing good. It's been a pretty long week. I mean, there was not many waves at the start, so it's been really nice the last few days to have something to ride. Obviously, didn't really do very well in the comp, but yeah, enjoying being here. Little sunburn.
Yeah, and you're doing well in life. I want to congratulate you on your daughter, right?
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah,
Family man, you're a dad power.
It's so crazy. Yeah, it's been a huge adjustment, and I'm just, loving every second of it. It's been hard to go away, but trying to kind of figure out the balance of that with competing and trying to get myself into the right rhythm of all of it. But yeah, whole new chapter of life.
Yeah, and you know, I was talking during your heat, Ryan, that I really, really respect you and your decision to be there for the birth of your daughter. You know, over surfing a heat, bro. That's real life stuff.
For sure, I've surfed a million heats, so missing one of those.
Honestly, that touched me as we see Kanoa Igarashi ripping up this wave, as we would expect him to do, Mitch.
Yeah, no, the local boy, two-time Open champ, as you said, one of the best ever out here, and you know, that board looks amazing. You're gonna actually gonna switch out. That's an indication that.
So much for the amazing board, Mitch.
I know, I jinxed it. That's an indication right there when you do that hand signage that, you know, the board probably got a little buckled right there.
I like that Kanoa is here, you know, for the people. I mean, he's number 3 in the world right now heading into Tahiti.
Look at how chill he is.
Yeah, exactly. That's the point I want. He's just like, huh, high five, how's it? Yeah, you want to take a selfie? Oh, I got to take off this leash first.
Yeah, that's a high-fi ride. You ride for JS too.
Yep.
Probably a great board out here.
Yeah, definitely. I picked up one the other day. I probably wish I rode it in my heat. To be honest, yesterday I tried it today down the beach, and it felt really good. But I mean, when you get on something like that feels magic, unfortunately, you know, to have, I'm sure this one's going to be just as good. Kanoa seems to make them all look amazing out here. So. But yeah, you know, the hi-fi tech, it's just got so much life to it and so sparky, and you see a lot of guys riding it.
Take another look. What do you think about this wave, Ryan?
I mean, Kanoa's just so good at reading this wave and using the speed when he, like creating speed to make it all the way, and kind of, that wasn't the wave that we saw. But I wonder, it would have been interesting to know which wave he busted the board on, how he did it. His wave too. I mean, the waves are so fun today. Like, I've been down here most of the day, and to be able to watch and see how much high-performance surfing's going down, it's been really cool to see.
It has been. And this looks like this was probably the second wave for Kanoa.
Yeah, this is the 587 right here for Igarashi. I'm with you, Ryan. I don't know where it got buckled. I actually wouldn't be surprised that it happened. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised that it happened with that first kind of tail slide maneuver on the outside. Because what happens a lot, too, with those ribs that are coming across, it's usually not very good for the impact of the board, especially the bottom part of it when you're going that fast down the line.
Yeah. For sure. And I mean, here at Huntington too, there's like, it's not super steep. So when you get this little wind ruffle, kind of creates 2 lips, and when you can just connect so easy, and it can just bust the back. And I'm sure it looked like he even felt it halfway through the wave.
Well, even with the busted stick, Kanoa Igarashi is in the lead right now. 383, 587. Dimitri Poulos with a great start, Mitch, a 6.33.
Yeah, I told him a while ago in the Bonsai Athlete area how stoked I was on the surfing. He's been, you know, on a tear so far this event, and, you know, had the big heat this morning, made through in second, and as you can see right here, he's just so springy on the backhand. But what I really like about him, Rod, he's not, you know, afraid to really go for that throw tail and really push out the back either, and there's a reason why he got a 6 right there on that.
Yeah, I mean, like I said before, if you can get the timing right of everything right on the wave, which he did on that wave, it can really set you up for the whole wave. You know, the first turn he went early, got there through a lot of spray, but had a nice click and came out of it with a lot of speed, which set him up to do what he wanted to do and throw the tail on the second turn. And that's a really good score. I mean, there's been some really big scores the last few heats, but to start a heat off, it's probably pretty perfect.
Speed, pretty big element out there, though, here at Huntington, though, right?
I would think, yeah, speed's massive. That's what I've been trying to do every time I come here. You know, just if you're going fast, you got a point of difference, and it creates a bit of excitement. And if you can carry your speed the whole way through the wave, it's you know, it gives everyone on the beach and the judges and everyone watching something to get excited about. You never know what's going to happen.
Yeah, and I'm sure for you it's a fine line between having too flat of a board for speed, but also having that maneuverability at the same time.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to try and ride as normal board as possible, but then, you know, like you said, you got to compromise somewhere, and where does the line cross? You know, you want it to look like a good board and throw lots of water and turn how you want it to, but also you want to be going as fast as you can and give yourself options and variety to you know, when you get the section, to do what you need to do. So trying to find that perfect midpoint.
Yeah.
Midpoint in your surfboard. And speaking of surfboards, we got some investigation on the beach. AJ McCord, what happened to Kanoa's board?
Kaipo, thanks. I caught up with Havana, who traded out the board for Kanoa, and she said he just went from an epoxy to a PU, but the dims very similar, if not identical, to the board he started riding the heat with.
We were confused by that hand signal. He's got a new hand signal for a board change. Thank you for the information. So just feeling stuff out, and I feel that Kanoa has that luxury, right? Because there's no pressure for him, Mitchell, in this situation.
100%. And if there's somebody that knows their equipment out there here at Southside, it's him. You know, we talked about his success, but also, you know, it's just incredible how well he can surf. Like, he's put on a lot of muscle mass, just like the guy next to me right now over the last few years. But,
thank you.
You know, well, I said to my left, which would be Rai. You got muscle mass on you, though, Kipes.
It's, you know, Kanoa's... He's going to know if a board's not feeling perfect for out here. He's out of everyone that's probably in the event. He's the one guy that could click in and ride 2 waves and go, yeah, the hi-fi's not working. I need a PU, especially today when there's a little more size. But yeah, I mean, we'll see how this board goes, but I'm sure he's feeling confident on it.
Right, what's next for you?
Go home for a few months, and yeah, it's a really good time of year at home right now. Good waves, and just settle in. I think try and reset. I've had a couple bad results in a row, and I'm just keen to surf. I'm really loving surfing at the moment. Probably because I'm not doing as much of it, but when I get the chance, I'm really enjoying it and trying to push myself still and get some new boards and just, you know, freshen everything up. And yeah, hopefully coming to Portugal rare and hot.
Sounds like a plan, and you've done really well there as
winner.
well. Your former winner there. Speaking of winners, winning the last heat in a glorious style, 15.66 2-wave total for Mateus Hurdy. He's with AJ.
Kaipo, we were just talking about the milestone for you, Mateus, on the 2025 Challenger Series. First time surfing in finals day. I can't believe it based on how much we've seen your surfing grow, but what does it feel like to have that breakthrough moment here in Huntington?
Oh, I'm so psyched. I'm not gonna lie, I was so stoked when I finally broke that wall. You know, I was always getting caught in the round of 16, so stoked. I'm not gonna lie, I'm just gonna surf, lose, and finally made the finals day, and then, yeah, into the quarters, let's go.
We've seen so much variety in your surfing today. That last one, getting the 8.33. Talk me through that wave.
Well, I did 2 airs in my previous heat, and then I got a 7 on... And then, you know, I saw a couple of scores after my heat. I was trying to, you know, see what the judges were looking for. And yeah, I just, you know, one of the things that I wanted to do was just get a big set and do a big turn, even if it was just one big turn on a set. And as soon as I heard his score, I was like, that's what they want. You know, like, I think Kaipo too, I think we talk about it after the heat, and well, we find out what the judges want, so I'm going to stick to that to the end.
There you go. On to finals day. Before we let you go para o Brasil, você vai no finals day. Me explica a sua estratégia aqui em Huntington Beach.
Teu português está ficando muito bom. A minha estratégia foi o que eu falei ali agora em inglês, foi, cara, descobrir que o que os caras querem é uma batida bem forte na onda da série. E quanto maior a onda aqui, melhor. Os juízes estão gostando, então... Vou tentar procurar ficar nessa estratégia. E eu vou falar em português e inglês, mas hoje vai ter premiere do Snap 5. There's going to be a premiere tonight, Snap 5. Everyone is invited. It's going to be super sick, and yeah, I'm stoked. Let's go. Valeu, galera. Woo, finals day.
See you then. Congratulations.
Gracias.
All right. Yeah, thank you, Mateus. We already got our tickets. Right, you got to be a little bit, are you proud of that's your fellow team rider right now, Mateus?
Yeah. I mean, we all know what Mateus can do on a surfboard, so it's pretty cool to be on the same team with him and, you know, see him surfing as well as he is. And
what a great time for the surf industry to have, like, I feel like you guys are coming together at Rivia, you know, with Julian, yourself, and now Mateus. I mean, the timing is really great because there's also, when you look at brands, kind of a little bit of a changing of the guard, or some new brands are definitely showing their face right now.
Yeah, that's what we're hoping for. Yeah. But yeah, you know, it's really cool. I was with a big brand for a really long time, my whole career, and so to be able to I wouldn't say step back, but to be able to join a brand like this that's surfer owned and operated, and you know, feels really core at the moment. It's just small, but it's growing, and it's everything they're doing is really, really rad. So to be a part of that, and to help it grow, and to see, like you said, the gap in the industry at the moment, and I'm stoked to be able to make it grow and work on cool stuff.
Osberry right there with a pretty cool turn.
Yeah, that's really going to be his best wave so far, and really the only score of consequence that he has in a scoreline at the moment. Big layback hammer. Ozzy's got such a sick style too. Sakano right there. Ooh, that's Dimitri right there. Told you about his backhand, Kaipo.
Well, start with a 6-3-3, looking for the backup. Now looking for a connection. Not going to find that, however.
Almost looks similar to the Mateus wave, maybe a touch smaller, but yeah. I mean, when we see the replay, it'll be interesting. That turn looked huge, one big turn on a big wave. Be interesting to see what they throw him.
He brings it down in a different way, though. I really like the angle when he comes out of this rye.
Yeah, wow. He's so good at releasing the tail and controlling the back end, holding his speed out of it. Kanoa feels like he's just trying to get his board under his feet, and he goes Dave, trying to get something going as well. You know, it's kind of feels like even the last few days, it's been one heat's been a lot of waves and really exciting, and then the next one's a little sleepy. This one feels like it's going that way as well.
Yeah, that's the temperature out there right now. So waiting for scores for all four surfers to set the situation in the water.
So you mentioned the sense of pride. We all love to support local small businesses, and especially the surf shops out there. How many shops do you know how many shops you're in at the moment worldwide?
I don't.
It's a tech question.
Hey, you know, small business owners got to get those skings going right now.
There's a lot. No, we're doing really well in Australia, and you know, globally, actually, I think Japan does really well as well.
Ooh.
America, I've been seeing a lot of people around here wearing Revere, which is really cool to see, you know, to be a part of a small business and seeing people like that have obviously bought the stuff or somehow got it. It's really cool.
Do you have input on design?
I would like to think in the future I will,
nice.
Yeah. Not at the moment, you know, I only just started the start of this year, and it's been pretty hectic comp schedule, but yeah, I was staying with Julian here. We had some, you know, really good chats about all the stuff and the direction it's heading in. And then when I go home, I'll try and, you know, hopefully film with him and hang with him a lot. And, yeah, hopefully help out in some small way and just kind of learn the ropes as well. It's cool to be a part of a business like that. And it's something really new and different for me. And I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah, seems like an exciting time out there in the surf industry.
Yeah, well, it's growing, it's changing, and the good thing about social media too, you get the input of a lot of these guys, like, you know, Ryan in the booth right now, and it's really cool to see those small businesses flourish and nourish and start to grow more and more.
Hey, let's take a break, you guys, and get back to this after this lull. Hiroto Ohara getting ready with his daughter. He's going to be up next.
That's the best warm-up.
Back at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. Lots of action here. Let's check in with Chris Cote over in Bikini Bottom.
Well, as you can see here, Bikini Bottom is going off. Everybody's getting barreled. That's right, we're here with SpongeBob, and I'll tell you, this is the best place to be on the beach. The waves are firing, the crew's getting tubed, and we're getting toys. That's right. You know I'm a huge SpongeBob fan. You know after the contest wraps, I'm on Paramount Plus watching the best show ever. So let's do this. All right, you ready? 1, 2, 3, let's get pitted. We did it! Surf's up in Bikini Bottom. Let's go.
That is a good time, and that makes me want a Krabby Patty. Mitchell?
Heading over there right now, Kaipo. We got them on the grill.
Yeah. Who's your best friend, SpongeBob? That's right. Osberry. Whoa.
That was nice.
That was flary for Barry.
Yeah, little Gary the Snail action right there, too. Good response.
Kaipo Girl, Mitchell Salazar, Ryan Callahan's in with us. Wow, what do you think about that one, Ryan?
That was, I mean, the heat's really wide open, so he probably didn't need to go for the air, but I'm stoked he did. You know, it's one of those things when that's your MO, is just going for it, and it feels like that's what Oscar's been doing this year. He's sticking to his guns, and it's going to be a great score and really put him in a good place for the rest of the heat.
You guys been hanging pretty tough as a group, all the Australians.
Yeah, there's a good little part of the competitors area over there that's pretty thick with them, that's for sure.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Igarashi pumps off the bottom, snaps off the top, comes around the corner again.
Oh,
one more big fan getting thrown there. Home court advantage, obviously, with Igarashi.
Not making the connection, but
shines the connection. Yeah,
it was done on the outside though.
Could be the first time he hasn't made it in his life.
Well, definitely the first one in this heat. Yeah, but that 517's gone by a long shot right here, right?
Yeah, you can really see the difference, in my opinion, in the difference of PU to his other board. You know, a lot more like continual momentum, but maybe less spark and zap off the bottom and off the top. But you could see the water he threw on that second turn, and I feel like on a PU it kind of connects and drives through the water a bit better, able to throw a bit more water.
Yeah,
bit more hold, right, Rye?
For sure, yeah.
First turn really strong, and then the second one right here. I like that spike right there, Kaipo. Extends it all the way through, adds some variation, and you know, to me, the 517 disappears with this combo right here. But, you know, it's Poulos with the two 6.33s in the lead at the moment. He surfed a good heat and very efficient out there. He's only caught a few waves.
Yeah, last wave for Dimitri. Well, actually, the judges owe us one more. So the judges are playing a big catch-up game right now, you guys. So all 4 surfers need some scores from our judges. So they're no doubt looking at replays, trying to separate it. I think that's one of the challenges for them, although they handle it with the replays, is just to get everything in. So they're gonna have to take a few looks at it before we can give you the situation.
How do you manage that time when you're waiting for the beach announcer, right? Especially in a 30-minute heat, 4 of the best surfers out there on the planet. What do you tell yourself in those moments just to stay chill?
I mean, it's one of those things, you know, you've got your game plan and you kind of will know roughly what, whoa, he was going for it.
That was 6-2-3, yeah.
You know roughly what you have, what you think you'll need, what everyone else has in some terms, but you know, depending on the priority order, you're probably thinking you just need to get a better wave again, or you know, there's a million different situations that it could be that you could think of as well, depending on your frame of mind and what scores you have.
Do you self-score yourself too, by the way?
Yeah, I get it wrong a lot, though. I'm pretty off a lot. But you kind of know roughly, you know.
Where it's around, where it's hovering?
Hopefully I'm thinking it's a 4 and they give me a 5-5 or a 6. But yeah, I mean, you'll know based on your other scores that it's not as good as my 5 or it's better than my 6 or whatever it is. So you kind of get a good gauge there.
So I don't know if it's, you know, the Apple Watches or what it is, but I see way less hand waving these days than probably, you know, 5 years ago in heats. 4 scores. Oh. And Huxtable trying to get back into the mix here.
That's a good sign, though, as you were mentioning.
You want less of that wave.
Yeah, exactly.
It's the whole purpose of it. Have you felt a big difference with that yourself?
The Apple Watches definitely make a huge difference, yeah. I mean, you know everything just by looking at your wrist. I feel like the beach commentators have been really onto it too.
They are, yeah.
They're impeccable, and as soon as they get the information, you know, we have it out there, so you know they're not just sitting there on scores without telling us. So it's yeah, I mean, everyone's pretty onto it. Dimitri's just, he knows he's got 2 scores and he's trying to better him and has to push hard to do that.
What also helps when all 3 of your beach announcers, Kaipo, have competed at the event too. I mean, Jeff Baldwin, Ryan Simmons, Todd Klein, they've all competed here at the Open on the south side.
They're good guys. I mean, for me, good beach announcing is just focusing on scores, times, and situations.
That's it. Absolutely,
all the other babble in between, you can really cut down on that and just keep it that, because that way you're just getting the important information out to the surfers.
For sure.
You know,
doesn't get lost in the mix.
Yeah, that's what I used to do before I started doing this. It was beach comms.
I think we're going to have an exciting 5 minutes coming up. Everyone's kind of got one score around a similar range, and then it's just going to come down to the backups. It's exciting.
Good heat.
It is wild, and it's pretty close as well.
And it's really consistent out there. Everybody's caught at least 5 waves. Well, take that back. Dimitri's only caught 4, so waiting on his last number to see if he improves. It doesn't seem like he's gonna, Kipes.
Like Oscar felt like he was really far out of the heat till he got that wave, and now he's well and truly in it, you know?
Yeah.
Doesn't need much.
Oscar Berry's last one, 6.1. Kanoa again. We'll get.
Brah.
That was quite a tail off right there.
So creative too.
Yeah, wow.
You gotta bring something different to the table, right? I mean, what's the point of surfing, being yourself, if you're just trying to compare yourself to the other people? Separate yourself, right?
Yeah, for sure. Showing your creativity. I mean, he's got 2 scores right now too, and if he just did another kind of whatever snap, he's probably getting another similar range. So he's really trying to separate himself and kind of elevate his scores up in any way he can, especially on a wave that didn't really have too much big scoring potential. You kind of need to show something different.
Hey, I want to mention once again, as we see the replay right here of Kanoa, a 6.39 gives him the lead, guys, and you know, first turn's not bad, but the second turn was nasty, violent too. You know, the way he threw the tail like that, that's difficult, especially with that speed carrying forward as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's probably pretty similar to his last wave, 6.27, and he got the inside as well, so I'm thinking it's going to go there.
Look, what Kaipo said as we look at the last one of Oscar right here, this one doesn't change anything, so an incomplete air for Barry. Unfortunately, he was close to pulling it right there, guys.
Yeah, that's just a throwaway, like you said.
But the fact that you gave up surfing an event to see the birth of your child, dude, with your career on the line, I don't think there's many people on the planet that would have been able to do that, so props to you.
Thank you. Yeah, it was, I mean, at the time, it didn't feel like a hard decision at all.
No, that's not hard.
But yeah,
as a father, I can tell you that's not a hard decision. That you did the right thing, right?
It didn't stop me thinking about it a lot, but it was always felt right. So it's yeah. I mean, any chance I get to spend with Penny and Nina now at the moment, it's all so special. She's growing up so quick, and I'm just like trying to soak in every moment.
It's going to be wild, Ryan. They grow up really, really quick, and
for sure,
and just cherish every moment.
Definitely. There's our Aussie crew.
That's the crew right there.
We need these 2 guys in the bottom to just leapfrog up top.
I like it last of Kanoa, Kipes.
Last of Igarashi, a 7.33, so that puts Kanoa into first. Dimitri drops down to second. Oscar Berry needs a 6.56 to advance out of this heat. Xavier Huxtable needs a 7.26 to get out of this heat.
Well, he has first priority, though. That's what's keeping him in the game at the moment. 6.56. A lot of waves that are super comparable to that in this heat, too. We have 2 counting 6s for Dimitri, 1 for Oz already, and the 6.27 for Kanoa, too.
Yeah, I mean, Oscar's got I mean, he's got a 6.1, so he knows roughly what he needs to do. That air probably would have been pretty close. That was really tweaked and pretty sick. And like you said, he's got priority with a minute to go, so he's going to give himself every opportunity.
Close heat.
Here we got a wave. You interested? No.
Dimitri is, though.
Poulos glides down the line. Hucks in a couple of snaps beautifully. A lot of speed on that Timmy Patterson.
He's so quick.
That guy's he impresses me every time I see him. He goes so fast. He has so much control. And come on, it'd be interesting to see what Zave did out the back. Got a nice little inside connection, but 7-2 is a big score.
It's a big number.
Deceiving how big that guy is, right? Yeah. Like on screen, he doesn't look that big, right? And then you see him in person, and you're like, dude, you're actually like a man.
Yeah, for sure.
Kanoa finds a little running left. And that's just going to be a ride in for Kanoa Igarashi. I think he's going to stick with that 13.6 heat total.
So heat's over, guys. Let's see what Zave was able to do on the outside. As you said, needs the second best of the heat and really close to the best of the 7.33. What you think, Ryan, on the outside?
Yeah, it's looking pretty. Oh, it's big, vicious turn for a small little wave. But yeah, I don't know if it's going to be enough. But man, that was pretty sick.
Got a good clip out of it, at least.
Impressive to be able to lay back like that and keep going on such a little wave.
It's mean, Kipes.
All right, well, we got all the surfers on the water. We're still waiting for all the final scores to make everything official. We know Kanoa Igarashi's gonna, well, we never 100% know, but we have a high probability
more than likely
that Kanoa is gonna move into the quarterfinals. Xavier running up, needs a 7.26 and does not get it. 5.2 comes in for Xavier Huxtable. Kanoa Igarashi's taking some selfies. Oscar Berry got a wave, but it was a very small wave at 1.47. So here is our final results. It will be Kanoa Igarashi as well as Dimitri Poulos heading on into the quarterfinals. Quarterfinals happening tomorrow, finals day.
Yeah, it should be really fun. We got a lot of swell, and you know, I want to say thanks for joining us, Ryan. And yeah, best of luck the rest of the year, man. Congratulations
Thanks,
on everything in your life.
Thanks for having me. It's been great.
Yeah, and again, we'll see you in Ericeira. Enjoy your time at home in Australia. All the best to you and the family.
Thank you.
And thanks again. And thank you guys for watching, but don't go away because we got more on the way. The Wrestler Round of 16 here at the Lexus US Open Surfing, presented by Pacifico.
We're back with more from the Lexus US Open of Surfing. We got another heavy hitting heat taken to the water. We're looking for 4 more quarterfinalists, 2 from this heat, 2 from the next heat. We got Carlos Munoz, Hiroto Ohara, Mikey McDonough, and Cade Matson. Excuse me, Mikey McDonough and Cade Matson. USA, Australia, Japan, Costa Rica, an international superheat in the water. I'm Chris Cote, this is Tanner Gadauskas, and we're ready for 2 more hammer heats right now. So far today has been nothing short of epic. The waves have been with us all day long. We've seen huge airs, power surfing, and everything in between. This is going to be another insanely fun heat to watch.
These have been really long days, but it might sound silly, but I don't want it to end. I feel like, especially as we get into the later part of these draws, the matchups are electrifying. This heat specifically, Mikey's been on such a roll this entire event, pairing up with Hiroto, who as well has been fire in the kitchen. And we've seen the work that Carlos Munoz has done in the air. And of course, we know the strong hammer hit from Cade Matson.
Yeah, here goes Carlos, flying down the line into this left-hander, looking for an end section. He gets it. Covered up by that Pura Vida Costa Rica flag, but clearly he made it through that last turn, trying to make the transition onto the inside, but the damage was done out the back. I don't know if anyone's going as fast today as Carlos Munoz. He's absolutely flying right now. He
has a unique property on his backhand maneuvers. They come from a different angle from the wave face, and it looks epic, actually. I mean, it's really engaging, it's really radical, and we've said it before, it's very raw, which speaks to Carlos Munoz.
How does he get this speed burst right here?
Is it epoxy on his board? I don't know. It's pretty bizarre.
Like he's fighting against the wave, then all of a sudden, vroom.
More than likely, that will be a warm-up for Carlos, as we see Mikey starting to open up his account on this right by the pier bowl. And yeah, Mikey, he's just had such a great cadence with pronouncing his maneuvers in the big sections of the wave and essentially just maximizing what can be brought from each ride.
Cade Matson, his backhand has been whippy throughout this event. One quick turn there. All right. We have a transition from the outside into the shore break.
Oh, yes.
A little 2-for-1 there.
Dude, Chris, so Cade Matson is the San Clemente super hammer. I get to serve with him a fair amount as we watch a replay here from Carlos. This was the speed
burst I was talking about.
This is what we were talking about. He's able to create that whip right there in the pocket again. So 3 great hits. So we said the first ride for Carlos was a setup score. Now he's looking to put the pressure on and drop another great ride.
So Mikey McDonough, 6'5" and a 2.50. That's just textbook style setting yourself up in a heat, right? You drop a decent number, then you just search for the backup. He's already got 2 waves.
I don't mind seeing all these guys starting to make the connection, and it just offers them one last hit. Ah, all right.
This guy's like built for it, Avatar style.
I know. He looks so athletic.
He looks like he was born to surf.
Oh, man. So it leaves Hiroto Ohara with the priority yet to open his account. But, gosh, it speaks to every one of these surfers in this heat is insane.
There you see Mikey McDonough, 2024, 16th place on the Challenger Series. That's pretty big time. If you're in the top 20 on the Challenger Series, you're a great surfer. The proof is right there.
No doubt. And sometimes that's what you need behind you, is to believe that you have what it takes to get to the next level. And speaking of that, you're looking at Cade Matson and Carlos Munoz, who've been on the big tour.
I don't know how he did that, but somehow he made it look easy. Carlos Munoz on a section that was pretty out there, somehow manages to maintain his flow. He gets to the inside.
Uh-oh.
Hammertown.
Someone's catching heat.
So Carlos's previous wave came through at a 5.23. That'll be an interesting score for the judges to digest. Did get the air. Somehow, in a messy section, made it look nice and clean, totally in control. This year in 3rd place going into the 2025 Challenger Series season.
That was a magnetic ride. And you can tell the way Carlos transfers out of doing a crazy first move on the outside. He doesn't really skip a beat. Watch right here, Chris. He's going to take off, get the loft that he needed, pulls it around, and gets focused, gets recentered, coming to the inside, and not just utilizing the hop. Right here, you see him opt for carving, washing the speed, setting himself into this turn, which was a little bit of a bobble, but then he just delivers right here. Front to back.
I'm just so impressed with that air because that section was weird. And he made it look so clean.
Yeah.
Kind of got inverted under his board. Judges appreciated it as well. 6-4-3, Carlos Munoz is in the lead. Just like that. 22 minutes still left. Told you this was going to be pure entertainment.
It is.
So Mikey McDonough now in second place with a 6-5 and a 4-4-3. He holds priority. Cade Matson with a 5-5 as his high mark. Nothing yet for Hirota Ohara. But I'm liking, even though the wind's chipped up a little bit, still plenty clean and absolutely rippable. The pure bowl is starting to come alive, and the transitions from the outside to the inside are starting to get relatively easy for these elite level surfers.
Oh, elite for sure. And you look at each one of these guys has the potential to win this event, and I think a lot of them are finding round of 16 is that factor. You make it through here, you're into the finals day, you're into the man-on-man conversation, and that's when you're going to start to double down, and you're going to cash in for the big points.
So far on the Challenger Series this year, we're thinking quarterfinal finishes are keepers.
Well, normally a round of 16 is a keeper, but I don't know how the points shake out because this is a bit of a modified event with the lay day. But you can build off with one of these results. If you capture a final or a win, for sure you can keep this. But a consistent result starts in the 9th and the 5th in that sort of man-on-man area that you can kind of bank on. And of course, keeping a third is crucial. Getting a second is monstrous. And then winning events is really it's the cornerstone to a campaign tour.
Well, so far we've fielded a few surfers into the quarterfinals, but guess what? We've got a two-time champion who just blasted his way into finals day. Kanoa Igarashi is standing by now with AJ McCord.
Blasted his way into finals day with a new board mid-heat. Kanoa, we've talked all day about how much you like expressing your surfing here at Huntington and how she's showing up and showing out to give you the canvas. What did you want to showcase in that heat?
Yeah, just I mean, it's these are my favorite times to surf Huntington. Like when it's on shore, I mean, mostly because there's nobody out when it's on shore and windy. But I feel like when it's like this, I get to catch more waves and I can get in and out of the water quicker because I catch my 5 or 10 waves and I can get home. But I just love surfing out here and like it's a really special wave. It's tough to surf. There was I think two of my best waves. I had like 3rd or 4th priority. It kind of went underneath and no one really saw it, and I just knew it was going to have that look on it. And yeah, luckily it worked out. I had a lot of fun and got to try a new board, so it was a good day.
On to a finals day here at Huntington Beach. Just how special is it for you to be able to compete in front of this crowd?
Yeah, I love competing out here. I mean, I saw my banner up on the pier and it says Kanoa HB till we die, and that's how I feel. Like I grew up here. I went through the school system here. I mean, surf class was in the ocean, was out here, and yeah, I was able to. They gave me a platform to be able to be able to surf and get better, and I owe it to all the principals and the teachers that kind of let me off a little bit easier maybe than the other students. So I'm really thankful for that, and I got to see one of my 3rd grade teachers while I was paddling out. So it was just cool. It put things into perspective for me, and it made me just want to do my best for the people that really helped me out through my career.
We know you have so many friends and fans here on the beach, but do you have anything you want to say to people watching worldwide?
Yeah, there's so many people supporting me all over the world. Thankfully, a lot of the ones here in America are here on the beach. But for my fans in Japan, みんないつも応援ありがとうございます。本当にこの大会はすごいやっぱりスペシャルなイベントなので、このまま続いてまたファイナルデーも本当に楽しみなので、このまま続いて次のラウンドも頑張ります。
Congratulations, see you tomorrow.
ありがとうございます。
Well, an event favorite, Kanoa Igarashi, making it look easy. There's the banner he was talking about. Yeah, Kanoa is a true global phenomenon, right? So many fans here in Huntington Beach, like you just said there. you know, raised up through the school system here. He saw his 3rd grade teacher paddling back out. Spends a lot of time in Portugal, spends a lot of time in Japan, and also spends time in Puerto Rico. So he is a global citizen, and his fan base is a mirror of that. He is one of the most beloved surfers on the scene.
I believe he's like fluent in 5 or 6 languages.
He's a polyglot as well.
Yeah, so yeah, he's an anomaly, and it's cool because Huntington Beach really does own, you know, that support for him. It's such a big base that he bounces off of, and the surf action here is so loyal. You know, you think about, he mentioned the school system. We used to compete against the Huntington Beach High School and Coach Verdone, and it was such a way for kids to come up. You had Chris Waring, Timmy Reyes, Brett Simpson. The list goes on, right? Like Ian Eckberg, you got the Turner brothers, you have some incredible surfers coming out of Huntington Beach. So they would be honored that Kanoa is just continuing the legacy as he's approaching a run for his 3rd U.S. Open title, and that's rare air up there.
Dynasty style.
Dynasty mode.
Well, yeah, you're absolutely right. Huntington Beach was dominant in that high school competition, and then it was San Clemente.
Yes.
And now it's Encinitas. SDA, San Diego Academy.
Yes.
State champs, national champs, as well as our junior high Oak Crest.
They would have been stoked to see Levi Slauson throw it down today.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we have a few of the Encinitas board riders, which is a different feeder system. Those events are super fun to watch.
Yeah.
That's where it's basically city versus city. I think I surfed against you. Well, you're not in my age demo, but yeah, just a lot of ways for surfers to keep the tools sharp, and all their practice, all their, you know, sports psychology, all their, you know, testing of equipment, R&D, everything goes in to heats like this. 30 minutes, 2 waves.
Yeah.
Is what it takes to get you through these heats. At the moment, Carlos Munoz has a 6.43 and a 5.23. McDonough with a 6.5 and a 4.3. Madsen right there in the mix with a 5.5, but somehow Hiroto Ohara only sitting on a 0.50 with 1 wave ridden, and strangely enough, he's in 2nd priority.
And a major theme that we've come across in these afternoon heats is flurry and lull, and that becomes more separated as the tide comes in. You know, that's an attribute through the day. You see the action and then people sitting, but as the tide comes in, it becomes more dramatic. So for a guy like Hiroto, he's now having to really sit through half of a heat before he has anything he's going to want to keep at the end of this heat. And it just makes your decision-making much more tight and tense. Whereas you look at Carlos, he's done all of the work he's really needing to do in the first part of the heat. So now, as we saw him do in the heats prior, he's going to continue to lift that bar and only make it harder for everybody in that 3rd and 4th spot.
So we're halfway through, looking for our final 4 quarterfinalists. When we get to tomorrow, which will be finals day, it's going to be man-on-man for this this particular bracket. Will it be Mikey McDonough? He sure is surfing like it. This wave is a rough one to ride, but he's so consistent and solid on his feet. I think he's maybe fallen once throughout this entire contest.
Yeah, dude, it's like, what do you wax your board with?
This guy's going to be a problem when he gets onto the championship tour, isn't he?
Yeah, absolutely. And you can see everybody bowing down because Mikey had the priority, and he put it to use. I mean, he's looking to better a 4.43. That should come in above, around, or just below it. But he held off his 2 competitors who were looking pretty hungry for it.
I feel like priority mistakes don't really hurt you too much until you're in the final 5 minutes-ish of a heat, because there's a lot of waves coming through, so priority is just switching quickly.
Totally. And
running the cycle through these 4 surfers.
You don't really think about it. You're thinking about what's in front of you, and okay, there's 13 minutes left, let's do this, let's do that. And when you make a priority mistake and you only have 2 minutes left, you're paddling out just like, you're kicking yourself, because you really have to sit with it.
I mean, there's so much multitasking happening with these 4 surfers in the water. Each one of them thinking, okay, where am I in the priority standings? What score do I need? What type of wave do I want to put myself on? Where do I want to sit in this lineup? Because it's become a little bit more vexing, right? With just a little bit more wind, a little bit more tide, more current, it's kind of become harder to really identify where the actual peaks are. So you see a perfect split. 2 surfers to the south, 2 surfers on that pier bowl. So 2 different strategies right there as far as positioning goes.
And then you listen to Kanoe Igarashi in his post-heat interview mention, oh, I snuck this underneath those guys. They didn't see what I saw. So there is that hidden gem that you can still uncover. And that does come back to a little bit of a local knowledge for Kanoe because he's surfed this so much. You might figure, hey, Cade Matson, that's a reoccurring theme. Anybody from Southern California has put a lot of time in here in their amateur ranks, and maybe he'll be able to rely on that.
Carlos Munoz, quick look at that last wave. 12.5 minutes left. Mikey McDonough in 4th priority. May have found a little gem.
Oh, my word.
I mean, it wasn't that good of a wave, but that was a great turn.
I feel like the surfing elders are smiling watching that.
I mean, he is a purist's dream. Super powerful. Look at this guy just driving through to the inside section.
And the way he whips his back arm as he sets these bottom turns, it just spring loads him into the lip.
Seeing some serious fanning influence here.
Serious.
Yeah.
But again, like I said, it's like also has an Adam Melling, like he looks stockier in the legs and he compresses harder. But anytime anybody's going to mention that you look similar to McFanning,
it's a pretty big compliment.
What a treat.
11:45 to go. Carlos Munoz in the lead for now. Judges are having another look here at this wave from Mikey McDonough. We'll give you the scores when we come back from this quick Bonsoy brew break. Stay tuned. All right, surf fans, we want you to get involved. We want you to create a profile, join the global community for exclusive athlete updates, real-time event alerts, and access to your fantasy team. Follow your favorite surfers to know in real time what they're doing. Download the app or visit worldsurfleague.com today. Create your WSL profile. I got mine, Tanner's got his. All the cool kids are doing it. And it's a really fun way to not only go deeper into our favorite pastime, but also learn more about the athletes that we watch at these big events. Mikey McDonough, he might be on a championship tour fantasy team in 2026. The way he's surfing, he just blasted a nothing wave into a 5.83. That wave was like a 2.
Oh,
he made it almost nearly a 6.
But knock, knock, who's there? It's Hiroto Ohara making his way through and starting the heat finally. Oh. We've been waiting as there it is, dude. That's the thing. That's the hammer of Cade Matson. This guy, he pound for pound packs the most amount of power that you can fit on a wave. He's a product of the Super Bloom of San Clemente under the guidance of Kaloe Andino and the Colapinto brothers. This is what's up. I know he's passionate. He's looking to get back on tour. And I was talking to him earlier. He was feeling like, hey, this could be the event that gets me back going.
I mean, a win here, the numbers tell you. Win the US Open, you're most likely going to make it onto the championship tour. 8 minutes to go. Mikey McDonough sitting on top with a 6.5 and a 5.83. Carlos Munoz with a 6.43 and a 5.23. Cade Matson with a 5.50, and no doubt just bettered that 4.13 for his backup. That score's out. Hiroto, he's flipped the script as well. He's got a 6.27 now. He's hunting a backup score. He would need a 5.40 or above to get into one of those top 2 spots. Munoz has priority. Waiting for scores for this last wave from Carlos Munoz.
Carlos, well known for the variety that he brings. Right there, that's a gut punch.
That's a kick to the nether regions. Hammered that little section. Came through at a 5.03.
Okay, here it is.
This was Hiroto's 6.27.
Oh my goodness, it's so compact, it's so efficient. From a technique standpoint, you're gonna be hard pressed to find someone better than Hiroto.
This one comes through at a 5.27 for Cade Matson. This one comes through to 5.27 for Cade Matson.
How many waves were caught?
There's a lot of waves. There's a lot going on here. This is the last of red. This was the 5.27.
That is unbelievable. The way he created the space into that second turn and delivered, and then makes his way into the inside. This is not a small human, ladies and gentlemen. This is like a 6'2" individual as he traverses the line with no wave and makes it happen in a sparky last hit.
All right, update. The 5.27 was the previous replay. That right there felt more like a 7.23. So the judges throw out a big number for Cade Matson. He's now in second place, and Hiroto Ohara just backed it up again. Ohara jumps into the top spot. That drives Mikey McDonough into third place. Carlos Munoz down to fourth. We got a battle on our hands, folks.
Chris, I would never, ever talk down on a Mikey McDonough session, but the other two, Cade and Hiroto, they're applying a little bit more spice and flair in their turns, and you're starting to see that differentiation of the score. Cade on his backside, he let it all hang out on that first turn, creating the emphasis into the second turn and delivering. And Mikey, you've almost understood the rhythm and cadence that he's presented. Almost when he's standing up, you can see what he's going to approach the wave like. And it's interesting to know now, as the scores are shifting in, things are changing up.
I mean, we're kind of worried about Hiroto. We hadn't said his name. We hadn't seen him in about 15 minutes. And just like that, he flips the heat from the basement to the penthouse. Fourth to first. Pair of sixes.
Hiroto is pedigree. He is a name and a likeness within Japan surfing that is culturally so relevant. He's been around the game for so long. He's been at the Olympic level. He has the coaching. He lives in Chiba, which is the epicenter in conditions. He already mentioned it in his post-heat interview, just like this. So he's tapping in to that comfort level and applying pressure late in this heat.
Bam, two-turn hammer there for Ohara. That's a cool angle on that transition from the outside to the inside. You see how flat that wave went, but he just weaved through it with ease.
And that's kind of an advantage to being his compact size. He's able to approach that inside from a different spot. He can shave off speed. He has the inertia and the lightness to make that, where you see a guy like Mikey McDonough and Cade, they're having to really use the Huntington hop.
Well, here's where you're going to see the priority really start to become a mega factor. Last 4 minutes. You got Carlos Munoz in that top priority spot. He needs a 6.31. Mikey McDonough is in second priority. He needs a 6.24, so everybody kind of needs the same wave.
Oh my gosh, I can't tell you the feelings these guys have right now, because when you come into the final moments of a round of 16 heat, everything's on the line, and basically everybody has this same, I mean, from a 13-point total to a mid 11-point total, everybody's shaking out in a similar spot. So Hiroto is going to be sitting around Mikey and Carlos. Cade's absolutely going to be sitting around these guys. Even without priority, he'll do whatever he can to press the issue and make sure these guys are looking at every wave.
Time is starting to fly. 3 minutes, 20 seconds left. surfers are pretty tightly bunched up. Why does this always happen at the end of these heats, Tanner?
No, because, dude, there's so much on the line. Like, we talk about this. This is the Changas, mate. Like, you got to bring everything you got. And if you take your eye off the ball for 3 minutes, well, we just saw Hiroto go from 4th to 1st. Carlos Munoz is sitting on a 6.4, and Mikey is sitting on a 6.5. So when you go deeper into the catalog, Cade Matson has a 5.5 as his backup. It's not going to be that hard for these guys to get the score that they need to get over the top of them.
Now, does Cade look over to Hiroto and say, hey, you take Mikey, I'll take Carlos?
Just a
you
quick
think there will be teamwork like that?
Just a quick wink, like, hey, what's up? We got this thing or what?
All right. Could be in for an exchange here. Big paddle there for Mikey McDonough and for Cade Matson. Mikey opts for the right. He goes to the air, whips it around.
Okay.
Rides out clean. Inverted front 3 there. You know, he's trying to make the transition. He could add maybe a point or two if he gets a good section to work with on the inside. He does. Quick finishing move there.
Yeah, dude. That
steely look up to the judges. Cruz going wild. That was a long look to the judges.
When you're pushed with your back against the wall, like Mikey, he sees the setup. It's going to be a 1-turn wave out the back. He had to throw the kitchen sink at it. And walk us through this, Chris.
Well, I feel like this song reminds me of the brand new Tyler, the Creator song, Stop Playing With Me. Goes out the back, throws that big tail wafting reverse, and quickly regains his composure, easily makes the transition to the inside. Quick snap there, and then just the death stare. Stop playing with me.
Okay.
Give me the number.
But you got to refer back to Carlos Munoz's 6.4 that he kept in the very beginning of the heat. He did a similar air out the back and was able to traverse and got 2 turns on the inside. So you wondered now you're going to weigh and measure the quality of the air and the criticality of it on the outside and then what was done on the inside. So be interesting to know where the score comes in at.
Inside of a minute left, Carlos Munoz out the back with priority, waiting for a very important score for Mikey McDonough. Important not just for this heat, but for the rest of this event, for the rest of his season. Was it enough? He's looking for a 6.24. It's right on the edge, isn't it? Sometimes it's very obvious. Other times it's
I think if you're Cade Matson, you're thinking it came in under. You are hoping it came in under. There was nothing he could do there. He had 4th priority. Mikey had his pick of the litter, and he did so well. He stayed on the board. He's really making the judges think about it.
All right, 10 seconds left. No more waves coming through, so it's going to be up to our international judging panel right above us, the best in the business. Did they deem Mikey McDonough's wave enough to bypass Cade Matson? Hiroto Ohara, he's safe.
Chris, these are the heats we talk about that can create emphasis for an entire campaign run to qualify. The stoke level that you're going to get if you're Mikey and you've flipped it on a buzzer beater situation coming from behind, you're going to have a glow going into finals day, and then it's time to grab. It's time to go.
And let's see the reaction. That'll tell the story here. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, that's how you're going to feel when you are literally a 10th of a point beneath the required need. But for Cade Matson, relief and stoke. He's a quarterfinalist at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, but give it up to Hiroto Ohara. Smashed his way through that heat on the strength of 3 waves. One of them was a complete throwaway, so he got a 6.87, a 6.27. That was a masterclass in patience and making it happen when he needed to. So we're gonna take a quick break. One more heat for the day. It's going to be Sammy Pupo, Taro Watanabe, Levi Slauson, Luke Thompson. Stay tuned. We will be right back with more from the Lexus US Open of Surfing. almost happy hour for everyone else. For Hiroto Ohara, it's golden hour. He went from 4th to 1st in the span of 2 minutes with a pair of high sixes and comes through with a big heat win for his campaign to potentially put a second US Open title in his resume. And I got to give a lot of credit to this Japanese crew that has come out to support the whole Japanese contingent. They've been going off down here since dawn. It's working. But we got one more heat on the day. Sami Pupo, Taro Watanabe, Levi Slauson, and Luke Thompson. All 4 highly touted surfers. All 4 completely different skill sets. Couldn't have picked a better matchup for the final heat of the day. I'm very excited also to see the 805 post show because the highlight packages are going to be just beyond the realm of radical.
Isn't this so fitting that we would go out with an insanely stacked heat? Every heat has been so fun to watch today. They've all had really interesting narratives. Even that last heat, the way we're waiting for the scores to hit on the very end of the heat. It's just been an entertaining day front to back. So I'm sure that this heat will be nothing different.
Well, 5 minutes just flew by off the top of the heat. Like a couple waves ridden. So Luke Thompson already with one massive win on the Challenger Series. I mean, if he could win here, feeling like Locktown, USA.
Oh boy,
on his way to the CT. This kid's such a good surfer. Look at his style too.
It's really, really polished, and Luke's already been challenged today. He had a buzzer beater situation in his first round heat. He really did a good job to stay on the board. So when you have heats like that and situations unfolding throughout your day, sometimes you can garner a lot more confidence, as we see Levi Slauson coming undone on that last turn, but starting the account.
So Levi Slauson, Encinitas, California. He's had some experience on the CS as well as the CT. Luke Thompson, he just demands attention. And he has a real grasp of what it takes to put up big numbers on the Challenger Series. You can just tell he's breathing fire and oozing confidence.
Oh, yeah.
Another solid wave there for Luke Thompson. He started off with a 6, which in that last heat, most likely that would have been a keeper. So he might have improved right there.
It's cool. We've always touched on the support crews, the Japanese coming around, Hiroto, but the Brew Crew, which you coined yesterday. I ran into Michael February and his dad, Isaac. They were down here to support Luke. Everybody, I think, is just getting around their athletes and friends and wanting to be that support crew because it is of importance to the US Open. For a guy like Luke, he could totally make it happen and basically be a lock for the World Tour if he is able to cash in tomorrow on a finals day if he makes it.
How would Luke do going up against the Felipe Toledos, the Medinas, the Italos, the Jordy Smiths?
Oh, I would absolutely love to see that. I think he has all the tools in the tool shed. It's just a matter of getting there, right? You have to get off the Challenger Series to give yourself that opportunity.
Well, I'm sure we're going to see it in the near future. 23:36 to go. Luke Thompson in the lead. Hiroto Ohara went out there and did business. 2 high 6s to go from 4th to 1st. He's on the glass now with Mitch Salazar.
That's right, guys. Congratulations, Hiroto. 4th all the way to 1st place right there. A really competitive heat. Can you just break down for our audience back home how difficult it is to be able to compete here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing? Every heat's been competitive so far today.
Oh my, that was could be the horrible heat start. Yeah, I couldn't catch the wave until like 12, 11 minutes. And then its mindset was like just trying to catch a wave. And then if I can get a 5 or 6, that's perfect. And then, you know, there's maybe 7 or 6 minutes left. So yeah, if I can get another wave and then if I can get a same score and then I can get through. So I wasn't very nervous or anything. I missed the first wave and then just try to see which one's gonna be good. It's super tricky this afternoon. So yeah, but stoked to get 2 waves.
Congratulations, big heat moving through into the quarterfinals, a former champion yourself. A lot of support on the beach, but a big message back home for the Japanese people that are watching online.
まず早朝応援ありがとうございます。久しぶりにクォーターファイナル来れてとりあえず嬉しい、ほっとしてます。でも明日最終日で10年前の借りというか優勝したんですけど、10年以降いい結果出せなかったんで、ここで久しぶりに、表彰台登りたいなって思ってるんで、また皆さんたくさんの応援よろしくお願いします。
Congratulations, thank you.
Hirota Ohara putting a second U.S. Open of Surfing title in his sights. He is a quarterfinalist.
I thought it was really interesting in his post-heat interview earlier that he hadn't found the form since he won the event, which it feels like, of course, obviously now he's looking at it, the roof's completely off, and he's ready to go into a finals day, which he would know that feeling really well. But it speaks to the challenges of the Challenger Series and the consistency. It's a hard thing to manage. So Luke Thompson, kind of an anomaly that he's done so well, and he's looking at consolidating into another finals day here.
21 minutes left, so it's been 10 minutes. Sammy Pupo's been out there in this lineup, hasn't paddled for a wave or caught a wave yet. Taro Watanabe hit a quick up and down. Levi Slauson with a 3.67. Then it's a 0.57 throwaway score. Luke Thompson constructing a really smart heat right now, a 6 and a 4.83. He's already into the double digits with a 10.83 total.
Chris, we talk a lot about like a free surfer mentality being plugged into the competitive box. You're looking at Levi Slauson and Taro Watanabe, both in the Snap 5 film coming up. What is the importance of seeing these guys with that DNA compete at this high of a level?
I mean, this is our scouting report for the future of surfing, and the future looks bright. With Taro Watanabe in that conversation of a surfer who could potentially punch his ticket to the championship tour, how great would it be to see Taro surfing J-Bay, to see Taro, surfing these amazing waves we have on the championship tours. We see now Luke Thompson, again, he really has a knack for putting himself in the right place at the right time. His decision-making so far throughout this entire U.S. Open has been stellar.
And he keeps the conversation about Luke Thompson, right? Like, it can't go too far in a heat until he's unveiling another ride. He's on your mind. Where you look at Sammy Pupo, he has a priority, but he's yet to ride anything. And you start to drift, and you start to think, okay, maybe this is Luke's time to make this heat. This is a really beautiful punch through the lip. Did great to keep his speed up and just nail it at the end. So well ridden.
That first section, it just presented itself to him. And he did a snap that must have felt so good. This is a great turn, too.
Yes.
Do you have the best layback of anyone on the Challenger Series?
Totally, and that's what we're talking about. Having that free surf mindset, it's a different approach, even though he's applying it right here in a competitive arena.
So Levi Slauson found this little left, splitting the peak there. Blasted his tail out.
Sammy Pupo up and riding. Oh my word. Up and over that section, you can see the fin release out the back as he tries to find his way through, get that speed going again, a little bit of a mid-board Huntington hop, and he's definitely gonna make it. Great whip, gets vertical and goes again. And that's the real beauty of Sammy Pupo. He can do that tidy work. We saw him do it in his heat earlier. It's really psycho how efficient, tight, and technical he can get on the rail.
So 18 minutes, 13 seconds left. Waiting for some scores to roll through here. Luke Thompson had a big backside, just vertical snap that you could almost feel from all the way over here in the commentary booth. Levi Slauson had one. Taro Watanabe with a powerful layback jam right up into the most potent part of the wave. I see Sammy Pupo paddling back out. That tells me he may have just ridden his first wave.
Yeah, so he had a really nice one-turn, bigger left, bigger section. So it reminds me a little bit of what we saw earlier with Nadia. The potential to get those excellent rides garnered off of one hit are still available on a day like today.
Surprise, surprise. Luke Thompson up again. It's like his fifth wave surfed, and every time he stands up, he makes it happen. You have to be super consistent if you want to achieve success on the Challenger Series. We've heard it time and time again in post-heat interviews about surfers going through the ups and downs. Right now, it's looking all up for Luke Thompson. Another strong finish there.
So when you're traversing to the inside that many times in a heat and you're paddling back out, from a cardio standpoint, it's exhausting, dude. Like, the Huntington hop is taxing on your biggest muscle in your body and the quadricep. And you get to the inside and you're fully gassed. And it's cool to see these guys obviously executing those great inside turns, but Luke's done that 4 to 5 times. So I'm sure he must be feeling tired at this point in the heat, but he might be literally that athletic.
Well, I mean, you tell me about the feeling you have out here. I'm sure there's so much adrenaline pulsing through your veins. So we see a replay of Taro Watanabe. That's why he's known as, I don't even say arguably, probably the most stylish surfer on the Challenger Series. That first turn was a ripper. Then we go back to Luke Thompson. I mean, Mr. Consistency, I don't think he's fallen throughout this entire US Open.
No, he's not going to fall. He's definitely going to present well to the judges on this ride. That's 2 major moves out the back, and he just makes his way. That's a really tricky spot. You have no real inertia behind you because you're away from the pier bowl, which normally gives you that, but he still did great. Got the fins around. Yeah.
So the score line goes like this. Luke Thompson in the lead. Levi Slauson has now jumped up into second with a 7 and a 3.67. Sammy Pupo involved in a big way, a 7.83. Now he only needs a 2.84. You can't worry about Sammy Pupo. I mean, he's going to do his thing. Waited almost a full 15 minutes for his first wave. Let's take a look at it. Why was this the best single wave scored in this heat, Tanner?
I think when it comes down to it, he met power with power. And I feel like that's a really big token in the curriculum where, you know, he's only really getting that one big maneuver out the back, but he really maximized it. It was unique. You knew it was difficult. And then in here, he did really tidy work. That was vertical, but this, it didn't look forced. You know, a lot of times you hear that 2-for-1 conversation, and Sammy did so well to make both of those moves look independent. As we see him start to open up now, feel a little bit more confident. Ditch the fins, get around, and unfortunately can't make the inside there.
Quick backside reverse there. Now Levi Slauson coming through from the outside to the inside. I like these looks to the judges, right?
I was just gonna say, if we miss the ride, but you see them look to the judges, you're like, oh, must be good.
It's the most subtle, yet probably most effective claim. Just, you know, like, I see you.
I see you. Do you see me?
You see me, I see you. It's like you're going on a crosswalk and you're making sure you make eye contact with the car. Like, you see me? Okay, good.
Okay, looking back on this carve, this is insane. Oh, this might be a different ride here for Taro, which is exciting.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Okay. Talking about how good he is on the rail, and then he just goes ahead and ditches the fins on us.
Wow, surprise factor at a full 100% here. And he's not Huntington hopping, he's traversing, he's thrusting off the rails, and he ends it. And again, Chris, like you said, pretty much the best style in the Challenger Series.
This guy's like a modern-day Tom Curran.
He's so good.
And I feel very confident saying that. There's not a lot of surfers in the world you would say that about.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Levi's getting tack on it. I mean, what a way to make this inside section. This wave was going nowhere. He's foiling across the flat spot.
Yeah, he's cavitating, almost essentially jumping to the inside, and he makes it there. Obviously, the volition of the score coming from that insane nose pick done out the back.
It's a quick little whippy backside reverse for Sammy Pupo. So the judges have some catching up to do at the moment. Levi Slauson has now jumped into the top spot with a 7 and a 5.93. Taro Watanabe drops a 7.13 for his previous effort, along with a 5.30. He's in second. Thompson, who we felt like was controlling this one from the jump, has now dropped to third with a 6 and a 5.93. And Sammy now has the highest single wave score with a 7.83. I feel like we're just getting started in this heat.
I was just going to say, that feels like the reoccurring narrative of our day, which it's like somebody comes out strong, seems like they're commanding the heat, and then all of a sudden, guys are flipping it mid-heat, and it doesn't take much. Hiroto Ohara, last heat, 4th to 1st. Taro Watanabe, just from 4th to 1st. Sammy Pupo in the wings with a 7.83. I'm curious what his backup score is going to come in at, but again, all of these guys rode waves except for Luke Thompson. So hit the pause button. The rest of the crew is going to come up and catch you.
I'm going to give you all the scores after these brief messages. Like I said, the judges have a lot to chew on, so while they do that, we're going to take a quick break here, but we'll be back with the culmination of the round of 16 Heat 4. Stay tuned.
And then I remember it was the first time I saw Mick Fanning surf. And I instantly thought, like, this dude is going to be a problem for Andy.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
I would come home from school and, like, literally, like, someone like Andy would be just hanging in the living room. And if you watch Snap 1, when most of his filming is like, dude, I was the worst filmer of all time. But the guys surfing were surfing so good, like Andy and them, it didn't even matter. How many guys' careers did he escalate and elevate by having them in his movie? Like, if you were in a Taylor Steele movie, you were getting a contract. Like, am I gonna ride off into the sunset after Snap 5's done? Like, no. And I get to the bank, and it was 120 grand was missing. He wiped me out, and then we got him back. That's like the PG-13 version.
Cheers, thanks for coming up.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah.
Thank 805 Beer for coming on. That's Snap 5's first ever beer sponsor.
It's the Cold Beer Surf Club.
Welcome back to the U.S. Open of Surfing here in beautiful Huntington Beach, California. It is just past 5 p.m. on this Saturday afternoon. The doors have opened at Sea Legs at the Beach for the Snap 5 premiere. Sea Legs at the Beach, Snap 5, Logan Chucky Dullian. That starts at around 7:30 p.m. And we also got the 805 post show coming up after the conclusion of this heat. Everything's popping off down here in HP. Chris, let's get physical, physical. I'll see you at the Snap 5 premiere and the 805 post show. Send it back to you.
Wow, Mitchell. Big teddy bear right there. I will get physical.
Yacht rock.
Yeah, later on. I'm gonna catch some songs by Yachty by Nature, and then I'm gonna make my way over to the Snap 5 premiere. This is gonna be a fun night in HB, but everybody, just remember, don't stay out too late. It's tomorrow's finals day.
Yes.
Everybody's gotta be on point tomorrow.
I cannot stress how important Snap 5 is, though, for surfing at large. The culmination of free surfers, the cream of the crop, guys like this, Taro Watanabe.
He's in Snap 5.
He will legitimately be throwing down tonight.
That snap right there was in 5th gear. That was Snap 5 right there.
Yes, 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 yes.
And after all the scores come through, During that break, the judges locked in their numbers. Taro Watanabe with a 7.13 and a 6.80. He's in the lead. Levi Slauson now in second place with a 7 and a 5.93. Samuel Pupo did get a backup score. It was a 4.50. Add that to his 7.83, he's in third. And just like that, Luke Thompson, who was on top of the world with a 6 and a 5.93, he's now in fourth place with 7 minutes to go.
Yes, well, honestly, right now it just became a game of sevens. We saw Taro's last wave, which will come in very well for him. Sammy Pupo really needs to back up that last ride, which this probably will do, but everybody is starting to fully flare as we come into the final moments of this last heat of the round of 16.
Game of sevens. I'm thinking Game of Thrones. We got kings out here doing battle. Swords are drawn. And today did have the feeling of kind of like the Red Wedding, right?
Okay,
we
Chris.
cut the field nearly in half today.
Yeah, it was a bloodbath at moments, but turns like this are so memorable to me. Like, he meets the biggest part of the wave, the most amount of power with his own personal power, pushes him back into the wave. Taro, like, making it look effortless, but dude, that's not easy.
It's kind of sneaky power, isn't it?
Yes.
It's one thing to just be all muscled out and just like throw it into those turns, but when you're missing power with really good, clean style, like Taro Watanabe does, I mean, it's a special type of surfer.
Oh,
He was
yeah.
rewarded with that turn, 6.93, just extends his lead a little bit more.
A purist, when you're talking about technique and form, power can be grunty. You think of guys back in the day, Johnny Boy Gomes, great example. He's push power, and it's incredible. And then you look at guys at Tom Curran who hold the line and apply power consistently but slowly, and it doesn't necessarily come off at face value as powerful as those other guys, but it is, and it's a different kind of form. And I think Taro really has that. He really embodies that.
We're getting close to that 5-minute mark, and that seems to be the time when things really escalate in the lineup. So Sammy Pupo right now is looking for something above and beyond a 5.10. Luke Thompson needs a 6.94 or above. Levi Slauson still has some room to grow. His backup scores a 5.93, so most likely he'll hang on to that 7. And the good news for Levi is that he has priority right now, and he is a very wise, beyond his years competitor. Just came through, you know, through the Pro Junior rankings, up into the QS, and pretty quickly got himself onto the Challenger Series.
I remember the World Juniors that went down at Seaside, actually.
Right.
That was probably as good as I've
Firing
ever
Seaside.
seen it. And he went up against Jarvis Earl in the finals, and it was so impressive. And I feel like that kind of stamped him onto the scene somewhat, and he's just kept running from that point.
Oh man, you can just feel the tension building. It's weird when there's like tension in the water, but happy hour on the land.
Totally.
It's like a storm front coming together.
Totally, and you know, sometimes I was just going to touch on that. These last heats of the day can feel kind of sleepy because the energy is now in different areas. In the middle part of the day, the complete focus is on these heats and how they draw out. So you really have to be doing it for yourself. You have to be staying focused that, hey, there's no difference between the heat I'm surfing now versus how it was midday versus how it was in the morning, because whoever advances is going to show up on finals day and have a chance at the title.
All right, Sammy Pupo was looking for a 5.10. He found what he wanted.
Wow.
Look at that, right on the dot.
Wow.
So now Levi Slauson needs a 5.94. He dropped to third place. Luke Thompson needs a 6.94. There's 3 minutes, 24 seconds left. Levi Slauson still holds priority. Luke Thompson's in second priority.
I'm really not counting Luke Thompson out. He did it earlier in his heat. He came through when it was needed. So we know this dude loves pressure. He just needs the wave.
Well, here's Levi's chance. Big snap there. Comes around another meaty section.
No.
Matching the power of that oncoming right-hand pier ball. Yeah, arms up.
Dude.
Yeah.
That was legitimately...
You're probably going to get what you want right there.
That was textbook. Like, hit it when it needs to be hit. Don't do anything else.
2.5 left. So Levi Slauson now looking for a 5.94. That felt pretty impactful.
Chris, this is a beautiful angle for this first turn from behind it. You see how critical that turn is, and he lets it set up and just delivers.
Deep bottom turn, up into the oncoming lip. One of the lines in the judging criteria is, major maneuvers in the most critical section of the wave. That was by far the most critical section of that wave. Big combo. And there you go. 8:03 for Levi Slauson with 2 minutes left.
Wow.
Big moment there.
Yes,
for this
dude,
lateral
awesome.
from Seaside Reef in Encinitas, California. Feeling that energy too. Job's not done yet though. Stranger things have and probably will happen today at the Lexus US Open of Surfing. Sammy Pupo now in third place. He needs a 6.23. Luke Thompson, he needs a big number at 8.06.
So now we're starting to see what happens as the time ticks away. Taro Watanabe sitting on top of Samuel Pupo's surfboard. As they wait for whatever wave is going to come, he's going to want to keep an eye on Sammy. He's just too much of a weapon to let him get away. This is awesome, Chris.
Some tactics come into play here. Taro getting into a little paddle tussle. Sammy Pupo. That wave was a straight up closeout. So wise decision for both those surfers not to go.
If you're Sammy, you're really hard pressed in this situation. Right there, he might have been able to just paddle a little harder and press the issue to Taro, make him look at the wave, which when he threw his hands up, obviously he's calling and saying, hey, he made an effort for this wave, switch the priority, which they did not call for. So Sammy, your back is against the wall, and you're just fighting with what you have in front of you, which is not a lot.
30 seconds. Levi Slauson comes through with an absolute hammer of a wave just when he needed it. He only needed a 6.9 or something, so he went, you know what, I'm just gonna give myself a little bit of padding. Drop an 8.
I feel like all day we've watched that left get surfed without the perfect timing that Levi had. It was the first turn, and then the way that that second turn set up, and he just delivered. It was impeccable.
Levi Slauson has arrived. Ladies and gentlemen, a quarterfinalist here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, along with the super stylish Taro Watanabe. Those two guys right there are beyond stoked. They're heading to finals day, but man, a heartbreaker for Samuel Pupo, who was on a solid roll. And Luke Thompson, who's on an absolute tear through the field, led that heat for the majority of that 30-minute match. But at the end, his backup just was not enough. He goes down needing an 8.06. Wow. This 8:05 post show is going to be awesome.
Stay tuned.
I can't wait. I got a lot to do. I got to watch the 8:05 post show. I got to watch Yachty by Nature. Snap 5 premiere tonight. Huntington Beach is going to be ripping it up tonight. Well, there's your winner. Levi Slauson making his way through to the beach. Maybe could have kind of considered Levi an underdog in this one.
Definitely. You absolutely could, but you can tell through each round he's getting more and more steam and rhythm, and he's unlocking bigger maneuvers, better timing. So going into finals day, he's going to be one to watch.
Kid's fired up too. I mean, you saw his expressive claims after his waves, and they were warranted.
Totally.
I mean, he basically was just demanding the judges. You know, see me, feel me, reward me.
Yes. They put in so much effort. It's so great to see it come to fruition.
All right, surf fans, we're going to take a quick break here, but don't go anywhere. This is about to be one of the best 8:05 post shows of the season. So stay tuned. We will be right back with AJ, Tanner, and Rosie.
fantastic surfing all day long, and now just 14 heats remaining to decide who wins the third stop of the 2025 Challenger Series. The Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico, delivered on this Saturday. And here on the 805 Post Show, we are going to try our best to recap all the action. And yet again, I can't believe we have breath yet left, because this was an action-packed day. Rosie Hodge, Tanner Gadowskis, and outside AJ McCord. Rosie, how would you recap this Saturday?
I've got whiplash. Honestly, like, it was such a huge day. You mentioned the 20 heats, but there were some heroic moments, clutch performances, and obviously with that, there's that little bit of tinge of disappointment for the athletes that are sent home. But we are keyed up for an amazing finals day.
Absolutely, Rosie. You talked about finals day, and of course with that comes just that bittersweet for the athletes that did not make it. But Tanner, for the ones that did, how critical was it to make through to today?
I feel like that's why we all watch the Challenger Series on a day like today. You can see it come to fruition. It's the pitfalls of a bad loss, and it's the joys of a victory, and we got all of that. Like, I feel like I'm kind of still coming down after calling those last two heats, which were both incredible with fantastic endings. So today is delivered like 10 times over. I'm almost thinking this is the finals day, but then we get to repulse tomorrow and go again. So it's been a great week.
I don't blame you. The last two heats that you've been in the booth for had some incredible moments in it. And that last one in particular just felt like there were fireworks at every single turn. And you can see the crowd on the beach soaking in every single second. One of the surfers in that final heat, and it's just been awesome, Tanner, to see the support here at HB.
No, and also on top of that, these are two domestic competitors, so these are their home locations. When you're on the Challenger Series and these events come to where you live, it's so important and it's so awesome to do well. You're in front of your hometown crowd. Honestly, it's like it gives you the biggest glow. So to see Levi and to see Taro doing well together, they're both good friends. I got that good feeling inside.
And Rosie, we got to talk about some of the women just in general. What are some of the names that stood out for you today of who's moving on to finals day?
Man, there were so many key performances for me. I think the heat with Annette Exabari was just incredible, very exciting, action-packed. I like the way that Tia Zabrowski was surfing. There were so many moments. Sawyer Lindblad, as a championship tour surfer, she's making it look easy, which is so tricky. And then obviously, you know, on the flip side of that, we lost Sally Fitzgibbons, the defending champ, but she's going to be back in Portugal, I believe, in Sally. But yeah, there's been, you know, the highlight moments of peaks and valleys.
And we're going to touch on that heat in the women's round with Annette a little bit later on. But first, Tanner, we're going to go back to the final heat of the day, because Levi Slauson, oh my goodness, the day was not done until he called it. Mitchell Salazar on the glass with Levi.
Yeah, thank you, AJ. Levi, congratulations. What a heat. Off record, I told you this today was really a CT at a Challenger Series event, especially with the format being 4-person heats. What a way to cap off the day. How do you feel after winning both your heats today? Congratulations.
Yeah, I feel amazing. This whole event, this whole week, I've been putting a lot of work into this event, and just over the last couple of weeks, yeah, just surfing a ton, and yeah, just trying to dial in my boards, and they feel amazing, and yeah, just trust my surfing. I mean, I like partially grew up here, like surfing so many events and just being at this beach so often, so it feels super familiar, and the stage is bigger, but I mean, I just competed against one of my best friends, Tara, and we've been doing this since we were little kids, so yeah, it feels great to get 2 heat wins today, and yeah, move on to the man-on-man.
How gratifying and even satisfying is it to be able to do this, perform this way after the injury that you had at the beginning of the year, even competing in the CT event like that in El Salvador?
Yeah, for sure. I messed up my ankle pretty bad at the beginning of this year, and it was I got a wild card of the CT in El Salvador, and I tried to surf through the injury there, and it was really bad, and I'm still kind of dealing with it right now even, so it feels great to just be progressing through heats, and yeah, just trying to work on my ankle as much as I can, and yeah, just feeling great this week. I hope I can just keep plugging along and trusting my surfing.
A lot of support both on the beach and online. I know your friend Matt getting married right now in Michigan. Anything you want to say to the public out there?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to say, again, hi to Matt and my brother Noah and my homie Kobe Gilchrist and all the boys out in Michigan. I know I'm supposed to be there with you guys, but trying to make you guys proud over here in Cali, and going to come celebrate and party with you guys after. But hope you guys had a good day. I miss you. I love you guys. And yeah, thanks to all my supporters online and watching back home in Encinitas. And yeah, let's go Encinitas.
Congrats, kids. San Diego represented here, AJ. Just another San Diegan like yourself. Congratulations, Levi.
Nothing like hearing your hometown shouted out on the broadcast, especially when he's doing us so incredibly proud. Tanner, Mitch mentioned in that post heat that there is so much CT caliber that we saw today. What does it mean for Levi to have that kind of performance going into finals day?
Well, what Levi represents, I think, is really important to the U.S. Open culture. He comes from a free surfing background. He brings those electric, out-of-the-box maneuvers to the competitive arena, which he's done all day. He had a crazy backside air reverse in his heat earlier. And we, as the viewers, as the commentators, we all win, but it always feels like it's baked into the culture here where you have these clashes of competitive machines matching up with these guys. So tomorrow, I'm sure it's going to be fireworks.
I mean, it has to be. It's finals day at the U.S. Open of Surfing, Rosie. If there's one thing that's guaranteed, it's fireworks. And I feel like we just got a preview today. We're going to dive into the men's round of 16, heat number 2, because if anyone is going to bring fireworks to Huntington Beach, Kanoa Igarashi yet again, but Poulos, Berry, Huxtable all in that incredibly stacked heat. Rosie, Kanoa having to do a board change in the middle of it, and so what?
I know, exactly. It's just so comfortable for him when you're at your home break, you're in front of this crowd. He loves this energy. He said surfing in front of his friends, and you could tell that look in his eye. Like, he's loving the work that he's doing today, and he's doing it so well.
And then Dimitri also advancing in that one, Tanner.
But this, I mean, speaking of Kanoa, he has just been lights out from the very get-go. He has a strange ease to him. Even in his post-heat interviews, it's almost eerie.
Wholeheartedly agree. And then this guy also advancing and standing right in there with Kanoa Igarashi. Just what are you seeing out of these two in this heat?
Oh, it's been amazing to watch everybody go blow for blow. That was Kanoa. He found that underneath everybody in that heat and just cashed in. So, I mean, all of the heats have been great, but basically anything that Kanoa is touching seems to turn to gold.
Oh, speaking of golden, how about that turn? What a beautiful highlight here from this Saturday. And so with that, Rosie, we've done the math. With 20 heats down, that means our men's quarterfinals are set for a beautiful finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico. Igarashi making it through that heat with a 13.6 total, and then Poulos coming in just behind. And then, as we see who they're stacked up against, Ro, this quarterfinals on the side of the men, oh my goodness, if you had to pick one of those four, which one are you highlighting for us?
Oh man, I'm just loving the energy that we're feeling from Mateus Hurdy at the moment. And Dimitri, I mean, he's got so much local support, the American here making a stand and going into the quarterfinals. He's been amazing. Incredible result at Newcastle. Can he back it up here at the US Open of Surfing?
I agree. Dimitri, he's a dark horse. Everybody, it's a fan favorite pick. That'll be a great heat, but also looking into quarter 4. Are you kidding me? Cade Matson versus Levi Slauson?
So much power, so much poise represented in the quarterfinals bracket for tomorrow. I just cannot wait. And Tanner, to go a little bit deeper into that, we talked about Kanoa, but in terms of the Challenger Series surfers that are going to be competing tomorrow, Rosie likes Mateus. Who have you been most impressed with the composure that they have shown throughout this really intense event?
There's been so many heats. AJ, that's a trick question.
I know, it's like going through the Rolodex of everything that we have seen so far. But I feel like, Rosie, Mateus is one of those where it's not just about his surfing, but we've seen him do the airs, we've seen him do the turns, and Tanner, he's gotten it every single time.
He's absolutely gotten it. But to be at the level in the quarterfinals on a final day here at the US Open, you know you have your formula dialed. It'll be about recreating it. And we talked a lot about the difference of making in the quarters versus winning the event. It's huge. Every round you progress, you're just cashing in, you're doubling down. Personally, I'm going to back Cade Matson. He's had a great run before. I feel like this event is going to flip the switch for him. And that last heat was a barn burner. And he held on. He was confident in the end. And it came down narrowly for him to not make it. So in situations like that, rolling into a finals day, you almost feel like the luck is behind you a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rosie, we talked about the women's round of 16, heat number 4. It was stacked with some really incredible performers. Alyssa Spencer, Tia Zabrowski, Sofia Medina, and Annette Gonzalez-Extabate. Tell us a little bit, Rosie, about what impressed you so much about Extabate's surfing today.
Oh, she's been so precise and definitely dominating those biggest sections that's been presented to her, and just with such great steez too. Just loving the style and the freedom that I'm seeing in her surfing. Another one that was impressive today, but this is that unfortunate situation that we saw with Extabare as well as Alyssa Spencer. And, you know, the judges, the majority of the judges deeming that the surfer riding the wave intentionally went for the collision against Extabare. So that's a really just an unfortunate situation that happened in that heat. You know, both these women have had time to kind of digest that, and I'm sure it's a mistake that they won't be making again.
And Tia is one of those surfers. She came through that heat as well. And Tanner, when we talk about exciting surfers on the Challenger Series, this is it. She's who it is.
She is who it is. That heat was amazing. Rosie, you and I were in here for the call. It had the drama. It had the action. Annette has been so fun to watch this whole event. She has that X factor. And Zabrowski, oh my goodness, like she could truly be the one that wins this event. So takeaway is it was hot action, and we're looking forward to tomorrow.
And so to dive into that rule a little bit further, here's exactly what you were referencing, Rosie, which is that if the majority of the judges determined that the surfer riding the wave, in this case it would have been Alyssa Spencer, deliberately caused a collision with the surfer paddling out, then interference penalty 2 will be called on the surfer riding the wave. Any such interfering surfer will be subject to additional sanctions under that other rule. So that's what happened in that heat. And so our finals day is set on the women's side, and we have some incredible names who are coming through that. But another one that we lost, Sofia Medina, really exciting surfer, not making it through that heat. But then, Rosie, look at this. Is this a Challenger Series or is this a Championship Tour event? Because so many of these women have CT experience if they're not currently on tour.
Well, we're looking at the portal of the future of women's surfing right here, and we're seeing some very young talent that are blending in with some more veteran surfers, thinking about Sawyer Lindblad, Brisa Hennessy, but looking at those heats, Tanner, there's just so much talent.
I don't know about you guys, but there's something about Yolanda Hopkins that has just been, I'm all about it. Her energy in these post-heat interviews, the way she's presenting on the waves, it's frenetic.
And it's not just on the waves, it is who she is. I asked her today, so she did the free surf on dark this morning, then she had her first heat, then she went out for another free surf in between, and then she won her round of 16 to put her spot into the quarterfinals. And I was like, are you gonna go out again? And she was like, no, I don't think so. As a 4-time surfing today and locking in her spot at the finals day, she still had to wonder if she was going to surf 5 times in a Saturday here at Huntington Beach. But I agree with you, Tanner. It's just so fun to watch Yo-Yo and bring that energy. And Rosie, I just cannot wait to see how these young women continue to raise the ceiling of women's surfing, because they're standing on some incredible shoulders and writing their own history as we watch them.
Yeah, and I love it. And just looking at that mix-up, I mean, Sawyer Lindblad is the only woman in the mix that has won a U.S. Open title. So it's great to see, you know, that we could potentially see a new winner here at Huntington.
Yeah, it's always exciting when you see who gets that moment here at Huntington Beach, because it is so iconic. And thankfully, we're going to take a look at the Surfline forecast, and oh my goodness, Tanner, what do we have on tap?
It's so great when you have a day. So we had the lay day and progressed from that day. Every single moment after that, it's only gotten better, and that's going to continue to happen into tomorrow, which is the finals day. And when an event finishes in the very best waves of its window, that's a really special thing for professional surfing. And tomorrow, it sounds like we're going to have some solid swell, 4 to 6 foot faces, variable onshore wind, which we've been seeing these last couple days. No big issue. Little bit of texture on the wave face, but everybody's handling it so well. So tomorrow, like we said before, it honestly could be fireworks.
Set your alarm. You do not want to miss finals day here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing, presented by Pacifico. It has been so fun all week long, not just watching this Challenger Series, but we had the Longboard event before that, and of course, some really important moments along the way, including rising tides, which, Rosie, Tanner, we've been talking about that for a lot of the time when we talk about the women's side of professional surfing and how much it's raising the ceiling. It's starting here at Rising Tides, where some of the best up-and-coming surfers in the region get a chance to surf with their heroes, and it always gives me goosebumps. Check it out.
We are currently at the Lexus US Open of Surfing in Huntington Beach, California, kicking off our one and only Rising Tide stop on the Challenger Series. And today we got a really fun mix. We got Zoe Benedetto, Sawyer Lindblad, Bella Kinworthy, Talia Swindoll, top Challenger Series surfer. Did you know Sawyer Lindblad? Yeah. This really is their first taste. They're going to meet the pros.
What's her name? Hilera. And I'm Sloan. I'm Talia. Nice to meet you.
So it's kind of cool. We get to kickstart their career with them, and then we get to follow them and cheer them on as they go through the draw.
Emily. You want a smaller medium?
The Q&A was super fun. The girls had lots of questions, a lot about surfing pumps and boards and equipment.
What's the biggest wave you guys ever surfed?
Probably like Sunset Beach. Actually, no, Tahiti, yeah. Chopu was the scariest wave I've ever surfed.
They seem to be really competitive and serious.
Let me show you how to do it. Yeah, it was my first session. And
fourth session of the day?
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
She got my full traction pad.
No, don't tell people about it.
I want to be a pro surfer when I grow up. Rising tides is super, super, super cool.
The young energy that they bring is like really inspiring, and it's just like I remember feeling that way with the older girls when I was growing up.
I think it just makes it fun because you get to be a bunch of girls who really inspire you, and one day you may even get to compete against them. Like, it's just so fun to like surf with them and get like the inside scoop.
And they get the opportunity to be around the women that they've looked up to and to have kindness shared with them.
I like the one at Huntington.
Yeah, you gotta say
I like to do
I mean, surfing is a metaphor for life, right? You never know what you're going to get, and you have to be creative, you have to be strong, support other women and other girls to get where you need to go.
I grew up like being one of the little girls, and I got to like surf with the girls I looked up to, and it was just such a special day. And so I'm sure that a bunch of them will like be in the same spot, and that's just like so cool to see.
Kind of created this really cool mentality around the world. Girls are watching their friends in Brazil do it, in Tahiti surfing chopu, and it's like you want to be a part of it. You want to be one of the girls that are in the program, and the world kind of gets to share in that. Once you've done the program, you're a part of the family. So it is cool. Yeah, girls are reaching out. They're asking when can they be in the next one. So we're opening it up. We want new girls to get this experience, and then be on our tours, and we get to root them on.
Absolutely love what is happening with Rising Tides and seeing that pack of yellow jerseys paddle out every single time. All right, we have had 20 heats, and here we go. Your Eero top 5 moments. 5 of them that really stood out of so many potentials. Let's start with Ian Gavea, round of 32, heat number 4, a 9-point ride, Tanner.
Yeah, and again, the way he was able to get fully rotated on that left as the current was pushing towards the pier, very, very difficult to do, and that blew the scale wide open for the day.
Casually dropping the highest single wave score of the event so far. And then Rosie, we've talked about her so many times, the past winner here at Huntington Beach at number 4. Here comes Sawyer Lindblad, heat number 2 in the round of 16. I think a beauty to watch her surf.
Are we even surprised? I mean, just to watch Sawyer kind of in her backyard, short drive from San Clemente. Her brother Taj coaching her at this event. It's a full family affair, just watching the whole Lindblad family leave the beach after she's had a couple victories, and she's just looking so tuned in, so alive. Mentioning in a post-interview yesterday, this is going to be the last surf contest that she does for the entire year, so she's really wanting to make the most of this moment, and obviously that win here was amazing to her.
And then Mateus Hurdy, he is locked and loaded and ready for finals day, Tanner, doing it in so many different ways today.
Something makes me feel like he's going to have an extra special day tomorrow. This guy, when he swings, he hits everything, everywhere. Super fun to watch. The variety of maneuvers he brings on a daily basis is unparalleled.
Speaking of unparalleled, how about the support on the beach for an HB local, Kanoa Igarashi? There were so many signs, Rosie, for this man who grew up surfing this break and that expert knowledge showing up today.
Oh, it was like we've been saying, it looked so easy for Kanoa. He was just on all the best waves, and he should be. It's his home break, but the level of comfort is unparalleled. I mean, this guy's got to get on a flight on Monday for Tahiti, but the Japanese support, you hear them going nuts on the beach. It's been so fun to see all the Japanese flags and everyone coming out to support not just an HB local, but also the Japanese national. So very cool to watch Kanoa's run through this event.
And Kanoa gets fired up by this crowd every single time he comes in. I have no doubt finals day going to be even more fired up to try and get a win here at his local break. And talk about carrying momentum from continent to continent, Tanner, talk about Nadia Aristarbe.
This turn was absolutely lights out. Today, the buzzword was the Basque Country. Nadia in a net throwing down, and she comboed it with this left. You could tell she had reached that space where it's really nice to see competitors go to. They're comfortable, they're confident, they're loose, they're flowing. Nadia, she's gonna double down for tomorrow, so it'll be very, very exciting to watch.
Might I dare say that they are basking in the golden glow here at Huntington Beach? I think we might. The penultimate day of surfing here at the Lexus US Open of Surfing presented by Pacifico was so incredible, Ro. I think the question I want to know from you is what is the moment that is going to be replaying in your head as you go to sleep tonight?
Whoa.
I know. Big one.
I'm going to just have like a movie montage of all like the airs that we saw.
Film.
And I definitely think just those one maneuver options from everyone was just like, this is just going to be like bang.
It's going to be so good, Tanner.
I'm excited because I know, Hiroto's almost a sleeper in all these draws, and we've talked about, but he's won this event before, and just the energy he's brought in these post-heat interviews and his performance has been stealth. So I'll probably be replaying, like Rosie said, every single moment of the day, but I'll be anticipating what's coming tomorrow and hopeful for Hiroto.
Make sure you don't let those replays go too late because we have a big day tomorrow. It's a 7 o'clock call for finals day here at the US Open of Surfing. It's going to be so much fun. We had a top 5 moments, so many more highlights. So I hope you enjoy, and thanks for joining us on the 8:05 post show for Rosie, Tanner, AJ, the rest of the commentary crew, and our friends in the truck. Enjoy it because it's worth watching again.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.